Welcome back to the Stars Championship Series, the king of the castle. With the karts rolling out onto the track, it's time to go racing for the first time this weekend. The first class who's out on the racetrack now, your Micro Swifts, who get set to go green for the first of their heat racing and the first of the racing action. The KA100 Masters. I got that one wrong, but the first of our classes that gets set to go green here today. Let's run you down your field order and your grid here today. David Goldman, the round one winner, is going to start further back in 6th here today. Let's run you down your grid order in KA100 Masters here, Emery.
Yeah, so for heat number 1, you will see Chris Kutcher alongside Austin Queen on the front row, Jacob Neary and John Bonanno on row 2, James Rucati and Clay Settles on the 3rd row of the grid, Andy Kutcher and Tyler Prestel in the 8th and 9th respectively, and Brendan Estes rounds out your top 10. David Golonia was really quick in warm-up, but a struggle in qualifying puts him back in 11th with Chris Horan in the 12th position. Row 7 features Scott Carpelletti and Anthony Stifler.
Then you go back to Joe Lapke, Paul Montopoli, Tom Gershner, Kim Carapellotti, Steven Simpson, Marciano Santos, Ken Simonellic, and Ryan Kasner. The 23 drivers getting set to go green here, as well as Ren Lee and Peter Cook for a disqualification at the end of qualifying yesterday. But a lot of work to do for Ryan Kasner as we get set to go green. 25 drivers total get set to go green for the first time this weekend here at Castle Motorsports Park for the second round of the Stars Championship Series. Austin Queen and Chris Kutcher lead us to green, and we look at the lights, see if they get the green flag, and I believe it's out. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA100 Masters. On the inside, Austin Queen able to hold on to it here. A couple of drivers around further back. Tom Gershner there gets involved, and a couple of others make contact. 5 drivers off the racetrack here early.
Yeah, not sure exactly who that was that got spun, but it was halfway in front of the field, and that really will have an effect on spreading the field out. But at the front of the field, Chris Kutcher already up to the race lead, as well as Jacob Neary able to make up a spot into the 2nd position. So they're up to 1st and 2nd. A spot lost there for Austin Queen, but he's still firmly in the mix. And then you go down to James Brincati in the 4th spot, so he's made up a spot as well. Good start for David Goldman in the 5th spot. He's got a ways to make up here as they come through the Cell Tower hairpin for the first time of the day. The first race of the day, here's KA Masters Heat number 1, and you're already seeing Chris Kutcher out to the lead with Andy Kutcher a good ways back somewhere through the middle of the field. But as a 4-kart breakaway at the start of this race here, Caleb.
Yeah, not too bad. You see Jacob Neary there in 2nd, and everybody just really tiptoeing their way around the final sector here. There's a lot of dirt that I guess was kicked up by the OKNJ class, but these Masters looking to make a move there. Drops a tire for Jacob Neary that time by. Already, you see how big the draft is already. Does Neary go for a move? Does Chris Kutcher defend? Neary on the inside in turn number 1. He's able to get clear, and everybody else falling into line. And David Goldman already up in a P5 as one driver there further back drops a tire. Austin Queen on the inside of Chris Kutcher. Queen's able to get through in the shark fin.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move there from Queen. You usually don't see a pass on the entrance to the shark fin in the first part of that. You usually see it at the center of the corner. So for Queen to make that move shows the amount of momentum that he had was tremendous. And now as they come through the green corner for the 2nd time in this race, Jacob Neary into the race lead. Got about 2 to 3 kart lengths, but we will see the draft condense that back together as now David Goldman and Clay Settles start to move on to the scene here in that 5th and 6th position. And it's going to be a very big train here sooner rather than later here, Caleb.
Yeah, and you're already seeing Austin Queen close on the gap to Jacob Neary, forward lead this race, and just the draft. I mean, one of the biggest talking points that we had all weekend long, and we continue to see it here. Move further back. That was James Brincati on the inside of Chris Kutcher. He's able to get clear, and a move already for the lead. Austin Queen to the point. It's still side by side, though. Jacob Neary not going to make it easy for Queen to lead here. But they cross the stripe this time by. What does Neary have? He points forward. Austin Queen tapped the back of his helmet, telling Neary to push each other forward. I don't think Neary's going to listen here. He is, though, going to stay in line. David Goldman continuing to close down his gap, and Clay Settles already a little bit of a bumper there. Who's one of those drivers out of the way? That's Chris Kutcher, who was at the point of the field at one point in this race, finds himself in the grass and out of contention.
Yeah, a bit of contact there at the center of the corner. Just pushed Kutcher way wide there, and he will lose 10 or 15 spots. Again, that is your pole sitter from this race, having to do a lot of work here. Thankfully, he will start the second heat on pole position, so for him, that's good in terms of getting himself back in prime position, but his heat 1 is basically toast at this point, and he'll just be trying to salvage whatever position he can possibly do. But for Austin Queen, this has been about as good as you could hope for after getting shuffled back a little on the start. He's worked his way up through into the race lead, and now it looks like Jakob Neary is willing to work with him in that first and second spot, with James Rucati only a couple kart lengths back in that third position.
Yeah, and Austin Queen again pointed to the back of his helmet, telling Jakob Neary to continue to push each other forward. The fastest lap of the race to David Galonia with a 1:14.715 there that time by. That changes as Clay Settles is up in a P4, and he looks to be lapping really quickly around here. It goes even quicker than James Brancati in that third spot, and this gap continuing to close down in between the top 5. For David Goldman there in 5th, closing down his gap as there goes Clay Settles on the inside of Brancati. Settles is able to get clear, and David Goldman now looking to make the move on Brancati. Wasn't able to get it done on the exit of the shark fin. He gets it done, though, into the scoreboard hairpin. He's able to get clear, and Brancati way off the racetrack and into the dirt. Unfortunate there for Brancati, loses almost 4 spots there on exit.
That's a classic hold it around the outside, and sometimes you're going to end up in the dirt type of move there. And David Goldman not taking any prisoners so far in this race. We saw his contact a bit with Andy Kutcher. We then saw the contact there coming out of the scoreboard hairpin with James Rucati. So I think that's kind of Goldman sending a message early in the race. You are not going to take advantage of me. I'm going to be as aggressive as I need to be. So Goldman up to 4th now. Got his elbows out a little bit there. Now he's going to chase down the leaders here, who are not really getting away, it must be said. Settles keeping Queen and Neary honest. I think Clay Settles, if he gets a good run on the straightaway, might be looking for second, if not the race lead when they get down to the end into I-70. As there you can see Neary still content to push. Will he break out knowing that Settles is still going? No, he's not. So Jakob Neary willing to work with Austin Queen at the front of the field, but I think Settles putting the pressure on him is going to change that just a little bit. Now into the shark fin. Here goes Clay Settles to second, almost to first, goes side by side for a second there, and Clay Settles gets himself up to second, but he's overshot it, and now Neary as well as David Goldman to the inside in scoreboard. So an aggressive move by Settles, almost paid out, but instead he lost 2 spots.
Yeah, unfortunate for Clay Settles, but a good job by him to keep off the rear tire of Austin Queen there. That could have ended pretty badly for the two of them, but everybody continuing to lap here. For the likes of Andy Kutcher, we saw him make a move on John Bonanno. Clay Settles looked for a move there on Goldman. Wasn't able to get clear, but Andy Kutcher already closing down the gap here to Clay Settles in that 4th spot. So a good job by Kutcher, who's currently 5th there. One driver drops the tire further back, and a lot of dirt continuing to keep that corner a little bit dirty. But let's see if anybody makes a move there in turn 13. Nobody close enough as of yet in a 15. So everybody's staying in line, but the draft. Let's see if Neary, with time running out, they're seeing the time dwindle down. Neary goes to the bottom of the racetrack. I think he may have gone a little bit too early, or I could be mistaken. Has a monster run there on the inside into turn number 1. He's able to get through and to the point of the field for the first time this weekend for Jakob Neary. Austin Queen going to fall back to second.
Yeah, Neary there able to get to the lead. Again, pulling out that early on the straight is a little bit dangerous because you kind of ruin your momentum a little bit, but he was able to get the track position, was able to get alongside him, and that was able to get him the position before they got to the first corner. So now Austin Queen, for the first time in a while, is going to have to do a little bit of defensive driving. He's now to the inside. Settles versus Goldman. They're side by side. Goldman's going to hang it around the outside. Again, David Goldman able to kind of work his muscles a bit and keep that 3rd spot. And now I think he's going to probably go for Austin Queen here in the next couple of corners. Further back, you see some battling going through the field. There's a look at the scrap from the mid part of the top 10. I believe that's David Golonia aboard the Burrell Art Machine up into the 5th spot there. So Golonia's worked his way forward in the heat. We've seen John Bonanno up there as well. Chris Horan and the rest of this group all condensing together as we get down to the final 3 laps here of this heat, Caleb.
Yeah, Golonia making some pretty good moves. Still has the fastest lap of the race here. But with 30 seconds left, we're going to get 3 laps to go in this first heat race of the weekend. Settles closing down the rear bumper of David Goldman, who looks back, knows that Settles is closing down that gap, knows he has to go on the inside of Austin Queen. He's able to get clear, so David Goldman up to P2, and Queen just locked up the brakes there and lost a little bit of time. Just settles decides to go. He doesn't, but Galonia is going to go up to P4, and that's what happens. You either pass or you're going to be passed, and that's exactly what happened there. Galonia taking advantage, able to get clear. Settles looks to go back through, not close enough. Galonia keeps Settles pinned to the apex.
Yeah, now Settles going to come under fire here from Andy Kutcher, and that's the thing. Again, you said that Queen walked up the brakes there. I almost think that was in a response of trying to hang it around the outside of Goldman, just sent it as far as he could into the hairpin, overshot it, gave the spot easier. And you can see Queen really struggling with the rear of that cart now, trying to keep it underneath him under braking. And the second part of that, Clay Settles trying to the inside of the scoreboard hairpin there, just went a little bit too deep into the corner, tried to get at the spot, couldn't make it happen. So I think that David Galonia, he won't be too happy with that to have lost the time from a half attempt, but certainly still in this race as they come down to 2 laps to go. The timer has expired. 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Now we're down to the 2-lap part, and David Goldman now sets his sights after Jakob Neary for that first spot. Austin Queen still in tow, and now Galonia going to try to work his way back forward to the top 3.
Yeah, with the 2.6 in the air, officially crunch time for these drivers here. Goldman getting the draft and continuing to close down the gap. There goes Clay Settles in the shark fin. Galonia looks to hold on to it around the outside. Could not keep Settles pinned that time. Now going to fall under fire to John Bonanno, who looks to go, but Galonia defends perfectly and keeps Bonanno behind. But that's going to open up their gap to Clay Settles, who currently sits in P4 now here. But David Goldman still closing down bit by bit on Jacob Neary. Still not close enough for David Goldman to attempt any sort of move. But that's going to be the battle for the lead here. The best run that Goldman can get is on the exit of turn number 16. Has to keep this final sector absolutely perfect if he wants to have a chance going into turn 1, as well as Austin Queen, who currently sits in 3rd. Austin Queen has led already in this heat race. Just needs to keep it clean through this final sector, but very dirty there in their corner going into that short chute straightaway. But already when they cross the stripe, the white flag will be in the air, and the final lap will go underway. You see our flagman, Justin Dittrich, white flag in the air. The final time around in this heat race, David Goldman with a pretty good run, points to Austin Queen, telling him to push himself forward. Does Goldman have the space? Neary goes to the bottom of the racetrack and defends perfectly. Goldman going to have to get creative to work his way as Neary drops the tire there.
Yeah, that might make it a little bit less creative as Neary's going to have a lot less grip under braking here. Still parks it well at the entrance to the shark fin corner now. They'll go a little defensive, not really though. And there you can see Goldman fighting the cart on the exit. He's lost a couple cart lengths there. Now he'll be the one under attack from Austin Queen. This might work out for Jakob Neary there. He looked very much vulnerable coming out of turn number 1, but instead now he's going to have a little bit of separation, and now Goldman is going to try to get back up to him. He's going to lock up the brakes a bit into the hairpin, gain a couple tenths there, and now as they get through the last couple corners, through the double left, into the right hander through turn number 12, it looks like Neary's probably got this set, but Goldman's coming back here strong.
Yeah, let's see. This is going to be the final time for David Goldman. Bottom of the racetrack. Looks on the inside of Jacob Neary. He's able to get through, so Goldman to the point of the field. Does Neary have a run? Austin Queen looked to make the move. Wasn't close enough. Side by side for the back. Settles looks to get in the mix. On the inside of Neary, they go side by side, but David Goldman, your Heat 1 winner in KA Masters. Austin Queen across the line 2nd. Neary 3rd. Clay Settles 4th. And Galonia P5.
Yeah, Galonia ends up 5th with a trip through the grass at the very end of the race there. John Bonanno 6th, Andy Kutcher 7th, James Wucati 8th, Chris Horan 9th, Brandon Estes in the 10th spot, and down through the rest of the field, Scott Carapoletti 11th, Paul Mentipoli 12th, Joe Lopke in 13th, and Chris Kutcher, your pole sitter, falls all the way down to 14th after that trip through the dirt. So he's got a lot of work to do in that second heat. So a good start to the weekend for the Masters drivers. That's Heat 1 in the books. We'll get set to go for more heat racing here with the Micro Swift class on deck. But again, a good Heat 1 for your round 1 winner, David Goldman, as we get set to hear from some of our partners.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
On track now, your Microsoft class, and we got a little bit ahead of ourselves last time, but they're on track now. They're the second group, not the first like we originally thought, but the Microsoft's getting set to go green here today. Jaden Francisco for the Ryan Perry Motorsports team is the driver, starting on the inside and on the pole position. Alongside him on that front row is going to be Zane Burgess. Then you go back to Jake Manalio and Win Godshock with 29 drivers total who are going to start this race here, the first heat race for these Micro Swift drivers. So let's see what it looks like. There's Win Godshock, as well as a couple of others, Brody Stoffel, Easton Kubinski, and more. Parker Stewart and others getting set to go green here. Let's run you down your first couple of rows. Jake Manalio and Jaden Francisco starting on the front row. Zane Burgess and Win Godshock on the second row. Hudson Howard and Brody Stoffel, row 3.
Yeah, down to the rest of the field, we have Easton Kubinski and Lawrence Perriman on row 4. Danny O'Gara, difficult qualifying for him. He'll start in the 9th spot alongside Marcelo Flores in the 10th position. Your round 2 winner for USB Gas, Parker Stewart in the 11th spot. Alongside him, Dutch Westbrook in the 12th position. And it's Austin Taylor and Logan Arteta in 13th and 14th.
And more getting set to go green here. The likes of George Zeminski, Zev Godshock, Jack Katowski, Kaysen Hendrickson, Miles Wilson, Christian Thomason, Lincoln Wiley, Chase Dixon, Lewis Thomasian, Darius Warnowicz, Drake Williamson, and more getting set to go green in this Microsoft class. And all the hands already up, telling each other to slow down here, and so they can get the green flag the first time by. But for Jaden Francisco and Jake Manalio starting on the front row, going to be a race to the line. I mean, starting on the inside here is really where you'd want to be. But for the Micro Swifts, they get set to start their racing action here this weekend in this first heat race. Every single heat matters. You need as many points as you can get to start in a good spot for the pre-final, but they're already starting to speed up. Manalio looking to get ahead of Francisco here, who's going to wait. But we get set to go green. Green flag is out. We are racing here. Francisco on the gas early on the inside. Burgess looks to go through on Manalio. One driver goes around. That's a driver who's in P4. A lot of drivers go way, way wide. One of the Sodi Racing USA machines. I think that was Logan Arteta, unfortunately. And one of the drivers who's starting P4 around early.
Yeah, that's Hudson Howard. They got turned in the middle of the field. Very fortunate that no one really hit him from behind, because that would have been not ideal for him. But at the front of the field, we've already got a battle for the lead forming there. Jaden Francisco up into the lead from the pole position, but it's Zane Burgess already right on his tail. He started third, up to second now, and pressuring for the lead. Elsewhere, Easton Kubinski up to fourth, or up to third after starting in the 7th spot. So really good start from him. An unfortunate start for Hudson Howard, and Danny O'Gara looks for a move into the cell tower hairpin. Yeah,
O'Gara looked for a move there, but they lost a lot of time. Win Godshock, they're further back. He's currently 6th here at the moment, and Jake Manalio further ahead. But Jaden Francisco already with a couple of car lengths in between himself and Zane Burgess, a couple of moves further back as they all continue to cycle through here. But with 1 lap down this time. They'll have 6.5 minutes to go plus 2 laps for these Micro Swift drivers. And let's see what the gaps are at here at the moment for these drivers. Francisco in the lead. Easton Kubinski set the fastest lap that time by and already closing down to the rear bumper of Zane Burgess. I really doubt we'll see many moves for second here. Zane's going to want to work with Jaden Francisco. I mean, we see it every time Zane gets into the second spot, pushes whoever's in first further and further up the field and makes it a 2-kart battle.
Yeah, that's what you would like to do, but the pace of Easton Kubinski and Jake Manolio will make this more difficult, as well as Daniel Guerra coming along with them as well. So you can see now that they're all kind of working their way up through the green corner, second through about 7th, all pushing themselves to be up there with Jaden Francisco, who has been rapid so far this weekend. Burgess now looks to kind of be the cork in the bottle a little bit of this group from second on back, as he struggled a bit through the infield, giving up time to Francisco. And now we'll see how patient Easton Kubinski is, because he knows in that 38 machine for AEM, he has a lot of pace on it. So down towards the scale tower corner, you can see them pushing, not going to make any aggressive moves. As heat 1, lap 2, you're up front. There's no need to be overly aggressive, but I do think Kubinski might try his hand at trying to lead this group for second here in just a second here, Caleb.
Yeah, and I think you may be right, because that gap to Francisco continues to open up. Burgess will get a little bit of a draft here, but if I'm Easton Kubinski, I mean, he's definitely going to want to go here at some point on Zane Burgess. Continues to push, so let's see what the gaps look like that time by. Almost at half a second. Francisco actually lapped a little bit, a couple hundredths of a second slower than Burgess, but just falling a little bit out of draft range. And I mean, we also talk a lot about aero wash around a place like this. I mean, also being a factor, especially in such a draft dependent class.
Yeah, I think that, to be honest, on the Micro Swift field, they're probably not feeling aero wash too much, just because of how small the karts are and how they're not really carrying enough cornering speed. But you are going to see the impact of the bump drafting going on. And I think that's probably why Zane Burgess is getting so much help from Easton Kubinski, is knowing that the draft is probably worth half a second or more in the micro side things. I know it's at least 4/10 in KA. Micro probably closer to 5 to 6/10. So Burgess getting pushed there by Easton Kubinski was going to help him. But now Jake Manolio, he's the one to pull the trigger and get to third, as he thinks that he's got a quicker kart than what Kubinski has done. And we'll see now if he has the same sort of patience with Burgess, or if he wants to lead that group for himself. As this lap around it looks again like it's about even between Francisco and Burgess. We'll see what the times are as they come around the final corner. Zane now about a 10th slower than what Francisco is able to do. We'll see now what Manolio does down the main straightaway into turn number 1. Not going to look for a move there. He's content to push Burgess. They all three push together. That makes up a lot of time, but it causes Burgess to go wide and exit, and you can see him a bit frustrated there with the group behind him for pushing him so deep into the corner.
Yeah, and you really couldn't stick a foot in between Manolio and Burgess to get that corner. A team like Manolio just really hit the rear bumper of Zane Burgess at the wrong spot and really slowed them all down, as Brody Stoffel and Wade Gottschalk closed down the gap, as well as Danny O'Gara there, who sit 5th down to 7th for those drivers. So for Danny O'Gara, going to look to go here on Easton Kubinski in a couple of laps' time. Does he decide to go this time by? Not close enough as of yet, and he is there into the South Tower corner. O'Gara able to get clear. Now Kubinski going to fall under fire to what looked like it was going to be Brody Stoffel, but Gottschalk was able to get the move done on Stoffel.
Yeah, there you can see Gottschalk making the move on Stoffel. Brody Stoffel has joined this lead party. An impressive run in the heat race for him to be up in the 6th spot aboard his Sodi machine. So these two Sodis kind of front-ending and back-ending that 2nd through 6th place group. So I think that this has been an impressive run from both of them, but now you can see the mechanics on the side there really pushing Gottschalk, telling him, you got to go, man. You got to get going. So now in 2nd place, Burgess continues to have patience from Manolio. Even though he's losing about 3/10 a lap to Jaden Francisco, they're still content to push Burgess in that 2nd spot. So Manolio still there. You see Danny O'Gara now is the 1 in 4th. Gottschalk the 5th now. He gets by Kubinski, seeing the signs from the side of the track, knowing it's time to push, it's time to go, and now the vending machine is moving towards the front.
Yeah, that was team manager Juan Villarreaga and team owner there, Mr. Nick, telling Win Gottschalk to get a move on there in his Bennick machine, and he did indeed. Already up to P5 here for Win Gottschalk, and looking to close down the gap to Danny O'Gara there for the P4 spot. So going to be some time here for for Win Gottschalk to close down the gap there to Danny O'Gara. But for Jaden Francisco, lapping almost 3/10 quicker than Zane Burgess here, and that's really unheard of, especially with a track that has so much draft. So to see Francisco putting on a clinic like he is kind of crazy. So good job by Jaden Francisco, continuing to push, continuing to set consistent lap times, having good run after good run. The lap time that time by was 2/10 slower than Zane Burgess. So let's see if that Saudi Racing USA machine comes to life. But Daniel O'Gara looking to make the move on the two of them. Goes on the inside of Zane Burgess. They make a little bit of contact. O'Gara was able to get through on Jake Manolio, but almost collided with Zane Burgess there. As Win Gottschalk now going to take advantage, able to go ahead of Easton Kubinski that time by.
Yeah, Easton Kubinski there going to get the worst end of the stick. And O'Gara, he's been the one to be more aggressive and to move through the group. He started this race in 9th position, up to 3rd now, has picked his moments perfectly, and we'll see if he's going to be the one to kind of break up the patient train on Zane Burgess. As that last time through the group finally started to make inroads on Jaden Francisco. It might be too little too late, but O'Gara is finding the pace, as is the rest of this group. Burgess finally kind of finding his footing of it, maybe a bit low on tire pressure or something of that sort in this heat race. But already now you can see O'Gara back up to the rear bumper of Burgess. And again, we'll see how patient he is. We've seen everyone else on this group be patient with the Jamaican sensation, but as they come down to the last couple laps here, will Danny O'Gara finally break that patience and look for second place in his own right?
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to get 3 laps to go when Jaden Francisco crosses the stripe, and they do. So 3 laps to go left in this race, and you still have Jaden Francisco leading by a pretty good margin. Went 4/10 quicker than Zane Burgess, who currently sits in that second spot. Does O'Gara go this time by in turn 1? Not close enough, decides to continue to push Zane Burgess, but that gap to Francisco at a second now, and Burgess just losing time by the lap. Is O'Gara close enough in the shark fin? Not as of yet, but this is going to be the battle and the closest battle on the track now for second on back. O'Gara still not close enough on Zane Burgess, still staying patient. O'Gara's really chosen the cell tower as a place where he's the most comfortable making the moves here, but he's going to try to fit his MPG Academy machine ahead of that Saudi Racing USA machine as Zane Burgess here shortly. When they cross the stripe, 2.6 will be in the air, and it'll be officially crunch time for these drivers. O'Gara not close enough this time by into cell tower.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but O'Gara certainly going to put the pressure on Burgess, who just cannot seem to string multiple laps together to get himself closer to Jaden Francisco. He was quicker than him 2 laps ago, but this last lap was 4/10 slower, and now this lap looks to be back to being about even, if a little bit quicker. But now as they come down to get 2 laps to go, it might not be enough time. O'Gara has been patient with them here to push them away from this second group as they come now down 2 laps of racing to go. How about that? 0.6 of a second from Zane Burgess that he picks up on Jaden Francisco, and now suddenly in 1 lap they go from a second back to being right on the rear bumper of the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine.
Yeah, I think Francisco made some sort of mistake the last time by, and for Zane Burgess, he needs to be consistent, needs to hit his marks, and you see what happened there in the shark fin. Just did not hit the mark that he needed to hit, and that gap to Francisco opens up again to about 4 car lengths in between the two of them. So Burgess just needs to be consistent and kind of, not so used to what we're seeing Zane Burgess. Usually super consistent, but just struggling a little bit here to set in consistent lap times, but it's still closing down the gap to Jaden Francisco here. Does O'Gara decide to go? Not close enough as of yet, but that gap closes down again as Francisco doesn't hit one of his marks.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest tracks to string together, and we're seeing it for these micro drivers, just struggling to hit their marks every lap. Francisco has been consistent all race long, not under fire, but now a flying Jamaican has entered the scene, and Zane Burgess has brought Danny O'Gara with him into the chicane there. Moves Zane Burgess to the lead for the first time all race. O'Gara trying to bring himself up to second, and all of a sudden it is a 5-cart battle for the lead heading on to the last lap here, Caleb.
Yeah, Jake Manolo and Easton Kubinski joining the party here. They go side by side as well for the lead. Jaden Francisco looking to get ahead in turn number 1. He's on the outside. Zane Burgess to the bottom. Manolio on the inside of Kubinski. He's able to stay ahead as they continue to jockey for position here. When that would have been close, Francisco looked for the move on the entrance to the shark fin. Not close enough. Still Zane Burgess, who's not going to get the best run out of here. Francisco looks to over under him, and I think he's going to get it done. O'Gara looking over under the two of them. Not close enough. Francisco back to the point.
Yeah, Francisco moved his way up with a nice crossover out of the shark fin, but now He's got the whole pack behind him, going to be working together to try to get by the Ryan Berry Motorsports machine. Through turns 8 and 9 we go. Francisco still in the lead, going to have to go defensive here. Into the cell tower hairpin. They go for the final time of this heat race. Burgess not able to make a move, and as they come through the double lefts, Francisco going to park the bus, going to stack up all 5 as they come through the right-hander for the final time here, Caleb.
Stack them and pack them the last time through this short chute. Straight away, a lot of dirt there on the outside. Francisco's still there, able to keep Zane Burgess behind, has to defend. He does. Really parking it here. Zane Burgess looking to make a move. Out of nowhere, Easton Kubinski looks to work his way up to second and maybe up to the lead. O'Gara drops the tire there on exit. Francisco all the way to the line. Kubinski with a monster run. Not close enough. Francisco wins the first heat race. And Easton Kubinski finishing second after being 5th here at the start of the last lap. Danny O'Gara across the line 3rd. Manalio 4th. Zane Burgess 5th. Stoffel 6th.
Yeah, Gottschalk 7th. Marcelo Flores in 8th, Lawrence Perryman in 9th, and Dutch Westbrook rounds out the top 10. But how about that move there from Easton Kubinski?
Yeah.
To go 3 wide in the center of that final chicane was very impressive from him. Don't know how they all made it there. That's one that maybe in the final it ends a bit differently, but good mature driving from Burgess and O'Gara to realize that, hey, 1 or 2 spots in the heat race, not the end of the world. You do not want to end up with a touring go-kart, and a nice opportunistic move for Kubinski and a good job by Francisco to manage the race. So that rounds out Micro Swift Heat number 1. It was an exciting one, and ultimately Jaden Francisco backs up his pole position with a heat win. So Micro Swift in the books. We'll move on to the ROK Masters here, coming up next on Kart Chaser.
My name's Annie Rule. I'm from Pittsburgh, PA. I'm 19 years old and I race.
My name's Henry Wheeler. I'm 16 years old.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kartsport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Welcome back as our Pro Masters and ROK Masters have worked their way out onto the racetrack as they get set to go green here shortly. Matt Machiko and Tim Hollowell starting on the front row. Then you go back to the second row, Jake Fetter and Brian Chatfield on that second row. Evan Batt and Sketchy Barnes, your third row. And then Joe Ruck and Robert Feige on row 4. Scott Pressey, Mike Rivera on that 5th row. Ryan Frank and Jeff Mills on row number 6. Kelly Johnson and Brad Danoff on row 7. Luis Quinones and Morin Van Tak on row number 8. Then you go back to Hugh Templeman, Jamadez Ortiz Ryan Estep, and then Michael Gausch and Luis Quinones disqualified at the end of qualifying. They're starting from the tail end of the field here. So as they get set to go green, they all start to line up here, and I believe that was Luis Quinones, the factory kart, that was disqualified here in qualifying. But the first of our shifter starts that we'll see here this weekend as Matt Machiko decides to take the bottom of the racetrack, the inside line, and to have the best run that he can have into turn number 1. Tim Hollowell, though, starting on the outside, looking to get a good start. Visors down, they get set to go green this time by. Looking over to the lights now. The lights are on, and they're off, and we are racing here in shifter. A good start further back there by Skitchy Barnes, looking to make a move. Joe Ruck has a good one as well. Matt Machiko, bottom of the racetrack, able to stay ahead of Tim Hollowell. A good jump by some of these drivers, and Matt Machiko still holding on strong. There goes Jake Fetter up and making the moves here early on, able to get clear.
Yeah, you can see Joe Ruck with a nice start there to go from 8th up to 4th on the start. Evan Batt up to 2nd already, so we are seeing some moves early and often here in ROK Shifter and Pro KZ Shifter Masters as well. But at the front is still Matt Machiko on the Magic Kart, off to a good start and running, but he's got pressure behind from Evan Batt, Tim Hallwell, and the likes of Joe Ruck coming into the cell tower hairpin. Jake Fetter going defensive for 5th. And this front 4 has gotten away early in the going here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Evan Pat was already looking to make a move there in the cell tower corner, so Machiko may fall under fire here as he's still sliding around. Anybody making moves? Hollowell thinks doesn't want to go, and still staying in line. And there goes Evan Bat on the inside, able to get clear. So he's now up to the point of the field. Machiko falls back to 2nd. And when they cross the stripe, everybody going to be stacked and packed, going 95 miles an hour down this main straightaway, side by side. Bat to the bottom, Machiko to the top, and Evan Bat able to stay ahead in turn number 1.
Yeah, Evan Bat controlling the race nicely there. He's in the lead. Again, this is a place that he has been really good at in the past. 2022 King of the Castle in the Pro ROK Shifter, in the Pro KZ Shifter Master rank. He has been so quick, and he's really quick so far this weekend. But Machiko going to have to try to find a way back by. Your pole sitter saw him get a good start off the line, but could not hang on through the rest of the first lap. And now we'll get to see what Bat's doing. It's early in the going. It's the first of 3 races for them today. So I think there's a lot of chances for them to understand kind of what their strengths and weaknesses are relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Joe Ruck now on the rear bumper of Tim Hollowell, looking to make a move here. Let's see if he's close enough into the short chute straightaway. Not close enough as of yet for Joe Ruck, continuing to push forward, but knows he wants to get a move on here shortly as somebody there dropped the tire. I think it was Machiko who dropped the tire there on the exit. And now Tim Hollowell all over the rear bumper of the Magic Kart as they cross the stripe this time by. Nobody really on the rear bumper of each other here as they continue to lap. And there you see Machiko super busy on the wheel. Joe Ruck goes on the inside, able to get clear. And that's 6:11 there. Out of this one early. That's Robert Feige, who's further back in the field, but a move there. Joe Ruck able to move up to P3 and able to get clear. Further back, Tim Hollowell fell back to P4 and already falling under fire to the likes of Scott Presti and others. I think Presti was able to get the move done that time by, and they still go side by side further back.
Yeah, a lot of battling going on in the mid part of the top 5. You can see there, I think that might have been Skitchy Barnes there up through no. Tim Hollowell as well as Scott Presti inside the top 5 now fighting. Look at that from Presti. Tried down the inside, but that door closes so quickly into the cell tower that it was not on in the slightest. And again, all this battling, bringing the top 5 or 5th on back further and further away from Joe Ruck and your top 3 positions. So at the front, Evan Back continues to have a small but comfortable gap over Matt Machiko. Joe Ruck still up into the 3rd, and now you see the field split between 3rd and 4th as a result of the battle that's taken place over the last lap or so.
Yeah, so Tim Hollowell and Scott Presti have lost a little bit of time to Joe Ruck, who's currently in 3rd here. But for Ruck, who qualified further back in the field, a pretty good run so far. Some of the movers further back, Luis Quinones lapping all the way up to 16th here, and the other Luis Quinones back in 21st. So the factory kart Quinones already working his way up the field here early. But for Scott Presti, still looking to get ahead of Tim Hollowell here and try and contend. For Matt Machiko, closing down the gap to Evan Batt, who was quickest last time by. They still set super similar lap times as it stands. But again, in a class like the shifter class and at a racetrack, and a track layout that is the Stars Championship Series layout, you have to think about tires and how much you're starting to wear them.
Yeah, I mean, it's early on in the heat races. They won't want to be too aggressive on them. You know you get a new set tomorrow, but at the same time, you don't want to over-abuse the tires on lap 4 of a heat race. So I'd expect Machiko and Joe Ruck to run with a little bit in reserve in addition to Evan Batt, and I think that all of them are mature enough to know that. We've already seen they're running about a second to a second and a half slower than they were in qualifying. I expect they get down to the mid-107s by the end of the heat race, but still, this is not anywhere near the pace that you would see out of a qualifying lap. So not pushing as hard as it possibly could be on those tires. But Machiko has reeled back in Evan Batt for the lead, and further back, Scott Presti just went purple in 5th. As him and Hollowell continue to push back to try to get back to that top 3, as now it's Linus Stern from 1st to 3rd, Batt, Machiko, and Ruck all right there together.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of moves early on. Everybody kind of just biding their time now, being patient with each other, knowing they can't force the tire all too much, although they do get a new set tomorrow. But again, you still have a pre-final that sets the grid for the main event tomorrow. So that's really what your focus is on here today, right? Setting yourself in a good spot for tomorrow, because you don't get any hardware for winning heat races. You don't get hardware for making the most passes. You get hardware on the Sunday.
Yeah, you get a few points for winning the heat race, and that can't hurt.
Yeah,
but, you know, not quite any trophies to bring home, not quite any bragging rights for main event victories. So I do expect some level of aggression because you want to set yourself up for a great starting position for the final. But I think it's so early on in this heat, we're still kind of feeling out what the strengths and weaknesses of the field are. I think if you're Evan Batt, you're really comfortable where you're at, obviously. But if you're Matt Machiko, knowing that you start on pole for the heat, knowing that you're going to be up at the front either way, you're going to be patient. But having said that, Machiko makes a dive into turn 2 that doesn't quite work out. So clearly not as patient as I would think he would be there early on in the going here, Caleb.
Yeah, further back, Skitchy Barnes was able to get ahead of Jake Fetter. So Barnes all the way up to P6 that time by. But Evan Batt and Matt Machiko already starting to fight, and that's really going to close down the gap to Joe Ruck, who's now on the rear bumper of Matt Machiko, and Tim Hollowell's one in his TB kart, closing down the gap to the 3 drivers ahead of him, and he's bringing Scott Presti along with them. And if Jake Fetter and Skitchy Barnes can set their differences aside and work together, they may be able to fight up with the top 4 here shortly. So still a lot to play for here with a minute and a half to go, as Joe Ruck there looked for the move in turn 13. Wasn't close enough to get it done that time by. What does Joe Ruck have in store? He looks to get ahead of Matt Machiko here, and turn 1 is one of the biggest passing zones. So already shifting up on that gearbox, going 95 miles an hour down this main straightaway. Can anybody get ahead of each other? Not as of yet. Hollowell going to defend from Scott Presti, who has joined the party.
Yeah, look how aggressive Machiko is on the brakes in the 1. That's at least 50 feet of brake lockup, which you want to see some level of lockup, maybe a little chirp, but to get that much brake locking up in the rears is not ideal as we get down to what should be about 4 laps to go, 3.5 at this point in the lap. And so Machiko's shown he can keep up on the pace. I'd be worried a little bit about the rear tire wear, knowing how much he's locked up the brakes and how hard he's been pushing it into some of those corners. It looks like he's pushing a bit more than Batt and Ruck to go the same speed. But in this Heat 1, it's been a good race so far for your top 3. It's a decent race for Tim Hollowell, and now Scott Presti is looking for that 4th position, as they've not really made too much inroads on that top 3, even with a little bit of positioning and them trying to set fast lap after fast lap.
And that's because they continue to fight there. Scott Presti and Tim Hollowell continue to go side by side and continue to race each other pretty hard here. But let's look at it here again. You saw Matt Machiko go super deep on the brakes there. Presti not going to be close enough this time by on Tim Hollowell. What does Matt Machiko have in store? And you see he's super busy on the steering wheel in a turn number 1 of how much he has to hold on to that kart as he locks it up. Machiko not close enough into the shark fin this time by. Evan Batt still leads us away here in Pro Master Shifter.
Yeah, and Scott Presti finally got by into turn number 1 there. So that was a good move from Presti to get himself into 4th. It's probably a little bit too late to get the battle commencing into the top 3. But if you're Machiko now, you can see him all over Evan Batt. They've both dropped Joe Ruck a little bit, but Machiko, these last couple laps, has come alive here to try to get that first spot back. You saw him lead it away from the drop of the green flag. Only lasted 2/3 of the lap. He has not gotten that lead back since. Evan Batt has been very controlled, very smooth, but now he's going to have to come under fire here in the final couple laps. They're coming down through the chicane to get themselves into position, going for, I believe, the 2 laps to go signal here. And they come all the way down the main straightaway. There we go, white flag. I was wrong on that one. Evan Batt in the race lead. We'll see how deep Machiko sends it this time. Locks up, not quite enough. And Evan Batt hangs on to the race lead here, Caleb.
Yeah, not enough. Machiko getting creative here, looking to set up the over-under move to get close enough in the entry of the shark fin. Wasn't close enough for Machiko, but Joe Ruck already on the rear bumper of Machiko as Evan Batt and Machiko were fighting a little bit on that second to last lap. That gap's still opening up here a little bit in this middle sector. So for Evan Batt, who, like you said, has been super strong around Newcastle Motorsports Park in the past years, is showing his pace here early on in this first heat race. Is Joe Ruck still looking to get ahead of Matt Machiko? Does Ruck dive him into the South Tower? Not close enough that time by for Ruck.
Yeah, Ruck there not quite close enough to Machiko, but he has closed up on these last few corners here. And as they come through the final few corners, through turn 12, down past the pit lane entry, into the scale tower corner, up through into the S's for the final time. You can see Joe Ruck not close enough to Machiko. Machiko not quite close enough to Evan Batt, who will run through the final corner and take the Heat 1 victory here in Master Shifter. Give it to Evan Batt and Matt Machiko. Joe Ruck in 3rd, Scott Presti in 4th, Tim Hollowell in 5th, and Skitchy Barnes finishes as your top rated rock shifter in the 6th position here, Caleb.
Yeah, not a bad finish for Skitchy Barnes. Jake Fetter in 7th, Ryan Frank 8th, Jeff Mills 9th, and Kelly Johnson rounding up your top 10 here as we have Mike Rivera off the racetrack here. Another one of the rock-powered machines off the racetrack, not able to close this one out. He's just on the exit there in between turns number 13 and 14, I believe. So unfortunate for Mike Rivera, who's out of this one early and not going to help him out in the points here later on this weekend. When we come back, as we get pickup underway, we're going to go straight into both of our K8 junior classes. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series, King of the Castle. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to the Stars Championship Series as your K8 100 juniors have made their way out onto the racetrack here. The first of two groups that we'll see here this weekend for these K8 juniors. So let's run you down your field here for this first group as we get set to go green. And this is your Heat B grid, if I'm not mistaken here. And I think it's Caleb Tarter and Isaac Malquit starting on the front row. Yeah, so I am looking at the right grid. Enzo Vitamontien and Jackson Deal starting on that second row. Then you go back to row 3, Juther Maswamy and Derek Wargo starting on row 3. Cameron Marcia and Mason Kuhn on that fourth row. Nate Golseth and Marco Romero on row number 5. Then you go back to row number 6 with Davis Henry and Gabriel Balog to Christopher Utsi and Benham Abernath. You go back to Siraki, McCurdy, Pollard, Brancati, Cranston, Gassiet Lee, Jake Fetter, Kennedy Tracy, Ryan Mort, Jeremiah Thomas, Alex Miller, Raider Santos, Thomas Abernathy, and Wyatt Smith. All the drivers getting set to go green here in this first K8 100 junior race as Isaac Malquit gets set to go green here alongside Caleb Tarter as they get into the tram lines here for the first time this weekend in junior action. The engines are fired up and lights are out. Green flag is out and we are racing here. A good start by the MPG Academy driver to the bottom of the racetrack. Isaac Malquit on the outside looks to hold on to it. What a move by Isaac Malquit around the outside to the point of the field for the Burrell Art machine.
He's not going to hang on for too long, I don't think, although Tarter gets shuffled out there. Now Malquit able to get to the lead through turns 2 and 3, so a really composed power move is now. I think that's Derek Wargo into the side of Jackson Deal there, coming through turn number 5. As you can see, the whole field filing through. There's a look at Wargo up to the 4th spot. Marcia now to the inside of the 871. Move him up another spot, as well as Marco Romero and Nate Golska and the rest of your K junior field. So a solid start for a lot of these guys coming into the scoreboard or into the cell tower hairpin now. Romero underneath Marcia, move him up another spot. That's for, I believe, about 6th on the road, 5th overall, I think. As you can see, they've lost Eric Wargo in this opening lap, but Romero, a really strong start to go from 10th to 5th in the span of one lap is impressive for the young driver. Now he'll set his sights on Derek Wargo, who's also looking to make up time to your top 3, Caleb.
Yeah, and it's not easy to start on the outside line. Marco Romero was able to get it done. Already making moves here. Caleb Tarter in 2nd. Malquit, your leader. Vidmontien sits 3rd. Romero P5. Balog currently 7th, and as well as Juther Maswamy sits P8. Benham Abernathy further back, and there goes Romero wanting to hold back Cameron Marcia, Balog, and others here. So they continue to fight, and your leaders continue to fight. And you see the dirt and how dirty it is on our cameras here of how many drivers have already had some off-track excursions here early on, Emery.
Yeah, definitely. I will say at the front of the field, as we see Romero and Cameron Marcia continuing to push, I would expect Caleb Tartar to be pretty patient here with Isaac Malkia. It's the first heat. We've seen Tartar all weekend long pushing with his teammate John Antonino. So this time in this heat race, Isaac Malkia, who you know is going to be really quick, you know, Vid Montien will be quick behind him. Wouldn't surprise me if Tartar wants to be a little bit of the pusher, a little bit of the helper, and let Malkia do a little bit of the heavy lifting when it comes to leading this race, because he knows it's a long set of heat races. As of right now, as long as they don't mix it up too much, the worst he will finish is third. And there, the battle for fifth. There you can see Gabriel Balog has moved his way past Cameron Marcia. So that group continuing to ebb and flow. All of this continues to allow the top three to pull away even more as Wargo's in no man's land. And there's the scrap from fifth on back. Benham Abernathy's joined the fight in ninth. We'll see what he can do as they now file into turn number 2. And down the inside goes Gabriel Balog, Cameron Marcia, and possibly Benham Abernathy. 2 go by. Let's make it 3. Abernathy to the inside, and he's almost going to clear Romero, but Romero fights back to keep his 7th position.
And that was close there for Marco Romero. And Benham Abernathy, what a move there. Sets up the over-under, the switchback move into the scoreboard. Able to get it done for Benham Abernathy. Set that up nicely, and a very, very clean move. Marco Romero looking to go back. He's able to get it done into the green corner. And Romero and Abernathy continue to go side by side, but they're going to lose a lot of time to Jute Ramaswamy, who sits in P9 here. He's going to bring Nathan Golseth along with him inside of the top 10, and all these drivers are going to continue to close down the gap. Enzo Vidmontien, though, has joined the party and closed down the gap to Caleb Tartar in second, and Isaac Malquit in first. Derek Wargo still a couple of almost a second behind the top 3. Vidmontien looking to go through on Caleb Tartar. He gets it done. Vidmontien up to second, and the gap to Malquit opens up a little bit, but going to get closed right back down when they get onto the main straightaway.
Yeah, forget about closing it down. I would not be surprised if we see Enzo Vidmontien with a dive to the inside here into turn number 1. Down the straightaway we go. There we go. Into turn 1, Vidmontien with the dive. There goes Caleb Tartar into the second spot as well. And so Isaac Malkia goes from leading the whole race to now third in the drop of a dime. Further back beyond, a really good lap for Gabriel Balog has pushed him within range of Derek Wargo in the 4th spot, as Wargo also made a mistake at the end of that lap. But at the front, Vidmontien, Tartar, and Malkia. As long as they don't mix it up too much, they'll stay in the top 3, but whatever order it is, we'll see how that pans out over the course of the rest of this race, Caleb.
Yeah, still a lot of racing left to go. 3.5 minutes left in this heat race. Vidmontien leads from Caleb Tartar, and Isaac Malquit in third. For the back, Derek Wargo still sits there in the 4th spot, not really making too much of a dent into the gap that the top 3 have here at the moment. Balog currently P5 in his Magic Kart machine. For Marcia, currently sits there in 6th. Balog closing down the gap to Derek Wargo there on the short straightaway. But for Caleb Tartar, like you said earlier on in this race, wants to be in second here towards coming to the end of it. So what does Caleb Tartar have in store here? Nothing as of yet. I think he may decide to make the move. Knows Malquit's there. Does he decide to go, or does he decide to push? Malquit's still pushing, so everybody's staying patient here in the top 3. Everybody working together and everybody pushing each other forward. For Derek Wargo and Gabriel Balog, getting really close to each other here. Balog now on the rear bumper of Derek Wargo. Cameron Marcia P6, as Benham Abernathy as well, currently P7. So they continue to work together. Romero fell back to 8th. Jute Ramaswamy P9, and Roman McCurdy, your top 10 here at the moment, as Vidmontien puts a car length in between himself and Caleb Tartar.
Yeah, this has been really good pace from your top 3. Wargo has been passed in turn 1 by Gabriel Balog. So Balog now drove all the way up from over a second back to clear Derek Wargo now as they work their way through turn number 10 into 11 and 12. You can see Vidmontien so composed at the front of the field. He's led a lot of laps this season. Tartar not as many, but him and Malkia are right there. Balog drops a slight tire on the exit of turn number 12. That will not have helped his run whatsoever, but he's done a nice job to clear Derek Wargo, and now these top 3 continue to push each other. Tartar being ultra patient here. He knows there's no reason really to push and try to make any sort of move that isn't there. So down the main straight this time, though, Tartar says, all right, I'll take the lead. I'll try to lead this one. Caleb Tartar, for the first time all weekend, into the race lead as he passes Enzo Vidmontien and brings Isaac Malquit with him.
Yeah, Malquit able to go through as well, and Malquit knew, and he's going now back to the point of the field, able to get it done on the shark fin, side by side in between Tartar and Vidmontien. They need to settle this out, or Malquit's going to have a little bit of a gap. Vidmontien on the inside of Tartar and clear into the scoreboard. So Enzo Vidmontien back up to P2, Caleb Tartar third, and a couple of car lengths in between these two drivers here on your screen, and Isaac Malquit in the lead of the race now. So A really good move by Malquit to get it done. 2 moves in 2 corners back up to the point here. So heads up driving by these top 3. Shuffling for position, but not losing too much time back to Gabriel Balog and his Magic Kart machine.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think that Balog is quick enough that if they start battling a lot, that he'll catch up. But in the moment, it seems like Vidmontien is kind of the aggressor in this one, trying to get himself back up to the lead. Tartar back to 3rd. I think he's content to just push, get a good heat result in the books, and go from there. As they go down under 40 seconds now, this should be 3 laps of racing left in this one. As they come down the main straight, again, lap number 6 in the book. Malkuit goes purple. Vidmontien goes to 2nd. Tartar to 3rd. They're still pushing all together. Balog goes quicker, and all the way down in 11th, Jackson Deal sets the fast time. A couple tenths quicker than those guys in the top 3s. Now Vidmontien not going to stay patient for long. He goes to the inside in the shark fin. Now Vidmontien over the curb, up through the scoreboard hairpin, and you can see going defensive. This will open up the opportunity here for Gabriel Balog to close up to the top 3. You can see Vidmontien not going to want to let Malkuit go. Malkuit's going to send one into the green corner. A little gap was there, and Malkuit took it. Little sizzle finds a little gap.
And that was very good there by Isaac Malquit to get ahead there. Enzo Vidmontien looks to go back. Not close enough for Enzo Vidmontien. Malquit still leading us here, and Gabriel Balog closing down by the 2nd as the top 3 continue to fight. So this could very well become a 4-horse race to the end here. If Enzo Vidmontien decides to go back on Isaac Malquit, not close enough into this corner, but Malquit still leading us away. When they cross the stripe this time by, Justin Ditchurch is going to have 2 sticks in the air for us, 2 laps to go, and officially crunch time for these K8 juniors. Malquit to the bottom of the racetrack, defending from Enzo Vidmontien. Does Tartar get out of line? Vidmontien does, though. Bottom of the racetrack, Tartar looking to go through as well. Malquit slots back to 3rd, and here comes Gabriel Balog, who keeps closing down his gap to the top 3. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to be there in the end, though.
I'm going to answer that question. He's going to be there at the end. With the way that Enzo Vidmontien's been defensive these last couple of laps, as long as Tartar doesn't go too defensive on Malkuit, which it seems like might be happening, I would expect Balog to get at least to 2nd or 3rd, maybe even up to Vidmontien if these two start pushing and helping each other. But now, out of the short chute they go, up towards turns 9 and into the cell tower hairpin. Malkuit now back up to 2nd. You can see Balog's only about 5 to 6 kart lengths back, and these top 3 have condensed back together. Vidmontien controlling the race here well at the front of the field, but with how much the draft is in play, Malkuit here is right back in the game.
Yeah, Malkuit definitely in the game, and he's in a pretty good spot when they get to the white flag this time by. Malkuit going to look to work his way around Enzo Vidmontien. Going to need as good of a run and as good of an exit out of turn number 16 here for Isaac Malkuit, but Enzo Vidmontien has the exact same, but does not have the draft being in the lead. Does Malkuit look for a move? Vidmontien, bottom of the racetrack. Caleb Tartar looks to go high, wide, and handsome. Able to get around Isaac Malkuit here. They go side by side on the inside for Tartar into the shark fin. He's able to get clear and looking to get ahead now of Enzo Vidmontien on the exit of the shark fin. What does Caleb Tartar have in store for us here?
Yeah, Vidmontien saw Tartar make the move. Actually did not have to go too defensive there. So Tartar doing that move kind of gave Vidmontien a little bit of a free pass, but now it's not a free pass. How about that? Caleb Tartar finds the gap to the inside in green corner, and Enzo Vidmontien going to fight his way back side by side. They're side by side through the kink, through 8 into 9, and it's a 4-kart battle with Vidmontien going defensive, but not low enough. Malkuit back to the lead. This has been exciting, and now Balog going to go for 3rd. They're side by side, and Gabriel Balog has made it into this group.
Gabriel Balog definitely proved me wrong and worked his way up into the top 3 here. Derek Wargo not too far behind. Malkuit now defending from Vidmontien as Balog defends from Caleb Tartar. Malkuit on the bottom. Enzo Vidmontien looks to go ahead of Malkuit. Wasn't close enough. Side by side further back. Tartar with Wargo as Caleb Tartar goes off the racetrack. Isaac Malkuit wins the first heat race. Enzo Vidmontien 2nd. Balog up to 3rd. Derek Wargo steals the top 5 finishing spot up in a P4, and Tartar able to cross the line 5th there after having an off-track excursion on that final lap.
Yeah, so forget about Gabriel Balog. We were almost close enough for Derek Wargo to make it in the mix at the end. That is how much this group mixed up. And early on in the race, I said the worst case for Caleb Tartar was 3rd. Them battling meant that he fell all the way back to 5th at the checkered flag, but still a 5th in this heat race, nothing to scoff at. Elsewhere down through the top 10, Benham Abernathy, a good run to get up to 6th. Cameron Marsha in 7th. We saw Roman McCurdy be really fast in warm-up. He goes up a couple spots to finish 8th with the fastest lap of this heat race. Jackson Deal in 9th. Jude Thermoswamy in the 10th spot, and all down through the rest of the field. Mark Romero, rough run to 12th. Chase Gasly picks up a few spots to finish 14th, and the rest of your junior field. As we said, a pretty clean heat race, all things considered. That almost everyone outside the top or the bottom two finished the race. Some problems for Thomas Anthony and Jeremiah Thomas. Otherwise, though, a very clean heat race here, Caleb.
Yeah, pretty clean indeed. But as pickup gets set to go underway, when we come back, we get set to go green with our second group in this K8 100 junior class. K8 100 junior Heat 1A getting set to go green here in a couple of minutes' time. But that's when we come back from this quick commercial break.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Well, welcome back to the on-track action. After that quick commercial break, we get set to go green with the second half of our K8 100 juniors. John Antonino, your pole sitter, starts alongside Landon Boer, Travis Pettit, and Ty Fisher, and all Race Lab TB Kart row 2. Then you go back to Nathan Dupuis and Max Weiland on that third row. Jackson Baldus, Cash Perkins on row number 4. Then you go back to row number 5 with Emerson Lane and Kai Mars. Then Jacob Scheibel and Isabella Simpson on row 6. Row 7 has Indy Anderson and Donovan Hogan. Row number 8, Luca Gomez and John Michael Dunnigan. Row 9 with Cadence Presley, Sebastian Rist. Then you go back to Michael McGoy, who needs to work his way up the field here, as well as Ezekiel Height, Homer Heeman, Casey Mosley, Tristan Murphy, Henry Taylor. Then you go back to Connor Coursey, Charlie Myers, Evan Patton, and Lucian Laser, who all get set to go green here. 14 rows total, 28 drivers total getting set to take the green flag here for the second of our K8 100 junior drivers. K8 100 junior Heat A getting set to go green here for the first time this weekend. And for Travis Pettit and Ty Fisher, they find themselves together in this heat race. Two of the teammates getting set to go green here as they get set to go into the tram lines for John Antonino here. It's an all MPG row number 1 for John Antonino and Landon Boer, and an all TB Kart row number 2. Into the tram lines we go. The lights are on and the lights are out. We are racing here in K8 100 junior. Antonino to the bottom of the racetrack. Ty Fisher looks to go on Landon Boer. Not close enough. Dupuis and a couple of drivers collected there further back in the field.
Yeah, some chaos back through the back part of the field. But at the front of the field, 2x2 at the start. Now we see Ty Fisher trying to half move into the shark fin. Does not work out for him. Dupuis looking very strong early on, up to 4th now as he gets by Travis Pettit early in the going. Looks like Boer dropped a tire there on the exit of the scoreboard, and that's going to allow Fisher to slot into 2nd there. So Ty Fisher into the 2nd spot, breaks up the MPG Academy 1-2, and now Fisher will try to bring the rest of the pack with him to catch up to John Antonino.
Yeah, and there you go. There goes Travis Pettit side by side with Nathan Dupuis. But as a couple of these drivers go side by side here on the racetrack, we're going to go side by side with Isaac Malquit, who took the race win in K8 100 Junior. Isaac, it wasn't the easiest of heat races for you that time by, but just walk me through it. You were able to get it done there in the end.
Yeah, it was a really tough race, but we were able to get that race done, won the race. Yeah, really hectic last 2 laps. A lot of blocking, defending, a lot of big moves and stuff. As soon as I got past going into I-70 on 2 to go, I knew third was going to be the best spot to be in because like that's a really good spot to be in on the last lap. I passed Caleb going into the green corner, and then he crossed me over. So then going into the uphill corner, he held the outside. We were side by side. Enzo's in front. And then going down into the cell tower corner, Enzo defends. He leaves one car length open, so I'm like, I gotta go for that just to get a good heat race win, and was able to get the job done, so yeah.
Yeah, and Isaac, I mean, we saw a lot of aggression there at the end of the heat race, but early on it seemed like you guys were really content to work together. How much does the balance come into play where it comes to being aggressive and kind of getting that heat race win versus trying to just get a good, solid finishing position? Because I feel like you kind of made your way and made the best of both worlds. You were conservative early on, got out to the race lead, and then ultimately some good news at the end.
Yeah, like you have to be super aggressive at the beginning just to be up front, because if not, you'll just get passed by like 5 karts. So my plan was just to like finish in the top 3, because I just want to get good finishes to start up front in the final, and that's really all I needed.
And Isaac, looking forward to later on today in the OKNJ class. I mean, Lucas got the better of you in that qualifying session, but how are you feeling going into that one later on today?
I'm feeling really good because yesterday I saw, like, my mechanic told me that he had a draft, so I feel very confident. So, yeah, I think we might be able to get the job done in that, too.
Well, Isaac, thank you for catching up here with us. We'll let you get set for the OKNJ class, and a good job in heat race number 1 for you.
Yep, thanks.
Well, there you guys have it from Isaac Malquid, and a little bit has changed. Ty Fisher up to second. Travis Pettit was able to get his way ahead of Landon Boer and Nathan Dupuis, so a 2 and 3 for the 2 Race Lab TB karts who sit in second and third. Travis Pettit with the fastest lap of the race, and they look to make a dent in the gap that John Antonino has here, and they are doing so. That gap closing down here by the second as they continue to work together, and Ty Fisher spoke to him yesterday and spoke to Travis Pettit. They both told me if we're both in second and third, we can work together, and one of us is going to come out on top. Doesn't matter who it is, but one of the TB karts is going to be quick. And they are closing down the gap here by the second. Pettit goes fastest that time by a 113.154, and they may be close enough this time by Ty Fisher, bottom of the racetrack. Pettit goes through as well. A TB kart 1-2.
This is like road racing almost, where you see the pushing back and forth we go. Fisher and Pettit pushing their way up to first and second. They close upwards of a second gap to John Antonino in just a couple of laps, and now Ty Fisher has control of this race with his teammate Travis Pettit right there in tow. We'll see. I believe Pettit will want to be patient here again for the same reason that Malku said. You wanted to get aggressive early on in the going and then try to solidify yourself in a top 3 spot in this first seed. I don't think either of the 2 TV karts would be too upset with finishing first and second, even if it means that Pettit loses out to Ty Fisher.
Yeah, and Travis Pettit knows how to push here. You saw last year with him and Lucas Palacio, they pushed each other every single race, fought it out in the last 2 laps. So Travis Pettit, definitely a good pusher here, but not going to want to be in second for too long here, and going to want to get some hardware himself. Let's see what it looks like if there's any team orders here, but for John Antonino, still staying under your bumper of these 2 TB karts. The 2 John Deeres, as one of them drops the tire there on the exit. Ty Fisher drops the tire. Travis Pettit knows he has to go. He goes to the point. Now John Antonino in second. Does Fisher get him back? Not close enough, but further back for Landon Boer. This is going to give him a little bit of a lifeline and close down his gap. A mistake there by Ty Fisher really opened up that gap there a little bit and granted Travis Pettit to go ahead, as well as John Antonino.
Yeah, even someone that has as much experience as Ty Fisher in the junior category and has led as many races this year as Fisher has, still prone to making these sorts of errors on this track. It is a testament to how difficult this layout of the new Castle Motorsports Park is, and we saw even for Fisher just a step too far in that last corner. You lose 3/4 tenths and you lose 2 spots in the process. So now for Travis Pettit, I was saying the last lap that he was probably content to run in second and just push his teammate away. Well, that's changed. Now he's got a lead. Now he's got probably the quickest kart all weekend right there behind him and John Antonino, with his teammate as well as Landon Boer not too far behind in third and fourth. So I don't know. I would expect to see Pettit continue to be aggressive at the front of the field. We know that he has the pace aboard that TB kart, but now the table's changed a little bit, and he'll have to hang on against a very fast John Antonino.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like for 2 of the much younger drivers in this field. Does Antonino go on Travis Pettit? Not going to go that time by, going to be content to continue to push Travis Pettit, but has to realize that Ty Fisher and Landon Boer are closing down the gap. So here you have it, 2 MPGs and 2 Race Lab TB karts fighting it out for what could be a heat race victory in Group A. So Travis Pettit leads. We got John Antonino in second, Ty Fisher in third, and Landon Boer in fourth. Further back, Dupuis sits in fifth. A couple of ways back here, about 2 seconds for Nathan Dupuis, the gap back to P4. So a pretty big gap. So these 4 here, let's see which team has got it figured out and which 2 teammates can work better together.
Yeah, Dupuis about a second off the pace of what they're running at the front of the field, but it really doesn't matter because he's got such a big gap behind him and they're not closing in on him either. So you could probably read a book with how much of a gap he's got down the main straightaway. But at the front of the field, there is no such short gaps. It is all business with Travis Pettit at the front ahead of Antonino, as well as Ty Fisher and Landon Boer. So 4 karts in the mix, 3 laps to go, 2 teams, and only 1 winner for this Heat 1. As they come down the main straightaway, you can see John Antonino to the race lead, and there goes Ty Fisher on his teammate. There goes Landon Boer up to third. So that group just shuffled. It went from TV and MPG 1, 2, 3, 4 to now switching the order a bit, and now an MPG 1, 2. As you can see, Landon Boer to the second position, and that gives Antonino a good gap, and they almost go over top of each other as Ty Fisher sends one to the inside of the scoreboard. Not quite going to happen. So Boer now a rear gunner for his teammate, as the 2 TVs will try to get up to second and third.
Yeah, and this is really going to open up the gap to John Antonino. They're going to need to work together if they want to come away with it here. Now Travis Pettit going to look to go on Landon Boer. Is he close enough into the south tower? He is. Travis Pettit, bottom of the racetrack, able to get clear up into P3 here. So these 2 TB karts in an MPG sandwich here at the moment, with Boer at the rear and John Antonino leading it away. Does Ty Fisher have enough time and enough push from Travis Pettit to close down the gap here? It's going to be close. When they cross the stripe, 2 sticks will be in the air, and it's going to be 2 laps to go left in this one. There you see Justin Dittrich waving the sticks in the air. 2 laps to go in this heat race. Fisher's in second and looking to close down the gap with Pettit in third. And just for unfortunate here for Ty Fisher, not really in drafting range to John Antonino to really get a good draft. So going to need a push from Travis Pettit and going to need to lap quicker than Antonino, who went quickest last time by, a 112.786.
Yeah, Antonino absolutely rapid on that last time through, a 12.7 while making a pass into turn 1. Super impressive from the MPG Academy driver. But for Fisher and Pettit, I think we'll again see them push, try to get away from Landon Boer, and try to at least maximize this result with the second and third. So this has been impressive to see from them. We'll see what Boer can do if he can hang on to those 2 guys in the second and third position, as they've now got a long way to go on Antonino. Further out behind him, Dupuis getting reeled in about 7/10 a lap by Max Weiland, Cash Perkins, and the rest of that second group. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough for them. It probably won't be enough for Ty Fisher at the front of the field either. So some gaps closing in the distance, but in the meantime, John Antonino coming up to take the white flag here, Caleb.
Yeah, John Antonino will take the white flag this time by. And there you have it. John Antonino crosses the stripe. Ty Fisher there still in second. Travis Pettit went quickest last time by, and still trying to push Ty Fisher closer and closer to John Antonino. A big chunk there out of the gap that Antonino had, 0.4 of a second. They're going to need to have an absolutely perfect lap to close down the gap there to John Antonino in the lead. Going to need everything that they've got left in those Race Lab TV karts here. So do Ty Fisher and Pettit have enough time to get it done here at the moment?
Yeah, this will be tough to see. I mean, we know that Antonino has been really quick, but Fisher and Pettit are coming extremely quickly here up to the front of the field. You can see that Antonino still has about a 5 kart length gap. I think Fisher made a bit of a mistake there out of the cell tower that will cost him a couple kart lengths and probably be the difference in terms of him being all the way up on Antonino. So coming down for the final time, you can see there finally Fisher goes defensive, and I think he knows that it's over for him challenging for the lead, which will be an easy heat race victory for John Antonino coming out of the final corner. He'll win Heat 1 in KA Junior Group Number A. Ty Fisher in second, Travis Pettit third, Landon Boer in fourth, and Nathan Dupuis rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, now Nathan Dupuis crossed the line. Here comes sixth on back. Cash Perkins leads this group. Ezekiel Height, P7. Kai Mars, P8. Michael McGoy able to work his way up the field to P9. Tristan Murphy running up your top 10. Emerson Lane, 11th. John Michael Dunnigan, 12th. Sebastian Riss, 13th. Indy Anderson, 14th. And Jackson Baldus running up your top 15 here.
Yeah, Henry Taylor, Luca Gomez, Homer Heeman, Casey Mosley, and Charlie Myers running at your top 20. Down through the rest of the field, an issue for Max Weiland and Jacob Scheibel on the last lap. They were running in 6th and 7th when they took the white flag, so some sort of incident happened in that second group. I had noticed they lost a lot of time to Dupuis, so I'm assuming that they came together. So unfortunate for those two who will now have to fight to try to make the A-main coming up later on in the day. So that wraps up KA Junior Group A. Now we'll get set to go for the Swift Stars, where it was Nico Kotowski and Parker Ives setting up for the front row.
Yeah, that'll all be next when we come back from this quick commercial break. And we'll go straight into Swift Stars. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Well, as the Swift Stars work their way out onto the racetrack, they get set to go green here for the first time in heat racing action. Let's run you down your order. It was Nico Kotowski and Parker Ives who qualified at the front of the field. Kotowski starting on the inside, Parker Ives on the outside on that first row. Enzo DiGennaro and Tucker Trieb on that second row. Then you go back to row number 3 with Bowen Green and Marco Samet. Colton Schniegenberg on what's his best national qualifying of the year puts it P7 for the GWR team. Cade Wolf on the outside on row number 4. Then you go back to row 5 with Holden Myers and Isaac Payne. Luke Giglio and Royce Vega on that 6th row. Grayson Wolcott and Valentino Santillan on that 7th row. Josh Bergman, Nicholas Mose, Asher Ferris, Alyssa Eddy, Cameron Johnson, AJ Stoner, Ben Gleberman, Bashi Jimenez, Braden Westfall, Emma Schumann, Simon Jack Klein, Lane Thipton, Then you go back to Riley Dobelar, and then Andrew Avalos, Gage Harden, and more getting set to go green here in this Swift Stars. And then for a second, you saw John Antonino, who's getting ready for a quick interview after we get this race started. But we'll hear from our Heat A winner in that KA100 junior class after the Swift Stars go green. But Nico Katowski and Parker Ives getting set to lead us to green here in the Swift Stars category. Katowski on the bottom, Parker Ives on the top of the racetrack here. As we have the lights, they're out, and we are racing here in Mini Swift. A good start that time by Nico Katowski. Not the best, though. Opened up and was passed that time by Enzo De Janeiro. And a lot of karts off the racetrack. Royce Vega, one of the drivers involved, and more lose a lot of time there in the first couple of corners. As Bowen Green there looking for a move, he's able to get clear there for a second as they go side by side in.
Yeah, those Holden Myers are looking for a move coming through turn number 3, and now you can see it all files out. We saw AJ Stoner off in the background as well, but a really bad start for your front row, who have lost a number of spots as Katowski left the door open on the inside, and it cost them both dearly. So now it is at the front of the field, Enzo De Janeiro and Bowen Green, then a big gap back to Katowski, as well as Ives and Holden Myers, and this big group of about 7 or 8. There's a move for Marco Samet back in the middle part of that top 10. He moves up on his BJR MDR machine up in about the 7th position there. So you can see Katowski leading Parker Ives, but there's 2 karts in front of them. There were none ahead of them at the starter lap number 1.
Well, as Valentino Santillana and another driver go side by side on the racetrack, we're going to go side by side here and catch up with John Antonino, your heat race heat race A winner. I mean, John, a good heat race for you, taking the win there, and a pretty good qualifying session for the entire MPG team. It wasn't the easiest, but in the end, you were able to run away with it. Just walk me through how that heat race went for you.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult one in the beginning. I didn't have any draft. I was trying to just keep my head on straight, and then I look back going down the front straightaway, and I think I'm clear. And then going into turn 1, I just see them drive right by me. So it was a bit crazy.
Yeah, and John, I mean, let's talk a little bit here about the draft, right? The draft has taken, I mean, a lot of effect here in how easy it is to pass whenever you're behind someone. It could be even 5 car lengths back where you close down the gap. How difficult is it to manage, being in first and staying there whenever you have such a big draft effect?
It's pretty tough. You just got to really work hard in the infield, try to get the biggest gap that you can to just prepare for the down the straight, because that draft will really mess you up.
Yeah, and I mean, getting set to go green later on this evening as well with the OK and J class. How are you feeling going into that one? You had a pretty good showing at the opening round at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. How are you feeling here this weekend at the OK and J? And how has the weekend gone so far in that class?
Yeah, it's been actually going really well, to be surprised. I qualified P3. I've been top 5 pace all weekend, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, one last question, John. I mean, you're talking about the MPG Motorsports guys who had 3 inside the top 5, and when you look back early on in your years, and you see Caleb, and you see Lenny, you were there, Caleb Turner's in the other heat, how much comfort does it give you knowing that you have so many quick teammates that have helped you out all weekend and that have kind of the same pace that can work with you, some sort of friends amidst the enemies of KA Junior?
Yeah, I'm really happy, and I appreciate what they've done for me. They've been a really good team player, and let's hope that we can get a 1, 2, 3 this weekend.
Well, John, thank you very much for catching up with us, and best of luck here in a couple of minutes' time as you go green for the OK and J class.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from John Antonino. Set it on the pole position overall and won that first heat race that he had. But as we focus back on the track, a little bit of movement. Bowen Green worked his way to the point of the field, Enzo De Janeiro, and there you have another move as Holden Myers is able to get clear of Nico Katowski and up to P4.
Yeah, already a good move from Holden Myers to get himself up to the lead. To get up to 4th. Good move from Bowen Green to get up to the lead ahead of Enzo De Janeiro for the first time all race. And now Parker Ives going to try to move in on the top 2 as he has really been quick in the second phase of the race. I mean, we've seen him be quick all weekend long, all year long for that matter. But Ives now has got onto the rear bumper of De Janeiro, and I would not be surprised to see him make a move as they come into the scoreboard. Nope, going to stay behind him again. With how how small of a braking zone it is for these Swift drivers, it makes it a little bit more difficult to send it there compared to someone in the OKN category or also in the KA categories as well. So some moves further on back through the field. You can see Tucker Treve has actually found his way up towards the 6th spot. Marco Samet has gone to the 4th. Now, as I say that, though, Nico Kotowski gave him a little bit of a bump there into the cell tower, and he'll move up to 4th, as now this train cannot quite get it sorted out as to who they want leading the pack.
Yeah, Kotowski now to the point of P4 on back. Ives still sits there in 3rd. Looked like he was going to make a move. Samet shakes his head, not too happy with Nico Kotowski there. But Tucker Treve closing down the gap. He currently sits in the 7th spot with Colton Schiegenberg right behind him in 8th. So that group closing down. Josh Bergman there in tow. Valentino Santillan has the fastest lap of the race. There's Josh Bergman and Holden Myers. So they continue to lap here, but nobody making a move here at the moment. Treve going to close down the gaps to the drivers ahead, and there goes Josh Bergman on the inside of Holden Myers into turn 1. Move Josh Bergman up another spot, up to P7 here. So the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Josh Bergman up into the 7th position, and already looking to hold on as Santillan closes the gap there in the 9th spot, and the gaps continue to spread out here a little bit the more and more these drivers fight.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty tame heat race, but we have seen a good amount of field spread. Ives has gone up to 2nd. Now Bowen Green going to be under fire from the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsports machine of Parker Ives. Now into the cell tower. Ives wasting no time. He wants the lead, and he's got the lead. Parker Ives to the front of the field. Green to 2nd. De Janeiro staying in 3rd, and all of this battling is bringing Nico Kotowski a little bit closer, and that whole group from 4th to 6th now, tailed in by Tucker Treve. They're going to be closing in, as now we see in the background Holden Myers getting a whole lot of dirt on the exit of turn number 12.
Yeah, big off, and that's going to make the track really dirty and really slick for the drivers who are 7th on back. So for Josh Bergman, going to have to tiptoe their way through. And here you have Kotowski with Samet in tow and others. Tucker Treve, fastest lap of the race, a 1:16.860. Ives still leads. Bowen Green doesn't go for the move. De Janeiro sits there in 3rd. Everybody's staying patient here at the moment for Treve as well. Samet looks like he wants to go on Nico Kotowski, but they stay in line here, and they don't. Marco Samet gets the move done and able to get clear for the 4th spot. So a good move that time by for Marco Samet, who's able to get clear.
Yeah, Samet there righting some of the wrongs that he felt like happened a couple laps ago. He gets to 4th. It kind of stunts their progress a little bit to this top 3, but if Samet feels like he has that outright pace, he is going to go and try to get up to the front of the field. And you can see Parker Ives running a consistent pace there. De Janeiro and Green very content to stay in that 2nd and 3rd position. So I think this is going to be a game of patience. We talked about it to Isaac Malkut earlier, where you want to be aggressive in the early going, get that track position. We saw Green and De Janeiro do that perfectly, and then you want to settle in and try to maximize your result. We're seeing all 3 of them do that pretty well now as they come down to what should be 3 laps to go here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Royce Vega found himself way off the racetrack in the opening couple of laps. He's now up to 12th and continuing to make moves. Schiegenberg lost a couple. He's down in 11th, and they continue to lap around here, but everybody's staying pretty much stagnant here. The gaps are kind of everybody in groups of 3, with Josh Bergman, the lone driver who's kind of no man's land here, doesn't have really a drive from Tucker Treve ahead and doesn't have the push from Valentino Santillan and Holden Myers behind. So for Bergman, just looking to make up as much time as he can and as much track space as he can this time around. So still your leader here with Parker Ives, Bowen Green in 2nd, De Janeiro 3rd, and on screen Marco Samet able to work his way inside the top 5 up to P4. Green there looked like he wanted to have a move. Not close enough into the cell tower corner. Parker Ives still leading us away here, Emery.
Yeah, Parker Ives composed, knowing that the other 2 aren't going to be overly aggressive, but Bowen Green had a little look to the inside in the cell tower, nothing doing there. You can see Samet bringing his group of 3 closer and closer to that top 3. So I would expect to see them continue to push their way up as we're going to get 2 laps to go this time. Kotowski goes wide through the S's. That's going to lose him a little bit of time. It's going to detach him from Marco Samet at the front of the straightaway. Now, 2 laps of racing to go. We got the top 3, we've got the back 3. Both of them working together. They're going to go defensive into turn 1 at the front of the field, and all the while, that group from 4th on back closes the gap just little by little, and they're almost up there. You can almost fit them into one wide shot here on the broadcast. You can see Parker Ives is going to come under threat here by not just the two behind him, but also that group from fourth on back.
Yeah, everybody starting to bunch up here as the 2-6 are in the air, and officially crunch time for everybody. What does Ives have in store? Does he defend here in the green corner? Does Bowen Green go? He doesn't, and it isn't able to get ahead there for Bowen Green. Is he close enough this time by into Cell Tower? Still about half a car length in between himself and the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro card of Parker Ives. So still leading us away. De Janeiro looks like he's going to want to make a move here soon, because knows that Bowen Green just being a little patient here with Parker Ives. So what does De Janeiro do? Does he go or does he wait? Because Marco Samet is closing down the gap, and now in drafting range when he gets to the main straightaway. There goes De Janeiro on the inside and clear of Bowen Green. De Janeiro up to P2 and gonna get the draft here when they get to the main straightaway. It looks like he's far away, but that draft really making a huge difference around Newcastle Motorsports Park. So white flag in the air one more time around in this heat race. De Janeiro has a monster run. Not close enough. Green is, though, able to get ahead. He gets through into the I-70 hairpin, and Bowen Green back up to P2. What does Bowen Green have in store for Parker Ives here?
Yeah, Green has been very patient until the moment he fell back to third, and then it was game on for the Comp Kart drivers. They come down into the scoreboard now. Green gonna look to the inside, but Ives shuts the door perfectly there, and you can see the top three spaced out a little bit here coming into green corner. No moves happening inside that top three. Samet, again, a little bit too far back. He's lost the help from Katowski and Tucker Trebe, which I think made that to where he could not quite close the gap all the way up and lost more time as they drafted down the straightaway. But through the cell tower, no change in position in the top six. This looks to be a pretty composed into the race. They'll get one more overtaking zone here as they come on out of turn number 12. It's Ives leading them down the back straightaway.
Ives leads, goes defensive now. Bowen Green looks to get creative here. De Janeiro now with a lifeline as well for Marco Samet and others. Parker Ives still able to stay ahead here of Bowen Green, and that may have been the last chance for Bowen Green, and it was, because Parker Ives wins heat race number 1 in Swift Stars. Bowen Green second, Enzo De Janeiro third, Marco Samet fourth, and Nico Katowski, who was your pole sitter, fell all the way back to fifth here in the first heat race.
Yeah, Katowski, a difficult heat race from the get-go, really. As soon as he left the door open in turn 1, it put him back in that second group, and he never quite recovered. Tucker Trebe, a lot of good pace in 6th. Holden Myers recovered from an off-track excursion to finish in 7th. Josh Bergman 8th. Royce Vega made up a few spots to finish 9th. And Valentino Santillan in the 10th spot. There's the results as we look further down through the order. Grayson Walcott, Colton Schiegenberg, Nicholas Moss, Isaac Payne, Asher Ferris inside the top 15. Then further back through the field, Luke Gillio, Simon Jack Klein, Alex Kutcher, Ben Glidberman, William Vitor, and the rest of your Swift Stars Heat Race 1 finishers. You can see AJ Stoner back in 25th after a lap 1 incident. You can see Cade Wolf did not finish the race in 31st. So a few notable guys there that had issues in the first heat, but ultimately a pretty clean and composed heat number 1 for the Swift Stars, Caleb.
Yeah, so that's going to close this chapter in the Swift Stars. The first one here this weekend, as later on we'll crown the kings and queens of the castle. When we come back, KA100 Senior, 2 groups getting set to go green here in a couple of minutes' time. But as we get pickup underway, we'll be right back. And when we get back, it's going to be KA Senior.
We're at a commercial break.
ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Well, welcome back. The KA Stars now have taken to the track. Heat number 1 for the B group here. Heat 1B in this KA Stars race. It's Mick Gabriel starting on the pole position alongside Vaughn Beasley. Oliver Hodgson on row 2 alongside Jackson Woney, a veteran next to a rookie here. On row 3, Adam Maxwell and Drew James. Then you go back to row 4, the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, Brandon Lemke, starting alongside Carter Thompson, Austin Olds, and Addison Ianello on that 5th row. Then you go back to row 6, Cameron Estes, Logan Mueller. You go Theo Kakati alongside Grant Vogel, Noah Jackson, Christian Menezes, Daniel Perez, and more, getting set to go green here in this first heat race in this KA Stars category. We've seen a lot of pace from some of these drivers, but we haven't seen the long run paces as of yet. So what does Oliver Hodgson and Brandon Lemke have in store for us here? So these two drivers have been super quick, a lot of experience, and a couple of weeks ago, Brandon Lemke went from 19th up to 1st whenever the Route 66 Championship came to town, and Brandon Lemke here, looks to do the same here in this heat race.
Yeah, it'll be tough to do it, though, because there are a lot of fast karts around him. I mean, we saw Mick Gabriel. This time last year, it was a Heat 1 victory for Gabriel, and the rest of the weekend kind of fell apart for him. But you know that he has a lot of pace around this place and a lot of laps as well. Vaughn Beasley, another guy with a lot of laps. He was on pole a couple weeks ago for that Route 66 race. You know he'll be at the front. And then you got Hodgson and Woney, an old guy and a young guy, so to speak. Both of them with a lot of pace and a lot of racecraft. And through the rest of the grid, other notables, you got Adam Maxwell back there. Brandon Lemke, of course, going to be making his way through the field. And how about it for Drew James in his debut for TKG? All of them looking set to make it and do battle here in heat number 1.
Yeah, so as they get set to go green onto the main straightaway here, Oliver Hodgson doing the last little bit of adjustment there on his engine. But everybody, a super slow start here. Mick Gabriel and Vaughn Beasley getting set to go green. A crawling pace for Mick Gabriel here to start the first of the KA Stars heat races here this weekend. It's Mick Gabriel and Vaughn Beasley who get set to go green and into the tram lines for all of these drivers. They wait for the lights to go out. They're out now, and Mick Gabriel on the gas. We are racing here in KA Stars. Gabriel, bottom of the racetrack, able to keep Vaughn Beasley at bay. Oliver Hodgson looking to work his way through. One driver went sideways there, one of the comp carts, and a couple get together. Jackson Woney gets together there, what looks to be Vaughn Beasley, if I'm not mistaken here, and both of these drivers to the tail end of the field and out of contention here for a heat race win.
That is huge for this race. They're outside rows 1 and 2, both out in turn 1, and they will be fighting an uphill battle to make it into the A pre-final. So unfortunate for both of them, but very fortunate for the inside row, such as Brandon Lemke, who's gone all the way up to 3rd from 7th on the grid. So Mick Gabriel with a huge lead at the end of the first lap, or halfway through the first lap, ahead of Adam Maxwell, Lemke, Hodgson, and the rest of your field. I believe that is Drew James into the 5th spot as we see further battling back through the field with Carter Thompson fighting with one of the Eyes Up racing machines there in the back half of the top 10. Logan Mueller picking up a spot there, but all of this going on behind your top 5 as Austin Olds looks to try to make a move on Drew James. At the front of the field, Adam Maxwell trying to chase down Mick Gabriel here.
Yeah, and Logan Mueller made up 6 spots there at the start, so a good drive up the field for Mueller so far. He's up to 8th. after starting 12th in this one. But for Adam Maxwell already has a pretty good toe with Mick Gabriel ahead, so he will definitely be there. And you see how much dirt has been kicked up here so far with a couple of karts in the wayside. That looks to be Vaughn Beasley's red speed there, who's on the wayside. And unfortunately there, Drew James on the inside of Oliver Hodgson. Not close enough. Hodgson able to stay ahead. And we've seen how quick Oliver Hodgson has been around Castle Motorsports Park, able to win the Rotax US Trophy Final at this very track. And we know he has pace, we know he has the experience, but Brandon Lemke has the exact same pace and experience that Oliver Hodgson has.
Yeah, we don't get to see Oliver Hodgson in a KA very often, but when he does, it is usually entertaining. We saw him win in Pittsburgh last year. We saw him run up at the front at various points in Vegas last year. You know that Hodgson has a lot of speed to reward that J3 comp kart. But we also know guys like Drew James can push him and challenge him, as James has put together a really rapid second lap here and is right on the bumper of the 954 machine as they have hunted down Brandon Lemke on this second lap. So another lap in the book, Mick Gabriel with a solid lead, but behind him, this action's about to heat up here for the third spot as Hodgson going to look for a move into turn 1 on Lemke. Coming into I-70, move Oliver Hodgson up one more spot.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson able to get clear that time by. It looked like Drew James was going to have a really good run on Oliver Hodgson, but dropped the tire there on the exit of turn number 15 and just really ruined that run onto the main straightaway. But they continue to lap here. Drew James now has Brandon Lemke ahead of him. So do these drivers work together and try and catch up to Adam Maxwell and Mick Gabriel, or do they continue to fight here? With the experience that Lemke has, I mean, I'm sure he's going to be content to push Oliver Hodgson further up the field. So anybody's game here. The gap to the point of the field, Mick Gabriel set the exact same lap time that Maxwell did the first time around, but Maxwell's still closing in little by little with that draft that he has to Gabriel ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here. You've got the two Newcastle local, so to speak, even though Gabriel's home track is technically not this place. He's got a lot of laps around here. And then you got two experienced veterans, Hodgson and Lemke, working together in third and fourth. And then two young guys, Austin Olds' rookie senior campaign, Drew James' second senior campaign. They're working together in that fifth and sixth slot. So all of those guys pushing together, trying to hunt down your race leader, Mick Gabriel and Adam Maxwell in the second spot. Not quite happening yet. Lemke stays in line, so does James and Olds. So third through sixth, all pushing together. They've pulled a big gap back to Carter Thompson in seventh and the rest of your midfield KA runners, but not quite enough to catch up to the front two as of yet. There you can see the gap between first and second to third through sixth, as well as from sixth on to seventh. So Hodgson leading this train forward, but they've got a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to Mick Gabriel and Adam Maxwell in first and second.
Yeah, that gap currently sits at 7/10 in between Oliver Hodgson and Adam Maxwell. The gap to Maxwell and Mick Gabriel about a half a second, but continuing to close down here. Maxwell went a 10th quicker than Gabriel last time by, so Maxwell needs to set in consistent lap times and continue to close down the gap to Mick Gabriel at the point of the field. For Hodgson and Lemke, still lapping pretty quickly. Lemke was a little bit slower last time by, but still staying on the rear bumper of Oliver Hodgson here. That draft having a lot to play, and you see how dirty the racetrack is. Everything offline with all the dirt there on the outside.
Yeah, that last lap through, Lemke got past, so that was not overly representative. But this time through, you can see that they're right there together and pushing. And once Lemke got a clean lap in behind Hodgson, they were pushing quickly, upwards of a 10th quicker than Mick Gabriel, faster than Maxwell as well, who's closing in on Gabriel himself. So that top six is all going to condense together here a little bit on this lap as Maxwell onto the bumper here of Mick Gabriel. We'll see how patient he is, knowing that it's early on and he's still got a decent gap to work with in the second group, but they're all working well together. We're seeing Lemke stay patient with Hodgson, even despite the temptations of having pretty much any opportunity to go at any corner he wants to. So all of this working on, but Adam Maxwell has caught Mick Gabriel by himself.
And I tell you what, Oliver Hodgson went purple last time by, a 112.284. That gap closing down here bit by bit. Hodgson, if he continues to set in lap times just like the one he set last time by, he's definitely going to be able to put himself in contention for a heat race win with 2 minutes to go. Oliver Hodgson will definitely be there, and he's bringing Brandon Lemke, Drew James, and Austin Olds with him to fight for a heat race victory here. Mick Gabriel still leads. Maxwell continuing to close down the gap. Hodgson goes purple once again, a 112.065. So Hodgson 3/10 quicker than Gabriel in the lead, and you see that gap closing by the second.
Yeah, this has been incredible to watch these two veterans push their way up to the front of the field. Now, if Adam Maxwell looks back, he will see a bright green machine. Two of them, in fact, with Lemke and Hodgson pushing closer and closer to him as we got one cart off in the corner there. And you can see Hodgson and Lemke still pushing. Drew James and Austin Olds coming with them, but these two veterans really getting up towards Adam Maxwell. And if you're Maxwell now, the second you look back and see them there, you know you got to go. You got to try to get yourself up to the lead.
Yeah, and Maxwell just still not close enough on Mick Gabriel. The last time by, Maxwell was about 0.02 of a second quicker than Gabriel, but just not enough to really make a dent. And Hodgson is definitely going to want to go here at one point. Is Hodgson close enough going in this time by? James drops the tire. Not close enough for anyone as of yet here.
Yeah, and if you notice through the double left there, you could see how much wheel input Maxwell was having to make to keep that cart turning. A lot of tightness in that cart. Looks like the rear's bound up a bit, and so that will have cost him a run. And what that does, too, is it's not just a time difference, it's a raceability difference. He does not get the runs towards Gabriel that the two behind him are getting towards himself. So all of this is not necessarily slowing Maxwell down too much, but it's making it tougher for him to stay right up on Gabriel, and it's going to lead to him getting passed here by Oliver Hodgson. Lemke going to try to follow through in the shark fin. That holds on to that third position.
Yeah, Maxwell looking to go back on Oliver Hodgson, who's going to close the door there, keep him tight on the apex there. Maxwell loses a little bit of time. Now Hodgson able to work up to P2. Lemke into the green corner. He's able to get through. Brandon Lemke up to P3 with a little bit of a gap to Hodgson ahead. But if Maxwell works with Lemke, they will definitely be there. Hodgson has to keep setting in the lap times he's been doing here to close down the gap to Mick Gabriel. Lemke went quickest last time by, 1:11.885 for the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, and continuing to push himself further and further up the field, up to P3 after starting further back in 7th.
Yeah, it looks like Austin Olds losing that group from 5th on back, but you can see Lemke has found his rhythm here in the last half of this race. And now as they come down to get the 2-lap to go signal, you can see Brandon Lemke pushing Oliver Hodgson. We'll see how much they work together. Hodgson looks back, sees this Lemke behind him. We'll see if Lemke's going to stay behind him. They do. So Lemke trusts that Hodgson can get him all the way up to Mick Gabriel, who has held that lead the entire race. They're pulling away from Adam Maxwell. We'll see Drew James on the scene next in that 4th spot. But Hodgson and Lemke, they've got about 7/10 of a second to make up on Mick Gabriel. 2 laps to do it. Let's see what the two veterans can do.
2 laps to go. Do Hodgson and Lemke have the pace and have the runs that they need to catch up to Mick Gabriel, who is super quick around here, a 1:12.289. Hodgson was 0.2 slower last time around. Does Lemke go on Hodgson? Not as of yet, and we've seen how much the draft can have a play here, so they may be there in the end.
Yeah, Drew James getting by Adam Maxwell for the 4th spot opens the door for Austin Olds as well to try. That's given a lot of separation to this group in 2nd and 3rd. So Lemke and Hodgson have pulled away from that second group, and now it is up to them to catch Mick Gabriel. It looks like they've closed maybe a 10th or so on this lap, but they're going to need a lot more white flag in the air from Justin Dittrich, our head flag official, as they come down the main straightaway. There is Oliver Hodgson and Lemke pushing together, but it's not quite enough as of now. Lemke sees that's going to happen. He's like, all right, I'm going. I want 2nd now. They'll race for 2nd. Mick Gabriel in the clear, and now Brandon Lemke up to that 2nd spot.
They were both a 10th quicker than Mick Gabriel the last time they crossed the stripe. Lemke was a little bit quicker than Hodgson. Wanted to go ahead, able to get it done. That gap now out of car length. Hodgson going to be a little bit 2 ways back to really try it into the scoreboard hairpin. So not close enough for Hodgson, and that gap opening up a little bit in between Brandon Lemke and Oliver Hodgson here, but I think they're going to run out of laps and time to catch up to Mick Gabriel here, Emery.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if Lemke had another couple laps of runway, he probably could get there. He has been rapid in the second half of this race, but it's just going to come up about 2 or 3 kart lengths too short. You can see Gabriel's got the good lead. It's all spaced out in the top 5. It's Gabriel, it's Lemke, it's Hodgson, it's James, and it's Austin Olds in the 5th spot as we come down the wire here, Caleb.
Yeah, a couple of laps to go, and Mick Gabriel able to work his way around the last couple of corners. He's led since the green flag, got the start that he needed, and getting set to come away with the first heat race victory in KA Stars. Mick Gabriel wins heat race number 1, Brandon Lemke 2nd, Oliver Hodgson 3rd.
Yeah, Drew James up to 4th, a good run from him. Austin Olds into 5th. He got by Maxwell on the last lap, and then a big gap back to the midfield battle led by Carter Thompson. Addison Ionello had a really good run through the heat to finish in 8th. Logan Mueller 9th, and Daniel Perez rounds out your top 10 for the first half of the KA Stars.
And one thing I'll tell you here, Emery, Brandon Lemke, fastest lap of the race, a 1:11.842 on the final lap. So that Franklin Motorsports Merlin definitely has some long-run pace here, and kind of crazy to see by Brandon Lemke. But as the rest of the drivers cross the finish line, we'll take this quick commercial break as pickup gets underway. When we come back, the second group of the KA Stars go onto the racetrack.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back to the Stars Championship Series as the second half of our KA Stars have worked their way out onto the racetrack. Heat Race A for the first one here today. On the front row, Josh Campbell, who put it on the pole position overall. He's starting alongside Luke Powers. On row 2, Eli Warren and Alan Isambard. Then you go back to row 3, Marco Mastronzi and James Overbeck. Finnegan Bailiff and Alex Fieldstein on that 4th row. Then you go back to row number 5 with Mason Surgener and Lucas Zabo. Chris Harrower and Sam Avrutsky on that 6th row. CJ Bowman and Nikolai Dukov on that 7th row. Then you go back to row 8, Zach Frank and Ben Gaunt. You go back to Hudson Brown, TJ Coyen, Will Steele, Evan Stammer, Andrew Hamill, Aiden Shimbashi, That's the 11, the top 11 rows. Then you go back to row number 12 with Ryan Miller, Alex Murray, Malachi Height. As one driver has issues here, that's the 988 there of Feder, if I'm not mistaken, with issues here. So that's unfortunate, but we continue to work our way through the field with a lot of others here starting. 17 rows total with Kai Haunino, who I believe is racing OKN, so cannot race KA here this weekend, who is set to start Shotgun Charlie on the field, but not racing after being signed up for the OKN Pro category here. But for Josh Campbell and Luke Powers, they get set to go green here for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, Josh Campbell, Luke Powers on the front row, the local versus the Arizona native. The guys at the front of the field, two unique starters on the front row with Eli Warren and Alan Isambard right there in tow. Campbell, Powers looking for the green flag here for their first heat race of the day. The second half of the KA Stars ready to go racing here in heat number 1. Let's get it. Josh Campbell into turn number 1, and he's off and running as they're side-by-side. Further back, Finn Bailiff going to try to go 3 wide, and they all make it through mostly clean at the front of the field, with Campbell ahead of Powers, Isambard, Overbeck, Mastronzi, and the rest of your KA Stars field, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of drivers went almost 3 wide there. A couple still 3 wide there in the shark fin. Everybody able to make it through here for now. There goes Alan Isambard deep on the brakes and inside and clear of Marco Mastronzi. So Mastronzi falling back to 4th. Josh Campbell had a pretty good start. Luke Powers there in 2nd. So a good start so far by the BJR MTR LN Kart of Josh Campbell. For James Overbeck, P5 here at the moment, and trying to close down the gap to Marco Mastronzi. There goes Alan Isambard ahead of Luke Powers into the South Tower corner. He's able to get clear.
That was a shifter-style overtake there. You could almost think that he has front brakes on that Sodi, the way that Isambard shifted in there. But the Sodi machine wasting no time getting up to 2nd from his 4th place starting position. But at the front, Josh Campbell stays in the race lead. A good start from Mastronzi, a bad start for Eli Warren, and a good move there from Alex Feldstein in about the 7th spot there to get by on Mason Sturgener. So as lap 1 is in the books, we've got Josh Campbell leading this race. And on the other side of things, we had Mick Gabriel winning heat 1. As we've got side-by-side for the lead. Alan Isambard to the race lead ahead of Luke Powers. Isambard takes the lead. And now we'll focus our efforts and go side-by-side with our heat 1 winner in Mick Gabriel.
Make a pretty good race for you. I mean, you didn't look back from the start of that race. Just walk me through what it was like being out there at the front end leading.
Yeah, I was just trying to be as consistent as possible, not burn up my tires. I knew the tow with Hodgson and whoever else was behind him was eventually going to probably catch me. I checked my shoulder with 2 laps to go, and he wasn't as close as I thought he would be, so I just put my head down, focused, hit consistent, clean laps. I knew I wasn't probably going to turn purple being by myself, so I just stayed calm and didn't burn my stuff up, and just looking to score good points the rest of the day, and I think I got a really fast package, so I'm ready to keep racing.
Really quick laps by yourself. When the guys were pushing, they're only getting a 10%. What do you think has allowed you to be so consistent when it comes to just clicking off the laps, lap after lap in the lead like that?
It's just one of my better tracks. I've got some national victories and podiums here in 4-cycle and 2-cycle, so I kind of don't really think too much when I drive here. I just sit back and let my ability do the thing, and I don't worry about everybody else. I just run my own pace, and luckily we got enough pace this weekend to where I'm not really focusing on the other people. I'm just doing the best I can with what I got and managing the competition the best I can.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about your season as a whole, I mean, in Charlotte, it looked like you kind of got stuck back in a little bit of the midfield pack there and some of the chaos there. How much of a relief is it to not have as much scrapping going on in these first in this first heat? And sort of, I mean, what sort of confidence does that give you going through the rest of the season and beyond, knowing now that you kind of got whatever issues it was sorted out now heading into the second race?
Yeah, we had some problems with engine and some setup calls by other people that just weren't not working. So I got my normal team back this weekend, my normal engine program, just kind of doing everything status quo and doing what we think is best. So it's really about it, and if we keep it this way, we can run up front wherever we are.
Sounds good. Thank you for catching up with us, Mick, and best of luck on the rest of the weekend. I know you have some a driver in the OKN Pro class as well, so best of luck to you guys in that field as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, there you guys have it. That's Mick Gabriel, the first winner in the KA Stars Heat races here of Heat Race B. And as a move there for Josh Campbell, able to get ahead of Alan Isambard, but we did have a change for the lead. Luke Powers, your new leader here, as Josh Campbell now in second, Alan Isambard there in third, and Marco Mastronzi P4 here. Further back, Eli Warren there sitting P5, was able to get ahead of Alex Fieldstein that time by.
Yeah, Feldstein and Warren working together, and I think with the amount of aggressiveness we've seen from this top four while we were side by side, I don't think that gap between the first four and the next three is going to last for too much longer. So we're seeing a lot of mixing up at the front. Luke Powers back to the front after a poor start from him, and now Josh Campbell resetting his composure a bit to get up to second. And you've seen this group continue to filter their way out now as they complete another lap. Powers back to the front, Campbell in second, Isambard in third, and we'll see how long they're willing to work together in this order, or if Josh Campbell lets the lead. Let's see. To the inside goes Isambard for second. Is he going to go for one? He gets two. One position move there from Alan Isambard. Isambard goes from third to first in this I-70 hairpin, and now that Sodi Kart back where it was all month long in April in the front of the field. Campbell ends up a net zero with that. And Luke Powers getting shuffled to the wayside here. Down to third, down to fourth, and now down to fifth as his teammate Eli Warren to the inside. Now he's going to lose another spot here, possibly to Feldstein. They're side by side banging tires, and Powers just barely hanging on through here through the kink. So that was a disastrous half a lap for Luke Powers. Now he's going to have to recompose himself and try to pick up a few more spots here, Caleb.
Yeah, he went from the lead of the race here at the start of the lap all the way back and shuffled back the field just on the edge of the top five now. So unfortunate for Luke Powers, who drops a tire there in the process. But Alan Isambard, your new leader. A 2-for-1 move at the start, able to get it done. Let's see what Josh Campbell has in store in his BJR MDRLN kart. Does Josh Campbell have the run that he needs down the main straightaway? Mastronzi there sits in third for the Super Tune Paralyn machine, and then Eli Warren, the hometown kid, P4 here. For Josh Campbell, not close enough. Eli Warren is, though, on the inside of Mastronzi. Goes deep on the brakes, able to get clear. Mastronzi looked to do the over-under. Powers goes off the racetrack and loses the spot to James Overbeck. Warren able to stay ahead of Mastronzi.
Yeah, there you can see Warren with a nice move there. You can see in the background Alex Feldstein up to fifth as he got by Overbeck. So that second group mixing it up after Powers goes off the track means that really it split the top four from the rest of the field. And as well as that, Isambard and Campbell now have a bit of a gap on Warren thanks to that turn one maneuver that was made by Eli Warren. So this group getting shuffled back a little bit here is Overbeck, Bailiff, Powers, as well as a couple others in this mix. Sergener going to go for ninth. He'll get through on Sam Mavrutsky in the Super Tune kart. So this is all playing out behind your top two, who continue to work well together as Overbeck leads this pack all the way down into the top 10, and then behind them as well, not too far back for Lucas Zabel or Nikolai Dukov either. So those two working well to get on the scene, but this mid-pack battle from about sixth on back has really spread the field out a little bit here, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely a pretty big spread in this KA Stars category here for the second of their heat races. We saw Mick Gabriel get away. Hasn't been the case for Alan Isambard. Still has Josh Campbell in tow with Eli Warren and Marco Mastronzi. So not the getaway run that we saw from Mick Gabriel in the first heat race for Alan Isambard, as Josh Campbell still very much in tow. That gap opening up bit by bit, but it could have been that Campbell made a mistake in the early part of this lap. Went a tenth quicker than Alan Isambard that time by. So here's James Overbeck and Finnegan Bailiff. Just a little bit of a spread in between everybody, about a couple of car lengths in between all the drivers inside of the top 5 and inside of the top 10 even. So nobody really close enough to attempt the move here as of yet.
Yeah, this is all spread out a little bit, but at the front it's about to heat back up. Isambard a little bit better through the double left than Josh Campbell. And as they come onto the back straightaway, you can see now that top four is kind of concertinaed back up together. Campbell and Isambard, Warren and Mastronzi. Oh, Campbell dropped a wheel on the exit of turn 13, the scale tower corner. That will compromise his run a little bit, but he should still be able to get up to Alan Isambard by the time they get to the end of the main straightaway. So 2 laps of racing to go. Isambard in the lead. He looks back 3 different times there, and that should be enough as he goes defensive into turn 1. Campbell and Warren follow him down. Mastronzi opens up a bit, and this top 4 is ready to do battle here in the final couple laps.
Yeah, Josh Campbell there, Eli Warren pointed forward to Josh Campbell to continue to work and try and close down the gap to Alan Isambard. And we heard Isaac Malquit say third place is the place you want to be whenever the 2-6 come in the air. That's where Eli Warren is now, but he's falling under fire to Marco Mastronzi there for the third spot. Mastronzi wasn't close enough that time by, so trying to get the move done there on Eli Warren as Isambard continuing to go defensive. Does Campbell have a good enough run to look and make a move into the South Tower corner? This time by, not close enough. Eli Warren continuing to fall under fire to Mastronzi for Alex Fieldstein, who sits in P5. James Overbeck, who sits in P5. Closing down the gap the more and more that Alan Isambard continues to defend.
Yeah, Overbeck got by Feldstein and now has been absolutely rapid. He was fastest of anyone earlier on in this race, and he has continued to set fast lap after fast lap. And now in the 5th spot, he can work with that as they come down to get the white flag. Alan Isambard leads a hungry group of 5KA drivers into the main straightaway and down, coming into turn number 1. Campbell going to try to look for a way by, nothing doing there as they go defensive behind him, and Overbeck going to try to rip the outside.
Yeah, not close enough for James Overbeck that time by. Into the shark fin here, Josh Campbell looking to set up an over-under move. Not close enough, everybody bumper to bumper, pushing and shoving. James Overbeck drops the tire there, able to get ahead. Feldstein gets a good over-under. Bailiff able to go through on Overbeck as well. The battle for the lead. Eli Warren able to get through, but there was big contact in the scoreboard corner. A couple of drivers, a couple of the front runners are out of this first heat race as they continue to battle for the lead. Warren continues to point to Josh Campbell, telling him to push forward. Warren still looking for a move. Pointing emphatically to Josh Campbell to continue to push forward because Finnegan Bailiff and James Overbeck are closing down the gap. If I'm not mistaken, that's Marco Mastronzi on the side of the racetrack here, Emery.
Yeah, Mastronzi and Alex Feldstein on the last lap crashing out of the heat race, but Josh Campbell and Eli Warren really frustrated with each other, trying to point forward. There you see the battle for 4th as Overbeck gets through on Finn Bailiff. But at the front of the field, the same guy that won in Charlotte is going to win Heat 1 at King of the Castle. Alan Isambard, a controlling performance. He walks away with the Heat 1 victory, Caleb.
Josh Campbell, P2. Eli Warren, P3. James Overbeck, P4. And Finnegan and Bailiff rounding up your top 5. But there, on the edge of your screen, you can see Marco Mastronzi out of the first heat race. He was battling for a heat race win, and it all fell apart there in the scoreboard corner. So a lot of work to do for Marco Mastronzi. Further back in the field, Luke Powers was able to finish 2nd. Sam Mavrutsky 7th. Mason Surgener 8th. Nikolai Dukov 9th. And Lucas Zabo rounds up your top 10.
Yeah, Alex Feldstein, the other guy in that instant, looked like he went over top of Mastronzi there in the scoreboard. He winds up 11th. Ben Gaunt 12th. Evan Stamers returned to karting, finishes in the 13th spot. Zach Frank back in 14th for the Eyes Up Racing team. And then you go back further. CJ Bowman, a good recovery in Heat 1. Chris Harrower, Alex Murray, Christian Valverde, Ryan Miller, and Chase Adams down through the field. Couple DNFs in this one. Marco Mastronzi and Will Steele both can have a lot of work to do in their second heat to just make the main event, Caleb, as it is really competitive. And again, you do not want to get stuck in that B pre-final.
Yeah, a lot of drivers here this weekend, and like you said, you don't want to be stuck there in the B pre-final. When we come back, the OKNJ category gets set to go onto the racetrack. And that was it for your KA Stars. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
Commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Well, as we get set to go green here for your OKNJ category, we have Lucas Palacio and Isaac Malquit starting on the front row. Then you go back to Max Weiland and John Antonino. We get set to go green here shortly. 10 drivers in this OKNJ class as we continue to set this this grid here. So on the heat grid, officially Lucas Palacio, Isaac Malquit on row number 1, John Antonino, Max Weiland on that second row. Then you go back to Gage Korn and Davin Roberts on row 3. Michael McGoy and Forrest Adams on row 4. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Nathan Dupuis on row 5, and Chase Gassiet-Lee starting shotgun Charlie on the field on row 6 after a difficult qualifying for Chase Gassiet-Lee. But the youngest driver in this field, Lucas Palacio, 10 years old, getting set to go green and make his racing debut in the junior category here this weekend. So for Lucas Palacio, let's see what he can do. One thing is setting in good lap times on your own, and that's a complete different thing whenever you have to race against some drivers that have a little bit of experience over you when it comes down to racing action in the junior category. So you have Lucas Palacio and Isaac Malquit getting set to go green and into the tram lines in this OKNJ category. It's Burrell Art and Kart Republic on the front row as they wait for the lights to go out. And they go out this time by, and we are racing here in OKNJ. A good start by Lucas Palacio to the bottom of the racetrack, able to stay ahead. Malquit going to lose a couple of spots there. Gage Korn looks to go through, and there goes John Antonino as Max Weiland drops a tire.
Yeah, MPG 2-3 trying to get up a little bit further as Antonino going to try the crossover on Palacio. Again, this is the racecraft differential, the low speed corners. You struggle in an OKNJ package, and you're seeing right there the crossover, very powerful for John Antonino, who has worked himself ahead of Palacio, and from third on the grid, first through 7 corners for the MPG Academy driver.
Yeah, so Gage Korn there in third to put Lucas Palacio in an MPG Academy sandwich here at the moment. There looked Gage Korn wasn't close enough that time by. Malquit down in P4, Davin Roberts P5 here at the moment, and closing down the gap to Isaac Malquit in the top 4 spots. Let's see what it looks like for Lucas Palacio, who's going to need a good run here out of the last couple of corners to get it done here in a second. But as they continue to settle on the racetrack, we take a look back to our KA Stars category, where Alan Isambard was able to take the win in Heat Race A, Heat Race number 1. Alan, you got us down there on near the scale tower?
Yeah, I got you.
Alan, I mean, what a race for you, right? Not the best of weekends last time out at Charlotte. Not at Charlotte. At Trackhouse. A little bit slow having to work your way up the field. But this weekend seems like you got the KA package figured out here once again.
Yeah, we got it dialed just as the first round at Stars. I had a rough week at Trackhouse, but you can't win them all, so that's just how it goes on that one.
Yeah, and Alan, I mean, I got to talk about that move into turn 1 there. You were third behind Josh Campbell and Luke Powers, pulled out a bit late, and then you suddenly just surged up 2 karts. Was that intended to go 2 for 1, or is it just something where you figured out halfway into the braking zone?
I mean, I've been braking a lot later than everyone in the braking zone. I would love to say it was intentional. It really wasn't. I only wanted to get one of them, not both. It just happened to work out that I got both of them, so good for that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the actual racecraft here, I mean, it's a little bit different running the reverse layout at Newcastle. You still have a pretty big draft effect. How much was that on your mind when you were in the lead and you had 3 karts behind you and kind of figuring out the strategy of where you wanted to be and how you wanted to place your kart?
I mean, I've never raced here, so it's the draft is huge compared to places that I have raced, and every time I take a look back at the last corner and I have a decent gap, so they'd only push me close to turn 1, so I knew it was clear for most of the straight. I just have to defend a little bit for turn 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Alan, I think you said it yourself, right? You haven't raced here before, and this is probably the most seat time that you've had, I think, ever. You know, you've done almost every single national series so far on the KA side, and having a little shifter out of the way at the start of the year. But does already, I mean, this year with having that much seat time and that much racing action, does that really build the confidence for you to really, start fighting up at the front again?
Yeah, it builds the confidence for sure. I think it helps, of course, winning the first USPKS and winning in Charlotte helped a lot, and yeah, it helps just the confidence a lot.
All right, well, thank you for everything, Alan, and good luck as we head into turn 2. And we get set back to go onto the on-track action here. You can see Isaac Malkiewicz gotten back by Lucas Palacio for the 2nd position. But at the front of the field, John Antonino really making a statement early in this race to go upwards of a 2nd clear of the rest of the field. Max Weiland going purple into the 4th position as he's right on the tail of Malkiewicz and Palacio. But as they come through, complete another lap again, you can see that gap at the front of the field, and there is the pack from 2nd all the way back to Chase Gassi-Elite in the 6th spot. So early in the going here, Caleb, but Lucas Palacio seems to struggle as he loses another spot to Max Weiland. Yeah, so Max Weiland able to get ahead there in the scoreboard corner, and we saw Palacio not have the best of pace in the opening warm-up round, so for Palacio, maybe something amiss here early on, but just doesn't have the race pace that we would have expected for that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver of Lucas Palacio. And one of the big differences that I really want to point out here, Emery, everybody else in the field running a TM powered OKNJ. Lucas Palacio actually the only IAME engine, the only IAME OKN that we've seen in the States so far, as Davin Roberts looking to get ahead. So it seems like they're still just trying to figure out that power plant here at the moment for Lucas Palacio, and just the race pace here as he gets into the rear bumper of Davin Roberts there, and Palacio almost went around as he dropped the tire there into the dirt. Yeah, Palacio here getting kind of ganged up on a bit in the first heat. Of course, his first heat race in a full-size chassis. So you wonder how much that plays into factor, how much of it is the power differential due to being on an IAME OKN or OKNJ package. And you can see, I mean, he's working, trying to get by Davin Roberts. It just seems like the confidence is not quite there so far in this heat race, but he'll have a lot of time to work up. And as he goes down the inside into the green corner, we'll see how he can overcome that as he'll start on pole later today as well. So just needs to get into a rhythm as he gets into Davin Roberts again. They're banging tires through the turns 8 and 9 kinks. And now Chase Gassi-Elite arrives on the scene. He'll dive to the inside of Roberts, and that should give Palacio a little bit of leeway. But man, that got sketchy coming up the hill. Yeah, Michael McGoy as well now closing down the gap to the drivers ahead. There's Davin Roberts, Gage Korn not too far back, Forrest Adams as well closing down the gap, as well as Tyrone Kemper Jr. So everybody starting to bunch up here further back in the field. This is all for almost 4th on back, close to 3rd on back. But yeah, at the moment, John Antonino absolutely running away with this heat race with Isaac Malquitt in 2nd. They're still pretty close together, but the gaps just staying really consistent here at the moment. Malquitt went quickest last time by 109.392, 3/10 quicker than Antonino. So just kind of stagnant for the 2 leaders at the moment, and Palacio trying to hold a hungry pack of junior drivers behind him. Yeah, it looks like this lap seems to be a bit better for Palacio. Not sure if maybe it just took him a few laps to get the tires into the right window, but I mean now he's at least got enough of a comfortable gap to not have to worry and look behind his shoulders to Chase Gassi-Elite into every single hairpin and braking zone. But at the front of the field, this has still been a great run for John Antonino. You can see he's got a slight gap, about a half a second gap back to Isaac Malquitt in the 2nd spot. And then Max Weiland as well has done a nice job to pull this gap, at least stay close to the top 2, and then you get back to Palacio. 3 seconds behind Weiland. He's got a lot of ground to make up there. More importantly for him, though, he's got to stay in front of Chase Gossiett-Lee. Another lap in the books for your OKNJs. There you can see the battle between the RPM teammates. Michael McGoy and Davin Roberts going to do battle. There's the battle right at the back of the field. Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the scene, along with Gage Korn and Forrest Adams. So those battles waging war all the way back through the field, but at the front of the field, it is a 0.5 of a second gap from John Antonino to Isaac Malkiot. We talked about Malkiot closing the gap, and now you can see there as we transition to the battle for the lead, a pretty close gap between the top 2, only 2 to 3 kart lengths, and Malkiot has been on fire as of late closing that gap.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second quicker every time they cross the stripe. Last time by a 109.4 for John Antonino and a 109.1 for Isaac Malkiot. So definitely found the pace here in the closing stages of this heat race. So what does Isaac Malkiot have in store for John Antonino, who looks back, knows that Malkiot's closing down the gap, but so is Max Weiland, who's lapping just as quick as Isaac Malkiot here at the moment. So when these two drivers on your screen decide to fight, Max Weiland in third is going to definitely close down the gap here. But 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, and Antonino going to have to hold Isaac Malkiot at bay as they get to the rev limiter here to the closing of the main straightaway into turn number 1. Malkiot now on the rear bumper here of John Antonino.
Yeah, Malkiot on the rear bumper of Antonino, who seems to have some kind of transponder issue. That's why he's not showing up on the ticker. But at the front of the field, you're still seeing this battle continuing to go on. Antonino goes defensive on Malkiot. You can see there good positioning from the MPG Academy driver, keeping Malkiot from being able to cross him over. That will help him out, and it'll also keep Max Weiland from closing all the way up as quickly as he would like to. But as they come into the cell tower here, you can see there, nice job by Malkiot backing it into the corner. You can see the gap forming just a little bit between him and Malkiot, and that will help out quite a bit. But still, as they come on to turn number 12, through the pit entry corner, you can see the gap about a kart length to 2 kart lengths, and Antonino seems to have this at least somewhat under control as they head towards the last couple laps.
Yeah, Antonino with a car length in between himself and Isaac Malkiot, who's going to need a good run here out of turn number 16. He has it. Antonino looks back, white flag in the air, the final lap in the first heat race in OKNJ. There goes Isaac Malkiot, bottom of the racetrack, looking to get clear. He does, side by side in between himself and Antonino, and Max Weiland out of nowhere now looking to take a move for the lead. 3 karts in the battle for the win here.
Yeah, those 3 are going to battle it out. You can see Weiland's done a nice job closing all the way up, and depending on how much they defend, it might bring Lucas Palacio back. They're still white lining all the way down to the line. Isaac Malkiot trying to hang on for a second heat win of the day, but Antonino's not going to let that happen as he goes back to the front. They're still side by side going through the 2 kinks. 3 wide out of there. Whoa, man, that got sketchy for a second, but John Antonino hangs it around the outside, and Max Weiland stays into second. So a chaotic moment for them, but now Lucas Palacio arrives on the screen behind the top 3.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio, all the fighting in between the top 3. Granted him to close down the gap, and now going to look to go on Isaac Malkiot, but for John Antonino, they challenged them, try to get ahead of him. In the last couple of corners, he was able to get ahead after a couple of 3-wide moments that put everybody on their toes and everybody on notice, but John Antonino got the move done when he needed to, wins heat race number 1. Isaac Malkiot, P2, Lucas Palacio, P3. Across the line, Chase Gossiett-Lee, P4 here. I think it was Lucas Palacio, P4. So there was some sort of transponder issue for John Antonino, but he did win, and we go down the order as well. So I think it was, go ahead, Emery.
Yeah, it ended up being John Antonino P1, Weiland P2, Malkiot P3, Palacio P4, and then through the rest of the field, Chase Gossiett-Lee in the 5th slot. McGoy, Korn, Kemper, Adams, and Davin Roberts round out your field. So DNF for Davin Roberts. He finishes in the 10th spot. Antonino, not like the results sheet says, ends up in the 1st position. So 2 heat wins in 2 heat races for John Antonino, as that wraps up heat number 1 of your semi-pro action. But when we come back, we'll have the warm-up for the pro show. It's the OKN Stars. It's the Pro Stars coming at you live here on Kart Chaser.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Well, welcome back as our OKN Stars have made their way out into the racetrack. We follow along with Josh Holtz here and a couple of others. Peyton Phillips right behind him in tow. But yesterday in qualifying, the flying Brazilian Diego Ramos able to get it done as he's on track with teammate Henry Wheeler in tow. But a good qualifying session so far for Diego Ramos, putting it up at the front here this weekend.
Yeah, Diego Ramos was in the fight throughout the Charlotte round, but never really put it all the way at the front of the field. So I think this time for Diego to be P1 in qualifying, start both heat races, both pro motos, as they call them later today, on the front of the field, that will give a huge confidence boost to the PSL boys and Diego in particular. But it was a nice run for Henry Wheeler as well to be midway through the top 10. Nick Terlecki in the Host Driver Development Machine had a good run in qualifying until he ran off on the last couple laps. That compromised his run. And then as well, Paulie Massimino, always in the fight, always up there. Maybe not quite as quick in terms of sheer pace as he was in Charlotte, but he's still going to be a factor here battling for the race win, as we saw in qualifying. And again, 6 minutes of warm up here to get set for the rest of the day for their 2 heat races later on. This should be interesting to see. Not a ton of time, but still enough time to shake it down and see if you picked up anything from last night, Caleb.
Yeah, so let's see what Diego Ramos has in store here in this morning warm-up session. First time they've been out on track here today, and their motos coming later on in the day. But already a couple of good lap times. Caleb Gaffera up to the top of the timing screens, a 109.422 here so far. Aiden Fox, P2. As we have a couple of interviews here as OKN's on the racetrack now. We go back down to the OKNJ class where John Antonino, we talked to him a couple of minutes ago. We're talking to him here again. John, I mean, what a heat race for you, right? It wasn't easy. You were up there at the front for a good bit of it, but in the end, it got a little bit hairy there. Just walk me through that last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't very confident on that last lap. They had a lot of straight line speed on me, so I just had to defend my life off going into turn 1. Isaac found a little gap and he got me. Then going into green corner, he defended really low. I just made a little gap and I got through. Then on the exit, we were side by side, and he pushed me off a little bit going on the exit of the kink. And then they set to 3 wide, and I was just able to run it around the outside, and then it was kind of just track from there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of your first weekends back with the MPG boys here this weekend after moving over to CRG last year, and then this year, obviously moving back with the MPG guys. How good does it feel back with that team and already with a pretty good weekend here in both classes, both in the K8 junior class and in the OKNJ class?
Yeah, I'm super happy. The team's been working hard for me. I mean, their focus is great. They always take time to help out everybody on the team and make it the best they can. I really appreciate them.
Yeah, and one other thing, John, I mean, going back and forth from the KA Junior to the OK and J, it's a lot of work. It's kind of a lot mentally to kind of get yourself prepared for both classes. But how are you hanging in physically, man? I mean, this is one of the tougher tracks to run, especially with 2 classes. I mean, you hanging in there all right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. My neck hurts on the opening lap, but I kind of just get used to it.
Well, John, we talked to you already 2 times today, and I'm pretty sure with the pace that you've got in both classes, we'll talk to you a whole lot more here this weekend. But congrats on a good start to your weekend in both junior classes.
Thank you.
There you guys have it. That's John Antonino, who gets set to have some lunch here after these pro classes work their way into the pits. But back on track, Henry Wheeler, quickest overall, 2/10 quicker than his teammate Diego Ramos, so 108.369. So pretty good lap times by Henry Wheeler. I mean, we know he's the vice champion here at the Stars Championship Series in the OKN class, and looks to do the same here this year and maybe even go 1 spot better because there isn't any drop. So for Henry Wheeler, who struggled in that opening round, really needs everything that he can get out of this second round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for Wheeler, this is all about building confidence. We know from last year that when he is on it, he is going to be extremely quick. He won in Pittsburgh, could have won in Cincinnati, could have won here. He has had that type of pace, but it really looks like for Wheeler as well as for some other guys, we're seeing a lot of continued pace as they're going to come across for another lap. You can see Wheeler about to come in for his 4th lap. He's still P1. Terlecki up to 3rd. He's had a really good run through the opening parts of this weekend. Henry Wheeler still not able to improve that fastest lap, but he's got a 10th and a half on the field and on his teammate Diego Ramos as we continue onwards in this warm-up down to the last 45 seconds as OKN continues to work their way through this opening warm-up.
Yeah, and we're looking at Nicholas Terlecki now lapping around here in this warm-up session. For Nicholas Terlecki, it was kind of what could have been for him yesterday in that warm-up session. I mean, he was really, not in the warm-up session, in the qualifying session, really what could have been for Nick. Pretty much just bad luck to start his year. I mean, we saw what happened at Charlotte, and then to start 2 weeks ago at the United States Pro Kart Series, just contact for him and just didn't have the pace that he needed to be up there at the front. But this weekend for Nicholas Terlecki, just been P3 here so far as the checkered flag comes out. But for Nicholas Terlecki, just trying to find as much pace as he can here this weekend after dropping a tire in qualifying that put him out of contention for the pole position as they all cross the stripe. Checkered flag is out. We're going to go to this quick commercial break. When we come back, Pro Stars working their way out onto the racetrack.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Well, welcome back after that OKN morning warm-up. We get set with our pro stars who have made their way out onto the racetrack, following along with Talon Yockel, the Sodi Racing USA entry here this weekend, with a lot of others as well, where AJ Myers, Mr. Newcastle himself, put it on the pole position, but Vincenzo Saracino, it's been almost a year where we saw him have the pace that he had yesterday in that qualifying session. But Emery, good to see Vincenzo Saracino back up there in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Vincenzo's been off for just a little bit of time now, and we're seeing the effects of that. He was not great in Charlotte, but in this weekend he's been very, very fast all day yesterday, today. Hoping to see more of the same from him as he'll line up right next to AJ Myers for both heat races later on in the day. The Pro Motos for the Pro Stars, and you can see that on the screen now. Talon Yockel, yesterday a little bit of a disappointment from him. He was just in the back end of the top 10, scraped by in 10th in qualifying. I feel like Yockel's got a little bit more pace on that Sodi machine that he's been able to find at different points, but has not strung it together for an actual live session. So we'll see how this works out. You can see Yockel now coming through the double left. This will be an interesting section to watch in the shifters. Of course, a very wide track, a lot of passing opportunities, but knowing how this Pro Stars class works, Caleb, you're going to have to be aggressive to be able to find any sort of passing opportunities, especially when you're racing against someone that is as aggressive and as quick as AJ Myers.
Yeah, I mean, AJ Myers definitely was a class of the field yesterday in that qualifying session, 2/10 quicker than the rest of the field. And speaking of all these drivers, I mean, everybody was saying that they felt that they could have had a much quicker lap time than what they did, but obviously a lot of drivers were going off the racetrack and bringing in a lot of dirt on. So that was one of the big struggle points here this weekend. And there you have Billy Musgrave, one of the drivers who put himself inside the top 5 and did a pretty good job yesterday. The entire factory factory Kart JMF team had a pretty good showing all day yesterday. But on the other hand, for Jay Irwin, after winning that opening round, just wasn't the best of qualifying for him, and it wasn't what we were expecting him to see at the end of qualifying.
Yeah, for Jay, it was a little bit of a disappointment for him to end up in 7th. You know that there's a lot of time to work back up through the 2 Pro Moto races, but it will take some good passes from the New Zealander to try to find that last bit of pace. And now there's a look at Billy Musgrave on track now. He's been quick all weekend. Not as much in this session so far, but we'll see what we can do. And you can also see there Jay Irwin in the background in the PSL machine. Again, your round 1 winner, 7th in qualifying yesterday. He's been lacking about 4 to 5 tenths to AJ Myers, but I think that the more that he'll get comfortable, the race pace is a completely different beast. And it's a beast that in round number 1, he was able to really tame, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, for Jay Irwin, I went over there, spoke with his data analyst, Lucas Nogueira, and pretty much what he told me was that Jay was just been struggling with the kart all weekend long, just kind of fighting with it a little bit too much throughout the practice sessions yesterday and in the qualifying. Felt that he could have gone quicker when I spoke to him and his dad. And just felt that he had a lot more in the bag, but a lot of a very dirty track and some traffic put him out of contention yesterday. So for Jay, really going to have to try and find gaps to really make moves here today. So, we've seen Jay make the moves, and we've seen him have the pace that he had at Charlotte, right? Had long run pace, had his tires in Kart came to life early on in the race. So, I mean, whenever you think about it all, in the grand scheme of things, Jay has pace overall. And that's one thing that AJ Myers told me, right? He felt like they missed the setup in Charlotte, and they knew they couldn't let that happen here this weekend again. But this is obviously a track that they're more familiar with, that they're comfortable with. So definitely, one of the tracks that they have a lot of confidence coming into, Emery.
Yeah, definitely a lot of confidence for AJ, knowing his track record on this place. I mean, he's been really quick on the gearbox side and in the single speed side of things as well, back in the day when he was running the X30 and the Leopard engine. So this is one of AJ's favorite tracks, but it's so far so good for Jay Irwin in the sessions. He's 3rd fastest, just about 3 tenths behind AJ, about half a tenth behind Josh Conker, who's moved up to the 2nd spot after a really good qualifying for the JMF boys. Another guy that with a strong run so far in this warm-up is Michael Riccio, up to the 5th spot. Yesterday he qualified 8th, a little bit behind his teammate Andy Rule. But I think that Riccio, with the amount of confidence that he's shown so far this year, 8th is a solid place to work with in this Pro Stars field. So field wrapping up their warm-up here, about 1:20 left. So depending on where they're at on the track, they'll either get 1 or 2 more laps. You can see Talon Yockel going to get a couple more laps. Jay Irwin, though, probably only going to get one as he rounds the final couple corners here to see. Now, his first lap really with full clean air in a while. We'll see what he does this time through for the 220 PSL machine. He improves his time, not his position. Still about 3/10 off of AJ Myers.
AJ Myers crossing the start-finish line now. But another driver who really impressed us yesterday in qualifying, Annie Rule. I mean, we know she's always strong around Newcastle Motorsports Park, and she really showed her pace yesterday. Qualified 6th at the end of her qualifying session, so a good showing for Annie Rule. And a couple of other drivers as well are really having a pretty good qualifying sessions. Ian Quinn really coming into his own here this year, qualifying on the second row, qualified 3rd overall. So Ian Quinn in his PSL Burrell Art machine as well, super quick, and has really impressed us here this year. I mean, whenever you look at the progression for everybody from where they were last year to where they were this year, the level has really just been taken up to another level here this year with everybody stepping up their game, knowing that they have to get better and better, because the likes of AJ Myers now deciding to run the entire championship here this year. Everybody has to step up their game if they want to fight with the likes of Musgrave, Myers, Jay Irwin, who's coming from New Zealand every single weekend just to race here in the Pro Show. So for everybody, just having to step up as the weekends progress. But a lot of drivers, and some drivers that had issues. Justin White, who finished third in the championship last year with a mechanical issue for him. The hose clamp that went into his engine from the radiator to the engine broke and really put him out of contention in the qualifying session. And another one, Chase Jones, after being disqualified in qualifying for being underweight.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chase Jones. Lost a 12th place starting position there. He'll have to start almost shotgun on the field every single time. There's actually a disproportionate amount of DQs in the qualifying between Jay White having a technical issue with the hose clamp, as well as 3 underweight disqualifications. So only 26 of the 30 shifter drivers were classified. But in this session, it will be AJ Myers classified in P1 unless we see some kind of magic from these last couple drivers to come across. Talon Yockel comes through to finish his lap in 7th. Josh Conker improves the time to a 105 or 106.029, but still lacking about 0.172 AJ Myers, who is the only driver to break into the 105 second bracket in this warm-up, Caleb.
Yeah, well, that rounds up your Pro Show warm-up. When we come back, we go straight into heat races number 2, and then we go into the pre-finals as well. Pre-final A for some of these groups. The pre-final Bs will be tomorrow morning, but that rounds up this the Saturday morning, I guess you can call it. We're going to have a quick lunch break. When we come back, we go straight back into racing action. This is the Stars Championship Series, King of the Castle. Let's throw up that schedule here for you guys so you can see how the day will progress here later on today. So if I'm not mistaken, heat races number 2 for all classes are going to be next here shortly. And then we go into the Pro Motos later on in the day. But we're here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. What's been a packed house so far this weekend. We already saw a really good racing action in the first heat races and some action there in the morning warm-up. When we come back, we're going to go straight back into heat race number 2. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Well, welcome back to Castle Motorsports Park for the second round of the Stars Championship Series, the King of the Castle. As your KA100 Masters have made their way out onto the racetrack now, and we get set for the second of our heat races that are getting set to go underway here shortly. Same starting grid that we had in the first one, but they provided a lot of racing action in that first heat race, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first heat was extremely exciting in the KA Masters category. We saw really a lot of good racing, and ultimately it was David Goldman walking away with the victory with a last lap pass as he was able to chase down Jakob Nayuri as well as Austin Queen. So good effort from Goldman to make up for a poor qualifying effort. But on the flip side, a guy that needs a good heat 2 to overcome a difficult heat number 1 is Chris Kutcher, as he starts on pole position. Alongside him, Austin Queen, Jakob Nayuri and John Bonanno on row number 2, James Rincati and Clay Settles on row 3. David Goldman and Andy Kutcher make up row 4. That is a very fast 4th row of the grid. And Tyler Prestel, who had an incident on lap 1 alongside Brennan Estes on the 5th row. Row 6 sees David Golonia as well as Chris Horan, Scott Carpoletti, Anthony Stifler, Joe Lapke, Paul Montepoli rounding out your top 16, and then Tom Gerster, Cam Carpoletti, Steven Simpson, Marciano Stantos, Kevin Smolitz, Ken Smolitz, Ryan Kastner, Peter Cook, and Ron Lee round out your field here in KA Masters as we get set to go for their second heat race of the day, the first of our 7 semi-pro second heat races. So to come through the final corner of this track, I'm joined here by Simon Sykes in the booth as we get set to go for this 8-minute and 2-lap heat race. This Kutcher and Queen on the front row getting set up, lined up in the tram lines, getting set to go. Here we go, looking for the lights as they come down the very long main straightaway, looking for him, and it looks like we got it. We're green into turn number 1, and already a good start there for Chris Kutcher on the inside as he'll file his way into the race lead here coming out turn 1, Simon.
And everybody side by side through turn number 1, clean all the way through the field, still side by side into Monza. Everyone's sorting themselves into a nice line. But you want to be careful you don't let the leaders run away with this early, so stay in line, make sure everyone's in fighting distance before you really hammer it out with each other. And we already see Bonanno on the move in P3 looking up to that rear bumper of P2.
Yeah, Bonanno already making some good moves early on in this race. This is further up than we saw him really at any point in Heat 1, so a good recovery from him. And also, I think for Chris Kutcher to be in the race leads, we see Clay Settles looking for a move on the inside of Jakob Nayuri. Not going to happen there. There you can see the stack up behind him as Andy Kutcher tries to make a move. But for Chris Kutcher at the front, this is necessary. Got in an incident in Heat 1. He lost about 13 spots from it. So he needs a good heat here to set him up well for the pre-final.
Yeah, it certainly would be an excellent recovery. Won't go all the way to fixing his starting spot for the pre-final later today, but certainly could help improve his position as the top 3 starting to be reeled in by P4, 5, and 6. And there we see a move from Queen going up the inside, down the front straight. He'll bring Bonanno with him. Bonanno taking a chance, looking for the lead himself, not going to go that time as behind them it looks like Jakob Nayuri into P4, still holding that spot. And we see a big 6-kart group contact into Monza, Emery.
Yeah, Clay Settles tried to get that 4th spot from Nayuri, and he just overcooked it a little bit, and that really split up the group. Golonia on the curve there in the scoreboard trying to get by Nayuri as well. So for Jakob Nayuri, he lost a solid 4 spots there. Unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Settles as well, as they just locked rear tires just for a second there. But now this has kind of opened up the gap from the front 2 to the rest of the field a little bit here. But having said that, John Bonanno, a bit of a half move to the inside in the cell tower hairpin, not doing it there. And now Austin Queen has a little bit of breathing room as Chris Kutcher and Andy Kutcher close up to the top 2.
Yeah, Bonanno looking for that move there. Oh, issues here, Emery. We got one card off, another card dipping tires into the grass. We'll see if we can identify who that was. That is the 279. That is Chris Kutcher, who was in the lead of this race out here early in heat number 2. So that recovery we were talking about, done in an instant. He is absolutely on the back foot heading into the pre-final later today.
Yeah, instead of helping his position, now this heat is going to really hurt it as he goes all the way to the back of the 24-kart field. And he also looked like he brought his brother with him on the exit of that corner as well. So Andy and Chris both losing out on that one. And again, just like that, the top 2 back to a gap, as it seems like the attrition really setting in early on in this race. But for Heat 1 winner David Goldman, a poor start from him had him back in the field, but he's already up to 4th and looking pretty strong in the early going.
Yeah, definitely a good fight there for 4th as we see Jakob Neri right on the back in P5. He's possibly looking to make a move here on Goldman in front of him. Up front, we still haven't seen Bonanno close quite back to the lead yet. He's getting there, but it's taking a lap or two because he made that decisive move, didn't quite get it done, and it caused him to fall back a couple of kart lengths, and it's taken him near a lap just to get back to that rear bumper of Queen out front.
Yeah, that's one of the risks that you tend to have in this sort of race where you're doing half moves, because if you try to make the move and you get halfway there and then have to back out of it, with how much momentum is generated in this KA class, it makes it to where it takes you a couple corners to get back into rhythm, get up to speed, and that couple corners is a few kart lengths, and Bonanno had no one behind him, so it's kind of a risk-free move, but had that been in a pack, it would have been a lot different. And you can see now, in getting back up to Queen, it's allowed the rest of the field to also come with him, and so instead of a 2-kart breakaway, now we have a pack of what looks to be about 7 or 8 karts all right there together.
And we see this all the time in these KA categories. You see a big group bunch up, they fight a little bit, it spreads out, and then a few laps later, everybody's back together. And we saw the top 2 starting to run away, but it could quickly combine back into a 6-kart group fighting for the lead as you see Bonanno all over that rear bumper of Queen in front of him. Austin doing a good job out front, but they got to be careful because Clay Settles lurking in the background, now only a kart length back from your leaders.
Yeah, and you can see there not willing to make the move as Bonanno into the cell tower. I think he understands that's a little bit risky knowing that he has that whole entire train behind him. So would not surprise me here as he hits the curve on the exit of turn number 12 if he looks for it at the end of the main straightaway. But now he's got Clay Settles right on him. So at this point now, it's pass or be passed. You get to the last couple corners, you got the whole pack behind him, and now you know that it's go time.
Yeah, and certainly when you see the pack closing up even more with Goldman arriving on the scene now, a kart length back from your leaders is Bonanno to the inside of Austin Queen. He's going to look for the move into turn 1. He's up the inside clear. He'll bring Clay Settles with him. Settles going up into P2, but he'll dip a tire on the exit, not quite going to complete that move. He's going to lose one in exchange to David Goldman, dropping him back to P4.
Yeah, it looked like Queen maybe made a little contact in the center of the corner that pushed pushed Settles a little bit wide, and now he's got to fight against David Goldman to try to keep that spot. And we've seen Goldman get his elbows out a lot early on in these heats. Not this time, though. He stays tucked in 3rd, still going to try to cross over Settles, but again, those turn 1 passes where you get 2 or 3 down the inside, the last person to go in is always going to be vulnerable to possibly overcooking it.
Absolutely. You see it all the time into turn 1. You see a kart in front of you make a move. You want to join in on that action, but you have to be so precise with it because you've come off the exit wrong. You're going to lose that spot and then more behind you, especially if it's a big, tight pack like we're seeing here in your KA Masters. This is heat number 2, so we'll take the average of this in heat number 1 to set your grids for the pre-finals later today, which in turn will set the grids for the mains on Sunday. And as we run here, just under 2 minutes left in this heat, and Bonanno leading the way over Austin Queen, and they're in P3. Clay Settles looking for a move to the inside, not going to go this time.
Yeah, you can see Queen get really deep on the brake. It's going to compromise him. It's also going to compromise David Goldman on the exit as he lost the spot by dropping a tire. Now into the shark fin. There we go for Settles. He still overcooks it a little bit, but it looks like this time he'll have the position and done and dusted. Queen going to settle back in behind them as now they're going to have to try to close in on John Bonanno for about 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, the key for these two here is going to be linking up and working together. You have to put the fighting behind you for a minute because we're running out of time here in this heat, and Bonanno's got several kart lengths of an advantage out front. Quickly, though, we're seeing Clay Settles show his pace as he's reeling in that gap as moves are being made farther behind. The battle for P3 raging on side by side through Cell Tower, and it's still continuing here, Emery.
Yeah, you can see there David Galonia took the opportunity there to get 2 into the cell tower. Now how about it for Clay Settles? Whoa, into the scale tower corner. That got sketchy pretty quickly. Again, another half move that cost both of them a good amount of time, but Settles try to move where I don't think we've seen a lot of moves on the KA side of things.
Yeah, it doesn't always work in that turn. We need to get those last couple of 90s. They're very rolling speed centric, so it's going to be hard to get all the way up alongside because it's not that big of a braking zone. It's a quick tap and then you roll the kart into the corner. Very, very difficult to execute those moves perfectly, and especially not losing time while you're doing it. But still, they have a nice advantage out front. They can sit here for a minute. 10 seconds left on the clock, and then we'll start to line up for the end of this race. But they have 5-7 kart lengths of an advantage to P3 and behind because of that fight a lap ago.
Yeah, and how about it for Ryan Kasser in that second group? He has worked his way all the way back from the back of the grid at the start of this one up into the top 5. We've seen Kastner, again, he had a rough start to the day, did not finish heat number 1, had an incident in qualifying that pushed him back a bit, but now in heat 2, he has found his rhythm and is absolutely flying, going purple a couple of laps ago. And now with this group closing in on the top 2, it looks like he has a shot at the win here, Simon, as we get down to about 2 and a bit laps to go. We'll see if Settles pulls the trigger on Bonanno, willing to stay patient for right now.
Certainly, I still think it's anybody's game here with that second group closing every corner, just inching that gap down little by little. You see the 2 leaders coming through the last corner. They'll see sticks in the air this time, and Bonanno with a quick look back, checking the gap to Settle. Settle's not quite close enough at the beginning of the straight. Will he be at the end? Not going to look for a move, opting to settle in line as they fight behind.
Yeah, you see Kastner there to the inside of David Golonia. He'll get himself into 4th briefly, but it doesn't seem like he was able to clear Golonia into 4. They're still side by side. Kastner's going to push Golonia up the hill, and now he clears him, and you can see David Goldman falling for 5th, trying to make it 4th on Kastner. Going to get his elbows out. Kastner holds it around the outside, and all this battling is going to split the top 3 from this group as Goldman goes back to the inside through green corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great fight. It's certainly not helping their case. Fighting for a top 3 finish in this event. The top 3 coming to the white flag next time by, and they've got quite a margin to the karts behind them. It'd have to be some pretty intense battling inside the top 3 to give those guys behind a chance. I mean, Kastner's well out of it now. It's all about these top 3s. We're going to get the white flag next time by. As I say that, though, the draft is going to play a big role, and passes in inopportune corners like this are going to play an effect. Bonanno holding the outside, not going to let that one move go through. He'll retain the lead coming through the last couple of corners now. He'll see the white flag this time by.
Yeah, I think if Settles wants to make that move, he's got to send it a little bit earlier and get a little better run on the exit of turn 13. But in the meantime, down the main straightaway, you can see Bonanno being able to defend the inside there. Queen's going to try for a crossback, but I think the top 3 all kind of gridlocked a bit here. But having said that, Settles going to send one to the inside of the shark fin. They'll go side by side on exit, but Settles has it, and he's into the lead here.
Yeah, big move into Monza for Settles to take the lead. Bonanno cycling back. He'll come out in the lead off the exit of scoreboard, somehow making that inside line work. Settles getting a little bit sideways on the exit. Now he's in 3-wide battle for the final couple of podium places in this heat race, side by side for P2 as well. But it is Bonanno out front taking off with this thing.
Yeah, and we see Austin Queen around. We see multiple karts around. There's your Heat 1 winner, David Goldman. I believe that's one of the other karts in there as well. Anthony Stifler looks to be off the track. So we've lost 3 of your main contenders. There's a big crash in the background, and there you see more fighting for that second spot. At the front, it's been an uneventful last half lap for John Bonanno, but it is chaos behind him in heat number 2, Simon.
With a decisive move at the right time, Bonanno's going to score the win in KA Masters heat number 2. Karts dipping tires off the exit, coming in the line. It's been a battle from start to finish, and they continue all the way until the checkered flag drops. What a race.
Yeah, that was sensational battling up throughout the field. We saw Clay Settles go wide. We saw a big crash in the hairpin between Austin Queen, David Goldman, as well as Ryan Kasser struggling to get out of that one. So a big incident on the last lap. I'm sure there will be big ramifications on the starting grid. And for your KA Masters, an eventful Heat 2. If Heat 1 was crazy, Heat 2 was absolutely ballistic. So that wraps up your heat racing for KA Masters. We have some track cleanup to do before we get set to go for round number 2 of heats for the Micro Swift Stars.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
And back live from new Castle Motorsports Park, this is King of the Castle, round 2 of the Stars Championship Series. My name is Simon Sykes. I'm joined by Emery Lida in the booth today, and we get ready for our Micro Swift Heat number 2. A lot of action in the first one. We'll see if it continues here as we run you through your starting grid.
Yeah, Jaden Francisco on pole position once again for this heat race, looking to back up from a solid performance in Heat 1. Jake Manalio rounds off your front row with Zayn Burgess and one Godchalk on the second row. Hudson Howard looking to rebound after a disappointing Heat number 1. He'll start in the 5th spot. Alongside him will be Brody Stoffel on the Sodi machine. Easton Kaminsky and Lawrence Pearman in 7th and 8th. Danny O'Gara and Marcelo Flores in the 5th row. Further on back, you got Parker Stewart, Dutch Westbrook, Austin Taylor, Logan Arteta, and George Zeminski rounding out your top 15. Further back, Zev Godchuk, Dominic Gaddis, Jack Kachowski, Kason Hendrickson, Christian Thompson rounds out your top 20. And we go further back in this 29 kart, Micro Swift field, Lincoln Wiley, Wiles Wilson, Trip Golnick, Chase Sixton, Lewis Thomason, Darius Winwicks, and then Drake Williamson, Liat Simonovich, and Samuel Chaveri round out your field, Simon.
29 kart strong, and thank you to the drivers being very courteous, giving us plenty of time to get all of their names in as they take a very, very slow pace lap around, getting set for their green flag. Just a couple of corners left. They'll round the final couple of 90-degree turns, get into the tram lines, and we'll see if the field's ready and set for the green flag.
Yeah, this should be an eventful one. We saw a lot of action Heat 1 starting all the way from the drop of the green flag when Hudson Hudson Howard got in an incident in turn 1, so we'll see if this one is anything like the first heat. 8 minutes and 2 laps of distance again for these Micro Swift Stars. Again, Jaden Francisco aboard his Ryan Perry Motorsport machine on the front row. Jake Manalio on the Team Ferris Racing KR Kart looking on the outside of the front row for a green flag. The outside gets a big surge. We'll see if that's good enough for them to go green. We're looking for the lights. We've got the lights. It's green flag in the air, and it is racing down to turn number 1 as Francisco and Manalio side by side coming through the corner, Simon.
Everyone looking clean so far, and as I say that, a couple of cars dipping tires off the exit, one around. But rather than that, we have a fairly clean start up at the front. The top 3 with a nice little breakaway and then battling farther behind.
Yeah, for the second straight heat race, it was a FA Kart turned around in turn number 1, but this time it was not Hudson Howard who has made it unscathed into the back end of the top 10. But at the front of the field, it is a 4-kart breakaway led by your Heat 1 winner in Jaden Francisco, Jake Manalio in the second spot, and then the ever-persistent Zane Burgess up to 3rd. And how about it for your 4th placeman, Danny O'Gara? Started this race in 9th. He's already up 5 spots.
And well into the lead group. He's not just at the front of the second group. He's well up battling for the lead now as he makes that move up into P3. O'Gara with a rocket ship on lap 1.
Yeah, O'Gara really working his way up through this field nicely. Had a great first couple corners, now settling into that lead group. They're pulling away from Jake Manalio and the rest of the pack, and as they come through the final 3 corners, you can see Francisco about a kart length and a half lead on Burgess. That will be gone by the end of the straightaway, no doubt about that, and we'll see if the Jamaican sensation is going to look for a pass here at the end of lap number 1, Simon.
Yeah, 3-kart fight at the front led by Francisco. Do Burgess and O'Gara have a challenge here for him in turn number 1? Not going to go this time. Everybody opting to stay in line and try and get some distance on Manalio behind, but he's only a couple of kart lengths back. He's still well in the hunt.
Yeah, it still looks to be all to play for Jake Manalio, but he does have to get a move up because right now it seems like Burgess and O'Gara both content to push, although having said that, O'Gara certainly has been aggressive in the opening lap to get himself up into that spot. So we'll see how well they keep up. We saw in the first heat race, it took Zane Burgess a little while to get going, and that allowed Francisco to get just enough of a gap to hang on in the end.
Yeah, and if you could see there just a little bit on Danny O'Gara's wheel, he's working really hard to get those front tires to bite into the corner. So still trying to get those tires up to temp, obviously making the most of it, doing a bit of a better job than everybody else given his starting position, and now he's just sitting here in 3rd place, tail into the front group as they look to try and take this lead away and run from Manalio behind. It's still a lot of time left, a lot of racing here to go, but if these 3 stay packed up, maybe they have a chance at running away and not seeing anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the mindset that Burgess and O'Gara are under, at least to work in the opening stages to try to open up a gap, knowing that the field behind them has been pretty close at different points this weekend. And now, having said that, Zane Burgess going to go to the inside, take the lead into turn 1. We'll see now if O'Gara is going to get it done. He does under braking, move the MPG Motorsports machine up to the 2nd spot, and move Zane Burgess back to the front.
And Francisco looking for a move to the inside of that first corner of Monza, not going to get it done, and that gap to Manalio has evaporated. We have 3, now 4 karts in this front train, still fighting into scoreboard. That's a move down the inside. O'Gara's going to lose one to Francisco, giving Burgess just a couple of kart link advantage out front, but that's going to disappear very quickly.
Yeah, as long as these guys work together, drafting is almost always better than not drafting around this place. So you will see Zane Burgess. He might have a little gap right now, but all the way into the corner, it's already gone. And to the race lead, back again, is Jaden Francisco.
And Francisco, with all this battling, sorting out positions, going back for the lead, that's allowed another driver to ease up onto this train. It is now 5 karts strong with Easton Kubinski making up that 5th spot. So 5 in a line, a couple of just a little bit farther behind. We'll see if they fight any more. Maybe those 2 will get themselves in on this action. But as of right now, 5 karts strong, led by Francisco, who lost that lead earlier on the lap, able to regain it as he brings the field around to complete this lap. It's 4 minutes remaining on the clock before we get to 2 to go. And look at these 5 karts heading into turn 1. Nobody opting for a move this time.
Yeah, everyone pushing together. You're again seeing Burgess content to stay in 2nd. Francisco was the one that was aggressive, but now O'Gara is going to put his elbows out into turn 2. Not going to make it happen as he is unable to complete the pass on Burgess into the shark fin, and now that spaces out the group a little bit, and they're going to have to work back together to get back up to the front.
I just want to mention, Marie, that's the second lap in a row we've seen a pass fail in turn number 2. The ones we've seen completed mostly have come in turn number 3, the second part, that right-hand bank part of Monza, as we see more action farther behind for P4, P5, Emery.
Yeah, I definitely think we see Sinkovinsky make the move for 4th, but I think if you're going to make a move in that shark fin, the heavier braking zone, the better opportunity is usually going to be in turn 3. Short of someone dropping a wheel on the exit of the first corner or having a really bad run, I feel like the easiest way to make that move is to wait until you get to the center of the corner and then send it under braking for turn 3.
And with the length of these heat races, it's a very nice time to be able to figure out where you can make that move on the guy in front. So now they can take that information, say maybe it didn't work this lap, maybe I try it in the next corner, into turn 3 the next time I look for a move there. But as they are collecting all this information, taking all this data in, using the draft to keep each other tight and packed up, it is separated into 3 karts for the front, and Burgess down the inside under Francisco. Going to bring O'Gara with him. O'Gara coming out side by side with Burgess as they head into Monza.
Yeah, that might not have worked out quite as well as Danny O'Gara would have hoped for, as now he's under fire for 3rd and loses it to Isin Kabinski. So I definitely think that O'Gara had the right idea pushing through, but he maybe overshot it. And now Jaden Francisco does not want to be in 2nd. We've seen now, this is the 2nd time, as soon as he gets past, he is right back to the front, and it's opened up a big can of worms in this group.
So there's 2 sides to this. One, he wants to stay in front. He doesn't want a chance to get thrown back into the group behind him, but the more he fights for that lead, the bigger the group behind him actually gets. It was separated. It was just 3 karts. Now it's up to 6, possibly even 7 here in another lap or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other side of it, too, when you start getting into these big packs and you're in the top 2, your whole goal is to stay in those top 2 positions, because once you get 3rd on back, you can't control the fate of the group. You can get broken up, you can lose spots, you can get shuffled wide. There's a lot more bad things that can happen. So for Burgess and for Francisco, I understand the need to stay up at the front of the field. And right now, Jaden Francisco has done an excellent job of weathering the storm so far.
Certainly, he's led from the start, continues to lead now. He's lost first place a couple of times, but instantly taking it back each and every time he was passed, as we see a move down the inside. O'Gara losing 1 there to Flores in turn number 1. They come out side by side heading to 2. O'Gara on the inside for turn number 2. We didn't see that move stick last time, but he's going to fall back behind Manalio as he drops to 7th.
Yeah, this has been an unfortunate series of events there for Danny O'Gara, as he lost a lot of time and a lot of space all the way down to 6. He's still up on where he started this race and should have a good start for the pre-final without any sort of incidents, but not ideal from him. But at the front, we can see it condensed back together just a little bit there, although Burgess made a mistake out of the green corner as they come into the cell tower. Line astern, the top 3 with a bit of a breakaway now from 4 through 6, as Marcelo Flores has done a nice job to work himself up into the 4th spot.
And you can just tell how big the draft at this mile-long facility is here at Castle Motorsports Park. These drivers able to make a mistake, but a couple of corners later, they're back on that front bumper, as we see here with Burgess on Francisco. So Francisco feeling Burgess creeping up to him again, and thereby bringing Easton Kubinski with him to complete the 3-kart group with just a bit of a gap behind before we get to 4, 5, and 6, led by Flores and then Manalio and O'Gara.
Yeah, you can see that group, and the more that they push together, that kind of mitigates the draft effect that the 4 through 6 guys are going to have, especially when they themselves are not linked up. But having said that, Marcelo Flores has been on a tear. I mean, he started 11th, he's driven himself up into the 4th spot, and he is absolutely moving throughout this race. I mean, he's within a 10th now, and a couple laps ago, he was all the way at the back of the train. So impressive stuff for Marcelo. And having said that, now knowing that if you're Easton Kabinski, if you look back, you might have to make a move now, or else Marcelo is going to get it done before you even got the chance.
And Marcelo currently with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.948, sets the pace of the field. So the quickest kart here sitting in 4th place as it stands, quickly catching up to those top 3. It's Kubinski on the back of Burgess, and Francisco still out front as we come to the double left-hander.
Yeah, Francisco still hanging on in the front. He's had a couple really smooth laps, has been very consistent leading this race, but now down to the back straightaway, there goes Zane Burgess into the race lead. How about that for Easton Kubinski falling through to 2nd? Danny O'Gara going to chuck one into the S's, and he'll get 1 spot into the 5th spot. But at the front, the flying Jamaican of Zane Burgess leading it down to 2 to go, ahead of Easton Kabinski now. down the main straightaway as we get the sticks in the air and we get set to go here for a thrilling last couple laps.
Yeah, and we see defending behind him, but Kubinski's all eyes forward, wanting to push Burgess away from this group behind him. I'm not sure how much success they're going to have. Francisco's already onto that back bumper of Kubinski in front of him and bringing Flores with him. Flores up into the 4th spot now with a chance to fight farther forward, but a mistake there from Kubinski and some battling with Francisco could change things. For Francisco up to P2 with the move in scoreboard. Kubinski pushing him forward, wanting to get back to Burgess, but it's only a lap and a half left in this race. I'm sure it's plenty of time, but the pressure's on to get back to your leader.
Yeah, this is now going to turn into a do-or-die situation. If you're Easton Kubinski and you make a move, you're basically saying goodbye to a chance at the race win. But with them pushing together, they have more than enough time with how much the draft has been impactful in the Swift categories. And already you can see Jaden Francisco has turned up the notch a little bit here. He's right back on the bumper of Burgess as they come into the scale tower corner. Already clear is Jaden Francisco. That was a power move, and he's already caught up, and now he'll lead on to the last lap here, Simon.
Yeah, and the question is, where do you want to be starting this last lap? Obviously, Jaden opting to lead from the front. He'll see Burgess behind him with a tow. He's going to pull down to the inside, defend into turn number 1. Final lap, final time into turn number 1. Burgess not going to be able to do anything as Francisco's already covered the low line. Jaden covering low again as they come out of the corner, and the group beginning to stack up.
Yeah, and you can see into the shark fin now. Francisco tried to cover it off and was very effective in doing so. Now we get stacked up into the scoreboard. Burgess going to try to set up a little bit. Going for the crossover, not going to happen. They stay line astern outside of O'Gara, making up a place into the 5th spot.
Francisco opting to defend every possible opportunity, but it's not enough. Burgess finding a way by in a corner Francisco didn't think was possible. They're almost 3 wide behind. Francisco shoved off the track. O'Gara having contact with him. It's going to cost O'Gara a couple of spots too as Manalio tries to look to the inside of him. But Burgess with a several kart length advantage out front over Flores, and then Easton Kubinski behind. Can anybody bring the challenge to Zane in these final couple of corners?
Yeah, we saw Danny O'Gara make a 3 wide move the last time, and this time as well in Heat 2. Now Marcelo Flores, one last chance from 11th on the grid. He's going to look for a heat win. Burgess goes defensive into the final S's as they come out of these final 2 fast corners. Zane Burgess hasn't been easy, and now Marcelo Flores gets underneath them. They're side by side. Flores at the line. Flores, by 28 thousandths of a second, has stolen it from Zane Burgess at the gun, Simon.
What a finish we have here in Micro Swift. A last corner pass for Marcelo Flores will promote him into the lead, but it was a fight, a drag race coming to the line, only getting it done by 28 thousandths of a second over Zane Burgess. A well-fought battle there at the front, and just behind them, Easton Kubinski coming home P3. Danny O'Gara finishing 4th. Jake Manalio rounding out your top 5. Lawrence Perriman up to P6. Dutch Westbrook P7. Jaden Francisco P8. After being shoved off on that last lap, Dominic Gaddis P9 and Parker Stewart rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel, Austin Taylor, Zev Gottschalk, Kason Hendrickson, and Jack Kotowski rounding out your top 15. Through the rest of the field, a difficult race for Miles Wilson and Hudson Howard in 16th and 17th. Trip Golnick, Lincoln Wiley, and Darius Warnowskich in the 20th spot down through the rest of your 27 karts that made it onto the track for heat number 2. So that wraps up an eventful Micro Swift race. Marcelo Flores with a spectacular run through the field to take your Heat 2 victory ahead of Zane Burgess, Easton Kubinski, and the rest of your Micro Swift field. But up next, we go from the youngest guys in the paddock to the oldest guys. It's Master Shifter coming up next on Kart Chaser.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back here to Spiceland, Indiana for round number 2 of the Stars Championship Series. It is King of the Castle here, and we're talking about the Pro ROK and KZ Master Shifter category again. This has been some fun racing so far today, and I think we're getting set for another exciting heat, the second one on the dock for these guys as we get set to go for your starting lineup. Again, the Master category has been exciting all weekend long. It's Matt Machiko on pole position, and alongside him, making up the front row, is the TB kart of Tom Hollowell in the second position. Jake Fetter, a rough heat one for him. He'll start alongside Brian Chatfield, who got shuffled way wide at the start of the first heat. Evan Batt and Sketchy Barnes make up row 3. Joe Ruck and Robert Feeds make up row 4. And Scott Presti and Michael Rivera make up row number 5. As we get set through the rest of the grid, Ryan Frank, Jeff Mills, Kelly Johnson, Brad Ono, Luis Quinones, Morten Van Tok, Hugh Templeman, Diamandis Ortiz, Ryan Estep, Luis Quinones, the other one, and Michael Gotch round out your field here for the Shifter Master category, Simon.
21 carts strong as we're coming around the final corner. Carts heading into the tram lines. This time not going to be a rolling start. We're going to sit them still on the grid, go to the lights, and have a proper standing start for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, this should be exciting to watch again. We saw in heat number 1, Evan Back got a really good start and was in first by the end of the first lap. So a 5th to first run for him. Can he replicate it this time? We'll see, though, as they're getting lined up in their starting spots. Again, 21 carts. It'll take a second for everyone to get lined up there. You see Christian March there looking to wait to give the signal that everyone is good to go. So we get everyone lined up. We'll wait for the lights, and we should be set for some action here in Pro Shifter Masters.
Drivers set, getting their gear. Christian telling them to put their visors down as we go to the lights and look for the green. Drivers set and ready here in Master Shifter. 2 lights, 3, 4, and 5, and we are out and racing. Bad start for Hollowell on the outside, but Machiko taking off in that magic kart, putting a gap between him and the field behind.
Yeah, you can see not the start Hollowell would have wanted, but he only lost 1 spot there, so it could have been a lot worse for him on the TB. Elsewhere, look at Sketchy Barnes. That was a spectacular attempt, but he couldn't make the move stick, and now Jake Fetter is going to be on the defensive. So again, a pretty line of stern start for your top 5. The only real change in position is Evan Batt losing a spot, as well as Hollowell, and now Sketchy Barnes does make the move on Fetter, and we'll shuffle him back to the likes of Evan Batt.
And we see a lot of importance, especially in these shifter categories, and getting moves done early, because the farther on you go into the race, it's a little bit harder to run close to the karts in front of you. You know, maybe they throw an extra downshift in there and it stops you up in the middle of the corner. They can take off very quickly, and it becomes increasingly difficult to pass as the tire temperature comes up and these guys get really settled in. As we're working the into lap number 1 here, Machiko still out front with a healthy advantage.
Yeah, and I don't want to talk about aero wash, because technically there is no such thing as aero in a go-kart. However, there is a little bit of a dirty air effect that you are going to get, mostly in the shifter categories, just because of how quick you're running and kind of the downwash created. But you can see now, side by side, there's no dirty air there. That's just straight dirty racing almost. Get elbows out between Jake Fetter, Evan Batt, and Brian Chatfield for the fourth spot with Sketchy Barnes, as Chatfield's up the road in second. But man, that got pretty hairy pretty quick, going about 95 miles an hour down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Machiko's having a great time out front, but behind him the action is heating up. These guys side by side at 90 miles an hour, banging wheels as they work through lap number 2. And Emery, what do we have up next?
Yeah, so while they're working lap number 2 and the old guys get settled in here in this one, let's talk to our youngest winner of the day so far. It's Marcelo Flores, as he's down with an interview with Caleb Vieska. All right, Caleb, Marcelo, great heat race here that you were able to do. You drove from outside the top 10 up to the race win. I mean, talk me through that one.
Yeah, it was good. We were side by side, and I get first. This is my first national champion in USA that I gave first.
Yeah, Marcelo, I mean, you had a really good run through that heat. Able to make the move on Burgess on the last lap into those S's. I mean, talk me how you were able to get that one done.
Yeah, I didn't wait it, and I get it, and I won. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that, Marcelo. I mean, awesome job in that heat, and good luck in the pre-final later on today, buddy.
Great to hear from Marcelo Flores, our winner of the Microsoft category. That awesome pass on that last lap, nabbing him the win by just over 200ths of a second, as we go back to the action on track here in Master Shifter Pro and ROK Masters as they work lap number 3 here. And it's still Machiko out front and flying away from this field. Last time by a 108.6. The kart behind him of Chatfield, a 109.7. So he was a second a lap quicker than P2 last time by, and the gap already expanding beyond belief. He's out to a healthy advantage. We'll check it this time by 3.1 seconds and another 0.6 faster for Machiko.
Yeah, Matt Machiko is having a great time right now running out of the front of the field. Just completely dominant. I think Chatfield has realized he doesn't have the pace on the kart and now is trying to defend for all it's worth against Tim Hollowell, but certainly not what the rest of the field wants to see is Machiko driving away quickly. Elsewhere, you can see Sketchy Barnes and Evan Batt working together to get close, but I don't think they're going to have a chance to run down that Machiko.
It's definitely going to be tough. There's still a good bit of time left in the race, but it's going to become increasingly difficult as that gap expands behind him. Yeah, like we said, Chatfield sitting there 3 seconds back, but he's got Hollowell all over his rear bumper. Hollowell going to be looking for a way by, and maybe an issue there for Hollowell. I'm just looking at that rear bumper, and it looks disconnected, so we'll keep an eye on that, but look out for Hollowell possibly having a mechanical issue here early in heat number 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what you do not want to have happen. If you're Tim Hollowell, you're inside the top 5, you had a strong heat 1 finish, and now a mechanical issue as we see the meatball flag out for Tim Hollowell. That is not what you want to have happen. You're going to be starting now in the middle of the field in a shifter race. That is almost a death sentence if you're not careful. So for Hollowell, unfortunate, he's in 3rd right now, but he knows now with the meatball flag that it's basically over for him.
Yeah, he just took a look back and saw the disconnected state of that rear bumper, knowing his race is over. A tough end to what was starting out to be a great heat number 2, sitting there nicely in P3, fighting for that P2 position, but now he's going to have to work harder in the pre-final, starting further down the grid than he would like. As we go back to the action just behind them here, heating up between Joe Ruck and Sketchy Barnes.
Yeah, you can see Sketchy there going to have to go a bit defensive against Joe Ruck. The 2 Maranello karts going wheel to wheel, and then you have the Ralph Schumacher kart of Sam Presti as well, or Scott Presti, excuse me, not the Oklahoma City Thunder GM, but Scott Presti able to work himself up ahead of Jake Fetter on this last lap. and now he's trying his best to get into this Marinello battle between the two champions of the master category, between Sketchy Barnes and Joe Ruck. We've seen good battles between them, usually up a little bit further than this, but they're fighting it out for that 5th position.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to compete when Machiko is sitting at the pace he's at, and he's improving. Last time by went purple again, a 107.7, as we see the action behind him. Joe Ruck getting through on Scott Presti as they look to catch that group in front of them. This is just farther behind and around that P5 area, and as they work through scoreboard corner, it's just such a big gap. I don't think Chatfield's going to be able to do anything, so most of the action is going to be here around this group, I believe, towards the end of this race. It's almost 5 seconds out front for Machiko. So excellent job to the driver of the number 603 Magic Kart, taking off and running away with heat number 2, and the battle still raging on behind as you see Joe Ruck followed closely by Scott Presti.
Yeah, I'm not going to be one to make bold statements, but I would have to say Matt Machiko is probably enjoying this one a good bit. A bit like a practice session as we see a battle to the inside. There goes Jake Fetter on Sketchy Barnes into the scale tower. So this has not been the lap that Sketchy wants here. I mean, he's lost a lot of time, 3 positions, and now will have to regroup behind the comp kart driver, who's made up 1 more spot to go into the 6th position.
And it's so tough when you lose a bit of momentum. 1 pass can lead into several more very quickly, as Sketchy found out that last lap, falling to the tail end of his group. As we continue with the action on track between Jake Fetter, getting passed down the inside by Sketchy with a nice move into turn number 3. The Monza Bull getting it done on the inside, now leading this group of 4.
Yeah, certainly a good move there from Sketchy. He knew that he had to stop the bleeding at some point, and he's done just that. But these two fighting has brought Robert Feige as well as Michael Rivera back into it. 2 guys that DNF'd in the first heat. So for them, a lot like we saw with Tim Hollowell having 1 bad heat, you do not want to have 2 as they go side by side for 8th. Rivera going to try to hang it around the outside in the GFC. That is an aggressive move, and it does not quite pay out for him.
While we're lacking a bit of action at the front of this field, it is an awesome race behind. Some great side-by-side racing through those couple of corners as they head through the last couple of 90-degree turns. And we'll be heading towards the end of this race fairly soon. Machiko already backing the pace down a little bit from his fastest lap and just maintaining that 4.5-second advantage over Brian Chatfield as we watch Robert Feige on your screen there for a second. Now Sketchy Barnes ahead of Jake Fetter there through turn number 1.
Yeah, Sketchy Barnes does not seem to have the pace that he's had at different points this season, but he's hanging on against Jake Fetter for right now, getting his elbows out. We have seen so much good racing from Sketchy so far on the Masters side of things. I'd say probably the best start to a season of any Masters driver around the country, but he's going to have a lot of work to do just to hang on for this 6th position. Seems to be down on power this weekend, seems to be struggling a bit with that Marinello kart, and he's going to have to hang on against a very aggressive, very quick Jake Fetter.
One thing we know about Sketchy Barnes, he knows how to put up a good fight. We've seen it time and time again this season, making moves in places no one thought was possible, especially in these shifter categories. He's able to make those moves and get it done, but what can he do on defense now with this kart right on his gearbox as they head through the last couple of corners of this 1-mile Castle Motorsports Park facility? Working down the laps as we head towards the end, and a bit of an issue there. Not too bad for Jake Fetter, but he'll drop back a couple of kart lengths as they come to the stripe this time by.
Yeah, 2 to go as we see a pass up there for Evan Batt. I believe that's on Brian Chatfield. It is. So Batt, while we were away, has worked his way into the 2nd position and finally is clear of Chatfield, and behind him Joe Ruck right there in the mix as well. So 3 karts all possibly vying for that 2nd position. This is all going on 4+ seconds by Matt Machiko, who has slowed it down a good bit, but still has a comfortable margin at the front of the field. And now Evan Batt, a good couple laps here, and he should still start this race on the front row for the pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, given a major issue, we're not going to see Machiko lose this race by any conventional means anyways, opting to just cruise around, save those tires for the end. And make sure he crosses the line safely. But behind him, the battle's not done inside the top 5. We saw that move a couple of corners ago, and it continues as Joe Ruck looming behind that gearbox of Brian Chatfield. Maybe he can find a way inside the top 3 as we watch Evan Batt take off in P2.
Yeah, Evan Batt now has been able to show his true pace in that 2nd spot, and it looks to be pretty quick ahead of these 2 Marinello karts. You can see now Chatfield's going to come under fire from Joe Ruck. Chatfield's had a pretty clean race. I think he got a bit fortunate with Hollowell having a mechanical failure, but now on the last lap, he's just trying his best to hang on to a podium spot and set himself up nicely for the pre-final later this afternoon.
And there's still an opportunity to move up a spot or two if he plays his cards right, and we'll see what the end of this lap has in store for us. Again, this is the battle for P2. 3.5 seconds up the road. Matt Machiko cruising around the track at this point, down into the 109-second bracket last time by, and just cruising around to get his heat number 2 victory, which should set him up nicely heading into the pre-final later today. Evan Bott looks pretty comfortable there in P2, and then now the question is, can Joe Ruck get it done on Chatfield? A couple of corners left to go, a couple of 90-degree turns. He's there on the bumper, going to look for a move to the inside. Joe Ruck side by side. And we go back to the lead here for the victory. Machiko crosses the line to win heat number 2. And behind them, we had contact. Kart off, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like both Chatfield and Ruck got into it in the S's. Not the first time we've seen that today, but a big incident. Also lost Skitchy Barnes with 2 to go. There's Skitchy on the side of the road. So chaos unfolding inside the top 5 on these last couple laps, and it's led to a 3rd place for Scott Presti, a 4th place for Jake Fetter, and a 5th place for Michael Rivera.
Yeah, certainly not the way we expected that one to turn out. Only a lap left and 3 drivers having issues from inside the top 10. But as we run you through your official results again, Machiko backing it down near the end of that race. He'll cross with a smooth 2.9 second victory over Evan Batt in P2. It'll be Scott Presti coming home in 3rd. Jake Fetter finished 4th, and Michael Rivera rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, Robert Feege in 6th. Brian Chatfield recovers to finish 7th. Jeff Mills 8th. Ryan Frank 9th. Morn Van Tok in the 10th spot. Kelly Johnson, Luis Canona as Brad Danoff, Michael Gosh, and Hugh Templeman round out your top 15. And as you go back further, you'll see some of the big names that just dropped out of that. Joe Ruck is going to finish 18th and did not finish the race after the contact with Chatfield in the final couple corners. Skitchy Barnes, some kind of issue with 2 laps to go, and obviously we saw the rear bumper fall for Tim Hollowell. So an eventful, a chaotic second heat for Master Shifter, and it's going to lead to some big names starting pretty far back in the pre-final.
Yeah, certainly the bottom 3 on that list were some of our top contenders earlier in the race, all having issues of their own. Culminating with Joe Ruck on that final lap. One thing I want to touch on, Michael Rivera finishing inside the top 5 overall, but winning the subcategory of the ROK division, a separate power plant provided by ROK, and he will get it done and put it inside the top 5. So great drive there for the driver of the ROK power plant in the 522. And that wraps up our Master Shifters. When we come back, more action coming your way. Until then, stay with us. A word from our partners.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Well, welcome back to the on-track action as we get set to go green once again with our second heat race of the day for these K8 100 juniors as Isaac Malquit and Caleb Tarter get set to start on the front row here once again. Further back, you have Enzo Vidamontien alongside another one of the MPG Academy drivers. Derek Wargo starting further back here as well. So the second heat race of the day for these KA 100 juniors getting set to go underway here shortly, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a really fun race in the first heat. All of your top five having a good battle ultimately with Isaac Malquit prevailing. But now we get set. Rewrite the history we go for heat number 2. 8 minutes and 2 laps. Caleb Tarter on the front row with Isaac Malquit looking down the tram lines. This should be an exciting one here. Enzo Vidamontien on the second row with Jackson Deal. They're all getting set to go. Looks clean so far. We're looking for the green flag, looking for the lights out, and we got it. Let's go racing here for Heat 2 and K8 Junior.
Yeah, good start so far by the inside line. Enzo Vidamontien moves out of line, bottom of the racetrack, and clear to the point of the field that time by for Enzo Vidamontien, your new leader. Caleb Tarter falls back to the second spot. Malquit falls back to third, and Jackson Deal there still fourth. Wargo looking to make a move. He's able to get it done and stays ahead. Marco Romero and company all trying to cycle through there. Balog side by side further back and has to concede that position. But through the green corner, Enzo Vidamontien leads side by side in between Malquit and Tarter. They make a little bit of contact. Tarter drops the tire, and Isaac Malquit able to get through for second.
Yeah, and it's all going to play out behind them as well. You can see Wargo's now on the scene for that second and third position. More fighting in the pack behind them, but it's given Enzo Vidamontien a pretty good gap now to this group from second on back. So we'll have to see if they work together. But right now, Isaac Malquit off to a decent start in second, and Jackson Deal going to try to push with him to get him up closer to Vidamontien. We'll see what Wargo does as a couple drop a tire out of that turn number 13, Caleb.
Yeah, that's really going to start to bring in a lot of dirt to the racetrack here. So let's see what it looks like. That gap already pretty big here for Enzo Vidamontien, over a second here at the moment. Malquit second, Deal sits in third, Wargo fourth, and behind them is Caleb Tarter, who started further up the field, started on the pole position, all the way back in fifth here. Mason Kuhn sits in that sixth spot. Balog, I believe, was able to get ahead the last time by. We'll see what it looks like. Balog was able to get ahead, as well as Marco Romero, who was able to get ahead of Mason Kuhn.
Yeah, and you can see Balog already up a few spots. There's Benham Abernathy, who had a really good Heat 1, making up another spot in Heat number 2 to the 8th spot as he gets by Mason Kuhn there for that 8th position. As now we go through the rest of the order, you can see Isaac Malquit has been able to work his way up to second. Looks like he's a little closer to Enzo Vidamontien, and he's bringing this whole group with him. Wargo, Deal, as well as Caleb Tarter all have the pace to match Malquit so far, and it looks like they're going to start to close in on the Trinity Karting Group number 895 machine.
Yeah, and again, already, I mean, we saw it already in the first heat race, how one driver was able to get away, and then whenever second on back decide to work together and really start to push each other forward, that gap begins to close down lap by lap. So if these drivers like Isaac Malquit and Jackson Deal decide to work together, it's really going to help them and prompt them to close down the gap to Enzo Vidamontien in the lead. It's hard to get away here unless you have an absolute piece on the track. But for Enzo Vidamontien, already losing a little bit of time here. Isaac Malquit and Jackson Deal both 0.4 of a second quicker than Enzo Vidamontien last time by. And in the process, Gabriel Balog, who sits in 6th, went purple, 114.479. So we're going to start to see those gaps begin to close down here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap's starting to close down. Balog was rapid in the first heat. He looks quick in the second heat as well. As Tarter to the inside of Wargo for that 4th position. Derek Wargo, again, a little bit off the pace in the first heat, trying to hang on here in the second heat, but he just got passed by MPG Academy's own Caleb Tarter in the 805 machine. So now he joins up with Jackson Deal and Isaac Malquit in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions. They've definitely made up ground on Vidamontien. 0.3 the last lap, even more on this lap. They are coming to the front here with Malquit leading the charge.
Yeah, and already that gap now at a car length and a half here in between Malquit and the Kart Republic of Enzo Vidamontien. Let's see what the gap looks like this time when they cross the line. It was 8/10. The last lap is going to be at under half a second, 3/10. And that's all going to close down here down the main straightaway. The more and more that Jackson Deal decides to push and work with Isaac Malquit. At the first round, Malquit took a win from Enzo Vidamontien. Can he do the same here in the second heat race on the inside of the shark fin? He's able to get clear. Tartar goes through as well as Jackson Deal. Tartar not able to get fully clear. Vidamontien slots back in the line into third.
Yeah, Jackson Deal, good job pushing through. As always, the last one is the only guy that has to worry too much about clearing. As now Vidamontien does not want to hang beyond second for too long as he goes right by Jackson Deal, and they're going to go side by side through turn 8. Have out it for Wargo over the curb. He's gone back into the mix of things, and he's up to the 4th position. So Vidamontien back to second, and he'll try to close back in on Malquit, who now has a little bit of breathing room for himself here in this one.
Yeah, and we know it's not going to last for too long. We saw how they closed down the gap to Enzo Vidamontien when it was at a second. That gap continuing to close as there's some movement further back in the field, Emery.
Yeah, and you can see Gabriel Balog has moved his way up to the 6th spot. He's been quick all by himself. I mean, I think he's running a pace that is as quick as the race leaders. So as he detaches from that second group, he is now as close to the first group as he is to the second group. And if they start fighting like right here, it's going to bring Balog in as Enzo Vidamontien back to the front. There goes Deal. There goes Wargo. And from 1st to 4th goes Isaac Malquit.
Yeah, got to see Derek Wargo slot up the field, and there goes Jackson Deal inside of Enzo Vidamontien. Wargo wanted to go through as well, running Enzo Vidamontien all out of room, 3 wide into the scoreboard corner. Malquit to the bottom. He's able to get ahead. Vidamontien looking for their over-under move. Derek Wargo was the biggest loser there, and that one falls back to 4th, and still trying to go here on Enzo Vidamontien, who's going defensive from Wargo and Tartar.
Yeah, this is really chaotic stuff as there goes Balog into the inside of Caleb Tartar for the 5th spot. And now all of a sudden, as Vidamontien kind of fades to the inside, what was once a 5-kart battle for the lead is a 5-kart battle for second, with Abernathy and company coming in for the 7th spot on back, and the rest of this field all going to wind together. There's Jackson Deal at the front, and then it is a huge gaggle of go-karts all the way down to Cameron Marsha in 9th, fighting it out in this front group.
And this is exactly what Jackson Deal needed after finding himself in the grass at the start of his first heat race. So this is going to be really good on the points for Jackson Deal to find himself inside of the pre-final A group. And for the likes of Malquit, just fighting for a pole position start later on today whenever we get into that pre-final. That's going to set the grid for the main event tomorrow as they go side by side, Tartar and Balog. Tartar able to get ahead that time by. Tartar up to P5.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you're seeing this train kind of snake all the way back together. Deal ahead of Malquit and Vidamontien. How much longer is that going to last, though? Well, I have a prediction. It's not going to last too long. As you see side by side, Tartar again trying to get by Wargo, but Wargo crosses him back over, and at the lead, now it's Malquit working his way by. Vidamontien pods Deal off of it, and that's going to cause chaos in the group behind him as Jackson Deal gets shuffled wide, and it is absolutely unfolding as he's going to go from 1st to 10th in the span of about 3 corners there, Caleb.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Jackson Deal, who really needs the points here in these heat races after a similar situation happened to him in the first heat race. Just unfortunate there. Jackson Deal just ran out of room there. So now it's a heads-up battle. Isaac Malquit and Enzo Vidamontien as we get to about 30 seconds when they cross the stripe. So 3 laps to go left in the second heat race in KA Junior. Derek Wargo finds himself in that 3rd spot with Caleb Tartar there in 4th. Does Vidamontien have the run that he needs to go here? Not going to do it into the I-70 hairpin. Vidamontien going to wait, and that's going to give Derek Wargo the tow as well as Caleb Tartar.
Yeah, I think that this is a case of in junior, Vidamontien has raced against Isaac Malquit a lot. He knows he is probably the quickest kart other than himself on the racetrack. There's no sense in trying to bring other variables into play when you have confidence that these top 2 can pull away from the rest of the field. So I think identifying who you're working with in this case, like Enzo Vidamontien, is a pretty smart play. We'll see how long he sticks in that 2nd spot, but at the moment, the TKG machine seems content to push Isaac Malquit, at least for the moment, until they get down to 2 to go. But Derek Wargo and Caleb Tarter staying right there, working together themselves to keep themselves in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and recently Derek Wargo has done a lot of road racing across the WKA series and knows what it's like to sit in a draft, knows what it's like when to go whenever you sit in that draft and get a good tow. So what does Derek Wargo do here? Does he have the run onto the main straightaway? 2 sticks will be in the air this time by, and officially crunch time for these junior drivers. Enzo Vidmontien and Isaac Malquit lead us away to the final 2 laps in this second heat race. Caleb Tarter looking for a move, as well as Enzo Vidmontien, who gets clear. Wargo goes through. Caleb Tarter goes through as well, but Derek Wargo drops the tire there on the exit. Marco Romero goes way wide on the exit of the I-70 corner, and he's going to lose a handful of spots here in this one, Emery.
Yeah, not sure exactly what happened there. It looked like maybe some contact between Marco and Benham Abernathy, but now as they come through the scoreboard corner, Wargo going over under with Tarter for what has to be the 4th time on this race, and you can see now that Derek Wargo is going to get through for 2nd. There's some more contact in the battle for 3rd, as you can see Malkut trying to get back on Tarter, not going to work out, and once again Enzo Vidmontien, which seems to be all too familiar this year, has a big group, or a big gap to the group in 2nd behind.
Yeah, that group is 2nd. The more that they fight, the more that Enzo Vidmontien could comfortably run away with the gap here. Side by side, Tarter drops the tire there on the wayside. Now Isaac Malquit going to have to defend here from Gabriel Balag, who was able to make up that spot whenever Tarter dropped the tire. So going to have to recollect himself here for Caleb Tarter and try and set in some good lap times. White flag in the air this time by Enzo Vidmontien, the first to take it. Then there's Derek Wargo with the big gap behind to Isaac Malquit, who points forward to Gabriel Balag and Caleb Tarter. But I think it's just a little too late to be working together now, Emery.
Yeah, the time has passed for that. There's no real chance of moving up to 2nd. It is go time if you're in this group from 3rd on back, and you can see Isaac Malkut now going to have to defend from Balag, from Tarter, as well as the rest of this field now down into the scoreboard hairpin. You can see the gap Vidmontien has. That is not getting close anytime soon. Derek Wargo looks to be probably safe in the 2nd spot as well, but behind him is where it gets interesting. Malkut still getting pushed by Balag, still getting pushed by Tarter, and they're making up ground on Wargo, but will it be enough as we've got problems for the MPG boys? That's the 812 of Mort in the grass there as we see more battling going further back. It looks like Tarter's going to rip it around the outside there in turn 10 and 11.
Yeah, Tarter looked to hold on to it. Not close enough as of yet as they continue to cycle through. There's Derek Wargo. There's Enzo Vidmontien into the last couple of corners. Side by side, further back in between Roman McCurdy and Benham Abernathy. McCurdy going to be able to get ahead that time by, and he's clear. But all the while, all the fighting has given Heat 2 to Enzo Vidmontien by a pretty big margin. Derek Wargo steals the 2nd place. Isaac Malquit, 3rd.
Down through the rest of the grid, Caleb Tarter, Gabriel Balag, Roman McCurdy, Benham Abernathy, Cameron Marcia, Mason Kuhn, and Jackson Deal rounds out your top 10 with a good run from Chase Gassi at lead to get up to the 11th spot. Further back, Nate Golish in 12th. Jude Thurmaswamy had a rough lap number 1. He makes his way back up to 13, ahead of Brandon Saraki and Davis Henry. Inside the top 15 as they go through the rest of the grid. A couple of guys that had some incidents there. Ryan Mort on the last lap going off, as well as Marco Romero. We saw that one. We also saw Luca Brancati fall back through the field. So a lot of guys going to have a lot of work to do and possibly a spot in the B pre-final, Caleb.
Yeah, so for a lot of drivers, I mean, who are looking to race their way out of that pre-final B tomorrow morning have unfortunately probably found themselves in there. For the likes of Jackson Dio, who just similar story to what he had in that one, put him out of contention here again in this 2nd heat race. That was only half of our K8 100 juniors. When we come back, the 2nd heat race for Group A gets set to go green here.
We're at a commercial break.
ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the second round of the Stars Championship Series, the King of the Castle, as we get set to go green here once again for the second half of our KA100 Juniors. On the front row, John Antonino, who already has 2 wins on the day, as starting on the pole position alongside teammate Landon Boer. Then you go back to Travis Pettit and Ty Fisher, Nathan Dupuis and Max Weiland starting on row 3. Then you go back to Jackson Baldus and Cash Perkins on row 4. Emerson Lane and Kai Mars round up your top 5 and your top 10 who get set to go green here in this second heat race for the KA100 Junior A group as they get set here. Crawling pace so far for Antonino and Landon Boer into the tram lines here. Lights go out and we are racing here in KA100 Junior. A good start by John Antonino, bottom of the racetrack. A couple of other drivers further back looking to make moves. Not close enough. Everybody gets stacked and a big gaggle of karts. One driver goes around there. The 843 around here early.
Yeah, that's Homer Heeman out of the race early on as you see Emerson Lane with a big dive bomb into the shark fin up into the top 7 there. But at the front of the field, how about it for John Antonino? A good start for him. A good start for Max Weiland in the 8th spot, up a couple spots here early on in the going. But at the front of the field, it is MPG, TB, MPG, TB. If that sounds familiar, it's exactly how it was at the end of heat number 1.
Yeah, so very similar to what we saw, like you said, Emery, in the first heat race. Nathan Dupuis found himself ways back from the top 4 here, who just bided their time, worked together, and pushed each other further and further away from the rest of the field. And whenever you have all the battling going on further back, that's going to happen. Emerson Lane now able to come away ahead of the rest of the group that's further back. Max Weiland sits behind Nathan Dupuis here at the moment, but a good start by the rookie Emerson Lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Good start for Emerson Lane to get up to 7th, but he is going to be under fire here from Cash Perkins and the rest of the group if he doesn't get a drafting time soon. But at the front of the field, how patient will Travis Pettit be in that second position as he continues to work his way onto the back bumper of John Antonino and pushing him away from the rest of the field? You can see Antonino has been so good today. He won both of his early heats. Now he's leading the charge here in Heat 2 for KA Junior.
Yeah, Travis Pettit right there, right behind him and closing down the gap. So let's see what Travis Pettit can do this time around. Does Travis Pettit have enough push from behind with Landon Boer to close down the gap to John Antonino? We saw how he's run away here before. We saw it happen a couple of times in a couple of heat races so far. So what does what does Travis Pettit have to do to continue to close down? He really is going to need a push from Landon Boer to really give him that extra little bit that he needs to get ahead of Antonino, who's been super quick. But Pettit really putting in really good lap times, a 124.504 the last time around, and he's going to have a really good run coming to the main straightaway here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. Pettit is on a mission here. And I guess if he knows that they're not pulling away too much from that 3rd and 4th position, he might not want to push even further. Pettit, that time through a 114.6. Him and Antonino pushing, but they're not pulling away from the group behind him. He's not going to make a move yet, but who is going to make a move is Ty Fisher, his TB Kart teammate, up to that 3rd spot. Now Fisher wants to lead Landon Boer back up to their 2 teammates here.
Yeah, Ty Fisher able to get ahead and up to P3 here in this second heat race. So now Ty Fisher wanted to get back in on the rear bumper of his teammate Travis Pettit so they can work together and put the 2 TB karts to the front of the field here. But still for Landon Boer and company, still pretty quick. Ty Fisher was purple last time by. Knew he had to go there on Landon Boer, able to get it done. Further back, it's still Max Weiland, Nathan Dupuis. They've been switching positions every lap around, so they're losing a little bit of time to the top 4. But for Dupuis and Weiland, so lapping pretty quickly with a little bit of a gap back to Cash Perkins. You said for Emerson Lane he was going to fall under fire to Cash, and that's exactly what happened. Emerson Lane fell back to 8th, Cash Perkins up to 7th.
Yeah, I believe it's now 9th as Kai Mars just looked like he got by in the background. So Emerson Lane still a solid top 10 run for the junior rookie, as well as with Kai Mars as well, another junior rookie, but he's got some work to do to get further up the field like these guys are right now as Travis Pettit is on the bumper of John Antonino again. Ty Fisher again going purple, so you can see Fisher able to work his way up into the 3rd spot. He made that pass the last time through. He has now dropped Landon Buer in the 4th position. And now you have to wonder if Travis Pettit looks back and sees his teammate coming closer, if that changes his decision on when to make the move or not.
Yeah, and for Ty Fisher, went a 10th quicker last time by than the top 2. So what does Ty Fisher have in store for us here? Travis Pettit just turned around, saw that Ty Fisher was on his rear bumper. So if I can take a wild guess at this, Emery, and really predict what's going to happen when they get to the main straightaway, Ty Fisher's going to push Travis Pettit ahead of John Antonino.
It's a bold prediction there, Caleb.
Really big.
I think, you see 2 teammates coming together. I think as soon as Pettit realizes that he has Fisher with him, it will change his calculus. But while we've got a battle for the lead brewing on this KA Junior Heat, I believe we're going to go side by side and talk to the winner of our other KA Junior Heat, Enzo Vidmontien. Caleb?
Enzo, a pretty good heat race there for you at the end of it. The more and more that they fought for second on back, you were really able to run away with it. Just walk me what it was like in the seat.
The first lap, I set it into turn 1. The move made me get a gap. I got caught because they were pushing. We kind of stayed there. We started battling. Then DH, I don't know how to spell his name, sorry. He kind of pulled away, so then I pushed Isaac. Then we had a gap. I pushed him more. I passed Isaac. I had a gap, and I won.
Yeah, well, you still haven't been on the track with the drivers that are racing right now, the likes of Travis Pettit, Ty Fisher, and John Antonino. But going into the pre-final later on today, you're in a pretty good starting spot for that one. How are you feeling racing, I guess, the other half of the KA Juniors later on today? Anybody have an eye on?
I hope I can work with Ty. Maybe Travis, we could pull away, and it'll be the same thing.
Yeah, perfect job, Enzo, in that last heat. One last question for you. You've been dominant all season long, really able to get those big gaps at the end of the race. It doesn't seem like you're necessarily that much quicker on a raw pace standpoint, but what do you think keeps allowing you to find those ways and kind of find the way through the chaos on the last couple of laps?
You just have to be smart. You always have to think ahead. Like Texas and North Carolina and KA, I was really smart in both, and maybe have a huge gap. So like here again, maybe have a gap, and yeah.
Well, sounds good, Enzo. Best of luck as the day progresses, and best of luck in the pre-final later on today.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from Enzo Vidmontien, and like I predicted, Ty Fisher and Travis Pettit pushing each other ahead of John Antonino a couple of laps ago, and they were able to get ahead. The 2 TB karts now leading from the 2 MPG Academy Kart Republic. So let's see what Ty Fisher and Travis Pettit can do to try and get away from John Antonino with 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, I think they're still content to push with each other. We have not seen much of a gap being formed between Antonino and the top 2 TB karts, but Pettit coming through to cross another lap off the board, a 1:17.7 for both of your 2 leaders as they're still pushing ahead. Again, content to work with each other. Antonino not quite close enough to make a dive in that corner. I don't think he really wants to, knowing as long as he keeps on the track, he has a tiebreaker over both of these guys and can all but guarantee a starting position on the front row should anything go right, or as long as anything doesn't go wrong here.
Yeah, just really need to keep it on the racetrack and definitely, not risk all too much, because it all matters at this point, right? A good spot for the pre-final, and then a good start there in that pre-final will put you in a good start for the main event, which is where the hardware comes, and that's where we crown the kings and queens of the castle, being new Castle Motorsports Park here this weekend. But at the moment, Travis Pettit sitting at the helm with Ty Fisher right behind him, Antonino in third, Landon Buer a couple of ways back, a second back from the top 3 here. Max Weiland still sits there in P5 with Nathan Dupuis P6, Perkins and Kai Mars 7 and 8 respectively. Emerson Lane fell back to 9th. Tristan Murphy running up your top 10 here at the moment. But when we cross the stripe, 2 laps to go, 2 sticks in the air, and officially crunch time here, Emery.
Yeah, we are coming down to the wire here in the second heat of Group A of KA Junior. And as they come down to 2 to go now, you can see Ty Fisher still content to push Travis Pettit. When does that end? Well, it doesn't end now. 2 TV carts, still 1 and 2. Antonino still not going to make a move for second. I think he knows as long as they keep pushing, they're still pulling a gap back to Landon Buer, and he's still pulling a gap back to Dupuis and Max Wyland behind him. So as long as that keeps happening, there's no incentive for these top 3 to change position until the last possible second.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Ty Fisher, yesterday he told me that it doesn't matter which TB kart crosses the line first, as long as one of us wins one of the heat races is all we need.
Yeah, and I think as long as they're set up with a good finish here, I mean, both of them finished second and third in the first heat with Fisher finishing ahead of Pettit. As of right now, they're set, but Ty Fisher wants that main event P1 position, so he wants to go straight to the point here with a lap and a half remaining. This would set him up provisionally to be on the front row for the pre-final, so I can see why Fisher wants to make a move, but now down the back straightaway we go. We've got a 3-kart breakaway, and now we've got a different TV kart in the front.
Ty Fisher going to be your leader coming down to the white flag. Travis Pettit going to be in second. And what does Pettit do here sitting in second? Antonino still there in third. Pettit points Ty Fisher forward. Let's see if if Fisher goes defensive from Travis Pettit this time by. Not as of yet. Everybody's still staying in line. And Ty Fisher still leading us away here with John Antonino there in third. Looks back. Isn't going to have help this time around for John Antonino.
Yeah, if you're in second and you're Travis Pettit, the safest place to be is right on the rear bumper of Ty Fisher, because it forces Antonino, if he wants to make a move to try to thread the needle and get in there, position his kart to where you can get by without running into the back bumper of Ty Fisher. So there's Antonino. As soon as there's a bit of a gap there, he's going to send it, and he's done just that on Ty Fisher. Antonino up to second. We'll see how much Pettit is willing to make that move there for second. Antonino still in second, not quite close enough to Fisher through the cell tower. But as they come through this double left, it should condense together and make it a 3-kart battle to the finish here, Caleb.
Yeah, Antonino closing down that gap rapidly, coming to the checkered flag. Fisher looks back, sees it's not Travis Pettit. It's Antonino that time. Travis Pettit looks to go on. Antonino not close enough. Fisher still leading us away, going defensive in the last 2 corners. There goes Travis Pettit going up to second. Antonino stuck on the outside. Ty Fisher was right last night. He does get the win. TB kart up at the front. 1-2 MPG. Third with John Antonino.
Yeah, Landon Buer makes it an MPG 3-4. Dupuis in 5th for Super 2. Max Wyland in 6th for the Magic Kart Boys. And Jacob Scheibel, Kai Mars, Michael McGoy, and Tristan Murphy round out your top 10. Actually, you're still waiting for the rest of that top 15 to cycle through, and you can see some changes there. McGoy falls to 10th, and Henry Taylor a nice run into the top 10 and 9th with Murphy, John Michael Dunnigan, Andy Anderson, Sebastian Rist, and Casey Mosley finishing out the top 15. As something has happened to Emerson Lane on the final lap, as we did not catch that one, but unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Ezekiel Haight and the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine as well. I believe both of them had an incident on that final lap.
Yeah, unfortunate for Emerson Lane, and Ezekiel there fell way down the order there in the closing stages of that heat race. So already very, very action-packed, but with some pickup getting set to go underway, we'll take this time, step away for a quick second. When we come back, more racing action getting set to come your way. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Well, as the engines come to life and karts start to make their way out onto the racetrack, we get set to go for our second heat in this mini Swift class. Your Swift Stars getting set to go green here, where yesterday it was Nico Katowski who put it on the pole position with Parker Ives starting alongside him on the front row. Then you go back to Enzo De Janeiro on row 2, starting alongside Bowen Green. For Katowski, not the best first heat race for him. Fell back a little bit on the edge of the top 5. So for Katowski, going to have to stay ahead of the rest of the field. And for Parker Ives, the exact opposite. Able to get to the point of the field and didn't look back since.
Yeah, absolutely. Parker Ives had a really strong run in the first heat. Had to fight his way from about 5th on the opening lap up to the lead, but once he did not look back. So through the rest of the grid, a few other notables beyond the first couple rows here. You have Marco Semet in the 6th spot, Colton Schniegenberg 7th, Cade Wolf in 8th after a DNF in heat number 1, and then back through the rest of the top 10. Holden Myers had a strong run in heat 1, and Isaac Payne in the 10th position. A few more notables down the line. You got Valentino Centillion starting in the 14th spot. AJ Stoner had a crash in heat 1. He'll be in 20th. And Bashi Jimenez, another guy that had an incident in the first heat. All of these guys starting behind your front row, though, of Nico Katowski and Parker Ives in that second position. So, Caleb, we already saw one eventful heat in the cadet categories of the Micro Swifts earlier. Let's see what heat number 2 for Mini Swift has in store.
Yeah, we're still yet to start this one off, but everybody in 2 single-filed lines here. Nico Katowski and Parker Ives getting set to lead us to green for the second time here in heat racing action for these Mini Swifts as we get set to go into the tram lines for this heat race here. It was Parker Ives in the first one. What does Nico Katowski have in store? Lights are out, green flag is out, and we are racing here in Mini Swift. A good start, a much better start by Katowski to be able to hold on. A couple of drivers way off the racetrack further back, and Katowski leads us away. One driver there, Holden Myers, gets on the bumper of what looks to be, it could have been Bowen Green or Colton Schniegenberg. The driver made contact. They go 3 wide. Everybody just bobbling there. Cade Wolf in the middle of it, 3 wide all the way through.
Yeah, Cade Wolf again almost ended up an incident just like in heat number 1. He got away with it that time, though. And at the front of the field, how about that? 2 starts to the heat races and 2 third to first moves from Enzo De Janeiro. This time, though, he's got his 2 main competitors from qualifying in 2nd and 3rd, as Nico Katowski, a much better start for him, has him in the 2nd spot with Parker Ives right until as Katowski goes back to the race lead coming through the cell tower hairpin.
Yeah, Katowski wanting to lead here. De Janeiro falls back to that 2nd spot. Parker Ives there in 3rd, just kind of biding his time, being patient. De Janeiro not going to be patient, though. On the inside of Nico Katowski, he gets clear. Parker Ives wanting to go through. Doesn't want to fight with these 2. Wants to make quick work of Katowski. He gets ahead. They're up in a 2nd side-by-side further back. There's Tucker Trebe who gets through there as well on Bowen Green, who lost almost 2 spots in that lap.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Bowen Green, but a look at the top 3 now, all right there together. You can see Enzo De Janeiro ahead of Parker Ives, Nico Katowski, Bowen Green, and Tucker Trebe all right there together now to the inside. Again, Katowski goes inside of Parker Ives, gets it done. Trebe going to try to follow through, not happening. All this battling gives a bit of a gap back to Enzo De Janeiro, but we know how quickly those can close, as now Bowen Green back up to the 4th spot through the shark fin, Caleb.
Yeah, Bowen Green able to get ahead that time by Enzo De Janeiro, still leading us away here with a 3-car length gap between himself and Nico Katowski here. So for Katowski, the first time he's found himself up there in the field, but as we're going side by side here on the racetrack, we go side by side and talk to Ty Fisher here, who was able to get the win. I mean, Ty, we talked last night, and you told me that if you and Travis could work together, one of you would come away with the win, and that's exactly what happened there in that second heat race.
Yeah, I knew once I was with Travis that we could push away and maybe pull away from the MPGs and John, but John's quick and he's a good driver, so we weren't able to pull away, but able to get off the 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, you've only raced half of the KA Juniors so far. Looking at the, B group, that races a little bit before you guys. Anybody you have an eye on? Anybody that you're excited to work together going into the pre-final later today?
Yeah, I'm excited to race Enzo. I know he's a really good driver, and I just want to beat him badly. But I want to beat anyone as much as I can, and I hope I can work again with Travis in the pre-final and try and do what we did in the second heat race.
Yeah, and I mean, Ty, yesterday it looked like it was kind of up and down day. You had an issue in happy hour that put you all the way at the back of the grid for qualifying. You were able to qualify all by yourself inside the top 8, which to me is what kind of led to this being such a straightforward day for you. And now that you have your pace in Saturday, I mean, how much has it helped you to have that kind of confidence from qualifying, knowing that you can have an issue in happy hour and still overcome it like you did?
Yeah, it really helps with the confidence, but we know that the chassis is good at every track that we go to, so even with no draft, the chassis was on rails and I was able to put it up in the top 8, which is good.
Sounds good, Ty. Well, best of luck going on for the rest of the weekend, and it was good hearing from you.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it. That's Ty Fisher as one driver finds themselves way wide. They're on the exit of the short chute straightaway. Parker Ives still there, right behind Bowen Green. And so Parker Ives here at the moment fell back to 5th last time by. De Janeiro leads. Nico Katowski 2nd. Tucker Trieb 3rd. Bowen Green sits 4th, and Parker Ives falls back to 5th here at the moment. So looking to get ahead here for Parker Ives of the 4 drivers ahead of him to take another heat race victory here this weekend. So Enzo De Janeiro still leading us away. Katowski, a much better race for him considering how that first one ended for him.
Yeah, at least pace-wise, Katowski's shown a lot of what was good for him in qualifying, consistently running up, although having said that, he dropped the wheel on the exit of the scoreboard hairpin. He gives up 2 spots, and now your front row's back in 4th and 5th again. So bit of a commentator's curse there as Tucker Trieb up to 2nd for the first time all weekend, and now he'll bring Bowen Green with him. So these 4 need to work together if they want to catch up to Enzo De Janeiro, who, again, through mistakes of others and a little bit of shuffling, has his largest gap of the weekend.
Yeah, and can't fail to mention, right, the battling as well has really prompted Enzo De Janeiro to open up the gap. So let's see what Tucker Trieb can do there in that 2nd spot. But Parker Ives going to go on the inside. And Katowski, he's able to get clear. Parker Ives up to the 4th spot here, and now going to look to close down the gap further ahead to Tucker Trieb. Nico Katowski in that 3rd spot. Or I have it mixed up here. Katowski just fell back. It's Bowen Green and Tucker Trieb 2nd and 3rd. So my mistake there, Emery. But yeah, a lot of battling here so far, and kind of hard to keep up with all the moves that have been going on and all the racing action that we see. But everybody doing a great job here so far. Trieb in that 2nd spot. Let's see what the gaps look like. He was able to lap a little bit slower than De Janeiro, a couple of hundredths of a second. But he does have a push further back from Bowen Green. So if they can continue to work together, they can probably get there in the end as time continues to dwindle down. 2.5 minutes to go left in this heat race, and anything can happen with that much time.
Yeah, once you get out there, you know that a little bit of a push can go a long way. We've seen Bowen Green be relentless in pushing Tucker Trieb. It got him by Katowski when he dropped the wheel on the exit of the scoreboard hairpin on the last lap. It's now helping them to pull away a bit from Parker Ives and Katowski and get closer to Enzo De Janeiro. So for once, it looks like Parker Ives and Katowski are going to have to play a supporting role here if they want to get back up to the race lead. But in the meantime, at the front, you can see Enzo De Janeiro kind of signaling to have Tucker Trieb push him. But considering that they've pushed all the way up there, I can't see rationale for them to stay behind for too much longer. They'll come onto the main straightaway, and as they get about 1.5 minutes to go, that should be 4 laps of racing left. I would expect by the end of this straightaway, you're going to see Tucker Trieb all the way up on the rear bumper of Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, 4 laps to go this time by with just 1.5 minutes. So going to give them just a couple of seconds to cross the line in time here to get 4 more laps in this race. Bowen Green now on the rear bumper of Tucker Trieb. So a 3-horse race at the front, and Parker Ives, when the gloves get thrown off in between the top 3, Parker Ives will definitely be there. Gloves are thrown off now. Tucker Trieb to the point.
Yeah, Tucker Trieb did not want to wait any longer, knew the pace that he had, knew how much of a run he had on that previous lap, and decided now was the time, and today was the day for Tucker Trieb to take the heat race number 2 lead in Swift Stars. So now he's in a different position. Now he's got to defend here from Enzo De Janeiro, who's going to waste no time going back to the lead. And all this fighting from 1st to 3rd is going to bring back Parker Ives, as well as Nico Katowski, who's been struggling these last couple laps, but he's going to have to put it together. And how about it for Royce Vega? If you expand the shot just a little bit, he is absolutely wheeling that Bennett cart back to the front 5.
Yeah, been a couple of slow starts for Royce Vega, but has definitely pulled away and it has a long run pace, picks his moves after the start. Just if he can get that start down later on in the pre-final, he can definitely have a good starting spot going into the main event. So Royce Vega continuing to push himself further and further up the field. What does Tucker Trebe do this time by? Does he go? He doesn't. Bowen Green does, though. Up in a second for Bowen Green. It looked like he just wanted to go for first. Wasn't close enough. Slotted back in the line as they go side by side. And there goes Parker Ives with Trebe. Trebe on the inside, bottom of the racetrack in the shark fin. He's able to stay ahead there, but they're going to lose some time to Bowen Green in second.
Yeah, this is all going to play out to where they need to settle their differences quickly. How about Royce Vega slicing through for fifth on Nico Katowski? Vega was upwards of a second and a half off of this group 2 laps ago. He's put in 2 absolute barn burns a lap, 0.3 of a second clear of the field on each of the last 2 laps, and that has brought him right back into the play for this Heat 2 victory. And again, a guy with a poor qualifying effort for Vega. He has raced his way forward in Heat 1 and now doing it again in Heat number 2. So good run for Royce Vega, but this battle at the front is about to shape up.
Yeah, definitely about to ramp up here in a couple of seconds' time. When they cross the stripe, we're going to get the 2 sticks in the air, and Bowen Green is going to try and make a move there. It's Parker Ives on the inside of Trebe. Wasn't able to get close enough that time by and get clear, but 2 sticks in the air. Officially crunch time, although it seemed like that since the green flag dropped. What does Royce Vega have for Parker Ives? Does he slot out of line? He does. Bottom of the racetrack for Royce Vega. Looking to get clear into I-70 hairpin. He does. Parker Ives loses the spot to Nico Katowski in the process. Ives back to 6th here. Enzo De Janeiro still leads, but Bowen Green closing down that gap. Vega up to 3rd. Goes on the inside of Tucker Trebe. He gets clear. Royce Vega absolutely flying in the second heat race here, Emery.
Yeah, Royce Vega, no one's really challenged him too much as we almost had a battle for the lead there. Enzo De Janeiro came under fire from Bowen Green, but it was not enough, and now Green's going to go really defensive. This might open up the floodwaters a bit for Enzo De Janeiro. We already talked to one Enzo that got away after some battling for second. Now we might see it again. Vega right on the bumper of Bowen Green. He's going to go for it into the cell tower. Move Royce Vega to 2nd. Move Bowen Green back to 3rd. He's going to go side by side and win out against Tucker Trebe. Parker Ives, a beautiful move in the double F for that 5th spot. Going to get back crossed over though, and we've got a big battle from 2nd on back.
Yeah, let's see if Royce Vega has enough time with the white flag coming out next time around. Parker Ives currently made the move there on Nico Katowski. He was able to get clear that time by. It's going to be 1 lap to go this time around for Enzo De Janeiro. White flag in the air. Enzo De Janeiro has to hold off the rapid Royce Vega here, and I think he may just be able to stay ahead when the race ends. But Royce Vega, I mean, what a race for him so far. In 3rd, Bowen Green looking to hold off Tucker Trebe, who's a little bit ways back, and Trebe was able to get ahead that time by.
Yeah, this has been a sensational run for Royce Vega to be all the way back up through the grid from like 11th on the starting position. He's moved all the way up, and now we've got more fighting for that 3rd spot. Bowen Green going side by side there with Tucker Trebe. They're still battling in a green corner. Ives going to go for 5th. Green going to go for 3rd. Not going to have him for Green, but Parker Ives has moved up to the 5th position.
Yeah, good move that time by for Parker Ives to get clear. And Trebe going defensive. Bowen Green went back, and Tucker Trebe really looked to go back up to the top of the racetrack, and just a little bit too late to move him back up. But let's see what Bowen Green has in store. This is the final lap. Enzo De Janeiro has a good gap back to Royce Vega, who continues to close that gap down, but just going to run out of time here in this one. Trebe in 3rd there. Does anybody attempt to move into the final corner? And we'll find out here in a second. Everybody stays in line, but all the while, Enzo De Janeiro kept his nose clean, was patient, wins heat race number 2. Royce Vega, a charge up the field, finishing 2nd. A good drive for him, going purple in the process, and Tucker Trebe running up your top 3 here, Emery.
Yeah, and down through the rest of the grid, Bowen Green, Parker Ives, Nico Katowski, Marco Stammet, Josh Bergman, Valentin Centillion, and Cade Wolf round out your top 10. Through the rest of the grid we go. Grayson Walcott, Nicholas Mose, Luke Gillio, Braden Westfall, and Holden Myers-Zickel Heat in the 15th position. And further back, Ben Gloverman, Alex Kutcher, Asher Ferris, Cameron Johnson, William Vittor, and more. Another couple DNFs in that one. Colin Schniegenberg finished in the 30th spot after an issue late in the going for him. There's a look at Schniegenberg as well as the 177 machine. So we'll see all the track cleanup coming up next. That was Isaac Payne off the track as well with Schniegenberg. and AJ Stoner as well did not finish in that one, Caleb.
Yeah, so an unfortunate end to the race of Colton Steenberg and Isaac Payne, but as we get pickup getting set to go underway, we are live from Castle Motorsports Park on what's already been an action-packed day of racing here for the King of the Castle. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to the Stars Championship Series as we get set to go green here. Once again for the KA Stars have made their way out onto the racetrack. Mick Gabriel, Vaughn Beasley getting set to go green here in this second heat race starting on the front row. Then you go back to Oliver Hodgson and Jackson Wolney, who really needs to get a good points haul in this second heat race. You go back to Adam Maxwell and Drew James on row 3. Brandon Lemke, Carter Thompson running up your 4th row. And Austin Olds, Addison Ainello, your top 10 getting set to go green here for this second heat race. And further back, I believe we did have a driver move to the rear of the field for the 902 who had to go to the rear of the field. That's Daniel Perez. So he's starting from the rear of the field. Let's see if he can make any moves with that fresh new engine on that cart.
Yeah, Danny Perez having started the back of the grid. Again, his first full year of national KA racing, so interesting to see what he's going to do here with a lot of pace aboard that crosslink machine. So we'll see how this goes, or the Extreme machine, excuse me. We'll see how that goes as we get set to go for this 8-minute and 2-lap KA Stars heat race, Group B. And again, we saw in Heat 1, Mick Gabriel hang on against 2 charging vets in Oliver Hodgson and Brandon Lemke. So against the two younger guys in Vaughn Beasley and Jackson Wolney, two guys that need a really good heat after crashing the first one. This should be an exciting one here, as we add a couple more front runners to the mix. Beasley needs a good heat, Wolney needs a good heat, and we already have a lot of fast contenders in this one.
A lot of fast contenders. It was Mick Gabriel in the first one. What can he do here in the second one? We saw a really, really slow start that really played into the favor of Mick Gabriel at the start of the first heat. And let's see if he does the same. And it's a crawling pace here at the moment. So for Mick Gabriel and Vaughn Beasley, look to go green here. We know a lot of drivers have a lot of pace here. Can Mick Gabriel repeat the same success he had in the first heat race here in the second one? It's Mick Gabriel and Vaughn Beasley getting set to go green. Gabriel picking up the pace here just a little bit, but going to wait till the last second. And when he gets into that start box, the lights are on and the lights are out. And we are racing here in KA Stars. Gabriel to the bottom of the racetrack. A much better start for Beasley, who's at the top there. Mick Gabriel looking to crowd him to the outside. Vaughn Beasley slowed way, way down. A lot of dirt there on the exit of the I-70 hairpin. A couple of drivers around, and Drew James, one of those.
Yeah, Drew James gets turned around. Unfortunate for him. He's going to have a lot of work to do in the second heat if he wants any shot at the front of the field. But for the second heat, running the outside lane, got an awful start. We saw in the first one it was Wolney and Beasley coming together. I can't even find Vaughn Beasley back there, but I know it's outside of the top 5 for sure. As you can see now, running through turns 8 and 9. There's Brandon Lemke looking for a move on Adam Maxwell into the cell tower hairpin move. The 901 Merlin, Franklin Motorsports' own Brandon Lemke up to the second spot. And he's going to bring Oliver Hodgson back up to this group now as Mick Gabriel dashes away in P1.
Yeah, and Brandon Lemke already, the first lap hasn't even finished and already up 5 spots here in this race. So already making quick work of everybody and up in a second. Let's see if he has the pace to catch up to Mick Gabriel. We saw him go quickest at the final lap of the first heat race. Can he do the same? We know he has a long run pace. We know that there's pace in that Franklin Motorsports Merlin here. And let's see what Brandon Lemke's going to do, because he has help from Adam Maxwell behind in that third spot, and Oliver Hodgson there in fourth.
Yeah, and already you can see Vaughn Beasley goes up to down to 22nd as Hodgson goes up to third. So Hodgson and Lemke again finding their way forward, just like we saw in the last heat. Maxwell going to fight this one back against Hodgson. Hodgson early on in the race going to give him the space there. He knows it's a long one. He knows he can make this pass coming up soon. But this is going to give Brandon Lemke a little extra space. And now Hodgson sends one into the green corner, and he'll bring Jackson Wolney with them. They're still side by side, and Maxwell hangs on through the kinks. That's going to force Wolney off the track, and it's going to force Austin Olds up into the top 5.
Yeah, there goes Olds as Maxwell opens up. Looked to close off. Austin Olds wasn't close enough, and you saw Maxwell going immediately back on Oliver Hodgson. That's just a difference of experience there in between Maxwell, who's a younger driver, and Oliver Hodgson there. And in the process, Maxwell losing a handful of spots. Jackson Wolney able to get through, as well as a couple of other drivers that time by. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Logan Mueller was able to go through, who's now ahead of Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, and that's Addison Iannello, making it up another spot into the top 6 there. So Iannello with a really good run through the heat, and you can see now Jackson Wolney and Adam Maxwell both losing out from that encounter. Iannello not going to stay up there for too long, though, as she already gets bounced back a spot, and Wolney to the front of this group. So Austin Olds with a big gap in front of this group, and now the chaos that started really when Adam Maxwell went back down the inside of Oliver Hodgson has landed all the way back in this midfield group, Caleb.
Yeah, and there goes Maxwell on the inside of Addison Iannello. He's able to get clear that time by. So my apologies there. Logan Mueller now sits behind Addison Iannello. Logan Mueller in the Kart Republic and Iannello in the OTK. But they continue to lap around here. Already 2 laps down and a lot more to go here as there's a move further back. Mueller gets the bumper there, gets sent off way to the wayside and has some sort of issue because lifts his hand in the air and just got slowed way, way down after door-to-door contact there.
Yeah, that was Theo Kakadi there making the move to the inside in the cell tower hairpin. Unfortunate there for Logan as he had made a pretty good start, but not going to work out for him. There's Austin Olds chasing down Oliver Hodgson. Those two, again, got separated a bit after that lap 1 contact. And look at the gap that Mick Gabriel has at the front of the field. This is the battle for second as they're chasing down Brandon Lemke, but Gabriel just came through turn 1 already. So This is insane as Lemke drops a tire on the exit of turn 1. So Lemke not quite putting it all together. Mick Gabriel, though, has been able to absolutely fly. Now Austin Olds to the inside of Oliver Hodgson. So this is quite the impressive route from Mick Gabriel. It's an impressive run for Austin Olds as well to get up to third now, ahead of some much more experienced drivers, as Hodgson going to have to be under fire now from this second group.
Yeah, and I really don't know if something's amiss there with that Kart, but just doesn't have the pace here early on. 3/10 off the lap time that Austin Olds was able to set last time around, and Hodgson just not able to stay with Brandon Lemke after the battle he had with Adam Maxwell. Now sits ahead of Jackson Woney here, the rookie in the senior class. So let's see what Woney does. Does he go here on Oliver Hodgson, or does he decide to push and wait behind the veteran there?
We'll see what Woney decides to do. Again, remember, not a good Heat 1 for him. He knows that he's kind of on the bubble for making the main event just straight out of the pre-final. So if you're Jackson Woney here, it might make more sense to be a little bit more conservative. Take the top 5 or something along those lines, then try to risk a DNF here and a trip to the B pre-final. So Hodgson to the inside of Olds again. They've resorted to fighting for third. But while all this is going on, they're continuing to fight for that third position. Lemke, a 1:13.5 the last time through, a full 9/10 of a second slower than Mick Gabriel. This is some crazy stuff going on with the pace that Mick has up at the front of the field.
Yeah, crazy pace, lapping a second quicker. There's a move there. Jackson Woney on the inside of Austin Olds, able to get clear in the green corner. There goes Maxwell looking to go as well. Not close enough on Austin Olds. He has help from Addison Ionello behind. And there goes Austin Olds back on Jackson Woney. So a very young battle going on here between Austin Olds and Jackson Woney. 2 rookies in the senior class here this year. And they continue to lap around and continue to fight here in this heat race. And Hodgson able to run away from them the more and more that they continue to fight.
Yeah, and this is kind of a little bit of youth and inexperience showing up. I mean, we saw Jackson Woney a really composed race in Charlotte, but 2 senior rookies here. You've seen Austin Olds qualify up front at pretty much every race so far, but I feel like it's just these little moments that you kind of got to get refined of it. You know that Hodgson and Lemke are going to work together. You know now as Woney goes back down the inside of Olds and Maxwell follows through. Once you get yourself back in the second pack, there's no reason to work together. You know that you're kind of in the lion's den, so to speak. So I think it's just on both of these guys, with both Woney and Olds, figuring out when to push, when to be aggressive, and when to back off. And right now it's kind of led them back to the midfield a little bit, but I certainly think they have the pace to overcome it, and they're going to start pretty far up in the in the pre-final as well. So Olds back in on Ionello. Again, a lot of young drivers in this group kind of making back and forth decisions, maybe not helping the race, but certainly some good racecraft on display here.
Yeah, everybody keeping it clean, everybody staying on the racetrack as Kakati goes on the inside there of Addison Ionello. Kakati's able to get clear and up another spot. Coming from what's been a pretty good year on the Rotax side of things for Theo. Comes out to the championship, Stars Championship Series for, I guess, a much bigger field than what he's been used to so far this year.
Yeah, but still really competitive and good to see him up in the top 10 on the KA side of things. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of good racing going on here. 37 seconds left. We got 3 laps of racing left, and you can see now that Adam Maxwell is continuing to push Jackson Woney. I think he's realized that the best bet for him to get a good result is just to push away from this group, as they're now working together, and they're running a pretty good pace actually in the mid to high 112s. As Kakati to the inside there of Austin Olds. It's going to bring the likes of Grant Vogel along, as well as Carter Thompson. Those two having another solid heat race for both of them. So all of this battling, I think Austin Olds has been shuffled back, and now you can see the 2 veterans going at it again. Lemke and Hodgson, they've got nothing really to fight for in front of them. They've got a big gap behind them. So this could be another all-time duel here that we're seeing between Lemke and Hodgson.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fail to mention, right, Mick Gabriel also, I guess, one of the veterans in this K100 senior class, and definitely showing his experience and his pace around the Newcastle Motorsports Complex here this weekend. So doing a good job so far for Mick Gabriel, and for Brandon Lemke and Oliver Hodgson, definitely some question marks whenever they get to the checkered flag and back to their tents. What else they need? What else do they need to find to close down the gap to Mick Gabriel here? But 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Oliver Hodgson, a monster run down the main straightaway. Is he close enough into turn number 1? Not this time by. I think it's better, but Kakati makes a move further back. It looks to be on Adam Maxwell, and it was. So Theo Kakati up another spot.
Yeah, there you're going to see Hodgson to the inside of Brandon Lemke. Now we'll see them go back and forth. We'll see if Jackson Wolney has anything to say about these top two. Now that he's gotten clear of that mid-pack group, he's running times that is as quick as anyone in the field. So the more that these two battle, Wolney now has shown that he has the pace to catch up to them. It's just about putting himself in the right spot. But Hodgson now with the lead over Lemke for the first time all race. Now 4.5 seconds back from the actual race lead. But we're about to see these two continue to fight it out. It's not a huge difference between second and third, but if you're Lemke, this might be the difference between starting on the front row and starting as far back as fifth or sixth.
Yeah, already has a second place to his name in his first heat race. If he can put another second place up there, would mean a whole lot to Brandon Lemke here to start either on the second row or further up the field when it comes down to it. We still have another half and another group of KA stars who are going out right after this group. But with the white flag in the air, the final lap, what does Brandon Lemke have in store to close down the gap to Oliver Hodgson? And you see that gap there to Mick Gabriel, who's just further and further away from the field. Kakati was able to match the lap times of Mick Gabriel, a 1:12.109 for Theo Kakati, who's currently P5, going side by side with Jackson Wolney there. Olds as well with Adam Maxwell, side by side. Kakati at the bottom of the racetrack. Jackson Wolney tries to go around the outside, not close enough. Maxwell gets through on Olds, and Addison Iannello with a monster run there on the exit of the scoreboard. And already Kakati going defensive from Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, this has been a really good run through the heat for Theo Kakati as he's up into the top 5 all the way up to 4th. And now Lemke back down the inside of Hodgson, kind of halfway sent it, used it to feather his way through into second. And now Brandon Lemke back up to second. He has won this battle for the time being, and he'll lead Oliver Hodgson onto the back straightaway for the final time as we see the mid-pack battle commencing behind them. Kakati's going to go defensive on Iannello. Maxwell trying to get in the fight as well, but up at the front, the field has been no match for Mick Gabriel, who sticks it to the competition and wins by 5 seconds here in heat number 2. A dominant performance from Mick Gabriel. As now through the rest of the field we go. Brandon Lemke in the second spot, Oliver Hodgson in third, Jackson Wolney in the 4th position, and Theo Kakati in the 5th position. So again, a huge performance by Mick Gabriel to come away with a 5.3 second victory ahead of Hodgson, ahead of Lemke. Wolney and Kakati round out your top 5. The field spread throughout this top 10, again, really close battling from 4th on back as Wolney, Kakati, Iannello all worked well together to beat Maxwell, Olds, Carter Thompson in the 9th, and Grant Vogel rounds out your top 10. So again, a cool display in heat number 2. Mick Gabriel walks away once again with a second heat win, and he will start on pole position regardless of what happens in the second heat. But we still have a lot more to determine in the KA Stars side of things between Alan Isambard, Josh Campbell, and the rest of your KA Stars Group A coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com, or are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back to the Stars Championship Series as we get set to go green here once again. Josh Campbell and Luke Powers get set to take us to green here. And then we have Eli Warren and Alan Isambard starting on that second row. Marco Mastronzi starting alongside James Overback. You go back to Finnegan Bailiff and Alex Feldstein, Mason Surgener and Chris Harrower starting on that fifth row. You go back to Sam Avrutsky starting alongside CJ Bowman, Nikolai Dukov, Zach Frank, Ben Gaunt, TJ Coyne. You have Hudson Brown, Evan Stamer, Will Steele, Aiden Shimbashi, Andrew Hamill, and Alex Murray rounding up your top 11 rows. Then you go back to row 12 with Ryan Miller, Christian Valverde, Malachi Height, Jacob Petticord, Chase Adams, Peyton Klein, Callahan Peter, Sam Kate, Luke Fedowitz, Luca Zabo. And I think for Zabo had an engine change after the first heat race to put himself further up the field. So for Luca Zabo, going to start further back in the field. And so he is starting back there after a late engine change at the end of the first heat race. It was Alan Isambard in the first heat race of this group. What can he do this time? But has to deny Josh Campbell, who unfortunately was DQ'd at the end of his first go around. So what is it like this time around? Josh Campbell, Luke Powers leading us to green. The lights are out, and we are racing here. NKA Stars. A lot of moves. Finnegan Bailiff, bottom of the racetrack, looking to go through on Marco Mastronzi. He does. Does everybody make it through the I-70 corner? They do, but in the process, Overbeck drops a tire.
Yeah, and you can see all of the field kind of going right there together. And how about it for Finn Bailiff trying to the inside of Eli Warren, wasting no time making up spots here. He's up to fourth already after starting this race in the 7th position. So good run from Finn so far, side-by-side between Feldstein as well as Mastronzi, and side-by-side for Isambard up to the 2nd spot, taking off where he left off earlier in the heat, up to 2nd already. And now that top 3 with a big gap back to Finn, and the rest of the field files on in the cell tower hairpin.
Yeah, Mastronzi went a little bit defensive there to hold back a couple of other drivers that are looking to make moves further back. The likes of Alex Feldstein there, who unfortunately got together with Marco Mastronzi at the end of the first heat race. They need to keep it clean this time by to stay out of the pre-final B tomorrow. And there he goes on the inside. Alex Feldstein looking to go through on Marco Mastronzi. The two of them got together earlier today. They're able to keep it clean here and continue to lap around, but in the process they lose a lot of time to Eli Warren and James Overbeck behind.
Yeah, that's a pass where you're really at the mercy of the guys behind you. How about this, though, from Finn Bailiff, and how about that from Feldstein up to the 5th spot as they file on into turn 1. CJ Bowman making up a couple spots, but Finn has already tracked down the top 3. And now Warren, whoa, that was a deep sin. Maybe a little bit too deep there. They're going to go side by side out of the shark fin. And now Mastronzi on the inside of Feldstein again, where they made contact earlier. This time, clean and green through it as Overbeck goes side by Feldstein. And all of this battling continues to let the top 4 get away.
Yeah, Feldstein held on to it around the outside as Overbeck looked to go through, and James gave him a lot of room there. So Alex Feldstein able to continue going, but Chris Harrower charging up the field here right behind Feldstein. So good drive up the field for Chris Harrower in his comp card here. Doing a pretty good job so far, and continues to lap here right behind the group ahead of him. So they still go side by side and continue to fight here. Finnegan Bailiff closing down the gap. But as they go side by side here on the racetrack, we have Mick Gabriel, who goes 2 for 2 and heat races perfect on the day. Mick, it looked just as easy as the first one was. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I didn't really expect to have that type of gap. I just put my head down and drove, and I figured they were going to catch me with the draft like the first heat race, but I guess they didn't. Yeah, Kart felt pretty good. Just kind of set on just cruise control, I guess, and saved my tires, and looking forward to the pre-final.
Yeah, Mick, I mean, we saw you be really quick in Heat 1. Heat 2 looked like another step forward. I just want to know, I mean, from the drop of the green flag in the first practice this weekend to now, how much have you seen the track evolve, or is it pretty much the same as you guys unloaded with?
It changed a little bit throughout the day. As today, you know, it got a little different in that last heat race compared to the first one, but we haven't done really anything since we unloaded. We just kind of been out of our standard, basically, and we've been fast. So other than that, really no changes.
Yeah, and Mick, I mean, we can't fail to mention, right, you still have a pre-final left to go here today, but as you look up in the clouds and you see the sky to get a little bit darker and a little bit more overcast, what's the plan going into later today? Do you think you have the same speed in the rain?
We'll see. We haven't worked on too much for a rain setup, so if it does, it does. We'll just try to make up what we can, but if it doesn't, I'm really confident in my drive speed. Either way, wherever I feel like I could start later on tomorrow, I feel like we can make up ground or stay out front and battle anybody. So I'm pretty confident with the package I have.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck, Mick, and good luck in the pre-final.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Mick Gabriel. We do have some shuffling here in the field. We're going side by side. Josh Campbell there, side by side with Finnegan Bailiff, who was passed by Eli Warren. Quite a bit of shuffling in this class so far as Overbeck there looks for a move on Feldstein. Not close enough. Your leader, Alan Isambard and Luke Powers. Then you have Eli Warren there, P3. Finnegan Bailiff, P4. Josh Campbell there in the 5th spot. And a lot of shuffling as James Overbeck goes for the move there on Chris Harrower. He's able to get clear as they go side by side.
Yeah, we saw Overbeck and Feldstein at a very tight moment there into the green corner. Worked out for both of them as Overbeck didn't lose a spot, but this whole group from third on back has opened up quite a bit. Eli Warren went purple the last time through, but that was before he got caught in this giant swarm for the 3rd spot, which he now owns. But as they come across the line, Alan Isambard and Luke Powers are well and truly in the clear. 1.1 seconds the gap between them and the rest of the field as they come down into turn number 1 this time. Look for a move for Feldstein. Yep, into turn 1, into the I-70 corner. He gets the job done on Josh Campbell, who's having a difficult start to his heat so far.
Yeah, so unfortunate so far for Josh Campbell as there's a move again. Finnegan Bailiff able to get ahead of Eli Warren for the 3rd spot, but not for long. Eli Warren has a run into the scoreboard hairpin. He's able to get clear. Campbell looked to go through on Feldstein. Wasn't close enough. And there for Feldstein has the inside. Mastronzi looks to go through on Campbell. He does. Gives him a little bit of a hip check. Moves Campbell to the wayside. Overbeck gets through.
One thing to note is both Mastronzi and Josh Campbell cannot afford a bad heat finish. They crashed out in Mastronzi's case. A tech DQ for Campbell means that any sort of bad finish, and they're going straight to the B pre-final. So with these two, you have to be careful with how aggressive you get in the middle of this pack, but you also need to get a couple spots more forward to guarantee a spot in that pre-final ace. So this is all going to play out pretty interesting as now Overbeck sends one to the inside of Mastronzi into the chicane there, and he gets a spot. So an aggressive move by Overbeck, kind of sensing Mastronzi not wanting to be too aggressive, and now Overbeck sets his sight forward on Feldstein as well as Warren and Finn Bailiff as they now complete another lap The leader's not really getting away too terribly much, but this battling is keeping them from being in contact as Bailiff dropped a wheel coming out of turn number 1.
Yeah, there goes Eli Warren, who fell under fire to Alex Feltzing, who had a nose there on the inside of the shark fin, not close enough to get the move done, and I'm mistaken because Feltzing gets through in scoreboard. So does James Overbeck, and Eli Warren loses 2 spots there in the process. For Alan Isambard and Luke Powers, this is exactly what they want. They want these drivers to continue to fight, to continue to go side by side and slow each other down so they can run away and comfortably fight for a second heat race victory here. Alan Isambard already has 1. Powers falling short, but a couple of moves further back. As there you have it, Chris Harrower already falling under fire and continuing to do so, but able to get that move back up to 9th.
Yeah, you can see Chris Harrower again. Trackhouse Motorplex was a breakthrough for him. He's on a strong Pete run, but how about that for Overbeck trying into the scale tower on Alex Feldstein? Did not make it work. That was sketchy moments for both of them, including for Feldstein, who sort of similar to Mastronzi and Campbell cannot afford a bad finish here.
Yeah, definitely can't afford to really put it in the grass or have a bad finish. Alex Feldstein, bottom of the racetrack, able to get through on Finnegan and Bailiff. James Overbeck goes through as well. Eli Warren there looked to go through and follow the 2 drivers ahead of Bailiff through, but it wasn't close enough that time by. You see the gap to Alan Isambard and Luke Powers continuing to open up the more and more that these drivers fight, and it's going to open up even more because James Overbeck just went down the inside and scoreboard and gets through on Alex Feldstein.
Yeah, these guys are not interested at all in working together. Overbeck has finally worked himself to the front of this group, and I think if they ever were to push, they're not much slower, if at all slower, than Isambard and Powers, who are still running times 2 to 3 tenths slower than what Mick Gabriel was able to do. But at the same time, this group continuing to fight. They have over 2 seconds back to the race lead, if not more. And now you've brought basically the entire midfield. How about it for Lucas Zabro? Purple in this race, he's at the back of this group. He started in 30th after an engine change. So that's how much these guys have fought. That now, coming to 2 to go, we're about to see a battle from 3rd to 13th and a separate battle for the race win.
Yeah, so a couple of battles and a lot of them going through here, but the 2 sticks are up in the air, and officially crunch time for Luke Powers and Alan Isambard to define who's going to win the second heat race of the evening here in this KA Stars category. Overbeck leads the second group here in 3rd. Finnegan Bailiff back up to that 4th spot with Alex Feldstein in 5th. Not much movement up at the front. We have movement at the back, though. Josh Campbell looking to work his way around Feldstein. Not close enough as of yet as they continue to fight it out here. Feldstein, bottom of the racetrack and scoreboard, defends from Campbell, who defends from Mastronzi.
Yeah, Campbell, Mastronzi, and Feldstein, 3 guys that need a decent to good finish, all going at it for 6th, 7th, and 8th. This is going to be an interesting battle here for these final few spots in the top 10. Chris Harrower, another good run into the 8th spot. He's right there on the back of Mastronzi. Mastronzi's going to send one, ship it to the inside of Josh Campbell, gets it done. Now Harrower's going to follow through, and that gives a little bit of a break to Alex Feldstein, who now has a big gap. But at the front, another big gap for Alan Isambard. There's a wide shot of the group all the way back down inside the top 15. They're all fighting it out with some gaps in between, but how about it here? To the white flag, Isambard and Powers have done so good to work together and pull out a 2-second gap. Now, let's see who can win the battle between the 2.
So Alan Isambard and Luke Powers going to lead us all the way to the checkered flag. Isambard bottom of the racetrack looking to get ahead of Powers and stay ahead of Luke Powers, who looked to rip it around the outside. Wasn't close enough that time by, and the gap opened up by a pretty big margin. Further back, Overbeck still leads the second group with Feldstein in tow. Mastronzi looking to hold back Chris Harrower, who sits in that 7th spot, with Josh Campbell back there as well. So a lot of battling all the way through. Nikolai Dukov looking to get ahead as well. So a lot of moves all the way and all throughout this field. But Alan Isambard and Luke Powers have worked their way ahead of everybody else. And Alan Isambard with a pretty good gap. For Luke Powers, realistically, only has one more chance to really get ahead of Alan Isambard here, Emery.
Yeah, Isambard was dominant in the month of April. May was a step back. And as we see Finn Bailiff and James Overbeck trying to fight it out for the 3rd and final top 3 spot in this heat. It has been a strong run for them. It's a strong run for a lot of your top 10, including Chris Harrower. But coming out of the final corner, Alan Isambard, another heat win. 2 for 2. Put him on the front row with Mick Gabriel. Isambard brings it to the top in Heat 2 in KA Senior.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that in the pre-final, we're going to see Mick Gabriel and Alan Isambard start on the front row and see who starts on the pole position for the main event tomorrow. Isambard wins. Luke Powers 2nd. James Overbeck 3rd. Finnegan Bailiff across the line 4th. A good points haul for the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic team. Feldstein across the line 5th and able to finish this one out, as well as Marco Mastronzi that needed that a whole lot in that second heat race. Chris Harrower 7th, Josh Campbell 8th, CJ Bowman 9th, Eli Warren running up your top 10, and then you go back to Lucas Zabo, who was able to work his way all the way up to 11th after an engine change after the first heat race. So a good drive up by Lucas Zabo. Mason Surgener as well 12th, Nikolai Dukov 13th, Evan Stamer 14th, and Samet Bruski 15th. Let's run down the rest of the order here. The last 30 drivers here: Zach Frank, Murray, Ben Gaunt, Hudson Brown, and a couple of others who struggled in that one and may find themselves in the pre-final B and trying to race into the main event later on today.
Yeah, difficult race for a few of those guys. We're going to see a couple of big notable names in the pre-final B that will happen tomorrow, but pre-final A will set the rest of the top 30 in the KA Senior Grid. There's a look at our schedule again. We're midway through heat 2, or one more heat to go in heat number 2. We got Pro Show Moto 1 coming up after this, as well as Pro Moto, as well as the pre-finals at 3:40. And then the final races of the day, the second Pro Motos, will be at 6 o'clock Eastern time. So a little bit of weather in the distance. Let's hope it stays clean. And we got a lot of good racing still yet to come today here on Kart Chaser.
DriveYourLine.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Well, as our OKNJ class gets set to go green, the dark skies loom in the background here as our OKNJs get set to go green here. Palacio and Malquit lead us to green, but we can't fail to mention those dark skies looming in the background and that rain getting ever so closer as the day progresses. Palacio and Isaac Malquit lead us to green. Antonino and Max Weiland on row 2. Lights are out, and we are racing here. Palacio with a much better start than he had in that first one. Malquit stuck on the outside. Antonino looking to slot himself in second. Wasn't close enough as of yet. Still side by side with Isaac Malquit going into the shark fin.
Yeah, Malquit going to kind of put his elbows out, but it's not enough, as you can see there. Antonino hustling that cart into the second spot. Gage Corring around the outside into the third spot. And Chase Gassiot-Lee going to shuffle Malquit back, who has had an awful start. Here he's all the way back in ninth after 5 corners. So Malquit from second to the front to second at the back here at the start for Lil Sizzle.
Yeah, and on the contrary, Lucas Palacio with a much better start than what he had in the first heat race. It seemed like he just lacked a little bit of pace and lost a couple of spots whenever he went side by side with a couple of drivers. But let's see what the two Kart Republics up front decide to do. Do they push each other or do they fight? We saw Antonino not waste any time. Palacio dropped the tire there, and that's going to grant John Antonino to get closer and closer to the rear bumper of Lucas Palacio here as Antonino on the inside. Lucas Palacio, he's able to get clear and through now. But as for Palacio, just, unfortunate that time by. right? It's not a cadet kart anymore, right? It's a full-size kart, so it really has to measure it out. As Palacio, what an over-under move, finding the way through, inside and clear into the I-70 hairpin. Palacio retakes the lead, and as these two drivers continue to deliver and continue to go side by side, we'll go side by side here with one of our drivers from K-Stars.
Yeah, I mean, Luke Powers, again, a great run in heat number 2. Finished up in second right behind Alan Isambard. Luke, I mean, tell me about that race and what your decision-making was to kind of push Alan out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very exciting race. I was able to hold around the outside at the start and go up to second. Then from there, I dropped down to third one lap, but then me and Isambar just broke away, and we were just bumping from there. Then the last lap, looking back from it, I probably didn't make the smart decision. I tried to go around the outside in the hairpin. So, yeah, I'll take the P2, though.
Yeah, and I want to ask you a little bit about that decision. I mean, we saw from personal experience last year, Overbeck did the same move around the outside of me and made it work. But when you came into turn 1, were you always thinking to commit to the outside, or did you think there was a possibility for a switchback there?
Honestly, I was, but I was looking to just stay behind him the whole lap. But once I got that run, I was like, man, it'd be pretty cool if I went around the outside on him. So I tried to do it, didn't do it.
Yeah, well, Luke, you look up to the sky, see it's getting darker. Do you have a plan for the rain? Are you confident in the rain? I mean, I know you're a local around this place. How are you feeling going into the pre-final later today?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I know my way around this track in the rain, and considering my height, I think I should be in a good spot. And we'll see how it goes.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck in the rest of the day here, Luke.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you guys have from Luke Powers, and there for a second you saw what could have been for Isaac Malquit. Little sizzle out of the second heat race here early on. And just a mechanical DNF puts him out of contention. The first mechanical DNF that we've seen all weekend long in this OKNJ category. Max Weiland further back in the field as well. Some sort of issue put him on the back foot here early on. For Palacio, finds himself in the third spot here at the moment, and it's an MPG Academy 1-2 here as it stands. Antonino leads at the moment from what was Gage Korn in that second spot, but lost a couple of spots. Palacio second, Davin Roberts third, Gage Korn fourth, Michael McGoy fifth here at the moment, and Chase Cassiat-Lee rounding up your top 6 with Forrest Adams in seventh there, in tow with Michael McGoy. And Tyrone Kemper Jr. sits 8th, Max Weiland 9th, and unfortunate for Isaac Malquit out of this race early.
Yeah, it has to be some kind of issue for Malquit and some kind of issue for Max Weiland as well, who's well off the pace, upwards of 3 seconds off on that last time round. Meanwhile, Michael McGoy back through on Forrest Adams. We're seeing some good moves there as Chase Cassiat-Lee tries to the inside of McGoy for that 5th position. So all this going on in that second group, but Lucas Palacio going to try to work his way back up towards John Antonino. We saw this in the first heat race. It felt like early on, Palacio really struggled. Couldn't get the tires up to temperature, could not keep it kind of going forward. And then once he got in the rhythm, once he got in a groove, he found the pace on that Kart Republic. So got 1.1 seconds to make up here, but about 3 minutes and change to make up, and we'll see if he can have the same kind of pace revival in this one.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like for Lucas Palacio. Still lapping pretty quickly as himself and Davin Roberts drop a tire going onto the main straightaway. For Michael McGoy, able to get ahead of Chase Cassiat-Lee. Now going to have to go defensive. Lee looking down low, not close enough. Forrest Adams around the high side, and there you have it. A little bit of a bumper, gets it done. Chase Cassiat-Lee, but Forrest Adams, the beneficiary of it all, and gets ahead of the two of them as Cassiat-Lee goes back in the shark fin and back ahead of Forrest Adams.
Yeah, Chase Cassiat-Lee there, aggressive move into the shark fin. These guys all battling it out for what's essentially the last spot on the racetrack right now, 5th through 8th, such as the mechanical DNFs for Max Weiland and Isaac Malquit in the 9th and 10th position. But at this battle going on, Cassiat-Lee could still pick up solid points. Forrest Adams, a good weekend for him so far. He'll try. Nope, not going to make a move into the cell tower.
Not close enough that time by. McGoy still in tow here with Forrest Adams. And you see the gap back that John Antonino has to Lucas Palacio. Everybody continuing to drop tires here further back, and for Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well. Inside and clear for Forrest Adams. Gets the spot done. Cassiat-Lee not going to waste time and go back. Lee with his elbows out, not giving anything up here. Forrest Adams drops the tire there further back. Everybody dropping tires here, and the track just continues to get a little bit dirtier and dirtier in those couple of corners here, Emery.
Yeah, it certainly seems like these OKNJ guys are pushing the limits. And again, the cooler track is probably leading to a little bit less grip, because it's to the point now where they will set the tire pressures maybe a little bit lower, possibly to predict a higher track temp. And now with a lot of cloud cover, rain in the air, you're starting to see the track get a little bit cooler, a little bit less grip out there, and a little bit colder tires. I think that might be contributing to some of the mistakes that we're seeing.
And you see how much the flags are waving here on the side of the track, how the wind continues to push those clouds over Spiceland, Indiana here where we are located. So it was a question as they go side by side here. Forrest Adams and Chase Gassie-Lee, Michael McGoy not too far back, but it was a question overnight if the rain was going to make it here. And I think everybody definitely going to brace themselves and look for setup changes and prepare themselves for what could be some rain racing in the pre-finals. As Chase Gassie-Lee going defensive from Adams, McGoy, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. tries to keep them at bay here. 3 laps to go this time by with just 50 seconds left in this race. Gassie-Lee so holding Forrest Adams at bay, and the gap to Gage Korn currently sits at about 4 seconds here. So you see how much fighting they're doing to open up that gap to Gage Korn here, Emery.
Yeah, they're going at it for P last, but P last could also be as high as P5 here. So we're seeing bumper to bumper. We're seeing chaos here in the battle for 5th, and Forrest Adams has kind of reigned supreme here at the moment as he's now ahead of Michael McGoy. Chase Gassie-Lee in 7th, and Tyrone Kemper has kind of waited to get his elbows out here, but we know that he is right on the group with about the same amount of pace. So this is all going to come down to how patient do you want to be, how aggressive do you want to be for minimal positional gain. As we see in the front of the field, it's a little bit more spread out, but in the back of the field right now, we're seeing Forrest Adams leading a pretty gnarly pack of go-karts as they come through the double left, over the right, towards the pit entrance. This is turn number 12, and you'll see down another tire drop there for Chase Gassie-Lee, and that is the battle for 5th. But in the meantime, the battle for 2nd shaping up as we get down to 2 laps to go. There's Lucas Palacio, and there's Davin Roberts going at it. Again, that last time through, Roberts pulled 3/10 back to Palacio, and they are right there together as we now look back at the battle for 5th on back. So Roberts, don't know how aggressive he'll be to get that spot from 2nd for Palacio, but he is there now, and he has definitely closed a lot over these last couple laps.
Yeah, so Davin Roberts going to look to go ahead of Lucas Palacio this time by. Not going to be close enough into the scoreboard corner, and he's going to have to continue to push here. For Davin Roberts, has had a pretty good showing all year round in the X30 class, but just still looking to really to get his first national win of the year this weekend here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Has been super close already, just fallen just that little bit short. But for Davin Roberts, this could be the weekend if he can find that last little bit of pace that he needs in that OKN Ryan Perry Motorsports OTK. For John Antonino as well, lapping really quickly in both classes, not just in the KA class, but also here in this OKNJ class for John Antonino, as he will get the white flag this time by when he crosses the stripe. Antonino crosses now, and it's been a pretty good race for him. Kept his nose clean, didn't start on the pole, so had to work for it, but ever since then hasn't looked back.
Yeah, so Antonino off to a good start here. He's only got one more lap to go in this OKNJ Heat race, the 2nd of the day for these guys. They'll have one more pre-final later up in the day, but in the meantime, Lucas Palacio trying to hang on against Davin Roberts. John Antonino should be home free now in that first position. So sets up an interesting grid for that pre-final. Antonino going to start on pole by virtue of winning 2 heat races, but behind him, Palacio should be good for 2nd, and then you get into a mix of guys that either had 2 mid-pack finishes or a front-running finish and a DNF, like Max Weiland or Isaac Malcutt, and like Davin Roberts. So should be an interesting shape of the grid, but at the front we've got contact. There's Lucas Palacio and Davin Roberts off, and they have made contact, and Palacio is not happy. The young 10-year-old going at it with the 11-year-old out there, but either way, 2 guys battling for 2nd, and neither one of them are going to get it after contact on the last lap. Palacio and Roberts off, and it is John Antonino back on top as he wins his 3rd heat race of the day, his 2nd in OKNJ.
And what could have been for Lucas Palacio and Davin Roberts, wow, Palacio not happy with Roberts there, and they're definitely going to have a conversation when they work their way into the scale line. Not able to push start yourself, so that's going to be it for these 2 drivers, and going to be down there 7th and 8th respectively for Palacio and Roberts. So not too bad. Antonino takes the win. Gage Korn 2nd, Michael McGoy 3rd, Chase Gassie-Lee 4th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 5th, Forrest Adams 6th, Palacio not able to close this one out 7th, Davin Roberts 8th, Max Weiland 9th, and Isaac Malcutt Mechanical DNF puts him out of contention here in this one. When we come back, we're going to go straight and green with our pre-finals that are going to set the grids for the main events tomorrow. But can't fail to mention, the clouds are definitely getting closer and closer here to Newcastle, Indiana. Maybe some rain can be expected when we get into pre-final racing. This is all coming your way here in a couple of minutes' time. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
You ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Well, returning to the racetrack now, it's time for your Stars Pro Show to get underway here. Diego Ramos going to lead us to green alongside Paulie Massimino. Nicholas Terlecki going to start on the second row alongside, I believe, Henry Wheeler, Wesley Gunler, I think, who's able to put it in the top four. We'll bring the entire grid here your way shortly. But Diego Ramos, after a good qualifying for himself, to put himself further and further up the field here as we get set to go green, Emery.
Yeah, so row 2, again, Nick Terlecki and Wes Gunler. Row number 3, Caleb Gaffera in the 5th slot. Alongside him is Henry Wheeler. Then you go back to a pair of Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Karts in Shea Aldrich and Peyton Phillips. And the 5th row of the grid features last year's King of the Castle winner, Aiden Fox, aboard the Fox & Sons OTK. And further back, Josh Hoach rounds out your top 10. Adel Renso and Ben Hernandez in 11th and 12th. Kikai Haino in the 13th spot, as well as Theo Corelli in the 14th. Mingzhu and Haopeng Zhang in the 8th row of the grid. And Daniel Piercy, the last of the 17 classified karts here in OKN.
17 pro OKN drivers total here for the first of their 2 motos here this weekend. It's definitely been a good day for the Burrell Art team so far already, with a good couple laps as Peyton Phillips slowing here further back the field. So hopefully Peyton Phillips can work his way to his starting spot here shortly. But for Diego Ramos and Henry Wheeler, they were quickest, the 2 quickest drivers in the morning warm-up. But we get set to go green here nonetheless. It's Diego Ramos and Paulie Massimino who lead us to green here for the first of our 2 motos in the Stars Pro Show. What does Diego Ramos do here? He waits until he gets to the start box, speeds up now. The lights are out, and we are racing here in Pro OKN. Ramos with a good start. Massimino on the outside, going to get passed by a handful of karts here already. Gunler able to get through. Gaffera already up to third. A driver further back drops a tire. Massimino pulling to the side, who has some sort of issue here for Paulie Massimino way back in the field. And unfortunate for Massimino, going to find himself out of contention here early.
Yeah, we saw a lot of attrition in round one, and now both of the main contenders in round one out early here in round two, as Peyton Phillips still nursing an issue, as is Paulie Massimino. But at the front of the field, it is Nick Terlecki side by side with Caleb Gaffera for that second spot. Gaffera drops a tire, trying to get the dirt off his tire, and there comes Wesley Gumler trying for that third position. But it's a big train of go-karts at the front of the field, led by your pollster, Diego Ramos.
Yeah, so Ramos still able to stay in front. Terlecki already a couple of moves further back. They go side by side. Gunler bottom of the racetrack, able to keep the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine at bay of Shea Aldrich. So Aldrich was looking to get through, wasn't close enough that time by, and they continue to jockey for position here as Gaffera now up to second, able to get ahead of Nick Terlecki. Does Gaffera have the run down the main straightaway? A little bit of an adjustment there to the radiator flap, looking to make a move. Nicholas Terlecki back up to second, and on the rear bumper now of Diego Ramos.
Yeah, and here's where that lack of bottoming catches him out a little bit, but he's going to send it to the inside. Diego Ramos, what a move from Terlecki, from two kart wings back into the shark fin. He ships it in, and now he's in the race lead, goes defensive against Ramos, and Gaffera going to try to cross over for second here, Caleb.
Yeah, Terlecki didn't waste time as a hip check there in between Diego Ramos and Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera still able to get ahead, up in a second for Caleb Gaffera, but wow, Diego Ramos aggressive there, going into the green corner, and now falls back to third. Terlecki wasted no time, got to the front, and hasn't looked back since. Already a little bit of a gap back to Caleb Gaffera, who had the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 1:20.409. That's going to continue to go down. That was only the first lap. This is the second lap as Kekai Hanino making moves. Gaffera making moves. He's able to get clear of Terlecki.
Yeah, Gaffera wasted no time there. He is really quick in this race so far. Worked his way up to the lead now. Terlecki, though, out of the final corner. We'll see how aggressive he is down the main straight. Looks like he might have a pushback bumper there just by the looks of it. There's Halpeng Zhang off the track in the back part of the track, but at the front of the field, there's a move from Wes Gunler to third position in turn number one in I-70. Move Gunler up a spot, and how about it for Aiden Fox? He's made up 4 spots, and he's right there on the toe of Diego Ramos.
Yeah, and already for Diego Ramos, just everything falling apart here after starting on the pole position. Now going to fall under fire here. Ramos looking to go back on Wesley Gunler, who's going to get passed by his teammate Aiden Fox, and another one in the 29 there who was able to get ahead. That was Aiden Lorenko who got the move done side by side. Keike Hanino able to get a move done there, able to get ahead of Aiden Fox that time by. Josh Holtz, the veteran, looking to get ahead here again. Not close enough on Aiden Fox. Hanino is able to get through with a little bit of a bumper there to help move the 29 there of Lorenko out of the way.
Yeah, Keike Hanino off to a great start in this one. He's already into the top 5. He started this race way back through the field in 12th. He's up to 4th already. This has been a great move for him. There's Henry Wheeler making up a spot further down in the field, but at the front of the field, Kekai up into the top 5. There's a look at Aiden Fox as well in that group, and Josh Holtz is up to 6. So these three started back a little bit further in the field. They're up there, is now at the front of the field. Gaffera as well as Terlecki have a pretty solid gap back to Diego Ramos.
And last time by, Gaffera went purple, a 109.257. For Nicholas Terlecki, half a tenth off of the lap time that Caleb Gaffera was able to set. Hanino leads the second group with Aiden Fox in tow. Josh Holtz there third in line as Gunler going to go on Josh Holtz. Gunler able to get clear. He's up in a P6 now. Holtz falls back to 7. Henry Wheeler leads the group behind this with Shea Aldrich and Ben Hernandez and more.
Yeah, this is about to open up the group a little bit more if Holtz cannot get going here. But again, this group all making up spots with the exception of Wes Gunler. They've had a good heat races. Now we've missed a pass for the lead. There's Terlecki, got back by in the backside of the track. So Nick Terlecki back into the front as now Diego Ramos closes back up. And there's a big gap back to this midfield battle from 4th on back. Attrition has really set in this race, and that's allowed the likes of Kekai as well as Aiden Fox and Josh Holtz and Wesley Gilmore to make it back up through the field. So those guys are having a good fight for the 4th spot. But at the front of the field, Nick Terlecki has the biggest lead he has had all day long in the race lead ahead of Gaffera and Ramos, who just went purple on that last time with a 108.6.
Yeah, I was just about to say whenever Gafera and Terlecki decided to fight for that little bit, really gave Diego Ramos the speed that he needed to close down the gap to the top two. A slow start in this heat race for Diego Ramos, but definitely coming to life here in the middle stage of this race. We're only halfway through here with 5 minutes down and just under 7 minutes to go left in this one. Gafera continuing to close down the gap there to Nicholas Terlecki.
Yeah, and it looks like Ramos is closing in on this battle for the race lead. Again, rain looming in the air, but they are still pouring down fast lap after fast lap. Down this straight we go into the final few corners here. Terlecki continues to lead ahead of Gafera, wrestling that cart around the chicane. Not easy to drive that, but he's making the most of it as they come out of the final corner. Terlecki puts another lap down. Ramos right there in tow, and now Gafera as well. All three of them under a blanket as Ramos goes purple again.
And there goes Diego Ramos. Knew he went purple, wants to stick the nose on the inside of Gafera, and Gafera shuts the door on Diego Ramos. That that half move really just opened up the gap by a whole lot. Went purple last time by, was 2/10 quicker than Caleb Gafera, just not able to get ahead. For Keikai Haunino, already up to P4 here, and doing a good job so far in his first OKN start for the GWR team here this weekend. Is able to get ahead and already leading the second group with Aiden Fox, Wesley Gunler, Josh Holtz, and Henry Wheeler in tow.
Yeah, Keikai off to a great start there, but he's still really running a pace that's comparable to what Diego Ramos is doing in the third spot. So all of these guys in the middle of the field have had good pace in this race so far, and Keikai's had the best of all of them as he drops the wheel there. As I say that coming out of turn number 12. But the Team GWR machine is on fire out of Keikai Haunino, and he is continuing to work his way further and further up towards Ramos. But there's a look again. Terlecki, Gafera, and Ramos. Terlecki goes purple that time through, extends the gap just a little bit at the front. Probably not enough to break away from the draft, but it is now to the point where he doesn't have to defend any of the opening few corners.
Yeah, Aiden Fox here closed down the gap after Keikai dropped the tire the last time around. So Fox closing down the gap to the driver in P4 for the GWR Gary Willis-led team here. So Aiden Fox, definitely what he would have needed here in this one, and wants to go back-to-back here this weekend. Says that he's really hoping that it rains for one of their motos, so he can really have a chance to charge up the field. He said he was comfortable in the rain, being such a tall guy with a big stature here. So was hoping that it would rain around here, so he can really make some moves in the rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Another few guys that are of tall stature in the OK infield. There you see Josh Holtz, one of them. Henry Wheeler as well had a lot of speed in the rain when it came time to race in Pittsburgh last year. So those guys both look to have a lot of pace if it was to rain later on in the day. Again, we'll see how that plays out, but at the front of the field, 4 minutes and change left to go. Probably about 7 or 6 laps left on the board for Nick Terlecki. And again, that last time through, Ramos goes purple from third. He's been really quick to catch up to Gafera, but has not quite found a way by yet at any point. So as they continue to fight, there's a look back at Aiden Fox, and Keikai Haunino trying to get into that 4th spot is Fox, but it's not quite working yet for him.
Yeah, and last time by for Diego Ramos, like you said, went purple, and for Ramos, I mean, this package is very different than the X30, right? It's not easy to pass on the main straightaway because this OKN, you get to that rev limiter, and just, for Diego Ramos, doesn't have the edge that he needs to get ahead of Gafera going into the I-70 hairpin. So definitely going to need to make it somewhere here in one of these corners where he's not reaching the full power band of this OKN package. But for Ramos, definitely going to have to be patient and bide his time if he wants to get within a shot of Nicholas Terlecki with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, Ramos has got to make it work here if he wants to get by and have any shot at the race win. They're down to 2 minutes and 46 seconds left. Terlecki dropped a wheel out of the final corner. That will hurt his run down the straightaway, but he has been able to pull away from Gafera in this heat so far. Ramos to the inside of Gafera for that 2nd spot. So Diego able to make the move. He's now going to have roughly 4 to 5 laps left in this one to try to hunt down Nicholas Terlecki. So Diego's had probably the best pace, all things considered, in this race, but he's got to be able to run it down and also make the move. So Ramos trying his best. Gafera now slots into 3rd, and we'll see if he tries to work with Diego to get back up towards Terlecki.
Yeah, let's see what Caleb Gafera decides to do, sitting in that 3rd spot now. for the lap times. Diego Ramos still lapping just as quick as Nicholas Terlecki, but now with the draft of Nicholas Terlecki being in the lead of the race, and with Diego Ramos being in second, it looks like Ramos is closing down the gap here to Terlecki after dropping a tire just the lap prior. So let's see what Diego Ramos looks like, and let's see what the gap looks like whenever they get across the stripe. But I think that Burrell art machine of Diego Ramos will definitely be there when it comes down to crunch time here, Emery.
Yeah, Ramos looks to have taken a couple of tenths out of that gap this time, through 2.5 to be exact. Now he's close enough to get a draft down the main straightaway. Terlecki has put a really composed drive together. Felt like he missed out on what should have been an easy pole position yesterday. That has not been the case so far today, as he has run a composed heat race, has put himself in prime position to take the win in in Pro Moto number 1. But there's still time left. There's a fast Brazilian coming behind him, and he should have a lot of time to make something of Nick Terlecki if he can get there.
Yeah, so let's see what Diego Ramos can do. And I mean, for Nicholas Terlecki, the way that the main event at Charlotte ended, definitely not happy with it. But this weekend, a little bit of a consolation prize, winning the first moto, and already with a good start to the weekend after a little bit of a bad luck spell to start the year off for Nicholas Terlecki. Has a big gap back to Diego Ramos, almost at half a second. And for Ramos, not making too much of an impression as they get some headwind coming into the short chute straightaway. Ramos gets a little bit closer and closer as the laps continue to come down. When they cross the stripe, 3 laps to go. Terlecki still your leader. Diego Ramos second. Caleb Gaffera third. And more still further back. Keikai Haunino, P4. Aiden Fox, P5. Wesley Gunler holding on to P6. And Henry Wheeler, your top 7 here at the moment. With a couple of notables out, Paulie Massimino and Peyton Phillips here, Emery.
Yeah, it seems like the rain is starting to come down here. You can see that has affected the lap times a second slower. You can see Terlecki is sliding all over the place. We saw raindrops on the lens. We see Diego Ramos sliding his way up to the race lead as Gaffera goes wide into second, and now here comes Terlecki back. This is going to be a survival fight to the finish. They're all sliding wide. Terlecki going back to the lead, crossover coming. We're on tries in the rain. This is going to be chaos, and it's going to be Ramos versus Gaffera. They make contact, both slide wide. 3 wide for the lead, and Terlecki gets back through.
Terlecki retakes the lead of the race here. Everybody slipping and sliding, super busy on the steering wheel, going wide here, trying to pick up as much rubber as they can here. Terlecki still your leader, but much closer. Gaffera goes a little bit wide and into the dirt, and here comes Keikai Haunino up into P2 here, looking on the inside. Gaffera out of nowhere, a dive bomb there, takes Diego Ramos out in the process, and Keikai out of nowhere for GWR takes the lead of the race. Diego Ramos is out. Caleb Gaffera out.
That was incredible. It is full-on pouring right now. Keikai Haunino has taken the lead on what might be the 2-to-go lap. They're coming down the main straightaway here, and Keikai into P1 now. We'll see if he can spot the braking zone. He doesn't. He goes off the track. Terlecki takes the lead, and Haunino from 12th to 1st now into the grass. This has been chaos in the last half of the lap, and Nick Terlecki now is tasked with the unbelievable task of driving from the race lead in these treacherous conditions.
Everybody's out. The lap times are almost 10 seconds slower. We knew the rain was going to get here, but it got here quicker than expected. It is raining sideways here on the racetrack, and they just have to make it to the end if they want to come away with something here. But Aiden Fox, we knew he was going to be quick in the rain, and he's absolutely flying here considering these circumstances. He's getting to the rear bumper of Nicholas Terlecki.
This has become a battle of survival. Aiden Fox leveraging his weight really well here, trying to get up to Terlecki, who is in full survival mode. It is so hard to lead in these conditions. It is almost impossible. We've seen now 4 drivers from the lead of the race drive straight off the track. It is that hard, and Terlecki just crawling around. This is going to be at least a 130 to 140 lap time. We're talking 30 seconds off the pace here as Terlecki still crawling his way through in the race lead. There's Henry Wheeler in the background. Wes Gunler's up to 3rd. And the top 4 seem to be the only ones that have really survived this condition. There's Ramos in the background. At least 4 karts have lost it on this last lap, and we're just going to see who can make it to the end. Right now, Terlecki's there. Look at Ramos giving a thumbs up and a clap to Caleb Gaffera as they were not happy with each other after that contact on the last lap.
Yeah, Gaffera and Ramos not happy with each other, and I'm sure they're going to have some words in the scale line, but this time by white flag in the air, and you see the rain continuing to come down. Terlecki is almost and oh so close to the edge of the racetrack there, taking the high side. trying to hold on to it here. That radiator flap all the way up, trying to keep the water there out of the radiator. But for Nicholas Terlecki, a range of emotions here, was leading, fell back the field, and back up to the front. And you see how slow they are lapping here as Aiden Fox continuing to close side by side further back for P3. Wesley Gundler and Henry Wheeler, the closest racing action that we have. They are crawling here. Like you said, Emery, a game of survival as Wheeler and Gundler continue to fight for P3 here. Wheeler was able to get ahead. Throttles out of the corner. Gaffera off the racetrack further back in the field again. And you see the rain. You see it on our cameras. How wet the conditions are here around this racetrack. Gaffera way off in the grass, but Nicholas Terlecki, Mother Nature threw everything at this kid, and he's able to hold on to it here so far.
Yeah, there's still 5 corners left, which in the race lead is a lot to get through. But this track, normally in the rain, is absolutely treacherous. As Gaffera's out. Finally, he's gotten stuck in the grass out of the scoreboard hairpin. But normally Newcastle in the rain, very tough. Normally driving slicks in the rain, nearly impossible. You combine the two, and it is an absolute ice rink that Nick Terlecki seems to have mastered here.
Nick Terlecki slipping and sliding all the way around. Aiden Fox, P2, Henry Wheeler on the rear bumper there. Mother Nature threw everything at this kid. You see the flags continuing to wave here. The rain dance will start. It's going to be all-out war when it comes down to setup, but Nicholas Terlecki kept it on the black stuff. He wins Moto 1 across the line. Aiden Fox able to hold on to it here at the moment. He crosses the line in second. Wheeler goes third. Wesley Gundler fourth, and Caleb Gaffera out of this one. So he's not going to finish fifth. Aiden Lorenko looks set to cross the line next as everybody continues to tiptoe their way around the racetrack here. As we throw up the results, Lorenko crosses the line now. He just crossed fifth. Ben Hernandez sixth, and a couple of other drivers still out here on the racetrack. Shea Aldrich set to cross the line next. So we have a lot of DNFs here in this one. I believe Ming Nanzu is still out there on the racetrack, so that's going to be a lifeline for Ming Nanzu, making up almost 5 spots here in this race to come away with what could be an 8th spot finish for Ming Nanzu. Getting into the top 10, it was a game of survival for Ming Nanzu. He survived. The AEM OTK sneaks his way inside of the top 10 up into 8th, and Gaffera, Holtz, Haunino, Corelli, Ramos, Piercy, and Hyoping Zhang, all DNFs here in this one, as well as Paulie Massimino and Peyton Phillips, all out of this first moto. And this has blown a hole when it comes down to points, when it comes down to whatever you want to call it, Emery. But I'm sure the rain dance has definitely started on the grid for our pro shifters.
Absolutely, but what a fight to the end. I mean, if you came into a gunfight with pencils, that would be about how fast they were going at the end of that session. But still, a great run of survival for Nick Terlecki and Aiden Fox, as well as Henry Wheeler, Wes Gumler, and Aiden Lorensko. But now the real fight begins, and that is A, to get all these karts off the track, because there's about 7 of them in 7 different spots to clear, but B, trying to figure out what the right setup will be in the rain for these shifter drivers coming up next on the grid for their first Pro Moto.
Yeah, so still a lot of racing action set to go here, but as we get pickup continuing to get underway here, we're going to switch over to our pro shifters who get set to go out for their first moto here coming shortly, which is going to be in wet weather conditions. This is Kart Chasers Live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
After an action-packed Pro OKN First Moto, we get set to do it again here with your Pro Stars. The shifters get set to go green for the first of their motos here at the Stars Pro Show. It's AJ Myers and Vincenzo Saracino starting on the front row. Row 2, Ian Quinn and Billy Musgrave. You go back to row 3 with Josh Conker and Andy Rule. Then you go back to the fourth row with Jay Irwin and Michael Riccio. Gavin Bailiff, Talon Yockel, rounding up your top 10 here.
Yeah, this should be an exciting field again. 30 shifters in the field. The likes of Justin White starting all the way back at the tail of the grid. A couple other notables further on back through the field. Of course, Chase Jones got DQ'd for being a little bit underweight in qualifying. He'll roll off 27th and down through the rest of the grid as well. Should be a good race to watch here again. In the rain for the first time all weekend, we've seen rain in the air. Now, the shifter drivers on the wet weather tires, obvious wet weather conditions. We'll see how they all manage this one. Again, 12 minutes the time here for this first Pro Moto for the shifter side of things. Let's get set to bring the action.
So AJ Myers and Vincenzo Saraceno going to lead us to green, and now getting to the back of the grid, Justin White and Chase Jones surround up your field here. The fences are lined. All eyes are on the track as AJ Myers and Vincenzo Saraceno wait for the lights to come on and go out as we get set to go green. Lights are on, and we get set to go green. Lights out, and we are racing here in Pro Stars. AJ Myers with the whole shot. Vincenzo Saraceno, who's up to second. Billy Musgrave there looking for a move around the outside, a little bit wide there. And you see how tricky the conditions are here, side by side, all the way through this field, 30 deep. Everybody making it through the I-70 hairpin.
Yeah, look at the run from the inside lane. Jay Irwin just shipped it on about 4 karts there, and he's down into about 5th behind Josh Conker. Gavin Bailiff sorting himself out there, and Irwin to the inside already on Conker again, makes up another spot there. Talon Yockel up a couple spots as well. Gavin Bailiff in the mix, and they fight behind the top 3 of AJ Myers as well as Vincenzo Saraceno and Billy Musgrave up to the 2nd spot here, Caleb.
Yeah, Annie Rule and Michael Riccio there in a 3-wide scuffle all the way through this field. A couple of the Factory Fury GP karts working their way further and further up. Charlie Steins being one of them, as well as I believe it's another one of those Factory Fury GP karts here that continue to work their way up the field. For Jay Irwin, your round 1 winner, made moves here early on, right behind his teammate and Ian Quinn, currently P5 for Jay Irwin. Saraceno fell back to 3rd, but the 2 veterans and the 2 drivers with the most experience in the shifter class have made their way to the point of the field. Nathan Nicholson as well, icing and dicing himself up into the top 10 here, Emery.
Yeah, good run so far for Nathan Nicholson on the opening lap, but here comes Jay Irwin round the inside of the final corner. There's a battle further back. Josh Conker, Gavin Bailiff, as well as the rest of your field continuing to go side by side. That's Nicholson up the inside. And look at that. Irwin to the inside of Ian Quinn, who I think was trying to move on Vincenzo Saraceno. They almost make contact, and Jay Irwin is now the lead PSL driver coming through the Monza here.
Yeah, Jay Irwin able to get clear. Saraceno there. Going to fall under fire here shortly to Jay Irwin as they continue to go side by side further back. Charlie Steins, Josh Conker, Gavin Bailiff, and Nathan Nicholson. Conker inside and clear. Gavin Bailiff, Nicholson, high, wide, and handsome. Look to get the move done there on these 2. Not close enough as of yet.
Yeah, in the background you can see Talon Yockel getting by on Ian Quinn as well. That's up a spot there. Conker continuing to hang on against Nicholson and Gavin Bailiff. But at the front of the field, I mean, continuing to see the experience play out for AJ Myers and Billy Musgrave. There's another bumper from Gavin Bailiff. He really does not appreciate Josh Conker backing up at the front of the field. There you can see again Jay Irwin by Vincenzo Saraceno. Yockel hangs on against Ian Quinn, and this battle for 3rd rages on with Irwin now, who seems to be taking more of a dry line, and Ian Quinn out of the race from 6th. He's got a problem. Quinn looking down at his engine. Something has gone amiss on the PSL Karting Burrell Art machine, and Ian Quinn only going to make it 1 lap before a DNF here in Pro Moto 1 for the shifters.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ian Quinn. Very similar to what happened to him last time out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, starting from the tail end in one of the motos. So unfortunate for Ian Quinn this time around. So as Jay Irwin continues to lap around here, looking to work his way through the field here, able to get ahead of Vincenzo Saraceno. So Jay already up in a P3 here, but 2 very experienced drivers and 2 wildly old foxes up in 1 and 2, and AJ Myers and Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing from Jay Irwin here is he is taking pretty much a normal dry line through a lot of these corners, where normally you would expect the more traditional rain line to run around the outside, kind of rim run it a little bit. Irwin has been very committed to kind of straight lining it into the corner, getting it to pivot, and then immediately getting on the gas, and it's working pretty well for him. I think that you're kind of seeing the different approaches here. Some of the guys more used to single speed rain racing, driving it a little bit differently than a guy like Jay Irwin, who seems to have the grip nailed pretty well so far in this heat race.
Yeah, so everybody continuing to lap around here, just super slow compared to what we saw yesterday in their qualifying session and compared to what we saw earlier for their warm-up sessions here. So Talon Yockel now still looking to find a way to get ahead of Vincenzo Saraceno here. For AJ Myers, a 2nd ahead. There goes Yockel inside and clear of Vincenzo Saraceno. Yockel up another spot. He's up to P4 here. So a good drive in the wet here for Talon Yockel so far.
Yeah, this might be the lifeline that Talon Yockel needed this week, and he's been so quick at various points in the rain and throughout the last couple of years, and now aboard the sodium machine. A difficult qualifying, a difficult start to the season for the number 1 plate holder, but he has put himself in a good position so far, up 6 spots already from where he started this race, and he's continuing to move forward here as, again, Jaakko really finding his way through the rain, finding his way with the grip to pull away a bit from Vincenzo, and Josh Conker now arriving on the scene to one of his best friends from round number 1 in Vincenzo. Of course, the two having a little bit of a chaotic round 1 in Charlotte with a couple of crashes together, including in the final, and now Conker in the rain seems to find his footing a bit, and he's running back up towards this group for third.
Yeah, both Saraceno and Conker in good spirits here this weekend. Talked it out, and they've been hanging out a lot here around the paddock, but won't be friends here on the racetrack as Conker looks to get ahead of Vincenzo Saraceno, who's super, super slow in the I-70 corner. And Josh Conker all over the rear bumper of his ex-teammate and his ex-team in Maranello, USA. There goes Conker, inside and clear. Josh Conker gets the move done. Saraceno not going to make it easy. And there you see Conker points to the back of his helmet, telling Saraceno to work with him and push each other forward. For Nathan Nicholson, not too far back, currently 7th for the Magic Kart team here at the moment. And further back, Michael Riccio currently sits in the 9th spot with Jason Enrique, P10.
Yeah, and there you can see the battle for third with Jay Irwin. Again, this faster parts of the track, he is really running well. It's the slow speed corners where Irwin just seems to struggle to get it to turn. You can see the understeer. It's always going to be that way in the rain. You're always going to see some front understeer, but it seems like Irwin in particular really struggling with the fronts, especially with the narrow line that he's running that I've been mentioning. I mean, I think that that's one of the things. It's costing him on the lap times right now. He's doing about 2.5 seconds slower per lap than AJ Myers. I'm starting to see it compared to Talon Jaakko. In the high-speed corners, it's fine, but as soon as they go to slow-speed corners, it seems like Irwin's really struggling with the front of that cart.
Yeah, definitely struggling here. Talon Jaakko continuing to close down the gap to Jay Irwin. AJ Myers still in the lead of this race with Billy Musgrave still sitting in second. That gap still at a second here for AJ Myers, lapping a 10th quicker than Billy Musgrave here at the moment, as that gap opens up again in between the Burrell Art and the Sodi Racing USA machine of Jaakko and Jay Irwin. So not too much going on here so far. A couple of big movers. Charlie Stein's up into the top 10. Michael Riccio, P8 here at the moment as they continue to shuffle their way through. So David Carmody in the 202 able to work his way inside the top 10 for Chase Jones and Gavin Bailiff, 2 Kart Republics who are out of the top 10 here at the moment. So just tiptoeing their way around. And Annie Rule, some sort of issue for her all the way down the order in 27th here for Annie Rule. She's right behind Safed Haddock, the 3rd. So way down the order, and unfortunate for Annie Rule here.
Yeah, Jay Irwin really, really slowing down this group a good bit now. A 1:26.7, a full 2 seconds slower than AJ Myers, 1.7 seconds slower than Billy Musgrave. And now Josh Conker to the inside for 5th on Talon Jaakko. We saw Conker early in the race get swarmed by the mid-pack group, but he's come back, and he's come back very strong, and now immediately dives to the inside on Irwin, who's taking a wider line now through that hairpin. So Irwin now going to try to hang on with a kart that clearly is not really to his liking right now. And now Josh Conker going to put his elbows out a little bit and get by the Kiwi there to get himself into the 3rd position. So Josh Conker on a move so far. He's moved all the way back up to 3rd, and now he's looking good against this group, which includes Irwin and Talon Jaakko, still trying to get by the PSL Racing machine.
Yeah, and last night when I walked by that JMF factory kart team, they knew that the rain was definitely going to get here when it came down to the first couple of their races here today. And Josh Conker said that he felt confident about racing in the rain. He knew the right setup for that factory kart machine, and it seems like Billy Musgrave and Josh Conker have definitely figured it out here because they are lapping pretty quickly around Newcastle Motorsports Park in these tricky conditions here today. So Conker already pulling a gap to Jay Irwin and Talon Jaakko behind. Conker up to P3. Billy Musgrave in that 2nd spot, and AJ Myers still leading us away here with now a 2-second gap back to Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, and you can see there Conker just using a wider line on entry. His last lap through a 1:25.4 was his best lap of the session, even with 2 passes. So it shows that Conker's pretty clearly got the good pace aboard that factory kart JMF machine. So impressive stuff from Conker, impressive stuff from Billy Musgrave as well, but they're going to need a little bit more to match AJ Myers in these conditions if it stays this way later on in the day. But here's again the battle we've seen for quite some time now. Talon Jaakko still looking for a way around Jay Irwin. He's been consistently close, as it looks like we got Ian Quinn there standing on the side, but it's been close for Talon Jaakko, but he just cannot find a way by as of yet.
Yeah, so not close enough as of yet for Talon Jaakko. Like you said, still closing down the gap, but both of them just very busy there on the steering wheel, fighting with their machines, fighting with the conditions here. And all the while, Nathan Nicholson has begun to close down the gap there. And I'm not sure if the rain's not coming down anymore. So at this point, with a racetrack that's just still changing, they're really just starting to burn up these tires here. I mean, on what seems to be intermediate conditions.
Honestly, it's still probably too wet to say that it's burning it up, and I can tell by the way that Jay Irwin is struggling when he's running the dry line that it's going to be tough to really switch it back onto a more dry racetrack. But you are seeing that different lines are kind of having different success rates. I think Irwin's early on in the race worked out well when the front tires were underneath them, but it seems like now the front of the cart just not responding to the changes that he needs to make. And Josh Conker, on the other hand, his wider line put him vulnerable to the field early on in the race where he was falling down into the mid part of the top 10. But since then, confidence coming in strong for Josh Conker, and he's been able to pull away from this midfield fight. Still, though, Talon Yockel continuing to fight his way forward, trying to find a way by Jay Irwin, and Nathan Nicholson has arrived on the scene fully. Again, that Magic Kart has been really quick in mixed conditions, and we're seeing now Nathan Nicholson putting his best foot forward, almost to the gearbox of Talon Yockel as they come through into Cell Tower. Now Yockel still can't find a way by Jay Irwin, and now he's got to get a move on, or else Nathan Nicholson will be right on by the both of them.
So checking our radar here, I mean, the rain is definitely stopped as they go side by side there. Yockel looked to get through, not close enough. There is still more storms looming in the background here as they go side by side here on the racetrack. Talon Yockel, bottom of the racetrack. Nicholson looking to go through as well. Yockel going to get clear. Irwin going to concede the position to the Sodi machine. Nicholson around the outside on Jay Irwin. Looks to go through. Not enough. Irwin going to go back on Talon. Yockel stuck the nose on the inside. Not close enough. Irwin loses the spot to Nathan Nicholson.
That was very much a defend based off of an attack there from Jay Irwin. He knew that he had to get back by Yockel if he wanted any shot to hang on against Nicholson. And now that move did not pay off quite well for him. Still, though, Jay going to send it down the inside, lock up the brakes, slide in, hope for the best. They're side by side up the hill, and it looks like Irwin's going to have to concede there as Nicholson squeezed him out of room. And now Irwin again chucking it to the inside as they encounter lap traffic. And Jay Irwin still trying to find any possible way through as the 491 machine has a problem. That's Lawrence Hickman, I believe, way down the field, troubling with the gearbox there. So Yockel up to fourth now, finally clearing Jay Irwin, and now we'll try to set sail back up towards Josh Conker.
Yeah, everybody fighting all the way through. So for Nathan Nicholson, still going to look to get ahead. And there you have Billy Musgrave. Time ran out last time by, so 3 laps to go this time when they cross the stripe. For Billy Musgrave, just hasn't had the same pace that AJ Myers has had. For AJ, a second clear on the field here so far as the track continues to change, but there's no more rain. It's not raining anymore. There are still some clouds that could get here at some point. So, I mean, from my perspective here, there's not many rooster tails and not much. So we have a battle further back here. Vincenzo Saraceno going side by side.
That's Justin White, who's made up 17 spots in this race, up to 13th. He has had an impressive run in these mixed conditions. Chase Jones up a number of spots as well, I believe up to the 12th spot. And now we shift our focuses back to the front as Nathan Nicholson. That was a power move. Can he hang on to it, though? Right on the outside, Nicholson slides it through, and they're side by side, and Yockel hangs on. Nicholson tried around the outside, and it did not quite stick for him, but Yockel hangs onto that 4th spot. Has more contact in the mix there. Yockel, Nicholson, Irwin. This is a bloodbath here in the rain, and they're coming all the way down to the line with Nicholson sliding back in front of Yockel.
Yeah, and Jay Irwin has been given a lifeline here now on the rear bumper of the 2 drivers ahead of him as they continue to fight. Yockel with a nose on the inside in the green corner. Nicholson around the outside looking to hold on to it here. Irwin, gap opens up again there in between the 2 of them. What does Talon Yockel have here coming into the Cell Tower hairpin? Not close enough for Talon Yockel, but Nicholson very slow here on the entrance to the corners, and it just shows you how difficult these conditions have been so far. AJ Meyer still on the lead, but further back with Justin White, he's making up some moves. Jonathan Ocasio was the driver that he was fighting there, one of the Factory Fury GP entries here this weekend. But a lot of drivers making up moves. Chase Jones as well, one of the notable ones that has worked his way up the field. And for Talon Yockel, Jay Irwin, and Nathan Nicholson, the Mazda MX-5 Cup driver has worked his way ahead of the two guys who have some more laps so far this year in the shifter category. But AJ Myers, I mean, has been the class of the field, got the the 3-lap to go mark last time by. So for AJ Myers, has done a good job so far. The white flag, last time by for AJ Myers. So it's been all about this guy here on your screen. Mr. Newcastle himself has definitely been the class of the field here so far, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. AJ Myers, a clinic in the rain, picked up a second on that last time through, a 1:23.3. The track is definitely improving, so that's definitely playing a part in it. But AJ Myers has been in his own zip code for most of this race, so an impressive performance nonetheless for AJ Myers aboard the Magic Kart. He'll walk away from the field upwards of 6 seconds back to Billy Musgrave, and he's come through the final few corners. It's been smooth operation here in the rain for AJ Myers.
Yeah, not too much work for AJ Myers. Still setting in really good lap times, almost 2 seconds quicker than a couple of drivers here on the racetrack. But it was easy for AJ Myers, got the whole shot when he needed to, and AJ Myers wins Moto 1 in Pro Stars Shifter. Billy Musgrave next to cross the line here shortly, and he does. So for Billy Musgrave, the Afro Man, P2, and Josh Conker making it 2-3 for the Factory Kart team, finishing third. Next, Nathan Nicholson, a good drive for him in his first Pro Stars Pro Show start here this weekend. Talon Yockel rounds up your top 5.
Yeah, further down the rest of the field, we have Jay Irwin in 6th, Michael Riccio 7th, David Carmody up to 8th, a good run from him, Jason Enrique in the 9th position, and Vincenzo Saracino rounds out your top 10. Chase Jones and Justin White both make up upwards of 15 spots to finish 11th and 13th. Jonathan Nicasio finishing in the 12th position, Charlie Steins in 14th, Gavin Bailiff in the 15th position. As we go further down the shifter order, check out the rest of our results. Some difficult finishes there for Ian Quinn and Annie Rule, down in the 22nd and 28th spots respectively. So unfortunate for them, but the rain racing in Pro Moto 1 of the Pro Stars category has created a lot of excitement heading into the second half of the day. So that wraps up our Pro Motos for our action here at the Stars Championship Series at the Newcastle Motorsports Park. Before we go to break, though, I'm joined by R.C. Anderson in the booth, head of the Lucas Oil School of Racing, one of the key partners with the Stars Championship. So first off, R.C., how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Yesterday was my first day kind of back at a go-karting track in, 10 plus years. It's been a while since I've seen a paddock like this.
Yeah, obviously a lot of entries, over 280 with us this weekend. But as you head into a partnership, obviously the Lucas Oil School of Racing kind of getting drivers into cars, the transition from the kart side of things to the car side of things. Talk to me about what came about, or what opened up this relationship with the Stars Championship Series and what you guys are doing so far this year.
Yeah, we kind of got connected through just mutual friends with meeting Joe and Christian and getting connected with them. It's been awesome. We're starting our 9th year as a school, and I came through all this national level karting, like this style of karting, and it's been we wanted to get back to it. Help promote with these kids that want to move on in racing if they have dreams of IndyCar, NASCAR, IMSA, Formula One even. So it's been a pleasure to be partnered with these guys, and it's awesome that we can have these prizes for them.
Yeah, and so when we talked about the entries at this type of race where you have over 280, you have a lot of the guys that are kind of right on the edge of moving up to cars. And so as you look at your own school and kind of the success that it's had over the years, what do you think the biggest advantage that you guys can provide when it comes to bringing guys from the karting ranks up to the cars that some people that are listening to us or are listening in the paddock might not know about?
I just think the biggest thing is the cost-effective side of things. When you move up in car racing, you look at the pro circuit, and just it's really difficult to come up with budget to go racing. And we're a pretty easy gateway on learning how to drive a car at a cost-effective rate and getting that seat time with instructors and everybody in as equal equipment as we can get it, and have that racing behind them before they jump into something with a bunch of downforce, a bunch of grip, and go on the pro side of stuff.
Yeah, and so, talking about that as well, one last question I have. We're giving away some prizes at the end of the year with the Stars Championship Series. Can you talk about the incentives that you guys have coming on through the rest of the season?
Yeah, we're getting ready to start our championship series this year. Our champion at the end, after the 5 rounds, 15 races, will win a $250,000 scholarship. So that's super exciting. And then the champion, or the vice champion here on both of the Pro Stars classes, is going to get a chance to run our winter series next year, which is going to be then running the winter series. If they win in that, they win prizes to then compete in our championship series. So it's kind of a snowball effect.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So again, that's RC Anderson, the Lucas Oil School of Racing, one of the foundational partners of the Stars Championship Series. A lot of cool prizes from the Lucas Oil guys coming on this season. And again, thank you for your time, RC. It was awesome seeing you back at the karting track today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, thanks. And that's RC Anderson again of the Lucas Oil School of Racing, as we have karts on the racetrack as we get set for our pre-finals today. The KA Masters side of things getting set to go for their pre-final. Again, 12 minutes plus 2 laps, the distance in this one. And again, a lot of exciting racing in the KA Masters category through Heat 1 and 2. Here's a quick look at the starting grid that we'll provide to you here in just a second. As you can see, KA Masters, we had a lot of incidents in the pre-final. Some interesting racing for sure, is Jakob Neri on the front row alongside John Bonanno, David Golonia and Clay Settles on row 2, and Chris Horan starts alongside Andy Kutcher on row number 3.
Then you go back to row 4 with Paul Montopoli and Scott Carapalati, David Goldman and Austin Queen running up your first 10 starters in your top 5 rows. And you go back to row 6 with Joe Lapke and Ryan Kazner, Peter Cook and Kim Carapalati on row 7.
Yeah, and back through the rest of the grid. Of course, 23 karts in the field so far today. Anthony Stifler and Brendan Estes on row number 8. Tyler Prestel and Tom Gerster on row 9. Ron Lee as well as Steven Simpson on row 10. Down through the rest of the grid, Chris Kutcher, 2 DNFs, is going to put him well back in the field in 21st. Kevin Simonovic in 22nd. Marciano Santos in 23rd. And Ken Simonovic in 24th. So that rounds out your KA Masters field. We're going to have AJ Myers ready for an interview here as soon as we get going with this race. But this is the first of our 7 semi-pro pre-finals here getting set to go, Caleb.
Yeah, so John Bonanno and Jacob Neri getting set to lead us to green. And this is going to set the grid order for the main events, as Ryan Kazner with some sort of issue off the racetrack here, not going to be able to get going here in this main event. And I'm really interested on who decided to go with slicks, who decided to go with wets, because the dry line starts to form here on the racetrack. Everything to play for on who's going to start on the pole position tomorrow for the main events. Jacob Neri and John Bonanno, the reigning champion, going to lead us to green in the first of our pre-finals here in KA Masters. We look at the lights, they are out, and we are racing here in KA Masters. A good start for Jacob Neri on the inside. Bonanno around the outside, gets to the point of the field here, and a good start. A couple of drivers going wide there, and you see already those bright silver aluminum rims probably have the rain tires on them, and the other black rims probably have slicks here. So we're going to see who decided to go with the best option here as the dry line continues to form here, Emery.
Yeah, it'll be tough to see again. At the end of the shifter Moto 1, you could tell a dry line was starting to form, was not quite all the way there. It could be a case where the rain tires are quicker early in the race and then it shifts to the slicks later on. I can see just from my eyeballs that you have roughly about half the field on the rain tires. Like you mentioned, the aluminum wheels, a good telltale. Also, the white MG logos make it pretty apparent to see on the tires. But the fact that there's not a group of karts going way back in the field tells me the dry tires should be the preferred option by the end of the race.
Yeah, so we'll see what it's like. And a driver who was just out there on the racetrack, AJ Myers. As we go side by side here on the racetrack, we go side by side here on your screens. AJ, I mean, what a heat race for you. Got to the point, got the whole shot, didn't look back from there. Just talk to me how the conditions are out there.
Yeah, I mean, I looked back a couple times. I couldn't tell who it was behind me, but I guess it was Billy in the end, and he really hung with me there for the first couple laps. I just tried to, it's tough leading in the rain. I mean, you don't know exactly how hard you can push it in that, so Billy was able to use me as a reference. He hung with me, and then luckily it got to stretch it out, and nice, easy race from there. But it was a fun race in the rain.
Yeah, so just talk to me about the tires, right? I mean, at the start, obviously, it was super wet, but towards the end, I mean, you guys were pretty slowing down, and you guys were pretty much taking the dry line there in the end. Were the tires just kind of overheating there towards the end of the race?
It's tough to say. I just kind of got set in a rhythm of what I was doing on the line out there. I wasn't trying too many new things. It took to like the last 3-4 laps where I could visually see a dry line forming. I started searching a little bit for water, but yeah, it was getting better and better. I just wasn't really pushing it because, yeah, the tires are overheating. I didn't want to kill them in case it rains later.
Yeah, and AJ, I mean, talking about this track in the rain, it's usually kind of a bit treacherous, at least going in the forward directions. It looked like this time it dried a lot quicker. And so when you're looking at the race in the second half of the day, in the case of some mixed condition like we're seeing for these guys out here now, is there kind of something that you're looking for in a dry line, or do you think it's going to be slow to dry?
I mean, right now I would be dry tire in this master race if I was out there. It's tough to say what it's going to do. I think there might be another second wave of rain coming through. We're just going to leave it alone, wait and see what the weather does, and try and do this again.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck, AJ, for the second of your motos, and congrats on the first moto win.
All right, thanks, guys. Hopefully talk to you later.
Yeah, well, there you guys have it for AJ Myers, and I'm sure we'll definitely be talking to him a lot more as the weekend progresses, because he's been the man to beat in the class of the field, putting on a clinic here this weekend. There you have John Bonanno falling back to third here. He opted for the rain weather tires, and it seems like AJ made a really good point there. Those tires just seem to overheating with the dry line starting to form here. So looks like the slick option tire here has definitely been the way to go, as David Galonia takes the point of the field here, a 118.939, and those lap times continue to come down here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not quite all the way dry, but it's dry enough to where if you're on rain tires, you're going to be cooked by the end of the race. So it's unfortunate for the guys that chose the rain tires. They've kind of dug their grave in a sense, but the second that we couldn't really tell it on lap number 1 who was on the slicks probably indicated that the slicks were the right tire. And I think ultimately anyone that can manage the pace and not go off the track with these tires are going to be significantly quicker than those on the rain tires. So David Galonia up at the front, one that was obviously on the slick tires from the get-go, has built a 3.5 second gap. We'll see what the gap is the next time around. And then Chris Horan has moved up a number of spots into the second position. Austin Queen and Clay Settles are on the slick tires as well, and they're both finding some extra pace aboard their machines as well. Two guys are really quick in the heat races, now set to get a pretty good finish in the pre-final as well.
Yeah, so they've had to make some moves. They're now third and fourth respectively. Austin Queen leading Clay Settles here away in his top cart. Joe Lapke currently P5, Scott Carapolati 6, and John Bonanno, the first of the wet weather option tire users here, who started on the front row, finds himself way back in the field. As Settles has a little bit of a moment there. It looked like he dropped the tire there on the entrance to the shark fin. He's able to continue going here, but I mean, just definitely right. If you decided to go out on the wet weather option tire, you're definitely regretting that at this stage of the race. I mean, it seems to start off well for John Bonanno, but just all fell apart as the track continues to dry here, Emery.
Yeah, this might be one of the most depressing drives of anyone that anyone will have all weekend. If you're John Bonanno, who's on the front row, did everything right throughout the heat races, and now your reward, driving about 5 to 6 seconds off the pace and the wrong tire. I think that's probably a bit of a disappointment for Bonanno, but he'll still have a good chance in the final with how crazy the racing has been throughout the field in the heat. So we'll see how this plays out. We've seen now Clay Settles and Austin Queen battle out for the third spot. They've been very aggressive with each other. And now, I mean, they've got no real pressure from behind, but you do not want to throw away a good pre-final finish, because this directly sets the grid for the main event later.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for everybody else, right? But for Jacob Neary, who also started there on the front row, finds himself down in 10th. So a lot of work is side by side with Clay Settles there and Austin Queen. Settles on the inside, he's able to get clear. So Clay Settles able to get clear. They still go side by side. A little bit of wheel bang in there. Austin Queen retakes that third spot. Clay Settles falls back to fourth, and they continue to fight here for the inside line on the second row here. So for everybody else, we're definitely going to have a big mix-up in the field, and hopefully in the main event we'll see some of those drivers have to work their way through the field to crown your king of the castle tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and David Galonia on the flip side is in the perfect spot. I mean, he's running 0.8 a second clear from anyone in the field, and that's including Austin Queen and Clay Settles, who were quick in the normal dry conditions, not able to match the pace of Galonia in these changing conditions in this pre-final. So right now, again, Queen and Settles the closest battle up towards the front of the field, but David Galonia made the right decision on the slicks. It looks like about 8 or 9 other drivers made the right decision as well, and they are now reaping the benefits of it as they come through about halfway through this heat race, or pre-final here, Caleb.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like here. Austin Queen and Clay Settles still continuing to fight. A couple of fights further back in the field as well. David Goldman finding himself down in 14th. He's currently ahead of Tom Gershner, Kevin Simonellic as well. So a lot of drivers super close further back, but a lot of them going to have to make moves in the main event. They go into the I-70 hairpin here. Clay Settles there still sits in fourth here, with Austin Queen right ahead of him. Tyler Presto goes quickest last time by, 116.516. So everybody still lapping here pretty quickly, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're still running a pretty solid pace, but we're seeing David Galonia continuing to just run a chill race at the front of the field, not going to be under any fire unless he makes a big mistake. So Bologna in the lead, Chris Horan running his own pace in second. He had a really good race through the wet. Austin Queen and Clay Sells, the other two that I think are pretty competitive pace-wise, as well as Tyler Prestel, who must be said did not have good heat races, but he has shown a lot of pace here in these mixed conditions.
Yeah, so still 4.5 minutes to go left in this pre-final for these drivers as they get set to continue to go around. And for Clay Settles, I mean, on his return here, looks to pick up where he left off after what was a pretty good race at the Clash of the Club last year to end the 2023 Stars Championship Series. Was able to get the win there and looks to repeat the same success he had there as he goes to the bottom of the racetrack there. Still a little bit damp, but he's able to get clear that time by of Austin Queen. Can he hold on to it, though? We've seen these two drivers go at it and jockey for position every single lap and every time they go around here, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like Clay Settles has settled in here as he gets by Austin Queen for that third position. So, I mean, this is one of the things that we're really seeing from Clay Settles, his ability to make moves on Austin Queen. These two had incidents in the 2 heat races. It was not perfect for them, but now in this drying track, they've got a comfortable position in third and fourth. At this point, it's just about logging the laps, learning a bit more about the track, trying to see what your kart needs if it's in similar conditions tomorrow, which it probably won't be, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, I mean, we're really expecting a super dry racetrack. The only thing on the forecast was on this Saturday afternoon. We knew that the entire morning was going to be dry, but whenever it came down to the afternoon, we knew it was going to be a little bit wet. Storm's kind of been pushed out of the way. Still a cloud on our radar here that we are expecting to get here in a couple of minutes' time, but that is, just considering that it does get here at some point. It's a pretty big cloud with similar rain to what we saw there in that OKN Stars. There is a little bit of rain falling again here on the racetrack, but with 2.5 minutes to go, rain tire still seems to be working here for these drivers. And I mean, it just really throws a wrench at all the mechanics, all the teams, and gets them thinking, gets them working, gets the drivers to really think and pick the right setup, pick the right tire, pick what you need. See what's gonna work here, and experience definitely has a lot to do, right? For the likes of David Galonia, who has a lot of laps around this place, pitting out of his garage here this weekend, knew he had to go on the slick weather tire. And for John Bonanno, just unfortunately, the reigning champion went with the wrong option, wanted to play it kind of safe, and just didn't end up working for him.
Yeah, unfortunate for John Bonanno. I mean, he'll still get a top 10 result out of this, and it's an interesting thought exercise here, Caleb. If you've got less than 2 minutes left, you know the rain is coming. There's no doubt about it. The second Zell is coming. And you're on the rain tires. You're about 45 seconds back like John Bonanno is. Do you stay out and risk burning up that rain tire, especially if you're closer to 20th like Andy Kutcher? If you're towards the back end of the field, would you rather save the extra bit of rain tire in the event that you need them again, or would you stay out hoping to get those last few spots?
Well, it just really depends, right? I mean, when you know you don't have rain coming your way later on in the day, you're definitely going to want to stay out there, as they're able to get ahead of Chris Horan, who was in that second spot for a little bit, but Clay Settles and Austin Queen blow the doors off of that OTK machine at Chris Horan. So Clay Settles up to P2 with what's set to be a front row starting spot if Austin Queen gets and stays there in that third spot here at the moment. But if I was out there driving on the racetrack and I was somewhere further back in 10th for the likes of John Bonanno and further back for David Goldman, who also seems to be on the rain weather tire, I'd really stay out there, push that tire to the absolute limit, push whatever ounce of pace is left in my kart, because, I mean, you're not going to use that tire again. This is the last race that you have left on the weekend. So for those drivers, just going to have to push and make do with what they got, right? So, you made the wrong option, obviously, coming out on those rain tires, but what do you do about it? You get on with it, and you have to keep driving. You have to keep pushing. But from here on out, going to be dry and really going to have to push those tires to the absolute limit, even if it means, cording them at this point.
Yeah, at this point, you run with what you got. You get to the finish here. John Bonanno, I mean, there's still 13 karts behind him, right? As bad as this heat race or this pre-final has gone for him, he's still going to end up in the top half of the field and have something he can work with for the rest of this weekend. And so 10th is not a great starting spot, but it's not the worst starting spot in the world. It's not as good as what we're going to see from Clay Settles and David Golonia on the front row, as well as maybe Austin Queen if he can get by Settles. But regardless, it's been good in the heat race for them. The one thing I will say that could play a factor is these classes do not get new tires. KA Masters doesn't for the main event. So if you're John Bonanno, you did save a heat cycle on them. Now, granted, not as big of a heat cycle having run in mixed conditions, but still a heat cycle nevertheless, and that will help the tires. About 15 extra laps on the tires for David Golonia and these guys up at the front of the field that opted for slicks. So it's not all bad for John Bonanno, but you will want to finish a little bit higher than where he ended up.
Yeah, so for Clay Settles, still keeping Austin Queen at bay, as well as Chris Horan. This is the battle for the front row to start alongside David Golonia. So what is it for now? Clay Settles still holding Austin Queen at bay, as Austin Queen gave Clay Settles the bumper that time by, and Settles dropped the tire there into the dirt. So he lost the spot, fell back to third, and let's see what it looks like this time when they cross the stripe. 2 sticks up in the air, 2 laps to go left in this one, Emery.
I have a feeling when Clay Settles gets there, he is not going to be too happy with Austin Queen. He just, as per said, used to crumb horn a little bit on that Tony kart to get the spot there from the top kart of Settles. So now it's about getting back to him, and we know that Queen has the pace. We also know Settles has the pace. Chris Horan, with them battling, has allowed him back into the mix of things, and he's now running a competitive pace in that 4th spot. So we'll see if he can hang on against Queen and Settles. As Queen takes a look back and sees that Settles not too far behind him, with a little bit of drafting and a little bit of a good infield here. Clay Settles could be right back on the bumper of that Tony kart.
And the gap to the lead, 7.5 seconds here from David Golonia and Austin Queen. So Golonia really putting on a clinic here in these mixed conditions. And with a drying racetrack, that Burrell Art machine of David Golonia has definitely had the pace here this weekend for the Newcastle native, as Clay Settles closes down the gap there to Austin Queen. Still not close enough to attempt the move, but like you said, Austin Queen moves Settles out of the way. Let's see how nice Clay Settles plays it when he tries to start on the front row here, with the laps continuing to dwindle down. White flag in the air, the final lap around here to see who starts on the front row alongside David Golonia. Clay Settles, does he look on the inside? Not this time by on Austin Queen. Chris Horan there still in 4th. Settles went quicker than anybody else there on the racetrack, a 1:16.160, 3/10 quicker than Austin Queen last time by, Emery.
Yeah, he's there. It's just a question of how much does he want to use that bumper? How much does he want to try to the inside? You're already guaranteed a top 3 starting spot unless you do something that would jeopardize that here on this last lap. So there's no need to be too aggressive with Queen, but the flip side is you might want to let the ego take charge and get that one last spot. So you can see there's David Golonia. He has put a rapid, consistent pace all race long. He's coming up to lap the 269 machine here in this one, and that is of Anthony Stifler as well. So Golonia off to an incredible race here, and you can see him all the way through the scale tower corner, through the 2S as he goes up towards the final 2 corners of the racetrack. And David Golonia will come out of the final corner here. A dominant performance in the mixed conditions, a masterful performance in KA Masters from David Golonia.
Across the line next, Austin Queen and Clay Settles. Queen's bumper, yeah, I don't want to speculate here, but it looks a little bit pushed in here. Clay Settles across the line 3rd, Chris Horan 4th, Joe Lapke your top 5, and Scott Carapalati just now crossing the line, rounding up your top 6 here. Steven Simpson a couple of seconds back. He sets across the line next.
Yeah, down through the rest of the grid we go, and you can see there Peter Cook down in the 11th spot, Jacob Neary in the 10th spot, John Bonanno in 9th, and you can see a bit of an incident back there in the back for Tyler Prestel on the last lap, puts him down 2 laps there in 15th. So unfortunate for Prestel, he lost what was going to be a top 10 position for the 217 machine. So Prestel will have work to do, the likes of Andy Kutcher and Chris Kutcher as well. Those guys all chose to go rain tires, and they're going to have to pay the price here as they come to the final later on tomorrow. But for David Golonia, for Austin Queen, and for Clay Settles, a fantastic run through the pre-final, and they will start at the front for the main event in KA Masters tomorrow. But up next, we got the Micro Swifts on the grid getting set for their pre-final and their last action of the day.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
On track now, your Micro Swifts as they get set to go green for their pre-final. It's Easton Kubinski and Danny O'Gara who get set to go green on the front row. Zane Burgess and your Heat 2 winner, Marcelo Flores, take off from the second row. Jake Manalio and Lawrence Perriman on row 3. It's Brody Stoffel and Jaden Francisco, row 4. Dutch Westbrook and Jack Katowski on row 5. Kaysen Hendrickson and Zev Gottschalk on row 6. You move back to row 7 with Austin Taylor and Parker Stewart. Wynn Gottschalk starting behind his younger brother on the 8th row alongside Trip Golnick. And you go back to Dominic Gaddis and Miles Wilson on row 9. Louis Thomasian and Lincoln Wiley on row 10. Chase Thixton and Drake Williamson on row 11. You go back to row 12 with George Zeminski and Hudson Howard. And then you go back to Darius Warnowicz and Christian Thomasian. And row 14, Liet Simonellic and Logan Arteta. The 14 rows that get set to go green here to define who's going to start on the pole position tomorrow. to crown the kings and queens of the castle here at Castle Motorsports Park. But for now, Easton Kubinski and Danny O'Gara, if either of these two drivers were able to take a win here in this pre-final, it'll definitely get them a step closer to crown themselves later on today. O'Gara moving his hand emphatically, telling everybody to slow down. Marcelo Flores still pushing O'Gara here at the moment, but everybody stacked and packed. Easton Kubinski wanted to line up the field here early and get this over with. But we get set to go with, I believe, 12-minute pre-finals here today for these drivers. So let's see what it looks like for Easton Kubinski and Danny O'Gara, who continue to go around, and O'Gara still telling everybody to slow down, getting everybody to kind of just play a little nice here. You see that dry line and that track continue to dry up here, but all the rubber that was on the outside kind of just washed off with the rain. But we get set to go green here. Easton Kubinski, Danny O'Gara into the tram lines. They look at the lights. They go out, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. A good start by Easton Kubinski. Zane Burgess as well with a good start. Up in a second, outside, looking to get the move done. Not close enough. O'Gara losing a couple of spots here already. A couple of drivers around. Zev Gottschalk, one of those. And one of the Fernando Alonso J. Howard machines goes around here early on, Emery.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but Easton Kubinski has established himself in the race lead now. Zane Burgess tried a bit of a crossover through turn number 2. Did not happen, but now into turn 5, the scoreboard corner. You can see Marcelo Flores going to try a crossover here, pushing Zane Burgess by onto Kubinski. Those two took a great line through there, and it's going to allow Burgess to take the lead and immediately go on the defensive. And they all slide on through the green corner now. You can see Kubinski side by side with Jake Manolio. There, up the hill, they go for 4th position now. I believe that's O'Gara trying to the inside of Manolio for that 4th spot. Not going to happen as Manolio sticks it around the outside and hangs on to that 4th spot.
Yeah, good move there by Jake Manolio to hold on to it there. Knows he's going to have the inside for the next corner and is able to get clear. But now Marcelo Flores, the Jamaican sensation, Zane Burgess, who spoke to his dad, needed a little bit of pace. Seems like they found it. Jaden Francisco, the pole sitter from the heat races, gets the move done on Danny O'Gara, and Dutch Westbrook as well, getting himself just on the edge of the top 5 here at the moment. Behind those couple of drivers, Stoffel a little bit further back. When they cross the line, we'll see how the top 10 stack up. O'Gara P6, Westbrook P7 as Kubinski looks for a move on Marcelo Flores. Inside into the I-70 hairpin. Got a little bit of bobble there over the curb. Side by side in between Flores and Kubinski. They continue to go, and they continue to lose time to Zane Burgess here as Jake Manolio slots himself back in a P3, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like these guys from second on back are going to have to work together if they want to catch back up to Zane Burgess. We've seen in the second heat, Zane was incredibly quick by himself, but no one seems to be invincible from the draft, and Marcelo Flores had to work his way up through the field in the heats. Now, though, he's all the way up at the front and has a lot of time to work with. So a good run so far from Flores today. He's made up a lot of spots here in the heat races, and now he leads this entire train of go-karts back up towards Zane Burgess. But Manolio not going to be patient. He wants to lead that train. He goes back up to second in this Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic, back up in the second spot, and now he leads this whole gaggle of go-karts all the way around, turns 11 and 12. A big gap back from about the 9th place on back, but in the meantime, there goes Marcelo Flores trying to get him, and Manolio is going to shut the door. That got hairy there for a second, but instead, it's still going to stack up the top 6 or so, and you can see now a big gap forming. Zane Burgess with a gap about a second in the bag over this group from second on back, and now you can see Jake Manolio trying to lead them back up to the front.
And Lawrence Perriman already making moves up to P5 and lapping quicker than anybody else out there on the racetrack. Flores bottom, able to get clear and back ahead of Jake Manolio. Kubinski goes through as well up to P3, but he's able to stay ahead of Jake Manolio there. It looked like they switched back, but not as of yet. Francisco gets back ahead of Lawrence Perriman, who's going to lose the spot there. Westbrook now going to look to fire here on Lawrence Perriman. Inside for Dutch Westbrook. O'Gara looks to go through as well. They make a little bit of contact. O'Gara loses a spot there, and Brody Stoffel shakes his head, not too happy with the fighting going on ahead of him.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel not happy there, and it also kept him from really getting as far up as he would like, but now he's going to go to the inside of O'Gara through 8. That is an aggressive, risky move. O'Gara goes into the dirt a bit. He saves it, though, and now they're almost 3 wide into the cell towers. You can see the MPG of the number 14 machine of that is, I believe, Dominic Gaddis up into the 5th or 6th spot there. So a really good lap from Gaddis here as they continue to work from about 5th on back. Lawrence Perriman has now got to the lead of that group, and it is just chaos behind them and behind the top 4.
Dutch Westbrook gets through, so does Danny O'Gara. There goes Brody Stoffel to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to get through on Lawrence Perriman. Gets into the side of him, and Brody Stoffel able to get clear, but he's able to get through for now. And now on the rear bumper there of the 2 MPG machines, Brody Stoffel looking to get the move done on Austin Taylor and Dominic Gaddis there. Does Stoffel get clear? Flores drops a tire there into the dirt on the exit of the I-70 hairpin. How did it stack up there in the end? Stoffel able to get clear and ahead.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel eventually clears his way through the group, but it was a chaotic half a lap there, and you could see Lawrence Perriman not too happy of ending up in the grass round in turn number 14. So for Perriman, he'll have to work a long ways forward in the main event, but for Brody Stoffel, he is now at the front of this group. I believe that is in the 6th position, so impressive stuff from Stoffel, and you can see him now working up through the front of that group and now continuing to push forward. There's a look back at O'Gara, as well as a couple of the other MPG Motorsports machines, as well as the likes of Austin Taylor back there as well, continuing to fight for Jack Katowski and the 7-year-old wheeling the U-Race machine forward. So again, Brody Stoffel getting himself to the front of that group, and now he's starting to drive away from this midfield group.
Yeah, he's definitely going to start to drive away from that midfield group. But as the mechanics continue to give signals there to all the drivers on the sidelines, we see a lot of moves continuing to be made further through the field. Zane Burgess still your leader here at the moment. Easton Kubinski there second, and we go 3 wide further back in the field. Dominic Gaddis, one of the drivers here. Austin Taylor and Jack Katowski, the other U-Race machine that went side by side there and was able to get ahead. Here he was. Jack Katowski leads from Dominic Gaddis and Austin Taylor here, Emery.
This has been a breakthrough race of sorts from Jack Katowski, as he has been extremely quick this weekend after really kind of getting his feet wet in the micro category. Again, only 7 years old. His brother has been really quick on the mini side of things, but for Jack, this has been a really strong run. And there's a look back up a little bit further at Dutch Westbrook and Danny O'Gara. It looks like Westbrook has made his way through. That's for the 6th spot, ahead of O'Gara in the 7th spot, and Stoffel is back in 8th. So these two continuing to work together well. Dutch Westbrook, a guy from the Texas area like you, Caleb, has been a lot improved so far this year.
Yeah, and I mean, earlier on this weekend, Dutch Westbrook just been super limited on track time. Missed the first half of the practices on the Friday here after a flight cancellation out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Himself and his dad had to drive all the way to Oklahoma City, which is a couple of hours away from the DFW area in Texas. Had to catch a flight and get here to Indiana midday Friday, and they're able to get here and get racing. So considering the circumstances this weekend for Dutch Westbrook, definitely a good showing so far by the young Texan. As well for Zane Burgess already, still with Easton Kubinski here. Spoke to his dad earlier on today, said they were just still looking for a little bit of pace in the chassis to really to be able to stay ahead and challenge Easton Kubinski, Manalio, and Marcelo Flores, who have all really stepped up their game here this weekend, and the field parity just kind of getting closer and closer together. Everybody has been chasing the kid in the lead, and then it kind of turned around for him this weekend, right? The kid who's in the lead now, Zane Burgess, had to chase Jaden Francisco and others here to be able to fight for the lead here, Emery.
And I'll tell you who's in the chasing right now. That would be Jaden Francisco and Jake Manalio, both of them closing up to the top two. Kavinsky's done a nice job to get there, but this then has kind of just stayed in line in that second position. So I think that the more that he's patient, the more it allows Manalio and Francisco to get back in the game. Marcelo Flores had a couple mistakes the last few laps, and that's dropped him from this group, but we know when he gets it right, he's definitely got the pace to stay up inside the top 3. But at the front of the field now, Burgess getting ready to click off another lap. We've got 3 minutes 50 seconds plus 2 laps left on the board. He'll get pushed ahead by Kavinsky. Jake Manalio in the 3rd spot, and then back down Francisco about a 10th slower than those top 2 that last time through.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like this time when they cross the stripe further back. Daniel O'Gara was able to get back ahead of Brody Stoffel. So O'Gara back up to 7th. Stoffel back to 8th. Katowski currently sits in 9th. Austin Taylor 10th. So the battle further back is definitely ramped up as we get just to the closing stages of this pre-final for your Micro Swifts. 3 minutes to go. So still a lot of laps left, and a lot can change in that time, as we still have some storms looming around the area, and I definitely, don't want to sing for the rain, but it could definitely be a factor here as the day progresses, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be giving the commentators curse, but certainly the liquid sunshine, so to speak, might be coming through yet again today. We saw it really impact the OKN Pro Moto first heat. We're now seeing it possibly affecting the later pre-finals today, but right now, rain is not on the mind of any of these micro kids. They are looking for a race win. Jake Manalio has done everything he can to get back into this lead group now. On the rear bumper of Kubinski, he's gained half a second on this lap alone. We'll see what it looks like coming across the line now. Again, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, plus 2 laps to go. And for the first time all race, Easton Kubinski and Zane Burgess both under pressure into turn number 1.
Yeah, so everybody here under pressure. Manalio still lapping really good here at the moment. Went quicker than the 2 leaders. He went 0.4 of a second quicker than Easton Kubinski and Zane Burgess. So Jake Manalio and his team Ferris Racing Kart Republic has definitely arrived on the scene here and sits in that 3rd spot. Does he go this time by on? Kubinski looks to make the move, just not close enough for Jake Manalio. Going to stay there in the 3rd spot. And for the Ryan Perry Motorsports Machine, Jaden Francisco, who sits in 4th, just still there in tow, biding his time here at the moment. These drivers can't really risk too much. The way they finish here in this pre-final is going to set the grid tomorrow in the main event. That's where the hardware comes. Here you only get points, and it only defines who starts further up the field.
Yeah, it does give some points, and again, some bragging rights, but ultimately, ask any one of these drivers that rather win the pre-final or win the main event, I think most of them would say a final. So we'll see how this one plays out, but you can guarantee Jake Manalio going to try something here. He's trying down the inside of Easton Kubinski, can't make it happen for that 2nd spot, and Kubinski stays in line. He stayed so loyal to Zane Burgess all race long, but now 1 minute and 15 to go. This will come to be 3 laps of racing to go in the field. You can see the thumbs up from the mechanics in the distance telling the drivers, keep pushing, this is good, this is good. Now, Kubinski stays in line. Manalio not close enough, Francisco not close enough, so another lap, another turn 1 with no position changes in the top 4.
Yeah, and some of those mechanics getting a little bit more screen time than their kids out there on the racetrack here, so they continue to watch and continue to give signals here at the moment, as Zane Burgess still at the point of the field with Easton Kubinski there in 2nd. Jake Manalio looking to make a move, not close enough that time by either, as Francisco still sits there in 4th, and that gap to Burgess in the lead continuing to open up bit by bit here as Burgess. Now, we've seen this from him many times, that we don't see him lead in the last couple of laps all too often, but when he does, he's definitely with a good gap back to the 2nd place. Kubinski gonna fall under fire to Jake Manalio, inside and clear for Manalio and his Team Ferris Racing Machine up to P2. Francisco now brought right back into play.
Now, though, you only have about 2 and a bit laps to go, and Jake Manalio has worked his way all the way up through his field, up into the 2nd spot. He's closed in on Burgess and Kubinski. He's got by Kubinski, and now one more guy to go against is Zane Burgess. As they come down to the final 2 laps of this race, Zane Burgess leads a 4-kart breakaway at the front of the field. The 4 quickest karts, arguably, this whole race now going to do battle, and it's Burgess ahead of Manalio, but Manalio got to find a way to the inside here. Down the main straightaway, gets pushed by from Kubinski, and immediately goes on the defensive into turn number 1.
Jake Manalio saw the gap, and he went for it to the point of the field, and your new leader, Jake Manalio. Kubinski still there in 2nd, Zane Burgess in 3rd, and Francisco just a little bit ways back, but the more and more that Manalio defends and tries to fend off the Jamaican sensation and Easton Kubinski, Jaden Francisco going to be brought right back into play as they go too wide there into the scoreboard hairpin. And there's Zane Burgess up in a P2 here once again, and in a good spot, maybe the best spot here on the track. There goes into the green corner. Zane Burgess looks to get through on Manalio. A deep send. Burgess gets clear.
That was a lot of tire smoke there. Burgess able to send it through. That was a very thin window. Now Kubinski signaling to push forward with Burgess. He's going to stay behind him into the cell tower. So Kubinski clearly wanting to just maximize this result as much as he can. Jaden Francisco, I doubt with the same approach here. So he's gone all the way up to 3rd now after getting shuffled back early in the going. Meanwhile, behind them, though, that little off-track excursion from Manalio has cost him a lot of time. So going from the lead to 4th and now possibly 5th with Marcelo Flores on the scene, less than ideal for the Team Ferris Racing Machine. But on to the last lap now. He will have the chance, I would assume, to get back up towards the lead group. But Kubinski seems to want to push Zane Burgess out further into the lead as they come down on the last lap into turn 1. Kubinski stays in line, does not want to make that pass as of yet.
Yeah, and it seems like Burgess listens to the signal that Kubinski gave him that time by. So into the shark fin, we have some movements further back. Flores and Manalio going side by side. Flores goes up to P4.
Yeah, Flores up to 4th again. This was a lifeline for him. He'd lost that lead group, suddenly gets it back with Manalio getting pushed wide, and he has now suddenly made his way into the 4th spot. And if they start battling, he'll be the one to be first on the scene into that lead group. But right now, I think Kubinski as well as Burgess continuing to work well together, and that's sort of limiting the opportunities for Flores and Manalio to catch back up as they now get down on the last lap. Some raindrops in the air. You can see it on our camera lens. This might throw a wrench in the last quarter lap here. It's come just in time to spice things up here at the finish.
Yeah, so with a couple of corners left to go here to see who starts on the pole position tomorrow in the main event, with conditions continuing to change. Zane Burgess still leading, looks back, knows Kubinski's there. Kubinski follows Burgess to the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Francisco looking to go through. He's able to get clear on Kubinski. Flores looking to go through as well. Kubinski looking to get Flores back. Not close enough as of yet. Does Francisco have a good run here? It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Francisco on the outside gets it done. Jane Francisco starts on the pole tomorrow. And there you have Marcelo Flores, who spun around there. And I believe he didn't go through I guess the loop. So just unfortunate there for Marcelo Flores.
It should be something that they can get overturned if they come and talk to timing and scoring, because Marcelo Flores crossed the line, but he crossed it in the grass. And from my understanding, it was far enough away from the timing line that the transponder did not pick that up. So Flores probably has an argument that he can get into the top 5 there, as he did cross the line in 5th position, but certainly not how you want to end your Heat 1 and not a risk that you want to have happen to you where you can't get that overturned. So Flores falls all the way back down outside the top 20, but at the front of the field, what a run from Jaden Francisco. P1 in the Heat. He waits all race long and then rips it round the outside of the final corner to pass Zane Burgess. Kubinski 3rd. Jake Manalio shuffles his way back up to 4th. Dutch Westbrook on our screen in 5th. Danny O'Gara 6th. Wayne Godchuk up to the 7th spot with some blistering lap times. A 1:19.7 was the fastest we saw all race from him. Stoffel in 8th, Jack Kotowski in the 9th spot, and Kason Hendrickson rounds out your top 10.
And you go back to Austin Taylor, Dominic Gaddis, who finished 12th, Hudson Howard, Parker Stewart, P14, Trip Golinek, rounding up your top 15. And we cycle through the rest of your field where you can find your favorite driver: Darius Warnowicz, Miles Wilson, George Zeminski, Drake Williamson, Lincoln Wiley, Chase Dixon, Logan Arteta. Zev Godchuk finished 23rd. Liet Simonellik, Marcelo Flores fell back to 25th, but did cross the line there. Lawrence Perriman, after contact with himself and Brody Stoffel, he fell all the way back to 26th here and not able to close this one out. Neither could Louis Thomasian and Kristen Thomasian. So as some pickup gets underway to pick up Marcelo Flores' kart, we'll take this quick break to step away. When we come back, more racing action coming your way. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Well, welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the second round of the Stars Championship Series, and we talked about the rain earlier, and I have a spoiler alert for you guys. It's definitely raining now here as Simon Sykes joins me in the booth here, and we have just a little bit of a mix here. Some drivers opting to go on the wet weather tire, and some drivers opting to go on the dry tire here, and still a very dry racetrack here, Simon.
It may be a dry track, but it won't be that way for long. The rain is here and it's coming down. We see a lot of drivers are out there on rain tires, but we definitely saw maybe 5 or 6 drivers out there on the slick compound. So we're going to see how this is going to progress and develop as we give you our starting rundown.
On the front row and starting on the inside, Evan Batt and Matt Machiko going to lead us to green here. Scott Presti and Jake Fetter on row 2. Ryan Frank and Jeff Mills on row 3. You go back to Kelly Johnson and Joe Ruck, who gets set to go green from the 4th row. You go back to row 5 with Brian Chatfield and Mike Rivera. In row 6, Brad Danoff and Tim Hollowell. Skitchy Barnes, the second of the rock-powered machines, starting on row 7, alongside Luis Quinones, who opted to go on the slick option here for this pre-final. Robert Feige and Michael Gosch on row 8. And you go back to row 9 with Hugh Templeman and Morten Von Tock. Row 10, Luis Quinones and Ryan Estep, and then Diomedes Ortiz on the 11th row. And we're about to find out which tire was the best option here. Still dry, but as the race progresses, it is going to start to get just a little bit more damp, and that dry line just going away here, Simon.
I don't think there's any question of which tire is the right tire. I see a lot of rain coming down. I'm not even sure the dry tire is going to be good for one lap. We're going to have to wait and see. I may eat my words, but there's definitely a lot of water in the air. The track is becoming visibly damper as the drivers head into the tram line and get set for their start.
Yeah, so we're about to find out who's right here. I predict the dry's going to have a good start. Simon doesn't even think it's going to get off the line well. So as the last couple of drivers make their way out onto the starting grid, the last couple of drivers now making their way to the back of the grid, and we get set to go green and get set to find out what tire was the best option coming into this pre-final. It's make or break to whatever option you had. Fetter on the wets, Bad on the wets, so is Matt Machiko, as Justin Dittrich is going to get us set to go green here with the lights. Everybody getting set, everybody getting ready. The lights now are going to come on here in a couple of seconds' time. The 4 lights are on, the 4 lights are out, and we are racing here in shifter. And Evan Batt off the line really well. Scott Presti with a good start. Jake Fetter, not the best start for him, and Matt Machiko as well. They're on the outside, a couple of contact. That's Joe Ruck there on the rear bumper of another driver, and everybody wanting to cycle through, everybody tiptoeing their way around the racetrack here. And we're about to find out what was the best option here in this race. So look out for the aluminum wheel and look out for the black rim to see who opted to go on the best option, as one of the Maranellos off the racetrack there. If I'm not mistaken, that could have been the 617 who went off there. That's Brad Danoff, I believe, who was in 12th. So not the best start for him, as Skitchy Barnes going side by side for the back in the field.
Yeah, and as the field works through the first half of lap number 1, it is Evan Batt out to a pretty solid lead here early on those wet weather tires. So as rain continues to fall here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, we're in for a treat as this race develops. And it's going to be wildly unpredictable as we see the rain starting to come down farther and the track progressively getting more and more wet. Passes being made already on the first lap.
Matt Machiko on the inside of Jake Fetter. Machiko's able to get clear. So both of these tires on the wet weather option here. And you see that rear bumper of Matt Machiko. Those tires pushed all the way in to really get as much grip as they can, and they're already slipping and sliding, working their way around this racetrack. That dry line disappearing here once again. Jeff Mills and Skitchy Barnes going side by side. Mills on the KZ power plant and Skitchy on the ROK powered power plant, as Jeff Mills on the wet weather tire. He's able to get ahead of the Maranello.
And I see 3 drivers coming into the scale line in the background, and presumably those drivers on the dry compound not finding it to their liking as the track continues to dampen as this race progresses. Evan Batt still out to a lead, but it's not really extended over Matt Machiko. Machiko hanging in there well, both on that wet weather compound. The top 3 pretty evenly spread, and then we go back a couple. We have P4 by himself, and then a larger group here for P5 is where the racing currently is taking place.
Yeah, that's Jeff Mills there on your screen. Spoke to Jeff earlier this morning, said he wasn't excited for the rain. He hasn't raced in the rain since 1997 for the CRG LSR driver, so some time away from rain racing, but doing a good job so far for Jeff Mills, working his way up the field and further up into the top 10. Ahead of him, another one of the Marinellos there ahead, and Mike Rivera as well, right behind Joe Ruck here at the moment. So a lot of shuffling and a lot of slipping and sliding here early on, Simon.
Certainly, the top 3 coming across the start-finish now as we watch this group go side by side through the last corner. Definitely a sketchy move. All clear, though. Both drivers making it through down the front straight. They drag race heading towards turn 1. But nothing going to come of that pass as we see in front of them Joe Ruck going side by side as he tries to make the move on the exit of turn number 1. And here into Monza, more action.
Mike Rivera looking to stick the nose there on the inside of Joe Ruck. Not close enough for Mike Rivera there. Going to go on the inside of the scoreboard hairpin. Can Rivera get clear? He does. Mike Rivera, I spoke too soon. Side by side, Joe Ruck looking to hold on to it. The reigning champ. And Mike Rivera, who's the reigning champ in the ROK Power Plant, looking to stay ahead here of Joe Ruck, and he does. So already Mike Rivera, it wasn't easy. Joe Ruck didn't make it easy, but Rivera and his GFC able to get ahead. And up to P4 here from Mike Rivera, the leading ROK shifter here in the field. Now Joe Ruck going to fall under fire to Jeff Mills, who's all the way up close to P6 here at the moment for Jeff Mills after over 20 years away from rain racing. That CRG driver from Kansas already lapping pretty quickly. You see Joe Ruck rip a piece of tape there off the radiator to get a little bit more air into that engine.
And he's immediately under fire from Mills behind as they go through the last couple of 90-degree corners here at Castle Motorsports Park. But up front, the gap is closing for the lead. Machiko making a run at Evan Batt. They head down to turn number 1. The gap now only 3.5 tenths of a second. He goes down the inside, not able to clear him yet, but the fight is on.
Yeah, the fight definitely on here as Matt Machiko continuing to close down the gap to Evan Batt here. Machiko inside, able to get clear on Evan Batt. And there you have it, Matt Machiko, your new leader, and the Factory Fury GP machine, who sits in second. Can I look to go back? Not close enough for Evan Batt that time by.
And Machiko with a commanding lead now by just about 7 kart lengths. They come over the hill into this left-hand off-camber corner. They go back up a hill a little bit. You see Machiko running the wet line. Evan Batt trying to make that dry line work. Both ways look like they're having some success as Evan Batt's closing back slightly towards the rear bumper of Matt Machiko. Only a couple of kart lengths back now, so they're both pushing as hard as they can to fight for this lead and the pre-final win.
Yeah, as they continue to fight here, the couple of drivers that are out, Scott Presti, Ryan Estep, and Diomedes Ortiz, all out here early. Scott Presti, I believe, started on the slick option here today and just didn't work out from a driver who consistently finds himself in the top 5 in this Pro Masters category, just out here early. So unfortunately there for Scott Presti. We have more side-by-side action further back. And that's the 6'11", further back in the field. That's Robert Feige and Tim Hollowell who continue to go at it here. The TB kart of Tim Hollowell, a Newcastle local here as well in his TB kart machine, looking to hold on here to that spot here at the moment, and they continue to cycle through. Tim Hollowell currently 9th. Sketchy Barnes, the driver behind him, who looks to get ahead here of Tim Hollowell, just not close enough as of yet. The battle for the lead stayed the same. Matt Machiko still leading. Evan Batt second. Jake Fetter in his Comp Kart P3. Mike Rivera P4. Joe Ruck P5 and Jeff Mills P6.
One thing I noticed on the previous time by, I believe I saw Michael Gouache head into pit lane as we watch the battle on screen here. Joe Ruck taking the high line, able to get the exit, and Mills not able to clear him just yet. They go side by side. Mills to the inside, Ruck on the outside, going to try and hold it, but not enough. A spin right in front of them. They'll continue to go side by side as that is the 601 machine.
Luis Quinones in his factory kart out here early. for the JMF factory kart. Still able to keep that kart running, but just beached there on the exit of the green corner. And for Jeff Mills earlier this morning, along with telling me that the last time he raced in the rain was 1997, one of the drivers he talked about was Joe Ruck. Jeff Mills pretty much told me, he was like, look, man, I'm not as fit as these other guys. Joe Ruck, he's a CrossFit instructor. No way I can last an entire length of the race like the guys like Joe Ruck, who consistently does CrossFit and, definitely in a very, very good shape here this weekend. Jeff Mills really holding on to it here, holding his own, and already up to P5 here for Jeff Mills, who I bet was not expecting this here today, Simon.
And I bet there's probably a bit of pleasure in the rain coming down for Jeff Mills, as the slower lap times will decrease the physicality of driving these shifter karts. You're running slower through the corners. You're not leaning to the side quite as hard, so it may make it a little bit easier in terms of the physicality and keeping up across a race distance. And certainly the pre-final, the longest race we've seen today, but nothing compared to the finals we'll see tomorrow. Another driver off the track, the 605 machine of
Ryan Frank. Ryan Frank going around there, so an unfortunate end to Ryan Frank's day. So let's see what he can do. And there's Jeff Mills. One of the big storylines coming out of this one, Jeff Mills doing a pretty good job here so far, so not too bad for Jeff Mills, who currently sits in fifth. Mike Rivera there, another one of the wildly old foxes in this field, who currently sits fourth. The first of the ROK machines here, who's doing a good job so far in the rain.
And back up front, here's the view of Machiko in his lead over Evan Batt. Batt still holding on strong back there by half a second. We'll see what the gap is this time by, but it is visibly fairly close between the two of them. Another kart off to the side, trying to see the number. It's kind of obscured by the grass, but we'll get you a name on that when we can. Back up front, Evan Batt on the rear bumper of Matt Machiko, looking for a move, possibly into turn one this time. We're going to wait for it. To the inside he goes. Evan Batt down the inside. Machiko going to hold the outside. They'll come out side by side racing towards Monza. Machiko still in the lead.
So the other Maranello racing machine that's out of this one here. Ryan Frank is out. Brad Danoff is out. Morn Van Tack out. Michael Gosch out. Scott Presti out. Ryan Estep out. And Diamandis Ortiz all out of this one early. So 13 on back, not out there on the racetrack here at the moment. Luis Quinones, the other Luis Quinones, currently sits 12th here at the moment. I believe he was able to get back going here again, but still further back in the field. That's one of the Luis Quinones there off the racetrack, so he wasn't able to get back going, unfortunately. Still Matt Machiko in the lead. Evan Batt, though, getting closer and closer every single lap. Just hasn't been able to pull the trigger and get ahead of Matt Machiko.
Yeah, it's especially tough in these rainy conditions when you want to take that inside line, but it's no longer definitely the preferred line. You can very well hold the outside with the grip in these wet conditions. Evan Batt not finding a way by yet, but he gets to that rear bumper. We saw him miss a shift in the middle of the last lap, which dropped him back a little bit, but it seems to me he has the pace to drive straight back to Machiko whenever he wants. It's just about finally pulling the trigger, making that move, and finding a spot where maybe the outside line isn't the preferred one. Here you see Machiko running more of a dry line as they come back onto the front straight, this time by Evan Batt back by 2.5 tenths of a second. Won't be enough to make a move into turn number one. Machiko still holding the lead. This time Machiko to the inside, and Evan Batt not quite the exit he was looking for, but still relatively close to your leader.
Yeah, still super close and not too far back from Matt Machiko and his Magic Kart machine. Jake Fetter still there in third, Mike Rivera fourth, and Jeff Mills holding strong there in fifth. And Joe Ruck just falling like a rock here in this one. Currently P7, Hugh Templeman P6, and no pun intended there, Joe Ruck actually on a KZ machine, not on a ROK machine, so Joe Ruck currently 7th. Further back, Tim Hollowell 8th, Brian Chatfield 9th, Robert Feige currently 10th here. So only 12 drivers still out there on the racetrack and lapping, and you see the droplets there on our cameras that continue to fall here in this pre-final. But the time continues to dwindle down. A minute and a half left. These drivers will probably make it to the line in time to get 3 laps to go left in this one, and that's considering they make it through, as Evan Batt has a really good run here into turn number 13. Not close enough that time by for Evan Batt, but Matt Machiko has definitely been put on notice.
And Evan Batt looking for the outside line, not going to make it stick that time. He'll drop back just a little bit. And one thing I've noticed, Evan Batt using the opposite line of Machiko in most corners. If Machiko goes low, Evan Batt goes high. They opt for the same one that time by, but look at this. Evan Batt within a kart length coming towards turn number 1. He's going to look for a move down the inside, but covered off by Machiko. So Machiko still your leader. Evan Batt yet to find a way by this Magic Machine.
Yeah, still not close enough. Gonna have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. He looks like he did. Not close enough that time by for Evan Batt, and he gets it this time by over under move. Can he get it done this time? He does. Into scoreboard. Evan Batt ahead. Matt Machiko looked for the over under. Not close enough that time by.
And he finally gets the move done. It took him a couple of corners, and we'll see if Machiko has anything to answer him with. I mean, they've both taken turns at running towards each other and making the move for the lead. Obviously, both showing strong pace enough to be able to win this pre-final. The question is who's going to have the better of it at the end. We have just under a minute remaining. I think we're going to see 2 to go this time by. It was 3 to go last time, so 2 to go, and the lead expanding bit by bit as Evan Batt stretching his advantage over Matt Machiko. And behind them, it is Jake Fetter still in 3rd place. And it's separated a few kart lengths from Michael Rivera in that ROK-powered machine up into P4.
Yeah, so Mike Rivera doing a pretty good job here so far. And Evan Batt really had a bite this time, had to be patient to get to the lead. Tried multiple times. He got it done, though. And 2 laps to go. Still a lot can happen in 2 laps, right? So for Evan Batt, as long as he keeps it on the racetrack here, it should be a good end and a pole position start for him tomorrow in the main event, and hopefully become the king of the castle here this weekend. So let's see what Evan Batt can do here with a lap and a half to go left in this one. Machiko still there in 2nd, Jake Fetter in 3rd, with Mike Rivera not too far back in 4th, and Jeff Mills running up your top 5.
And as we watch Evan Batt do a massive rain line through scoreboard behind him, Machiko opting for the inside line. Everyone trying to choose and pick which line's the best because it could change on any given lap. And based on the lap times I'm seeing from this class, it seems to be somewhat similar conditions to the what the Pro Stars were working with earlier. And so maybe they were able to relay some information between teammates of how might be the best way to get around this track in this type of condition where it's not quite full wet. It's a bit mixed. It's obvious the rain tire is the preference, but it's not puddles of water. You have almost a dry line here and there.
Yeah, so, I mean, very, very good point there. You see the dry line there starting to form on the exit of turn number 12. Going into that short shoot straightaway, and then here into turn number 14, still forming here a little bit, so you have to be careful whether you overheat or and cook those wet weather tires. But I mean, tomorrow the forecast looks dry, so for all these drivers, just going to push those tires to the limit here from here on out. But lap time's very similar to what we saw earlier, so just a question, right? I mean, we're not out there driving; we're up here in a booth in an enclosed box and in the AC, right? For all these drivers, we're not too sure of what they're going through. We can only guess, and it looks like that track just starting to dry up here a little bit as the rain just kind of has slowed down here at this point, Simon.
The interesting part is lap times don't really improve across the session because as the track dries out, it becomes worse and worse for this rain tire, so it'll begin to wear faster and faster. So we've kind of seen an even progression over lap time, which is unusual for a rain race. Typically, it's either increasing in the wetness of the track or it's becoming drier and drier. But this kind of fixed pace across the race allows the drivers to build their confidence in the conditions they're working with and be able to get the most out of it. And the driver that's done that the best has been the number 2 machine of Evan Batt. We're on the white flag now, just under half a lap left to run for Evan to take the pre-final victory and set him on the pole position for tomorrow's final.
Yeah, so Evan Batt has done a good job dealing with the conditions here in this pre-final, and this is all one step closer to put that crown on his head once again and become the king of the castle tomorrow. You don't get hardware for winning the pre-final, but you do get one step closer to that crown, and Evan Batt off to a good start. Evan Batt wins the pre-final here. Matt Machiko for the Magic Kart team, P2. Jake Fetter, P3. Mike Rivera next to cross the line, P4. And Jeff Mills, it's been since 1997, over 12 years, but he's able to get it done. Jeff Mills, a good drive up the field that time by. Hugh Templeman next to cross the line, P6. Tim Hollowell crosses the line now. He crosses P7. And then there's Robert Feige and Joe Ruck, who I believe just kept losing spots there in the end. He crosses 9th. Luis Quinones crosses 10th. Brian Chatfield next to cross the line in 11th here, and there's Skitchy Barnes, P12, the last of the finishers here. But a lot of pickup to get set here shortly, but KA100 Junior coming your way next. And what tires will they choose? You'll find out here after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers Live, coverage of the Stars Championship Series. As we get set to go green, let's run you down your grid order. Everybody on the wet weather tire. It's Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien starting on the front row. John Antonino and Isaac Malquit on row 2. You go back to Travis Pettit and Derek Wargo. Then Landon Boer and Gabriel Balog on row 4.
Behind that, Caleb Tarter and Nathan Dupuis make up your top 10. Benham Abernathy and Roman McCurdy start on row 6. On row 7, it's Cameron Marcia and Kai Mars. Jackson Deal and Michael McGoy make up row number 8.
And you go back to Mason Kuhn and Tristan Murphy on row 9. Cash Perkins and John Michael Dunnigan running up your first 10 rows. You go back to your last 5 rows here, getting set to go green in this pre-final. You go back to Henry Taylor, Chase Gassie, Lee, Jude Thermoswamy, Indy Anderson, Max Weiland, Davis Henry, Nate Golseth, Sebastian Rist, Brandon Siraki, and Emerson Lane. The 15 rows getting set to go green here. 30 drivers total. Everybody who's here will make it to the main event. And only a couple of drivers from the pre-final B will transfer over to the main event tomorrow. But Ty Fisher and Enzo Vinmontian, these two drivers said in their interviews that they wanted to race each other, and they get to do that now in tricky conditions. Still raining out here, picked right back up when we went to that commercial break, and it's all getting set to unfold here on who's going to start on the pole tomorrow in the main event. Ty Fisher, Enzo Vinmontian, lights are out. We are racing here in KA100 Junior. Ty Fisher with a good start. Antonino already up in a second on the outside, looking to get clear. Travis Pettit on the inside, looks to go through. And everybody able to make it through with a couple of dropping tires. And that dirt turns into mud here at this point, Simon.
You know what, for a wet start, relatively clean, but already drivers on the move. I believe that is the 837 of Ty Fisher back up into the lead. John Antonino had made the move early, and we see already different lines through scoreboard corner. It was Ty Fisher on the low line, and on the high line was John Antonino, able to get a strong run out of the corner, gets up to that rear bumper of your leader, not able to do anything with it yet. So an exciting first lap, everyone making it through fairly clean, just a few tires dropped on the exit of the first corner, but good racing so far here in the KA Junior category as Ty Fisher drops the tire on entry, goes to the apex high line for Antonino as they continue to battle for the lead.
Everybody side by side inside of the top 10, kind of jockeying for position, looking to work their way further and further up the field to have a good starting spot when it comes to the main event. Give themselves a chance to really fight for the crown to become the king of the castle tomorrow. Ty Fisher still holding John Antonino at bay here. A lot of drivers still dropping tires no matter how slick the racetrack is. Antonino, a full 360, able to face forward. He goes around, but able to save it here. John Antonino, what a wild excursion did he just have. Slots back in a line. But Antonino lost a handful of spots here, and Ty Fisher has been given a lifeline here with a big gap back to Enzo Vinmontian.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great, but it could have been a lot worse. Able to recover that cart and stay relatively towards the front of that big group in the second pack. But out to a big lead is Ty Fisher. Behind them is where the action is happening. We see Enzo Vinmontian with Travis Pettit hot on his heels looking for that third spot.
So I was mistaken. Enzo Vinmontian not currently, wasn't there for a second as he's able to get ahead of the driver line comp card of Derek Wargo that time. But so the kid from NOLA got past that time. But Derek Wargo was the driver there in second for a second. But now falls back to third. Travis Pettit currently sits in the P4 spot here with Isaac Malquit, P5. Then you move further back to, I believe, is Jackson Deal and Landon Boer in 6th and 7th here at the moment. So they continue to go around here as it stands.
And it looks like most drivers opting to run that high, typical wet line that we see, and a couple opting to go for the apex. They'll sacrifice a bit of exit speed in order to make up on the center corner. So they'll roll really quickly across the corner, maybe not get the best launch, but on track here, action happening as we see Travis Pettit making that move. And he makes it stick up into P3. Derek Wargo going to fall one back. He's down from P2 to P4 in that lap.
Yeah, and a good move there by Travis Pettit. In races like this with just the kind of mixed conditions and wet weather conditions, you see who decides to practice whenever it starts raining at their home track, who decides to go out there, get their hands wet, get their suits dirty, get a little bit cold, and put in that extra bit of work, even if the conditions aren't the best. And at the moment, Ty Fisher doing a great job so far. Vinmontian currently sits in second, but lapping a whole lot quicker than Ty Fisher here at the moment. Travis Pettit there, a move further back. Jackson Deal inside and clear on Isaac Malquit. Jackson Deal up another spot and into the top 5.
So certainly action happening inside the top 5, just farther back in that order as another cart through to the inside of Malquit. Not going to make that one stick. The leaders separated by a good margin between each other. We may see action heat up there, but currently it's this battle for around P5 on track that we're watching.
And that's John Antonino, the driver who did a full 360 there in between turns number 14 and 15. So Antonino, a recovery drive and damage limitation here inside on Derek Wargo, looking to get clear. Super slow on the exit. Malquit going to take advantage as they go 3 wide. Wargo, Antonino, and Isaac Malquit. Antonino goes out ahead.
Yeah, with a little bit of contact, but somehow Antonino surviving that 3 wide moment and coming out in front of the other 2. Malquit comes through for a position gain. He's still hot on the heels of Antonino, but Antonino certainly an incredible recovery drive. We see drivers just pushing the limits, exiting that 90-degree corner, dipping just a left rear into the dirt for a moment as we continue to watch Antonino drive back towards the front of this field.
Yeah, that was Derek Wargo, the driver who dropped the tire there, as Nathan Dupuy in a Super Tune OTK already making moves here as well, up in 8th. He's going to fight here with Landon Boer, who goes on the inside. Dupuy going to lose the spot there just by a bit. Landon Boer gets clear, and Mason Kuhn not too far back either. So a lot of the MPG Academy drivers have worked their way and shuffled up the field here. So not too bad of a showing for the team, just based out of Whiteland Raceway Park, just a couple of hours down the road here. So a good showing for that MPG Academy team here this weekend as Derek Wargo goes way, way wide and into the wall. Derek Wargo, he's not out of the main event. He's just going to start way back in the order here, almost close to 30th. So unfortunate end to Derek Wargo's pre-final here, Simon.
An unfortunate end because this is the most important session we've had all weekend. This is what sets the grid for tomorrow's race. Everything before really doesn't matter after your pre-finals, and having that issue negates a lot of the hard work that Derek Wargo put in across these past 2 days to put himself near the front of the field, and it's going to relegate him to the back for tomorrow's main event. And as you see on your screen here, a couple of the MPG drivers, I have to say, it's been a great run for him this weekend. You mentioned that it's basically a home race for him based out of Whiteland Raceway Park, not too far from here.
Travis Pettit goes around. You see how difficult the conditions are. Travis Pettit looking to rejoin the track here safely. We saw Antonino go around. We see Travis Pettit go around here, who was in 3rd. So unfortunate end, not end here, but Travis Pettit losing a couple of spots here, still inside of the top 10. But wow, Travis Pettit went around there, and Enzo Vidmontien continuing to close down the gap to Ty Fisher. Half a second each lap for Enzo Vidmontien. So closing down the gap here, and it's going to be an all-out war for the pole position here in this one. Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien, we heard in their interviews they wanted to race each other, and that wish may just come into fruition here in a couple of laps' time.
It may be shorter than that. I mean, he is rapidly closing this pace. With half a second in hand, he's getting to that rear bumper of Ty Fisher very, very quickly. Already only a kart length separate him. Fisher, last lap, 130.0. It was a 129.5 for Vidmontien. So he is rapidly approaching the leader, and behind him, Antonino, a 29.8 last lap. So he's also faster than the leader, but it is Vidmontien, the fastest kart on the track currently in that 895 machine. He is in the
Trinity Karting Group.
Trinity Karting Group. My apologies. Lost that one for a second, but approaching the TV kart of Ty Fisher in front of him. It's going to be a good race here in just about a lap or so.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Simon, I mean, it's been a pretty long day. We've been live since 7:30 a.m. this morning. So already here local time, it's 5 p.m. Currently. So been a long day of racing, but definitely kept us on our toes all day long. And Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien continue to keep up this excitement here in between the two of them. So let's see what Enzo Vidmontien has in the bag, and what does he have for Ty Fisher. We know these two are friends off the racetrack, but whenever you get onto the racetrack, put those helmets on, everything goes out of the window. Doesn't matter how close you are with another. Could be your brother or whatnot, but you're going to go all out and want to end and finish ahead of each other. Ty Fisher a little bit slow there out of the shark fin. Enzo Vidmontien with a good run. Does he go on the inside? He does, and he gets clear. A deep, deep dive, able to get ahead of Ty Fisher.
I mean, normally we don't get to see this in karting, but that was almost a slide job up across the track because Fisher was opting for the high line. Vidmontien came in low like he was going to go for the apex. Got to the apex, but he immediately drifted out to the edge of the track, just cutting off Ty Fisher's run. And not dirty or anything like that, but an excellently timed move to promote himself to the lead. He was 3.5 tenths quicker last time by, still setting the fastest laps on the track, 129.5, but Antonino in 3rd, also very, very quick. 3 seconds back from this fight for the lead, but doing a 29.5 as well. So he's matching the pace of the leader, Enzo Vidmontien, just too far back to make any use of it yet. We'll see how it progresses. If Fisher continues at his current pace, maybe there's a chance for Antonino, and we're going to have to see how Fisher follows Enzo and see if he can pick up anything from that line, how he's driving, because Enzo definitely a quick driver in these conditions.
And I tell you what, it's still raining here, and the rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. The umbrellas are out, and for those of you in the paddock who don't have a jacket, you can head over to Pride, our official merchandise provider here and the official provider for the Stars Championship Series as well. Get yourself a jacket, get yourself some merchandise here this weekend, and keep yourself warm and dry. John Antonino, though, like you said, closing down the gap, 3 seconds at bait. And crazy to think this kid was facing the wrong way at one point in this race. We did a whole 360, but able to come away with the P3 here at the moment. Still a lot of racing left, and don't want to speak too soon, but just a good recovery so far by John Antonino. Ty Fisher there, currently P3. Not P3, sorry, P2 for Ty Fisher. Enzo Vidmontien still leading us away here. And we've seen all year how good that Kart Republic is in the rain. I mean, we saw it with Brandon Carr in Miami earlier this year, and we continue to see it here so far, as well as Alessandro Datulu, who's been super quick in the rain across all series. One of the big drives as well in Miami for him on one of the tracks where it rains a lot, and we know that Kart Republic has speed in the dry, and we know it's even quicker when it comes to these tricky conditions. Here's Isaac Malquid and Jackson Deal, Jackson Deal, I mean, a couple of heat races to forget, but this pre-final is going to put him with a good starting spot if he can hold on to it here at the moment with Isaac Malquid currently right behind him. So for these drivers, just kind of damage limitation at this point and keeping it on the black stuff here, Simon.
Yeah, Malquid holding on strong there in P5. We'll see the lap times as they cross, but last time by, it was John Antonino setting the purple and fastest lap of the race. So obviously MPG doing a good job with both their dry and wet weather setups. These karts seem to be rolling quick, and we see more of them at the front than we do at the back as we watch Jackson Deal still working with Isaac Malquid behind him in kind of an MPG sandwich sitting here, there in that barrel art. Malquid still, he's definitely catching Jackson Deal, not able to find a way by just yet. 2 kart lengths back as they head into scoreboard corner, both opting for the high line through there. Malquid showing strong here, looking to secure himself a nice starting spot for tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really critical. I mean, Simon, you've done a lot of karting, especially here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. How difficult is it to really, hold on to it, knowing how hard this racetrack is in the dry, and how difficult it is to really just keep it on the track without dropping a tire? How difficult is it whenever you have a variable like the rain here?
It's very difficult, and not to kind of out myself, but I may have thrown it off in the rain here, and right after I got an awesome coaching session from Mark Dismore Sr., I put it in the grass and unfortunately had to go back in them head and hands. But it can be very, very tricky around here in these slick conditions, and these drivers making the most of it. Even Antonino spinning around early in the session, but absolutely flying here now. But the pace at the front picking up quickly. Enzo Vidmontien not with a huge lead over Ty Fisher. It's still around about a half second, and Fisher last time by, he's picked up the pace. He went purple on that lap, finding a 28.9 to Enzo Vidmontien's 29.0. So still a battle for the lead could be developing here in these last couple of laps. And John Antonino, unfortunately, still in no man's land, out in third place.
Yeah, and you see the liquid sunshine continuing to fall onto the racetrack here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Enzo Vidmontien, your leader. Ty Fisher, purple lap time last time by, 128.959 for Ty Fisher here. When they crossed the line, they crossed it just in time to make it 3 laps to go, but when they cross the stripe this time by, it's going to be 2 sticks in the air, and going to be all to play for you here on who's going to start on the pole position, who's going to start on the inside, who's going to start on the outside later on today. And we've seen that outside line, just kind of struggle to hold on to position whenever it comes down to dry race starts here, and it's even more difficult when it's in the wet. Tomorrow the forecast looks relatively dry, so this could be it for wet weather racing here this weekend, but it has definitely given us variables all across the field here. So for Enzo Vidmontien, so lapping pretty well here. Ty Fisher trying to close down the gap here as the race continues to unfold, but Justin Dittrich, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go here on this Saturday afternoon for Enzo Vidmontien and Ty Fisher. Vidmontien goes purple in the process, 0.3 quicker than Ty Fisher, reopens that gap back up to just under a second.
Yep, certainly looking to secure this pre-final win. Vidmontien doing an excellent job out front. Fisher's held on, but doesn't seem to have enough to quite take the fight to Vidmontien in these closing laps. With the sticks in the air last time by, it's going to be less. It's about a lap and a half left and a second to make up, even in the rain, where you think it would maybe be a bit easier, can be more difficult simply because Vidmontien's picking up pace. Everyone's learning as the session goes on, finding more and more pace. It's not everybody fixed at one pace like they would be somewhat more in the dry conditions where they know what to expect. Obviously, they know more of what to expect now, but they're leaning on the kart harder. Vidmontien pushing it farther and farther each lap, 28.7 last time by. Fisher holding on strong, not quite able to match that pace. This lap looking a little bit closer, but as the laps count down, white flag next time by. Will it be enough to get to Enzo Vidmontien?
Yeah, Ty Fisher, it looks like he's closed down the gap so far, and this one gives a little white to his visor there, and trying to get those rain droplets off of his visor on his helmet. So Ty Fisher looking to get closer here. White flag will be in the air next time by. The draft definitely not in play here with the wet weather, so gonna have to need a mistake from Enzo Vidmontien here for Ty Fisher. White flag in the air, and like I said, Ty Fisher going to need a mistake from Enzo Vidmontien, but that's something we're not so used to seeing from a kid who's been so consistent and so quick all year round across all the big three national series that we go to in Enzo Vidmontien.
Certainly, as we watch the lap tick down that last time by, Fisher did close it by 0.3 of a second, up to 0.6 behind Enzo Vidmontien. It looked like he got a good run out of turn one, a decent run out of Monza, so he's still kind of holding station, but he's going to need more than that to go for this pre-final win. At this point, with these conditions, I'm sure he'd be content for a front row starting spot or a second row starting spot tomorrow as we head to the main event.
Yeah, and I mean, a quick update on Travis Pettit, who was almost sideways there on the entry to turn number 14. He currently sits in 9th, so not too bad considering the circumstances that he went through in this pre-final here for the KA100 junior class. So all these drivers, no matter if you crashed out or whatever happened to you, everybody going to make it into the main event later on. Pre-final B, that's where people will try and race in and race against the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, and others. So at the moment, Ty Fisher continuing to close down the gap, but just going to run out of laps here and going to run out of time to Enzo Vidmontien, who's kept it clean, kept it on the track, and he's going to start on the pole position. He wins the pre-final here in KA100 Junior. Ty Fisher across the line second, and Mr. 360 himself, John Antonino, up to P3 here.
Certainly a nice recovery there for the driver of the 893 machine, Antonino, making his way back up to third place after that early error in looping the kart, but a nice recovery nonetheless. Jackson Deal coming home P4, Malkwit rounding out the top 5. Behind it was Landon Boer, then Nathan Dupuis, Mason Kuhn, Travis Pettit, and Michael McGoy rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, and there you have it. Your last couple of drivers continue to work their way around. That's Caleb Tarter there in the 805. Unfortunate end to his pre-final here in this one. Caleb Tarter, wow, going to start further back in the field here as the rest of the drivers cross the line. Here is your finishing order. We saw your top 10. Cameron Marsha across the line 11th, Kai Mars 12th, Max Weiland 13th, Christian Murphy 14th, Chase Gassialia. Good drive up the field, finishing 15th. Then we work for the back half of the field. Davis Henry, Sebastian Rist, Benham Abernathy, Gabriel Balog, Nathan Golsep, P20, John Michael Dunnigan, 21st, Cash Perkins, 22nd, Saraki, Lane Anderson, Taylor Thermoswamy, Caleb Tarter there, who's off the racetrack, Rowan McCurdy, and Derek Wargo, all not able to close this one out here. But that was your KA100 Junior Pre-Final. When we come back, more racing action to go in wet weather condition from Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the Stars Championship Series.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Well, welcome back here to Castle Motorsports Park. Still a very wet racetrack here as we get set to go green with our Swift Stars as we move our cameras out of the rain here and can continue to adjust while the drivers there on the racetrack have to adjust. We have to adjust up here as well. So good to see our hard-working cameramen staying out there in all conditions through it all. So a big shout-out to all our camera guys out here this weekend who are doing a good job of bringing you guys all the live coverage and giving you guys the best camera shots that we can. But on track, your Swift Stars getting set to go green here shortly. Let's run you down your pre-final grid as we get set to go green. Enzo De Janeiro and Parker Ives getting set to go green from the front row. Ives starting on the outside. We got Bowen Green and Tucker Trieb starting on row 2. You go back to Royce Vega and Marco Samet on row 3. Then you go to row 4 with Nico Katowski and Josh Bergman. Valentino Santillana and Holden Myers round up your top 10 in your first 5 rows. You go back to Grayson Walcott and Nicholas Mose, Asher Ferris, and Alex Kutcher starting on row 7. You go back to row 8 with Ben Gleberman, Braden Westfall on row 8, William Vitor, Simon Jack Klein on row 9, and row 10, Colton Stiegenberg and Alyssa Eddy. On row 11, Cade Wolf and Isaac Payne. Back to row 12 with Robert Lash and Cameron Johnson, Bashi Jimenez, and Andrew Avalos starting on row 13. Owen Gassion and Emma Schumann on row 14. Then you go back to your last 3 rows here. Lane Dickpin, Riley Doblier, Lucas Palacio on Racing, Gage Harden, and a couple of others here who get set to go green. Luke Giglio as well and AJ Stoner all getting set to go green here in this Swift Stars pre-final here. All to play for, and it all comes down to this, to define who starts on the pole position and puts one foot in the door to become the king of the castle here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a fun class all day long. A front row of Enzo De Janeiro and Parker Ives. We'll see how they get set to go here in the rain for the first time all weekend for them. Looking for the lights out, and we've got it. Coming into turn number 1 now, you can see Enzo De Janeiro, a big surge from the inside line on the start as Parker Ives gets swarmed by the pack. Bowen Green going to try to rep the outside from 3rd, and they file out 3 wide behind through the midfield and up through turns number 2, 3, and 4. There's a good start for Holden Myers and a better start for Enzo De Janeiro up in the lead.
Yeah, there you have it. Parker Ives got shuffled way back the field after starting on the front row. A lot of drivers going side by side here. Tucker Trieb there and others. Holden Myers side by side there with Valentino Santillan. Marco Samet there on your screen. And everybody just fighting with everything that they've got to hold on to it here. And as the rain continues to fall down, the track continues to get slicker and slicker here. So everybody just looking for whatever they got. Holden Myers just goes around. Oh, a big contact. Josh Bergman gets collected. Oh, one driver up and over. One driver up and over there. Let's hope everybody here is all right. But big contact here at the start of this mini Swift race. Wow. What a start to this one here. And you see how tricky the conditions are here so far, Emery.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we stay green through this. Obviously a very very big crash in the background through the midfield. Hope everyone is all right there. That's just kind of some of the dangers with rain and poor visibility that can result in the midfield getting into chaos like that. But in this front, we stay green for now. Nico Katowski trying for that third position behind Bowen Green. Not going to happen there, as we now see some hand signals there from the Vinnick Mechanics. That's Royce Vega in second, receiving those signals as he looks behind him and sees a lot of karts behind him. As we now look into turn number 1, you can see Vega holding them at bay for now, but still got a ways to go to catch up to Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, Royce Vega there in second. Nicholas Mose goes through, and everybody else just looking to work their way around. Bowen Green currently sits in that third spot. Everybody just bumper to bumper, pushing and shoving here. Nico Katowski able to go through. And for everybody, Parker Ives, unfortunately, after contact there, put him all the way down in 24th here, and a lot of drivers out of this one early. The likes of Tucker Trebe, who was up there further up the field, out of this one here early. He currently sits in 28th. William Vitor as well, Brayton Westfall, Simon Jack Klein, Owen Gassion, and Alyssa Addy here. So everybody is all right here, which is why we're still green. So good to see here that the Star Championship Series officials have been able to clear everybody off the racetrack and make sure that everybody is okay here. So we can confirm everybody is all right, and that's the reason we're still here green racing. Back to the racetrack, De Janeiro just crossed the stripe that time, or I believe he's further up the field, but still there's Enzo De Janeiro, sorry. As Nico Katowski looks to make a move on Royce Vega inside of turn number 13. Nico Katowski gets clear. Vega falls back to P3.
Yeah, Koskowski on the move early in this one here. Pole sitter from Friday, now on good form here in the rain. A good start for a number of other drivers as well, as you see Bowen Green trying to catch up to Royce Vega there on his bumper. Valentino Santillan, the farthest up we've seen him all weekend long. He's in the 5th spot. Really not far at all away from Vega and Green down the main straightaway. So a good start from him in the Sodi kart. A good start further back in the field for AJ Stoner from 27th up to 12th. And now you can see Santillan to the inside, up to the 5th spot, or up to the 4th spot as he gets around Bowen Green in turn number 2, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of drivers here shuffled back. Josh Bergman, one of the drivers that's further back in the field here as well. He currently sits 26th after getting collected in that first lap, I guess, incident there as well. But Santiano as well. We're doing a good job here so far. P5 here at the moment with the fastest lap of the race, so 135.747 for Valentino Santillan. So not too bad for the driver there. Bowen Green lost the spot the last time by, and now let's see what Santillan can do. He's closing down the gap to Royce Vega. Let's see if he can get close enough as we look back to the front of the field here, and they continue to fight here. Enzo De Janeiro, really, really good pace in his Kart Republic, as well for Nico Katowski and his U-Race machine as they continue to go, and Royce Vega just a little bit too wide, got over a puddle and slowed way down. Valentino Santillan takes advantage, up to P4 here.
Valentino Santillan seems to be the fastest kart on the racetrack right now. He's up to 3rd now after getting ahead of Bowen Green and Royce Vega, and now looks to be trying to create a distance from them. Vega seems to be the one struggling the most of the top 5. Just not quite on the money so far for the Vinnick driver, but he shows a lot of pace throughout the dry, and now Green gonna go to the inside of him in the final couple of corners. He gets his job done into that spot, but now to the inside, Vega goes down the inside, and we can just about see him get clear there, and him and Green are having an all-out brawl for that 4th spot. But in front of them now, Nico Katowski continues to set sail for the race lead of Enzo De Janeiro. It was 1.7 seconds the last time through, with Katowski being a solid half a second quicker.
Yeah, Katowski definitely closing down the gap here. Royce Vega still able to stay ahead of Bowen Green here, but we've seen these two drivers really shuffle and jockey for position every single time they cross the stripe here. So really anybody's game in this one. Vega still holding strong, but both of them got passed by Valentino Santillan, who now has the sight set on Nico Katowski, and Katowski has a sight set on Enzo De Janeiro. So everybody really just kind of with somebody to chase here in the field, just a little bit spread out here at the moment, with everybody just kind of damage limitation at this point for the drivers like Parker Ives and Josh Bergman and others who got shuffled way back the field. So unfortunate start to their races, but still a lot to play for here, Emma.
Absolutely. I think that Josh Bergman's going to be going further up. I also think as well, Holden Myers and Parker Ives. We saw both of them, and now we see an incident for Bowen Green as well, as he finally looks like he tried to get underneath Royce Vega. It did not work, and he spun the kart around on the exit of turn number 12. So chaos there for Bowen Green, and he'll lose only about 3 spots, but that will damage what had been a good run to that point in the heat race. But Holden Myers and Parker Ives already up a few spots from where they were on the opening couple laps. So for them to be up in 20th and 22nd, it's not going to be an amazing finish for either of the two. But if they can put it together and finish inside the top 15, they'll have a possibility of possibly getting up to the podium by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like. Nicholas Mose as well, doing a good job here so far, already up to 8th and closing down the gap to the couple of drivers ahead of him. Everybody cycling through and everybody looking to tiptoe their way around a very, very wet racetrack. One shot Jay there, getting the pictures for us here for the Star Championship Series. No matter the conditions, everybody involved in this operation going through the same conditions that the drivers go through here at the moment. But a good job so far. You have Bashi Jimenez and a couple of the other Kart Republic drivers right behind. Cameron Johnson in that group as well. So everybody just trying to tiptoe their way around an ever so changing racetrack here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely treacherous conditions. Like I mentioned earlier, Newcastle has got to be one of the toughest places to race on the rain. It's even tougher on the reverse layout with no runoff on the exit of the track. So for these many drivers to be as clean as they have has been very impressive, and I think we're continuing to see their talent shine through. At the front of the field, though, you can see Enzo De Janeiro has lost a lot of his gap to Nico Katowski, a second that last time through. That is impressive to see. I think Katowski's probably going to be up there looking for the lead here in just a second. Yeah, 0.6 of a second, another purple lap time for Katowski. He's closed the gap down to just about 4 or 5 car lengths. This is the battle for 5th right now, as Marco Samet getting closed back in by Bowen Green, who we saw spin the last one around, but Bowen has a lot of pace aboard that comp car. Look at the speed down the straightaway. He'll probably try to send this one possibly into turn 1. Nope, gonna wait, not quite close enough. But you can see that speed aboard the Timmy Tuck comp car there, Caleb.
Yeah, Bowen Green definitely closing down the gap there to Marco Samet. And we saw Green with an issue, and we've seen issues for a lot of drivers throughout the day, right? Antonino 360, Travis Pettit as well was sideways, and now for Bowen Green, we saw him have a bobble coming onto that short straightaway going into turn number 13, and he's able to get to continue going here. But the battle for the lead has definitely ramped up because Nico Katowski has arrived on the scene here with Enzo De Janeiro. So the U-Race machine and the Team Ferris Racing machine going to fight it out for the pole position tomorrow. And here in this race, just about 3 minutes to go left in this one, with a handful of laps still set to play and set the grid for tomorrow's main event. And who's going to crown themselves as the king of the castle?
Yeah, Enzo De Janeiro wants that to be him. At the same time, though, Nico Katowski, we saw him on pole on Friday, but this has been the most impressive run in race conditions for him all day long today. He's now within 3 kart lengths of the race lead, 3 kart lengths of Enzo De Janeiro. They've pulled a pretty big gap back to Valentino Santillan in the 3rd spot, and are still able to pull away even with them right there together. Now, Katowski, he wants the lead. He's going to back out of it. He realizes nothing was on the cards for him there. And now he's got to set up a proper move coming through the shark fin there. Katowski right on the rear bumper of De Janeiro, going to pull all the way up. He's so much more confident under braking. It feels like that U-Race machine goes wherever it wants to go, and now he's just got to try to find the right opening to get by Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, and that was really smart and really mature by Nico Katowski there to really just pull out of that move and get back in the line. He knows he can't risk too much. He has a good starting spot for tomorrow as it stands here at the moment, so he can't risk too much, has to be smart, has to really bide his time and see how much risk versus reward a move would cost him here. If it's going to risk him too much, put both these drivers off the racetrack, he knows that if he just stays there in second, he's going to have the reward, which is starting on the front row tomorrow. We know it's hard starting there, but definitely not impossible, Emery.
Yeah, not impossible at all. We've seen people drive through the field here at Newcastle to win many times before. It is a place that is very easy to pass at relative to other tracks, but you still want to be in as good of a spot as possible for the main event tomorrow. Right now, that spot's in Enzo De Janeiro's hand, but Nico Katowski will want to make some kind of move to get himself into that pole position, like he started every single heat race today. So Katowski off to a good start to this weekend. He can make it even better with a pre-final win. But 3 laps to go. De Janeiro still in control, and it is going to be a really close battle to the finish here, Caleb.
Yeah, going to be super close the entire way to the line. So about 3 laps to go this time by. So 3 more go-arounds on this tricky Saturday afternoon for all these drivers on what's been a super, super long day of racing action all weekend long, as we see the mechanics continuing to point to their kids emphatically to push each other forward. But there you have Enzo De Janeiro still leading Nico Katowski. Now we go back to Valentino Santillan, who's in 3rd. Still on there on his lonesome. Marco Salmon and Bowen Green, the second closest battle here in the top 10, as well as Grayson Wolcott, Isaac Payne, and Nicholas Mose further back. But everybody just kind of being patient as, whoa, there goes Nico Katowski, goes deep in the green corner, able to get to the point of the field. He does. Wants the pole position, isn't going to stay in second for long. Enzo De Janeiro, bottom of the racetrack, into the south tower, a hairpin. Can they get it done? De Janeiro, after Katowski threw a haymaker there, just wasn't close enough. But Katowski, a monster exit, looking to get clear that time by. He does. Katowski to the point.
Katowski's so confident on the brakes. He overshot it just a little bit, but the ability to get that kart slowed down at the center of the corner ultimately prevailed for Katowski, and an aggressive movement of the double lefts sealed the deal for the 192. But now, De Janeiro finally has a reference for the first time all race, so we'll see if Katowski can keep that pace up now with De Janeiro seeing what he's doing, or if De Janeiro will have a comeback here in the next couple laps as they come down to get the 2 sticks from Justin Dittrich. 2 laps of racing to go, and it's a U-Race machine of Nico Katowski continuing to lead for the first time all pre-final here in the rain.
Yeah, and for Enzo De Janeiro, it could be a reference, but he does have a lot of spray coming head on. So it could also be one of the factors here for Enzo De Janeiro of why he lost so much time so early here, and just, for Katowski, bided his time, got to the point, and hasn't really looked back in the 3 corners that he's been in the lead here. With a lot of spray still continuing to kick up here in this one. So De Janeiro lost some time there, half a second here at the moment. So a couple of car lengths in between De Janeiro and Nico Katowski here, who's just absolutely running away from Enzo De Janeiro here at the moment, Emery.
Yeah, Katowski's found a lot of pace in that kart over the last few laps, and now he's putting it to good use. The U-Race machine made a decisive move. He's wasted no time since then, pulling away in the race lead. Valentino Santillan is about 5.5 seconds back, so a lot of work to continue making up for Santillan, but he's going to have a good start for the final. But Katowski, what a run for him. He started this pre-final outside of the top 5. He slowly but surely worked his way closer and closer to Enzo De Janeiro and did not waste a moment in making that move. And now as he comes down to the final lap in a bit for him, this will be a commanding performance and will put Katowski in the same spot as he started today, as long as he can complete this final lap.
Yeah, 1 more lap to go. Justin Dittrich has a white flag in his hand and is waving that this time around. Katowski, 1 more go around Castle Motorsports Park on this super tricky and wet Saturday afternoon. The U-Race machine has kept it at the front and lapping a lot quicker than Enzo De Janeiro, 7/10 quicker than De Janeiro here at the moment. So as long as Katowski can hit his marks and continue to put on a masterclass in the wet, he'll be set for a good start tomorrow in the main event.
Yeah, Katowski should be set with this one as he comes through the Monza corners here, through the shark fin, as they like to call it, up towards the scoreboard corner. You can see the rain line for Katowski, just so much confidence under braking. It's allowing him to send it into the corner and then rotate it well right at the center. This is beautiful driving from the U-Race pilot as he finds his way onto the last half of the lap. He's pulled about a second and a bit to Enzo De Janeiro, went purple in the process, and this has been a commanding second half of the race for Katowski.
Katowski has put on a clinic here. De Janeiro as well. A good starting spot for him, being in second. Santillan as well in third. Vega, just damage limitation. P4 for Royce Vega. Cameron Johnson, P5. Bowen Green, after being sideways at one point in this race, finds himself in sixth. For Marco Samet, currently seventh. Isaac Payne, 8th here at the moment. Bashi Jimenez, 9th. Nicholas Mose running up your top 10 here. There's more and more drivers further back that have made some big moves here. But Nico Katowski bided his time. He was patient all throughout the pre-final here, but he got to the point, hasn't looked back since. Nico Katowski wins the pre-final and the pole position for tomorrow. Enzo De Janeiro starting alongside him tomorrow morning when they get set to go green for their main event. And there you have Valentino Santillan crossing the line now. Royce Vega next across the line here shortly.
Yeah, Vega's going to hang on against Cameron Johnson. Had a brilliant run through the field in the second half of that race to finish in the 5th spot. Waiting on Bowen Green and Marco Samet now to come across in 6th and 7th. Isaac Payne up to 8th after a difficult set of heat races for him. Bashi Jimenez into the 9th position. And right at the end, Holden Myers, who we saw turned around backwards in front of the field on lap 1, rounds out your top 10 after a brilliant recovery from him. Elsewhere through the top 15, Nicholas Mose, Luke Gilio, Grayson Walcott, Colin Schniegenberg, and Parker Ives only up to 15, so we'll have a lot of work to do here in the final tomorrow, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, but definitely not impossible for a driver like Parker Ives. Ben Gleberman, P16. Riley Dobelier, P17. Robert Lash, 18th. Cade Wolf, 19th. Lane Thigpen, P20. Asher Ferris across the line, P21. And Emma Schumann, Josh Bergman, and AJ Stoner, all the drivers that get set to cross the line next here. But I believe they're crossing the line here now, and they are. So Emma Schumann slated to cross the line here first. And she doesn't. It's actually AJ Stoner, and then Emma Schumann, then Josh Bergman, and it should be Andrew Avalos who crosses the line here now. And a lot of DNFs and a lot of pickup getting set to come our way. When we come back, we have KA Stars getting set to go green to set the main event starting order. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back to the Stars Championship Series here at Castle Motorsports Park, the king of the castle, as we get set to go green for the KA Stars pre-final. And a couple of notes to have in mind here before we go green in this one. Josh Campbell, who qualified on the pole position, didn't make it into the A pre-final. Going to have to race his way in tomorrow with Marco Mastronzi. So two of the big notables coming into this one here, Emery.
Yeah, and Vaughn Beasley as well will have to start 30th in that B pre-final. So a lot of work to be done for those guys, but that's all in the morning. This is the other 30 starters for that main event, and it will be led by the two guys that split our two heat races. Mick Gabriel on pole position by virtue of having the fastest lap in those two heat races, ahead of Alan Isambard, who won both of his heats as well. Then it's a pair of the veterans on the second row. Brandon Lemke and Oliver Hodgson, a few great battles for them so far today. They'll line up on row number 2. James Overbeck and Luke Powers make up the third row, and Finn Bailiff and Eli Warren on row number 4.
And you go back to row number 5 with Austin Olds and Adam Maxwell running up your top 10. As one driver goes around, that's Finnegan Bailiff, who's able to go back around and probably going to be in a good spot to be able to start his in his position. Then you go back to Addison Ianello starting on row 6 alongside Alex Feldstein with Carter Thompson and Theo Kakati on row 7. Then you go back to row number 8 with Mason Surgener and Lucas Sabo.
Yeah, back through the rest of the grid. Nikolay Dukov, Sam Mavrutsky, Chris Harrower, and Grant Vogel round out your top 20, and the final 10 starters go to CJ Bowman, Christian Menendez, Drew James, Evan Stamer, Noah Jackson, Jackson Loney back in 26th, Logan Mueller 27th, Daniel Perez 28th, Zach Frank at 29th, and Carson Sauter was your last guy to transfer to this A pre-final as we get set for 12 minutes and 2 laps of KA Stars action.
Yeah, and Mick Gabriel not on the racetrack here. Alan Isambard going to be the driver to lead us to green here. Mick Gabriel was not happy about the rain weather and not going to go racing. The lights are out, though. Alan Isambard didn't get the best start. Brandon Lemke to the point of the field. James Overbeck with a good start as well. Finnegan Bailiff there, and out of nowhere, Alan Isambard looks to go back to the point. Everybody shuffling for position, but the big story, Mick Gabriel not even starting this one. We know how much he doesn't like the wet weather and just deciding not to race here in the pre-final.
Yeah, usually to win a race, you've got to at least be on the track, and Mick Gabriel did not satisfy that one, but still a great start. Oh, Alex Feldstein had such a great start, and he drives it straight off the grass in the scoreboard hairpin. Unfortunate for Feldstein as it goes into chaos. They're 3 wide out of the green corner. Isambard getting shuffled back, and here comes Oliver Hodgson and Finn Bailiff. Bailiff now into second. Hodgson gonna go 3 wide here with Isambard. They're off the track halfway, and Isambard hangs on to it just barely heading into the cell tower, Caleb.
Everybody just jockeying for position, holding on for their lives here at the moment. Austin Olds there further back in the field, looking to work his way up. Everybody side by side, everybody looking to make moves. Alan Isambard looking to hold back James Overbeck. Theo Kakati way off the racetrack into the dirt, and a lot of drivers making up a couple of positions here in this one already. But wow, a big shuffle so far, but the Wisconsin Wonder Kid at the point as Theo Kakati able to get ahead of Austin Olds that time by. Everybody just continuing to shuffle. Luke Powers right in between Overbeck here at the moment. So everybody here, and Alan Isambard, after starting on that front row, the pole position went to Brandon Lemke, but Alan Isambard was just waiting there and got caught by surprise at the start.
Yeah, Isambard got caught by surprise at the start, but what really kind of did him in was that midway through turn 1, he was able to get side by side, but overshot the center of the corner, and that led him way wide. And then he was able to get crossed over by the likes of Finn Bailiff and Oliver Hodgson. But there's still 10 minutes and change left in this race. A lot of time left to go. and you can see a lot of guys making moves up through the field. How about it for the likes of Luke Powers up to the 6th spot, Overbeck's in the top 5. Hodgson now starting to make moves, but most importantly for this race, Finn Bailiff is up to 2nd after starting well inside it. They're about 7th or 8th on the grid. So a spin on the opening formation lap, a top 2 opening lap there for Finn Bailiff, but now he tries to track down Brandon Lemke.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like for Finnegan Bailiff after a very hectic start for himself, finding himself 2, almost 3 wide there in the green corner. And now Finnegan, again, one of the veterans in this class as well, being 21 years old, but a lot of experience right behind him in Oliver Hodgson, who currently sits 3rd, and Alan Isambard. You see the experience here. The older drivers kind of working their way to the top 4 spots here in this field. And you have a little bit of a younger contingent with James Overbeck, Luke Powers, Theo Kakati, and Austin Olds. Eli Warren and Adam Maxwell there further back. The rest of the top 6 spots in the top 10 here, Emery.
Yeah, common wisdom would say that the older drivers as well as the taller drivers tend to excel. Well, Lemke checks off one of those marks. Hodgson and Bailiff and Isambard all check off 2 of those. And Overbeck's kind of tall. He's also young, but he's fast no matter what the conditions are, and he's into the top 5 as well. So I think this is a case of stature and experience both coming into play, and Bailiff is on a mission, as is Hodgson, though, as they both went quicker than Brandon Lemke that last time around. As Hodgson going to get that spot back on Bailiff. A little bit of a hip check at the center of the corner, and Oliver Hodgson, Ollie moves his way up in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, good move there by Oliver Hodgson, who we haven't spoken to as of yet today, but already a good move that time by, able to get clear on Finnegan Bailiff. And for Finnegan, I mean, this could end up being an even better starting spot than starting on the outside. We know how hard it is to start around there. And with a couple of cones there on the racetrack and a couple of barriers pushed back there on the racetrack. But for Finnegan, got past that time by Oliver Hodgson, and just trying to keep it on the racetrack here at the moment for everybody. Still a very, very wet racetrack, and the rain continuing to pour down here at Castle Motorsports Park. And for Brandon Lemke, you said he only take down one of those boxes. Doesn't seem to be an issue here, continuing to stay ahead here of Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah, well, if you focus in on Brandon Lemke here when he comes across the line, based off of the stature that you can see in the seat, he might only be 5'6" or 5'7" in actual height, but with the amount of stuff that they have piled on into that seat of the Merlin, it is definitely a taller stature for Lemke. So he might be short in theory, but he is certainly racing the kart a lot taller than he actually is.
We have a lot of drivers collected here in between turns number 14 and 16. One of the MPG machines has been collected. A lot of other drivers. Mason Surgener, one of the drivers there collected, and more as Alex Filson works his way through. But wow, big contact, and a lot of drivers were involved there. So a lot of shuffling through this position, through positions. But wow. a lot of action so far in this one here, Emery.
Yeah, Mason Surgener was inside the top 15 when that crash happened, so that is going to throw a big wrench. Addison Iannello was caught up in it as well. Grant Vogel, by the looks of things, as well. So all of those drivers going back through the field. So that kind of threw a wrench in what I was talking about with Lemke's stature, but certainly at the front of the field, him and Hodgson, the experience, the height in the go-kart, both of them making moves, and also making a move there to the inside. Goes Austin Olds on Luke Powers, but he gets crossed back over and loses a spot to Eli Warren in the process. So the young drivers having a fight in the back half of the top 10 unit.
Yeah, everybody fighting, and Finnegan Bailiff went around. Finnegan Bailiff went around there going into turn number 12 and going to get passed by a handful of drivers. He was in 3rd there for a second. Unfortunate for Finnegan Bailiff.
And that's the exact same spot that he dropped it in warm-up, or on the warm-up lap. So that's twice now. He was in another spot here to his teammate Carter Thompson going back and forth. But Finn, I mean, he's been great outside of that one corner, but now that's twice where he's dropped, and he's going to fall all the way outside of the top 10 to the 12th position, I believe.
Yeah, unfortunately for Finnegan. Still going to start the main event nonetheless, but a lot of moves here. Austin Olds looking to go back on Eli Warren. Second time he's tried it. Second time's a charm, and he's able to get clear. So Austin Olds up another spot and up to P7 here. Warren going to lose it and go back to the 8th spot here at the moment. So there's James Overbeck, Theo Kakati. They're currently 4th and 5th respectively. Luke Powers, the next driver in line, he's currently 6th. And Eli Warren and Austin Olds continue to fight for that spot. So let's see what it looks like here at the moment. They're still going around. Austin Olds, they're right behind Luke Powers. Is he going to be close enough to make a move this time around? Still a little bit ways back But everybody just kind of trying to stay on the racetrack. We know how wet it is. We saw Finnegan Bailiff go around. A lot of others just still tiptoeing their way around the racetrack. Brandon Lemke about 2 seconds clear from the field, but hasn't been the quickest driver as of yet. Oliver Hodgson holds the fastest lap of the race at 129.655.
Yeah, Hodgson really going quick, and you can see just how tough it is on the exit of turn number 11 into turn 12. How much they're having to tiptoe around that corner. And you can also see Eli Warren trying to fade to the inside of Austin Olds. These younger drivers, the two War Power machines as well as Olds and the MPG Motorsports Park, really doing a great job of battling it out inside the top 10. Jackson Loney has joined that fight as well. He is driven from 26 now up to the 9th position. And so Loney only 8.1 seconds off the lead. He's done a masterful job in these conditions. Again, compared to a lot of the other younger drivers, he is putting his best foot forward and has driven through this field very effectively. Set himself up for a very nice starting spot tomorrow.
Yeah, so not too bad of a drive so far for Jackson Warney as they continue to lap around. And 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps in this pre-final for your KA Stars. Here who have delivered already an action-packed race as more and more shuffling. Theo Kakati and James Overbeck continuing to jockey for position going into the green corner here. Kakati there on the outside, gonna have the better grip there with I guess a more rubbered racetrack there with all the leftover rubber from the dry tires. But Kakati able to stay ahead. Overbeck loses the spot there. Overbeck falls back to 5th. Kakati up to 4th.
Yeah, and look at how deep they're driving in a full-blown rain line through the cell tower hairpin. Drive it as deep as you can. Put a lot of wheel into the cart and ride the outside of the corner. That seems to be the fast strategy for all of these front runners. But Theo Kakati, a nice run up into the top 5. He now sets after Alan Isambard. Austin Olds has actually been able to clear Luke Powers for the 6th spot. He's now fallen in the clutches of his teammate Eli Warren. And then you get back to Jackson Loney. Again, like we mentioned, up 17 spots. Lucas Zabel as well, up a few spots as well into the top 10. After engine change in Heat 2 kind of put him pretty far back in the field. So a good run from for Olds, a good run for Loney, and a good run from Zabel all in the top 10 as Powers and Warren continue to try to work their way back forward in the race.
Yeah, everybody continue to lap around here at the moment. And for Austin Olds, like you said, I mean, a really good drive here so far. And the two teammates of the War Power team based out of Newcastle Motorsports Park, they're now going to fight. There goes Eli Warren on the inside on Luke Powers. Powers able to hold on to it around the outside. Eli Warren looks for the over-under. Not going to work here in the rain for Eli Warren, but super close in between the two teammates to look to get ahead of each other.
Yeah, they're definitely running about the same pace, just a little bit off of what the other guys in the top 5 to 10 are running, and that will not be ideal. But the good news is you just have to survive this pre-final. Tomorrow looks to be dry, different conditions completely. You're going to have a lot of fast cars coming from the back. You do not want to be one of them because you've seen race-winning pace from both of these guys. They just have to keep it on the track, keep themselves from losing too many spots, and I think they should be in for a good final if they can keep themselves inside the top 10, which so far, even with a little bit of a lack of pace, they're still managing to do.
Yeah, as the time continues to dwindle down here, Brandon Lemke, let's see if he makes it in time to make it 3 laps to go this time by. He is going to make it in time, but already a lot more jockeying for position here. Warren still was able to get ahead of Luke Powers that time by, so Eli Warren gets the move done. This time, Lemke crosses the stripe, so if he's able to keep it similar, he may have 4 laps to go left in this one, or 3, just depends how long it takes him to get back around him.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up with about 4 laps to go on this time, as Lemke's just barely going to beat out the time if he runs at 1:29 on this next lap. So, again, a great run for Brandon Lemke. At one point, it looked like Hodgson was a little bit quicker, but since then, he has been running a rapid pace to at least keep Hodgson at bay. Everyone inside the top 5 pretty much running the same pace or within half a second, which in the rain is very close. And really down through the field, a lot of guys running those low 130s to high 129s. So impressive for those guys.
Luke Powers!
Luke Powers! Just as we said the last lap, you want to be one of the guys that does not do that and does not end off the racetrack. So Luke Powers going to have to start way back in the race. Unfortunate for him. And now Eli Warren going to have to do his work solo, as Von Beasley's going to have to work to make the main, and Luke Powers and the War Power machine going to have to start well back through the field.
Yeah, going to have to start further back in the field there for Luke Powers. And the other half of the War Power team here, Eli Warren, still further up the field and able to stay ahead at the moment. He's currently P7. Luke Powers was 8th, but a lot of work for him to do tomorrow when we get to the main event. Still going to be able to start but definitely not what he would have wanted here in this one. James Overbeck still ahead here of Austin Olds. Let's see what it looks like when they cross the stripe. Brandon Lemke crosses that time by. 3 laps to go for Brandon Lemke and company. Hodgson still hasn't been able to put much of a dent on the gap that Brandon Lemke has to the rest of the field. Alan Isambard still there in third, just keeping his nose clean and being able to hold on to that spot there. Theo Kakati currently P4. James Overbeck still in 5th, and Austin Olds there, your top 6. And Eli Warren just went purple in the process in that 7th spot, but over a second and a half here at the moment, as this battle going to ramp up here in between Austin Olds and James Overbeck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw once Warren was able to get by Luke Powers, he finally put the pace together into the top 10, and you can see now he's running 1:29.5. That's the quickest lap we've seen from anyone all race long. Again, really close on the time side of things for pretty much the top 6 in the top 7 in this race. A good run again for Jackson Molney. Eli Warren up there into 7th, and at the front of the field, the closest battle that we have seems to be this one between Overbeck and Austin Olds for that 5th and final spot in the top 5. Just behind another close-ish battle between Alan Isambard and Theo Kakati.
Yeah, everybody still keeping it on the racetrack here, but everybody has been chasing the Wisconsin Wonder Kid all race long. And you see how he sits in that kart, and it seems like the Franklin Motorsports Merlin team has definitely figured out that chassis here this weekend. You know, whenever you get to rain weather conditions, you have to change the setup. You can't use the same thing that you use in the dry. You know, you can't just throw on the slick weather tires. You have to move in the rear, open up the front a little bit, widen out the front, and mess with the seat a little bit, right? So add a little more grip. Brandon Lemke, as I say that, finds himself slowing in turn number 1. What happened to Brandon Lemke there? Unfortunate. And would look to be a runaway victory here. Not going to be that way. Now falls into the hands of Oliver Hodgson here, Emery.
Yeah, he's just fallen way down the order. I'm not sure what has happened to Brandon Lemke. If he dropped it, that's a weird place to spin it. And if he didn't drop it, it seems like the mechanical issue is no longer there. So regardless, Oliver Hodgson just turned into the main beneficiary of that incident. So he's now in P1 with about a 2.5 second lead back to Alan Isambard. And there's Lemke. Everything seems to be fine. He's picked up the pieces in about 6th now. But whatever happened, it has thrown a wrench in his plans to win this heat race, or this pre-final.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Brandon Lemke, who we were just talking so good about. So unfortunate there for Brandon Lemke, but not too bad considering the circumstances here in this one. Now looking to make a move there on Austin Olds on the inside for Brandon Lemke. Not close enough as of yet. Looks like Kakati wanted to make a move. Lemke does, though. Inside, not close enough. A little sideways there into turn number 13.
That was about as sideways as you can get without losing it under braking for Lemke, but he was able to muscle that kart into the corner very effectively. As they come down to the white flag, Oliver Hodgson has been given a bit of a gift in this race in P1 now, and now the real fight will be for the 2nd spot. Alan Isambard, 2 seconds back. Looking back to see Theo Kakati is right there in tow. Not quite close enough into turn 1, but if he gets a good exit, he can set up something here if Isambard tries to rim ride it again on the preferred line through the shark fin here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Kakati actually went for the move on the exit of turn number 15, was able to get ahead for the total of a second, and Alan Isambard just over-undered him relatively easily. So for Kakati, still there in 3rd as they're all just trying to make moves here as the race continues to progress. James Overbeck still there in that 4th spot, and Austin Olds currently sitting in that 5th spot, and the Wisconsin Wonder Kid currently 6th here. So everybody just trying to keep it on the racetrack because anything can happen as the race continues to unfold here. But for Oliver Hodgson, fell into his lap and has definitely taken advantage of it here in his kart machine here, Emery.
Yeah, absolutely. Hodgson has done a great job to come away unscathed from all the chaos in this pre-final. We saw Mick Gabriel not start. We saw Alex Feldstein crash in the opening lap. We saw Luke Powers drop it, Finn Bailiff drop it, Brandon Lemke have something go on, but all of that has not affected the J3 kart in the slightest. The Brit has turned a sensational pre-final performance here into a 1st place finish. As he rounds the final corner, it will be P1 on Sunday to start the main event for Oliver Hodgson. He wins the pre-final in KA Stars.
Across the line next, Alan Isambard able to hold Theo Kakati at bay, who finishes 3rd. James Overbeck P4, Austin Olds P5. Brandon Lemke, after leading every single lap, fell back to 6th there with 2 laps to go. Eli Warren, P7. Jackson Warney, P8. Lucas Zabo, P9. Adam Maxwell rounds up your top 10. Finnegan Bailiff as well was up there in the top 3 for a good chunk of this race, and a spin for him as well just put him out of contention. He finishes 11th. Carter Thompson, 12th. Tim Avrutsky, P13. Zach Frank, P14. Noah Jackson across the line, 15. And the rest of your drivers continuing to cross the line. Drew James rounds up your top 16. Then you have with Carson Sauter, Chris Harrower, CJ Bowman, Daniel Perez, Alex Feldstein, Logan Mueller. Luke Powers, who went around, was able to get back going, and 40 seconds at bait from the leaders. Grant Vogel as well, who wasn't able to finish this one out, I believe. And Addison Ianello, Vogel crossing the line now. Addison Ianello not finishing. Mason Surgener not finishing this one either. Neither did Christian Menezes, nor did Nikolai Dukov. A lot of DNFs, a lot of pickup getting set to come your way. When we come back, we still have a lot more racing action to go. Stay with us here at a very wet Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-through sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, and with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Well, welcome back to the Stars Championship Series here at Castle Motorsports Park as we get set to go green for our OKNJ category to take to the racetrack. It's John Antonino and Chase Gassie-Lee getting set to go green from the front row. Then you go back to Michael McGoy, who's getting set to start alongside Gage Korn. And then Lucas Palacio and Max Weiland on row 3. Isaac Malquit, after issues for him at the end of the second heat race, have put him further back in the field. And then you have Forrest Adams and Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting at the rear here. 9 drivers total here as we go into the trim lines, and that's Davin Roberts further back in the field, who's looking to catch up here before we go green. The light system, do we get the green flag this time by? We do. Lights are out, green flag is out, and we are racing here. A good start by John Antonino here, and hopefully no 360s for him here in this one as Chase Gassie-Lee looks to stick the nose down on the inside. Wasn't close enough that time by.
Yeah, you saw a bit of 3 wide there for Lucas Palacio trying to make it through, but instead he'll lose a spot to Max Weiland in the process, who then ships it to the inside of the shark fin. He'll make up a spot there on Michael McGoy as well. So Weiland in the early going, similar to what we saw from AJ Myers and Nathan Nicholson in the shifter heat, making up moves early on in his magic cards. Palacio again dives to the inside, gets crossed over there from Michael McGoy, as now you can see at the front of the field, John Antonino ahead of Chase Gassie-Lee, and again, McGoy racing against Max Weiland for that 4th spot.
Yeah, everybody slicing and dicing here, wanting to make moves early on, but for Gassie-Lee, still looking to make a move on Antonino. He's on the rear bumper here now. Chase Gassie-Lee now leading us away from John Antonino and Gage Korn here at the moment. Michael McGoy finds himself further back. There's Chase Gassie-Lee, your leader here in OKNJ. Antonino sits in that 2nd spot, and then further back to Gage Korn. And then you go back to Michael McGoy there, who's looking to hold off Lucas Palacio and Max Weiland, who was, I believe, able to get ahead, and he was. So Max Weiland currently P4, McGoy P5, and everybody continue to shuffle as Antonino looks to get a nose ahead there of Chase Gassie-Lee on the outside there for Antonino. Not good enough. Gage Korn going to have a monster run down the main straightaway.
Passing zones that were not there in the dry are now suddenly there and present in the rain. You can see Gassie-Lee able to send it in the last corner, move him up to P1. In the meantime, Korn up to 2nd, Antonino back to 3rd. And then you get back to Weiland in 4th, and Palacio has found his way by McGoy for that 5th spot. So good effort so far from these guys. You can see the MPG boys fighting it out for that 2nd spot. Antonino crossing over his teammate Korn. He's going to send it to the inside of the hairpin, a little bit of a slide job, and Korn is powerless to stop the 193 machine. Antonino up to that 2nd spot again.
Yeah, good drive so far in the wet for Chase Gassie-Lee. Further back, there's still a lot of fighting. Palacio was able to get ahead of Weiland for that 4th spot. McGoy still there in 5th, but Max Weiland lost the 2. He sat in 4th there for a lap total, and then Max Weiland lost the spot to Lucas Palacio and others. So Lucas Palacio looking to move that cart around the racetrack just super hard for a 10-year-old of his stature here, Emery.
Well, not just that too, but I think one of the biggest adjustments for Palacio will be racing in the rain in a full-size cart, because you know, it's one thing to go fast in the rain when you're on a full-size cart and kind of carry speed. That doesn't change as much, but when you're making passes in the rain, when you're driving a cart and having to send it on guys in really wet conditions, it's a big difference going from a mini Swift engine with less than 15 horsepower to an OKNJ with upwards of 25 horsepower. I mean, you're talking about double the power for a young kid that, again, has never really raced a full-size chassis in a live race before, and really never driven a full-size chassis in the wet, to my knowledge. So that's impressive. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, especially on the racecraft side of things, but so far he's adapting well, but not quite as well as Chase Gassie-Lee at the front of the field.
Yeah, Chase Gassie-Lee at the point, but for Lucas Palacio, nonetheless, lead P4 at a national series in your first junior race at just 10 years old. Not too shabby, considering the circumstances. Michael McGoy, P5 here. Forrest Adams is in 6th here at the moment. Weiland fell back to 7th. Isaac Malquit there, currently still sits in 8th with a lot of work to do here at the moment for young Little Sizzle. Tyrone Kemper Jr., I believe, was able to get ahead of Isaac Malquit a couple of laps ago. Davin Roberts currently sits in the 10th spot after not making it onto the starting grid early, but everybody's still lapping around. Antonino just went quickest last time by, a 128.501, a 10th quicker than the lap time that Chase Gasly set.
Yeah, this field spread already starting to get set pretty well. You can see now John Antonino has found his way back up towards the front, towards Chase Gasly. This lap a little bit worse for him than the last one, but Palacio catching Gage Korn as Antonino is catching Chase Gasly as they come around the final corner. This is where Gasly got the lead a couple laps ago. Now it's the corner where he's able to get a good run off of to keep himself in the lead at once more, as Palacio and Gage Korn about 2 seconds back from this battle for P1.
Yeah, still continuing to ramp up here, about a car length and a half in between the National Motorsports Machine and the MPG Academy Kart Republic there on your screen. So what can John Antonino do to get the move done? Palacio looking to go deep in the shark fin. He's able to get it done. Palacio up to P3 here, able to get ahead of Gage Korn. Palacio now going to try and hold off the MPG Academy driver of Gage Korn here, but what a send there for Lucas Palacio, Emery.
Yeah, one thing to note that I think is actually helping Palacio a bit with these moves, or at least to kind of give him good exits, is he's breaking off of the racing line. So he's kind of fading to the inside and then coming back to the outside of the track, which is kind of keeping him moving in a bit of more round direction, and it's also preventing him from sliding as much under braking. You see it there, he fades to the inside. When they come around through the scale tower corner this next time through, you'll see about midway down the straightaway, he kind of fades to the inside of the corner, or at the inside of the straightaway, then comes back onto line for when he gets into braking. That's freeing up the rear of the kart. It's also providing a little bit of a more round entry to the corner. So good kind of creativity here from Palacio, kind of a more unique rain style that is true as we see Antonino now with a battle for the lead. We see McCoy out of the race, and now we see John Antonino back to the lead. So while we were talking about Palacio's driving style, John Antonino made a killer move in the last corner to kind of get back what Chase Gasly took from him earlier in the race.
Oh, Chase Gasly goes way off the racetrack in the I-70 corner, and he looks to make it back on. Sorry, that's John Antonino. My apologies, but Chase Gasly to the point. John Antonino way off the racetrack and out of this one early. Wow. For John Antonino, he did all the work to get back up to the point of the field and just all fell apart there in that corner.
It is so hard to lead a race in the rain if you're not experienced and you're not particularly used to racing in the rain with that power package. And John Antonino got to the front of the field and immediately just misspotted his braking point. A simple mistake to make, really. You're used to having that confidence under braking, and then suddenly it just goes all awry. You can see Antonino really frustrated under the red awning there in the final, or in the first corner of this layout. So unfortunate for John Antonino. There's Forrest Adams. A look at him back through the field. You can see him and Tyrone Kemper. We saw Michael McGoy off on the side of the track earlier. So unfortunate for McGoy to lose out on a top 5 spot, but now this has flipped the race entirely. Now you have Chase Gasly with what should be a comfortable lead. We'll get the margin when they come across us next time. We have Forrest Adams inside the top 5. We have a really comfortable lead now for Gasly. That last time through, Palacio only a 10th better, but he's 2.9 seconds back, and Gage Korn now has life again in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, so for Gage Korn, definitely a lifeline here after falling all the way back to 4th. So starting on the inside, not too bad for Gage Korn here at the moment. Tyrone Kemper Jr., the highest up that we've seen him so far this weekend already, up to P5 here and closing down the gap to Forrest Adams here at the moment. Just digging deep at this point here for Tyrone Kemper Jr., trying to get to the rear bumper of that BJR MDRLN kart of Forrest Adams.
Yeah, again, Kemper really kind of pushing it. We've seen him have good pace in the rain in the cadet days, but racing cadet in the rain is a lot different than racing a full-size OK&J package. So I would expect a little bit of a growing curve for a lot of these guys that have never really driven full-size karts in the rain, like Lucas Palacio, who we've highlighted a lot in this race, who's now trying to chase down Chase Gasly for that for the race lead. So again, Gasly had the brilliant move in the final corner to get by Antonino. He lost the lead in the final corner to Antonino, and then one corner later, Antonino drives straight off the track in turn 1, and it gives the lead right back to him. So racing is a cruel sport sometimes. You have some really bizarre twists, and that was one of them there. And unfortunate for the MPG Academy driver, who's been so good all weekend long and will now have to start this race from the back of the field tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunate, but for Lucas Palacio, who found himself further back in the field, has worked his way back up to second here. And there you have Tyrone Kemper Jr. continuing to close down his gap to Forrest Adams here. Tyrone lapping quicker and quicker every time he goes around, and now getting into and closer to the rear bumper of Forrest Adams here. So what does Tyrone Kemper Jr. have in store for us here?
Yeah, well, he's wearing an old OGP race suit, though, Cal Grand Prix, and if it's anything like some of the legends from the past, and those like the likes of Kyle Kirkwood, Ashley O'Hara, Nick Neri, and more, you would expect him to be very good in the rain. I mean, we've seen Kemper run good in the reigning cadet, like we were mentioning. The OGP suit, maybe that gives him the last couple of 10 years. He's trying to find a way by Forrest Adams for that 4th spot. This will be a great run for him and set himself up well on the Red Speed chassis for tomorrow, or on the Gaylord, excuse me, for tomorrow. So Kemper Jr., Forrest Adams, a pair of rookies I think will be pretty happy to be inside the top 5 here for Forrest. There's another guy off, it's Davin Roberts. This could be disaster for the Ryan Perry Motorsports team, as it's already out of the race for Michael McGoy, and now it looks like Davin Roberts is out as well. Unfortunate for both of those guys, and Davin Roberts gonna have to start the pre-final or the final from the 8th spot here, Caleb.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to push start yourself here anymore across all series. So unfortunate for Davin Roberts, but driver safety is definitely the main priority here, and Davin Roberts going to be out of this one early. So 8th back to 10th, out of this one. It's Davin Roberts, John Antonino, and Michael McGoy, 3 drivers who have been contenders all year long. But unfortunate for those 3, not going to be able to close this one out. For Chase Gasly, still with a good gap behind, 4 seconds back to Lucas Palacio in second. And then back from there, about 3 seconds to Gage Korn. And then this is the closest battle here on the track in between Forrest Adams and Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Yeah, absolutely. Forrest Adams leading ahead of Tyrone Kemper Jr. for the 4th spot. They've been quick. They could probably use a little bit more pace here, but if you're Kemper Jr., you don't want to throw away a top 5 starting spot just to try and get one more spot, and possibly a worse spot, honestly, starting on the inside of row number 3. So, again, we've seen this be an eventful OKNJ pre-final here. We're about to see Pro Show, the Pro Moto Heat number 2 for both of these classes coming up next here in just a minute. We saw them in the rain already, a full rain setup for the Pro Stars setup, a partial rain, last 3 laps, just pure chaos sprint in the OKN side of things. And Caleb, I mean, earlier this week when we were on Grid Talk, we were talking about our predictions for the weekend. You had AJ Myers winning, and you also had Paulie Massimino. Well, after the first heat, the Paulie prediction not looking great after a mechanical failure, but the AJ prediction looking very good.
Yeah, no, for sure, of what's to come later on, and then all really, the rain really all unfolded throughout that the first of their motos. So for Paulie Massimino, still some work to do for my predictions to come into fruition, but wasn't too far off at the start of qualifying, but still some work to do here today for those drivers. For Paulie, I mean, a driver who hasn't been that bad in rain weather conditions, so definitely one of the drivers that I'll be expecting to see up there, still starting from that 3rd spot, if I'm not mistaken, as Tyrone Kemper Jr. now going to pull the trigger. Wasn't close enough that time by, not enough grip there at the bottom of the racetrack to get that move done. So Tyrone Kemper Jr., that gap going to open up to Forrest Adams and really going to release the BJR, MDR, LN Kart of Forrest Adams in that 4th spot and give him some breathing room. For Lucas Palacio as well, a big gap back to Gage Korn, and for Chase Gasly, goes quicker and quicker every time he crosses the stripe. This time when he crosses the stripe, he will get a 2.6 in the air.
Yeah, Chase Gasly, I don't know what it was about John Antonino going off, but it certainly lit a fire underneath the National Motorsports machine, and he's gone quicker ever since that point. Never been under threat from Lucas Palacio, extended the lead by 2 seconds, almost dipping a wheel through the final couple corners there, but he'll come across for the sticks in the air, takes a look back, and there is nobody in a country mile of Chase Gasly. Last time through, Lucas Palacio lost another 7/10, so Gasly is on fire right now, pulling away from the rest of the field by multiple tenths every single lap, and this has been a cruise for him in the second half of the race.
Yeah, just been on cruise control so far for Chase Gasly in that Nash Motorsports Coastal Inc. machine. When he crosses the stripe this next time, he will get the white flag, if I'm not mistaken. So for Chase Gasly, just been on cruise control here so far. Definitely not the best thing to do whenever it's raining, but for Chase Gasly, just been driving there all on his own with Lucas Palacio as well. Just the two of these drivers kind of in no man's land. Not really much push for Lucas Palacio in second. And for Gage Korn, just kind of damage limitation here, staying in that P3 spot. And for everybody else, for Forrest Adams, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Isaac Malquit working his way up to 6th. And for Max Weiland, all just kind of lapping here at the moment. Nobody really risking too much as Tyrone Kemper Jr. now getting closer to Forrest Adams. And you see that in the background there of your screens. But for here, Chase Gasly, let's see what it looks like coming into the final 2 corners.
Yeah, Gasly, I know you said it was he was on cruise control, but it was anything but when you look at his hands and look at how hard he's hustling that go-kart into the final corner. I mean, just full send every single time. It's what's allowing him to run those 27.4s every single lap, but it's also
further back in the field, Isaac Malquit and Tyrone Kemper Jr. have gotten together here. Further back, Isaac Malquit and Kemper Jr. have gotten together, and both of them in the grass and out of this pre-final. These two drivers just in between turns number 14 and 15. Tyrone Kemper Jr., unfortunate end to his race, as well as Isaac Malquit. These two drivers out of this one early. That means you only have half of our drivers left in this one, Emery.
Yeah, this is going to be certainly one that a lot of guys are going to have to go back and watch the video of in the tent, as it has been a race of attrition. We started with 10. We only have 5 left, but Chase Gasly has been dominant among those 5. A 6.4 second gap, really quick for the Coastal Inc. printing Nash Motorsports machine. He comes through the final few corners here, and this has been a dominant performance for Gasly, who will start the final on pole position, barring any crazy shenanigans happening down the stretch here, Caleb.
So Chase Gasly getting around the scale tower corner here. And what looks to be a perfect pre-final for Chase Gasly. It wasn't easy. He had to stay focused. He had to keep it on the racetrack, and he did just that. Checkered flag is waving. Chase Gasly wins the pre-final and wins the pole in OKN Junior.
And we've lost Lucas Palacio somewhere. I'm not sure what happened to him on the final lap. Maybe he pulled in or something has happened to Lucas Palacio, but Gage Korn is going to come across the line here to take second position ahead of Forrest Adams. I'm still trying to see if I can find where Palacio is, but that is a massive, bizarre twist and a final twist here in this race, and you can see he's out in the green corner on the last lap. So Palacio only going to fall to 5th here, but still not ideal for the Trinity Kart Republic driver.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Lucas Palacio. Again, a lot of DNFs and a lot of pickup getting set to come our way. When we come back, we go back to the Pro Show with our OKN Stars and your Pro Stars. The shifters get set to go green in a wet weather conditions, but the Canadian Geese are back, and a little family there working their way to the pond and trying to stay dry here in this one. But when we come back, you'll see more Canadian Geese and more racing action coming your way live on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back to the Stars Championship Series as we get set to go green with our pros. The OKN Stars get set to go green here in this one. Let's see what it looks like for your starting grid order. It's Nicholas Terlecki who gets set to start P3 here in this one. Diego Ramos starting on the front row alongside Paulie Massimino, who had technical issues and mechanical issues at the end of the first heat race. Nicholas Terlecki starting on the inside alongside Wesley Gunler, who had a pretty good showing last time out. Caleb Gaffera, Henry Wheeler starting on row 3. Then you go back to row 4 with Shea Aldrich and Peyton Phillips, who as well had a mechanical and didn't finish the first heat race. And you go back to Aiden Fox and Josh Holtz, two of the tallest drivers in this field, two drivers to look out for here in the wet weather. Then you go back to Aiden Lorenko and Ben Hernandez on row 6. Kei Honino, who led the race for a total of a corner in the first heat race, there finds himself on row 7 alongside Theo Corelli. Then you go back to Ming Nanzu, who was able to work his way inside the top 10. He starts alongside Hyoping Zhang on row 8. And that's going to be it. Daniel Piercy, I believe, Shotgun Charlie on the field here in this one. So a lot to play for here. Diego Ramos really needing to finish this race alongside Caleb, as well as Caleb Gaffera, who DNF'd, and a lot others who found themselves in the grass and on the pickup trailer at the end of the first moto. Moto 2 getting set to go underway. Nicholas Terlecki took the first one. Let's see who it is here as we wait for the action to unfold. Everybody needing points. Everybody needing to finish this one. Very tricky conditions getting set to go our way. Diego Ramos early on the gas. Green flag is out. We are racing here in Pro OKN. Ramos with a really good start as well for Nicholas Terlecki. Massimino there on the outside. Wesley Gunler sticking his nose on the inside. Everybody cycling through here, as well as Josh Holtz, who's making some moves early on.
Yeah, Josh Holtz went 3 wide into turn 1, and it worked out a treat for him, as I think he's gained 5 spots up to 4th from 9th on the grid. He gets past Caleb Gaffera, who's going to cross him over here as they go side by side down into the scoreboard hairpin for the first time. Diego Ramos into the lead ahead of Terlecki. Massimino in the 3rd spot, needs a good heat race here after the Heat 1 DNF, and they get set to go now for the first lap through the green corner for the first time. Holtz trying to get on the back of Massimino, but at the front of the field, Ramos leads from Terlecki as now Holtz to the inside, and Massimino gets crossed over for that 3rd spot.
Everybody shuffling through, and with the rain continuing to pick up, very low visibility here. Josh Holtz now able to get ahead of Paulie Massimino, and I'll tell you what, Emery, yesterday when I walked the paddock at night, Josh Holtz was probably the only Pro OKN driver that was happy that there was going to be rain here this afternoon, as Nicholas Terlecki now to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to go on the inside of turn 13. Thinks better of it. Back in the line for Nicholas Terlecki, but the Holtz driver development team really coming to life here in the rain.
Yeah, Terlecki just got to the lead in the final chicane, and Holtz for a brief minute looked to make it a 1-2, but they are absolutely on fire here. Josh Holtz to the back bumper of Diego Ramos at the end of lap number 1. He'll look to push him down the main straightaway now. Ramos now trying to give a little bit of a hand signal, and to the inside, Holtz going to go looking for the spot. Ramos going to try to cross him over, but Josh Oates looking up the hill now for that second position, and as they come up to the shark fin, it is now a Oates driver development 1-2 with Nick Terlecki for the second time in as many races leading the way, and Josh Oates, the team owner, up 7 spots already to second.
Yeah, a good drive so far for Josh Oates. You sit so tall in that seat, really moving that kart wherever he wants to. And for Diego Ramos, who's just a little bit smaller in stature than Josh Oates, they're just struggling in this wet weather so far. Paulie Massimino still there in 4th. Oates, the quickest driver on the racetrack here, but those laps just very, very slow here early on in this one, as it looks like it just continues to rain harder and harder as the day progresses here, Emery.
Yeah, this is where Josh Oates' size, stature, and experience behind the wheel on the rain is really helping him. He's quicker than Terlecki now. Will we see the team boss versus the team driver between the top two now? Terlecki takes a look back, sees that his host behind him. It's a 1 kart length lead back, and it's 5 kart lengths back to Diego Ramos. Massimino there as well. Elsewhere in the background, Gafera still in 5th. Phillips is into the 6th spot after a rough heat 1, a DNF for him. And we cycle through for another lap. Into the final corner they go. Terlecki still leading the way over Oates, and here comes the rest of the midfield back through as we see Shea Aldrich up into the 7th spot there at the end of the lap.
Yeah, Shea Aldrich was able to get ahead of Henry Wheeler that time by, and they're still fighting, as well as Peyton Phillips and Wesley Gunler here. So they continue to jockey for position. Henry Wheeler currently sits in that 9th spot. Kekai made up a couple of spots up to P10 here at the moment. Aiden Fox as well, one of the drivers we expected to be so quick here, just currently down in 11th here, and looking to make up more spots, but just further back in the field at the moment, Emery.
Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment there for Aiden Fox, your winner last year at King of the Castle, but he certainly still has a lot of time. We're talking 8.5 minutes plus 2 laps in this heat race. That is a lot of time in this OKN category, probably upwards of 8 laps remaining in this one. So for guys like Peyton Phillips, it's all about keeping it on the track, keeping it as far up in the points as you can, because that will always help you when it comes to the main event position for tomorrow. For other guys like Paulie Massimino as well, when you know you have a shot at the win and knowing how the first heat went, you're trying to get as many positions in the top 3 as possible. And then the guys like Terlecki or Oates, this is a chance in Terlecki's position to lock up a front row starting spot and pole position if he wins. For Oates, a statement victory for the team owner. So they're all looking forward, but at the moment, Diego Ramos looks to have picked up the pace and the rein of it as he's closing back up on the front 2.
Yeah, and Josh Oates lapping quicker than his team driver, Nicholas Terlecki. Let's see what it looks like when they cross the stripe. Terlecki goes purple, a 128.317. So Josh Oates just kind of moved off the rear bumper there of Terlecki, as Massimino now looking for a move inside for Paulie Massimino. Massimino gets clear. Diego Ramos over under, just a little bit too deep and overzealous there for Paulie Massimino.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous on the brakes for Paulie. You can see the same thing we were talking about with Palacio in the last heat. When you're taking a lot of risk into the braking zone, you have to make sure you spot it perfectly. It's a big adjustment from cadet to senior. In Paulie's case, he's driven a full-size chassis and a lot of power a lot of times, but it's still something that can catch you out if you're not prepared for it. Meanwhile, though, the front 4 continuing back up together. You can see Paulie probably the quickest kart the last time around of those 4. Terlecki now controlling the race at the lead, but Oates bringing him back in, and the other 2 starting to come closer as well, and Ramos and Massimino. If they can avoid fighting each other, I think they'll be able to roll him back in, but Oates looks to be back all over Terlecki again this lap.
Yeah, Josh Oates, I'm not sure if he's going to really let Nicholas Terlecki get away with it here. Still happy to stay in second. I mean, when you think about it, Josh Oates really, it's a win-win situation for him. Either his driver wins and his team gets a 1-2, or Josh Oates himself wins and goes to the point here in this one. So really just what Josh Oates wants to do, but both of those Oates development driver karts are really rolling here in this one, as Terlecki dropped the tire, looks back, sees, it's Josh Oates right behind me. So a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Nicholas Terlecki, as Ramos still sits there in 3rd. And the 2 Oates drivers continue to work together. Massimino going to give it another go into the I-70 hairpin. He gets it done again, but Ramos gets it done and gets the over-under move there, Emery.
Yeah, you can see there, Paulie just a little bit too deep on the brakes again on Ramos. You just got to kind of measure it there if you want to make that move. And now you can see side by side for the race lead. Oates to the inside on Terlecki. The teammates going at it, and Josh Oates leads heat number 2 of OKN Stars. He gets by Nick Terlecki, his team driver. And so from boss to team driver, it's a 1-2, but this time the old man, the boss himself, gets himself in P1.
Yeah, so a good drive so far for Nicholas Terlecki. For Josh Holtz to get to the point of the field. Terlecki still there in second. And for Nick, definitely, not going to risk too much here with Josh Holtz. Already has one moto win to his name. A second moto, second finishing position would really do a lot and should be safe to put him on the pole in tomorrow's main event. So already doing a pretty good job. Terlecki moves to the middle of the racetrack there, and kind of similar to what we saw with Lucas Palacio. So for Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos and Caleb Gaffera, still just going at it. There goes Gaffera looking on the inside of turn number 14. Not close enough that time by. Does Gaffera have the over-under? Not close enough, and you see how difficult it is to pass here at Castle Motorsports Park in very tricky conditions.
Yeah, for these three guys, it's all about trying to get as far up the field as possible, as well as that for Peyton Phillips. So 3rd through 6th, all fighting after DNFs in the first heat. Paulie going to go to the inside. Massimino to the inside of Ramos. Overshoots it again for the 3rd time in as many laps, and this time Gaffera is right there to take advantage. So this battling for 3rd, it's allowed Holtz and Terlecki to kind of have their own battle amongst themselves and settle it, and now it's allowed Gaffera to get himself back up into the 4th spot ahead of Paulie Massimino.
Massimino going to go back on Gaffera, who looks to get the over-under move, and as easy as that, Paulie Massimino just struggling in the wet weather here to really make some moves. He has a lot of pace, but just can't get it done for Paulie here so far. And you saw how easy it was that time by for Caleb Gaffera to just do the exact same thing Diego Ramos did almost 3 times consecutively, and over-under Paulie Massimino when Massimino dove down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, one of those things that is so tricky because you know that you have a lot of pace. I mean, Massimino has been quick pretty much every lap in this heat race. It's just trying to find the right time to make that move. You can see Ramos adjusting the carb there a little bit, trying to cover the airbox as well to prevent any sort of extra water coming in down that straightaway. And you can see Ramos really working the kart. This is where the smaller drivers are at a bit of a disadvantage. When you come into the fast corners, you have to really leverage the kart to get it to turn, and you're seeing Diego wheeling that Burrell Art, but it's not quite quick enough. As Josh Holtz, another purple lap, another half a second on the field as he's driven away from Terlecki to the tune of almost a second. And behind them, you're seeing Caleb Gaffera coming closer and closer to Diego Ramos here. Now it's Gaffera's turn, I think, to kind of turn up the wick on the Brazilian.
Yeah, so down the field, we have one DNF. That's Shea Aldrich, unfortunately finding himself out of this race early. Ming Nanzhu sits 15th here at the moment. Aiden Lorenko currently P14. For Ben Hernandez as well, currently 13th. Huapeng Zhang in 12th. Aiden Fox currently 11th. Theo Corelli 10th. K-Kai currently 9th. Wesley Gunler 8th. And then you go back up to Henry Wheeler, the other PSL Burrell Art in the field, currently in that 7th spot. For Peyton Phillips, currently 6th, just lapping around here at the moment. And then further ahead, Wesley Gunler, who's doing a pretty good job so far to continue to make up some spots in his Fox and Sun machine here so far. So not too bad of a showing for Wesley Gunler, and doing a good job so far here, Emery.
Yeah, Wesley Gunler primed for a solid starting spot. He started the race he finished heat number 1 in the 4th position. He's up to 8th now in this heat race, as we see further back Peyton Phillips trying to hang on against Henry Wheeler for the 6th spot. But right now, Gunler would be set to start inside the top 3 with the way that it's kind of played out inside the top 5 with Ramos, Gaffera, Massimino, and Phillips all having DNFs, and Gunler having a good heat race. Him and Wheeler in 7th and 8th are going to start this final inside the top 5 unless something drastic happens. So inside the final few minutes here, only about 4 laps remaining in this one. And I mean, this grid for the final tomorrow in OKN is about to be absolutely crazy with how much it's been mixed up over these 2 heats, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely going to be something to look out for on what's expected to be a dry racetrack whenever we go green tomorrow for the Pro Show. But at the moment, it's not Josh Holtz who's lapping quicker than everybody else. It's Diego Ramos, a 126.992 for Ramos, the first driver in the 126s here. And we've seen him very busy on the needles there on his OKN Burrell Art machine package. So it seems like whatever he was doing, definitely got it figured out, and up to 3rd now, and still lapping a bit quicker than the 2 Holtz machines ahead of him. For Peyton Phillips, still ahead of Henry Wheeler here at the moment in the 6th spot, and just keeping Henry Wheeler at bay.
Yeah, continuing to keep Henry Wheeler at bay. I don't think Phillips has a quicker package than what Wheeler has. Wheeler's been able to drive up pretty much effortlessly But as we saw at Massimino, it is one thing to get there. It is an entirely separate battle to pass. You can see there at the front, it's all coming together a little bit. Terlecki has started to catch Holtz again, back within about half a second. There's Ramos looking for a bit of a different racing line there, almost a half dive on Terlecki, and that did not work out in the slightest. He lost about 0.3 of a second, I would imagine there. And down the main straightaway again, one more time. 3 laps to go for Josh Holtz, Nick Terlecki, and Diego Ramos, the top 3. Gaffera back in the mix just about in the 4th spot as well. So these top 4 have stayed close together. They've started to gap Pauly Massimino just a little bit, although that last lap was better for Massimino. I think there's still a lot to play for in these final couple laps here, Caleb.
Yeah, still a lot to play for, and we've seen anything happen across all of these races, right? We saw it on OKNJ and every single class in KA Stars especially, so anything can happen for these pro drivers here today. And you saw Ramos, almost attempt that half move there, and Gaffera, that really prompted him to close down his gap to Ramos. So let's see if Caleb Gaffera is close enough. We saw the 2 of them get together in the first moto, but they're playing nice here at the moment, so not close enough for Gaffera and his leading edge motorsports machine to make a move on Diego Ramos. A couple of ways back, and everybody just kind of spread out by a couple of car lengths here, so everybody just kind of lapping around here and trying to keep it on the racetrack for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and the other thing that's worth noting is look at how much spray is coming up compared to earlier in the day. It's gotten significantly heavier in the last 3 or 4 heat races. So I think that's something that's definitely worth keeping an eye on as we get into the shifter, is just how much of a rooster tail is being produced. You can see Ramos again tries that alternate line. This time it works really well. So I think it's one of the things that he's found something hitting that inside curb in the chicane. It's just really hard to get that right lap after lap, and if you miss it, you're at a horrible angle when it comes down to the second part of the chicane. We're now on 2 to go. Holtz continues to lead ahead of Terlecki, and Ramos not too far behind.
And you were talking about the difference in line here. Last time by for Diego Ramos, a 127.381. For Nicholas Terlecki, a 127.850. So you're already starting to see that little bit of a difference for Diego Ramos, getting him a couple of tenths.
Well, it's also the last lap, though, where Ramos tried that alternate line for the first time. He missed the corner and lost half a second. So it's a riskier line. It worked out last time through, but this time through certainly looked a lot better as they now come through the green corner, and you can see Ramos right there up to Terlecki again. It's tough to get on the throttle when you're carrying so much speed on entry. As Terlecki drops a wheel, that's going to open the door for Diego Ramos, and a free pass into the second spot for the Brazilian.
Yeah, and Diego Ramos has been hitting all the curbs around here to really find whatever grip that he can. And there you have, with Terlecki dropping that tire, prompted Diego Ramos to move up to second there. So what could have been a Holtz driver development 1-2 has fallen apart here in the closing stage of this race.
Yeah, fallen apart, but still, if you're Nick Terlecki, you have the pole position for the final on locks as long as you don't go off the track in this final lap. So if you're Terlecki here, you're okay with losing the spot to Gaffera. You don't like it, obviously. I think the bumper might be pushed in as well, but you're at least okay with him running ahead of you as long as it means you don't lose more than about 4 or 5 spots. So this is definitely a case where Terlecki has to be careful with what he does here, because he does not want to get himself in an incident that costs him P1 for the final.
Yeah, pretty good finishing average here for Nicholas Terlecki as it stands. The white flag is in the air. So with a race already to his name and what could be here a P4 finish, a 1-4 finish really gives him the best average out of anybody else in the field after what we saw in that first moto in between these drivers. Is Massimino on the inside of Nicholas Terlecki. These were the 2 protagonists in the race win for the Queen City Gambit. Massimino again just not close enough, has attempted moves all over the racetrack, just hasn't been able to make them stick.
Yeah, Terlecki just barely hanging on again. This is a situation you do not want to be in when you have the pole all but wrapped up for OKM. But for his teammate Josh Holtz, again in the rain, like you mentioned yesterday, the one guy in the paddock that really wanted it to rain today, and his prayers have been answered. He comes through the double left for the final time through the turn 12 right-hander here. You can see the amount of wheel he puts into that kart, really using his size to his advantage. It has been a run through the field from 11th at the start of the race up to 1st at the end of the race here. Josh Holtz going to make it a Holtz driver development sweep in the 2 heats. And how about it for the team boss, the main man of Holtz driver development, going to walk away with a heat race victory, a stunning victory here in Moto 2.
Yeah, so Josh Holtz takes the second moto in the Pro Show. Josh Holtz wins. Diego Ramos across the line, second. Caleb Gaffera, P3. For Nicholas Terlecki, P4. Paulie Massimino across the line in 5th. Peyton Phillips, 6th. Henry Wheeler, 7th. Wesley Gunler, 8th. Kekai, P9. And Aiden Fox just didn't take the most advantage out of this rain here today. Unfortunately, just something amiss with that Fox and Son machine. Only P10 here in this one. Theo Corelli across the line next here with Ben Hernandez. Wapeng Zhang there as well for 13. Aiden Lorenko across the line now. And Ming Nan Zhu, who's getting set to cross the line here shortly. A lot of racing action still set to come your way. The Pro Shifters getting set to come out next with AJ Myers, who's been super quick and the man to beat, but we can't forget how much they burned their tires at the end of that race, right? I mean, with the drying racetrack, they really started to see the dry line with 2 laps to go at the end of their first moto. So now the question is going to be, do they have enough rain tire to really get through this race?
Yeah, not just that, but also kind of the differential in who saved more and also who was more used to who set up more for the drying track compared to was now a full wet racetrack. So you would have to imagine in the first moto where you saw kind of a drying racetrack, the shifter guys maybe took a more compromised approach, also less time to get ready for the rain compared to this one. So that is going to be one to settle out here. There's a look at Sorelli there getting his kart retrieved. Unfortunate for him after what looked to be a pretty promising start to the heat. He did finish the race, but only in 11th. So again, how these guys set up for the Pro Shifter side of things, the Pro Stars side of things for Moto 2, I think will dictate a lot. But AJ Myers looks like the one to beat so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely been the man to beat, but at the moment, the Canadian Geese having some food here on the side of the racetrack next to some of our cameramen. So get to see the Canadian Geese out here and some of their fellow countrymen, the likes of Josh Conker and others, getting set to go green here in a couple of minutes' time. As you see there, Peyton just unfortunate of what a heat race that was. But let's throw up that Sunday schedule here for you guys and take a look at what the schedule looks like tomorrow whenever we go live bright and early on the Sunday on tomorrow, which is Sunday morning. So 8 a.m. we'll go live with warm-ups, and we'll have the KA Pre-Final B or the LCQ for both KA Juniors and KA Stars. And then we go straight into main event racing at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern, and then with the OKN Stars final and the Pro Stars final for the Pro Show with pre-race ceremony and post-race podiums for those classes that will go underway tomorrow in the afternoon. But still a lot of racing action to come your way with the Pro Stars, who get set to go out onto the racetrack. It's a Star Championship Series, King of the Castle, where tomorrow on Sunday, June 2nd, we'll crown some kings and queens here of Newcastle Motorsports Park. But the shifter is getting set to fire away, so we're going to keep it commercial-free all the way to the end of our live stream here. And on what's been, a pretty good day of racing here so far. We've had it all. We've had some spins. We've had some rain. We've had some dry racing. And it's really been a little bit of everything and kept all of us here on our toes and keeping all of us here just very, very alert and aware, because anything can happen, and anything has happened here in these past couple of races. But a big thanks to the entire Stars Championship Series crew out here this weekend. Hopefully everybody's staying as dry as possible. I know it's super hard considering the conditions, but a big shout out to our camera crew out here as well. The likes of Jake Faulkner, Riley Cannon, Rocco Ruzic giving us the best shots here this weekend and staying dry in the process. But that being said, we get set to go green with our Pro Stars and our Rock Stars for their second moto. It's AJ Myers, who has been almost unbeatable here this weekend, starting alongside Vincenzo Saraceno on that front row. Ian Quinn and Billy Musgrave on row 2. Josh Conker, Any Rule, your first 3 rows.
Yeah, Michael Riccio and Jay Irwin make up the 4th row, and Gavin Bailiff and Talon Yackel on row number 5. Behind them, the likes of Charlie Sainz and Nathan Nicholson, who had a really good run in the rain earlier today. They'll start 11th and 12th. Joseph Vani and Jason Enrique make up row number 7.
Then you go back to row 8 with David Carmody and Jonathan Ocasio. Eli Fox and Safet Haddock III start on row 9. Then you go back to Dane McMahon and Frankie Iadivia on row 10. That's your top 20 starters, with a couple of more to go. Jared Ramnarine and Noah Czar starting on row 11, with Chris Verino and Tegan Poles on row 12.
Yeah, Logan Hickman and Miles Denoff on row 13. Chase Jones and Carl Weber start 27th and 28th respectively. And rounding out your field, Mitchell Lowry and Justin White, who had a really good run through the field in moto number 1.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like for those couple of drivers who have to work their way further and further up the field. Justin White already had a pretty good drive in the first moto and looks to do the same here in the second one. The same thing for Chase Jones after disqualification and qualifying, put him further back in the field. So, you know, they both had pretty good drives up the field, and they look to do the same here in this one as AJ Myers slows down as they will get the standing start here in this one, which we have seen be pretty tricky so far in this one. Everybody looking to get some temperature into their tires before they go green. The last couple of bits of tape getting ripped off on those air-cooled KZ and ROK machines here. So going to be all to play for here when we look at the start. As we get set for all these drivers to get lined up, it's been a great day so far, and what a way to end it off with the fastest karts here this weekend, Emery, the shifter karts in some rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing beats the intrigue of a wet start on shifters. You can see everyone slowing down to a halt in their grid spots. Again, a standing start in the wet, a different animal compared to a dry standing start. Different levels of traction, different levels of grip, and different levels of aggression. As they now get the final couple rows set up, and we get set to go for the final race of the day here, Caleb.
Last couple of commands, Christian gives us the visors down, and we look at the lights to start this final pro race of the evening. The lights are on, and now the lights are out. We are racing here in Pro Shifter. A good start by AJ Myers to get the whole shot. Vincenzo Saracino loses a spot. Ian Quinn looks to get it done on the inside of Saracino. He's able to get clear. Annie Rule way wide there. She's able to stay on the racetrack, as well as others already tiptoeing their way around the first couple of corners with those rooster tails just getting bigger and bigger as the races continue to go on and as the rain continues to fall. Jay Irwin there side by side looking to get the move done there on Josh Conker, and that's one of the ROK powered machines. Idavea out of this one early, side by side, and that's one of the Kart Republics there. I believe Gavin Bailiff was able to get the move done.
Yeah, Gavin Bailiff there to the inside of Josh Conker and a couple others, and now Conker able to kind of force J. Irwin out. They're still side by side up the hill, and now Conker's going to have to give up the spot to multiple guys there. It looks like that is Nathan Nicholson ahead of Yockel, and now Yockel to the inside of Conker to the inside of Yockel, excuse me, and he's got the move through Cell Towers. They come through the double left. All of this chaos happening behind the top 5, but it has been a very good start for Nathan Nicholson, and another very good start for his teammate AJ Myers, who leads this race.
Yeah, AJ Myers with a good start, Michael Riccio as well, and everybody just trying to get work their way through as Jason Enrique able to get through that time. Bontal and Yockel as well. So everybody, I mean, with the spray just getting bigger and bigger, it's super hard to see. They're going into the scale tower corner. Everybody lapping around, and Billy Musgrave with one more spot to make up because young Ian Quinn absolutely flying in the wet weather. He needs the best result that he can get here in this one after a DNF at the end of the first moto has really just kind of hindered him from a good starting position in tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, Quinn's going to need everything he can get here. He's got fresher rain tires than most of the field of the DNF on lap number 2 of the first moto, but at the same time, it seems to be he's struggling for pace as there goes Billy Musgrave to the inside in the exit of the scoreboard corner. You can see him trying now to get behind Billy. I would not be surprised if he kind of takes this opportunity to learn a little bit from the veteran if he can. Musgrave was really quick in the first heat. Quinn struggling for grip here on the exit of the kink, and he is now going to come under fire from Vincenzo Saracino, another guy who needs a good heat result this time.
Yeah, for sure, for Vincenzo, who just fell way down the order in the first moto. Definitely going to need a good result here in this one. Let's look back at the field. Justin White already all the way up to 19th, making up some moves, as well as Chase Jones up to 18th here. So those two drivers working their way up. On the other side for Annie Rule, she finds herself down in 15, losing a couple of spots here early in this one. Talon Yockel 11th. Wow, as Enrique goes over a puddle, and you see how much standing water is there. He's able to get ahead of Jay Irwin. They still go side by side and fighting for that position.
Yeah, I mean, Jay Irwin and Enrique still going side by side. A little bit of a hip check there. You can see off of the final corner, all the water there, and Jay Irwin able to survive against Enrique. That was very gnarly in the last couple of corners, and it has turned into pure chaos between the back half of the top 10 as Enrique's gone off the track in turn 1. And on this I-70 corner, he's gone way off the track, and he's going to be out of this race, or at a minimum stuck in the grass. So unfortunate for Enrique, who had a good run, but now with the contact with Irwin, with the spin in turn 1, he's going to have to start way back in the main event.
And the Rivera Racing GFC of Enrique had a really good pace, so like you said, unfortunate there for Jason Enrique starting at the tail end of the field in the main event. For Michael Riccio doing a pretty good job here so far at P5 here as Talon Yako and Jay Irwin go side by side. A little bit of a deja vu from the first moto as Irwin's able to stay ahead of Talon Yako here at the moment. They both continue to tiptoe their way around and look and see where they can fight, where they can push, where they can go side by side, and where they can wheel bang here a little bit. Irwin able to stay ahead. He currently sits in the 9th spot. Yackel in 10th here at the moment. Conker, Nicholson, and Bailiff all ahead and still fighting it out there. There goes Nicholson looking on Bailiff. Not close enough as of yet. But for Josh Conker, still very much in tow here at the moment. And you see how much standing water there is in close to the scale tower corner there, Emery.
Yeah, this is not even a rain race at this point. This is a torrential downpour race, and you can see the pace that AJ Myers is setting, blistering upwards of 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker than what most of the field outside of Billy Musgrave is running. There's Ian Quinn leading the group from 3rd on back. You can see him, Saraceno, Riccio all in the battle, all the way down to really Jay Irwin in that battle in 9th with Yackel is kind of the breaking point of this group. So for Quinn to be in 3rd position again, trying to get as many laps as he can, he knows he needs a great position here to have any shot at a podium in the main event after a DNF in heat number 1. Elsewhere, Gavin Bailiff also looking for a good heat race after a poor heat 1. Same with Vincenzo Saraceno, who's now going to cut underneath Ian Quinn on the exit of green corner. Not quite going to make it happen, but these two fighting side by side all the way up through the hill and through the two kinks.
You see how busy Ian Quinn there is on that steering wheel trying to hold on to it here. And Saraceno is hungry for more, wants to get the move done here for the 3rd spot. Saraceno not close enough into the South Tower hairpin. What does he have in store? Into the scale tower 90-degree corner. Turn number 13 from Vincenzo Saraceno, but they're losing time to Michael Riccio and Gavin Bailiff. Riccio, bottom of the racetrack, looking to go through on Saraceno. Thinks better of it. Back in a line, and again, just kind of rounding out that corner. He's going to go this time, though, into turn 14, and a clear from Michael Riccio. He gets through, and up another spot for Riccio, who also needs a really good result in this second moto.
Yeah, this is a group of guys that did not have the strongest heat 1 now, though. In clean air with a lot of good track position, they'll try to make what they can out of that heat. There goes Vincenzo kind of pointing by Gavin Bailiff there. Not sure if there's an issue for Vincenzo, if he just didn't want to risk any sort of incident there, but he has now given up 2 spots there as through goes Nathan Nicholson up for that 6th position. So not sure what's up with Vincenzo. Not sure. Whoa! Jay Irwin from a country mile back. He sent that one from New Zealand all the way into the top 5 almost, but he'll have to settle for 6 behind Nathan Nicholson for about 5 seconds as he's now parked the bus on the exit and still going to wind up in 6th right in front of Josh Conker again.
Yeah, and crazy that they call the, people from New Zealand flightless birds, because this kid's absolutely flying in the wet weather conditions, and he continues to look to make the move done on Nathan Nicholson. Is he close enough that time by? Not as of yet, going into the sail tower corner here, but everybody stacked and packed and everybody fighting for position here. Irwin just looking to find a way around Nathan Nicholson, having to get creative here and doing so. So everybody just kind of fighting and doing what they got as Nicholson goes around, and that's exactly what Jay Irwin needed. Nicholson into the mud, and that's going to end his race here. Not early, but going to put him way out of contention with a lot of mud on those tires. As Gavin Bailiff able to get ahead of Ian Quinn, and Bailiff making a lot of moves here early on. Riccio going to get the move done there on Gavin Bailiff as they cross the start-finish straight about just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Josh Conker, while we switched back to that battle for 3rd, was able to get by Jay Irwin for the 6th spot. So a lot happening here as Riccio almost misses the corner. He goes halfway off the track, and into the 3rd spot's going to go Gavin Bailiff. So these two got by Ian Quinn, and now they're going to settle their differences for the 3rd position here. Bailiff ahead of Riccio after that turn 1 mistake, but they've brought Josh Conker and Jay Irwin back into the fold. From 3rd back to 7th, it's about to be a battle here as Conker defends from Irwin through the scoreboard hairpin.
Yeah, and you see Bailiff going way and much wider then Michael Riccio. So Riccio already losing a little bit of time there in that scoreboard hairpin, but now Josh Conker going to get to the rear bumper here of Ian Quinn shortly. He was able to get around one of the Burrell Art machines just a lap ago. Now what does he have in store for Ian Quinn here? Does he go this time? Not close enough for Josh Conker. Still 6 to nose there on the inside. Couldn't get it done and going to have to stay behind Ian Quinn, but he's definitely going to look to get ahead. So at the moment for Josh Conker in a PSL karting Burrell Art machine sandwich here at the moment, but looking really quick and looking to get ahead of the two of them. Ian Quinn started to see that Conker was right there, and Jay Irwin just still trying to find a way ahead of Josh Conker.
Yeah, you do not want to be the guy at risk from Jay Irwin, and Conker going to try it down the inside. Nothing doing there. He could not quite get the run at the center of the corner. Had to give up that spot back to Quinn as they come through the final corner now. It is Quinn, Conker, and Irwin all fighting it out for 5th through 7th. That's allowed a little bit of breathing room for Riccio and Gavin Bailiff in front of him. So this is going to be interesting here into the I-70 corner. You can see there Josh Conker getting the spot ahead of Ian Quinn, and now Jay Irwin's going to look to get by his teammate through the shark fin as he sends it again. Deep on the brakes goes the Kiwi, and Jay Irwin picks up another spot, although Quinn's going to cross him over, and they're going to fight for 6 down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the two PSL drivers going to fight for the position as Josh Conker just slows way down there and loses some time to Michael Riccio. Looked like he wanted to make the move there on Riccio. Just lost a whole lot of time as the PSO drivers still continue to fight with each other. And Talon Yockel has been brought right back into play now on the rear bumper of Ian Quinn.
Yeah, Jay Irwin, another late sender. He's so confident on the brakes in this heat. The traction will come later, but the sending is absolutely coming right now for Jay Irwin as he picks up another spot. And Yockel now, the next one to find Ian Quinn, who was struggling quite a bit to keep pace in the rain here in this heat race. He's fallen down to 7th and now is at risk of losing yet another spot. But in front of him, as Yockel finally gets the job done, in front of him though, it's another 4-cart pack forming as these 4 guys between Riccio, Bailiff, Conker, and Irwin all not able to settle their differences quite yet, just as Quinn's not willing to settle his differences quite yet with Yockel, and he gets the spot for that 7th position.
Yeah, and as you see, a bunch of these young guns continue to go at it. A leisurely drive for the 2 veterans of this shifter class. AJ Myers and Billy Musgrave have not looked back here. The gap further back in between Bailiff and Musgrave, almost at 11 seconds here. And as these drivers continue to fight, Conker looking for a move on Riccio that time by. He goes on the inside, able to get clear. 2 fellow Canadians going at it, and Josh Conker able to get ahead of Michael Riccio.
Yeah, Josh Conker ahead of Riccio now for the spot. Riccio going to use the bumper a bit on exit. That's going to give Jay Irwin a free spot there for once. Irwin not doing the late braking, but now he will. Now he's going to get it to the inside, park it on the apex, and now he's not going to get the spot on Riccio.
Oh.
He gets a little bit of a hip check there from Josh Conker, and they're all going side by side up the hill. Give it back to Riccio in that spot. We'll see how much Conker likes that one coming into the corner. Going to push Riccio off the apex. They're all parked right there. Coming into the double lefts here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Jay Irwin going to look to go back there on Josh Conker, side by side. A little bit of wheel banging. Jay Irwin able to get ahead. Now going to have to stay the sights on Michael Riccio, but Josh Conker thinks better of it. Goes ahead of Jay Irwin, and here comes Ian Quinn and Talon Yockel once again. Irwin to the bottom. Ian Quinn looking to go through as well, and Josh Conker, evasive action there, has to move out of the way because a fast Ian Quinn came in like a wrecking ball there.
Similar to Nick Terlecki in the last heat, Josh Conker knows he has a top 5 starting spot on the line as long as he doesn't get any sort of incident here. So that's why you back out of those sorts of moves. You know these guys are fighting for a lot more than what Ian Quinn, or than what Josh Conker is in terms of pure positioning. So now Conker, having said that, gonna dive down the inside, give Quinn a piece of his mind coming out of turn 1, and they're all battling in for that 6th spot now on the racetrack. But this has been crazy racing in the midfield as Conker banging wheels again, and this time he gets a spot on Quinn.
Yeah, they go door to door there, wheel to wheel, and the hip check there by Josh Conker, able to work his way ahead of Ian Quinn as Yockel looked for a move there on Ian Quinn. Wasn't close enough that time by for the reigning champion in the Saudi Racing USA machine. Now for Jay Irwin and Michael Riccio, still continuing to fight here for those 2 drivers. AJ Myers still your leader, Billy Musgrave second, and Gavin Bailiff as well has not looked back for a couple of laps as Riccio and Irwin still go at it. Everybody throwing haymakers, everybody throwing knockout blows as Yockel is able to get ahead of Ian Quinn.
Yeah, Talon Yockel, good move here up into the top 7 now as he now sets his sights on Josh Conker. So this group has tamed just a little bit in the last half a lap, but still a lot going on there. As you can see at the back of that group, almost up to the picture is Chase Jones, so he's moved up 15 spots, and you can see a lot of battling still going on between Joe Savani and the likes of Talon Yockel and Ian Quinn now battling it out. So Quinn going to hold on to that spot as we hit the 2 to go signal. Lonnie, though, right there in tow, trying to pick up one more spot as Nicholson's found his way back into the top 10 after an off-road incident earlier on in the heat race.
Yeah, Carmen Diendis group as well, right behind Nathan Nicholson. Chase Jones there in frame, as well as Annie Rules not too far back. Charlie Steins. Oh, as they get collected here. Big contact there. The 218 is involved. That's Joseph Lonnie, and everybody else just gets slowed way down. They're able to continue going, but definitely something to scare everybody here, and team owners and mechanics, as Ian Quinn going side by side there and going to get the move done on him as Joseph Lonnie gets ahead.
Yeah, you can see Ian Quinn there lost a couple spots with the half spin. Lonnie lost more spots on that incident. So unfortunate for Quinn, but now we look to the battle for the top 3. Jay Irwin has gotten by Michael Riccio, now going to try on Gavin Bailiff here. He's going to send one again late on the brakes, not quite there into the cell tower. Bailiff's going to hang on as they now come down to get the white flag at the front of the field from AJ Myers. We'll see what happens here between Bailiff and Jay Irwin. Again, Bailiff really looking strong in this heat race, but he's got to hang on for a lap and a little bit more ahead of Irwin, who has been very aggressive and not afraid to send it into just about any corner on this racetrack, Caleb.
Yeah, so as we come to the white flag, AJ Myers and Billy Musgrave already took it. And for Gavin Bailiff and Jay Irwin, they continue to fight, elbows out, everybody throwing knockout blows as Irwin goes a little sideways there on the exit of turn 16. 1 lap to go all the way around here, Emery.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. And that looks like Michael Riccio is the closest one as whoa. Irwin just sent an absolute scorcher to the apex on the dry line, basically. That was about 5 kart lengths back from Gavin Bailiff, and they were level at the apex again. He is sending it into these braking zones, trusting that the kart's going to stick there. This is a unique approach here from Irwin in every single corner. It looks like he's gaining just a little bit with that approach. Again, sending it to the racing line as we now see some battling further back. Josh Conker's made up a spot, and he's back up in this battle for 6th. But Irwin now back onto the bumper of Gavin Bailiff. So that aggressive approach into every corner has worked perfectly for the Kiwi.
Yeah, everything has worked perfectly there for Jay Irwin, but speaking of perfect, AJ Myers has kept his nose clean, kept it perfect. The Magic Man, still the class of the field, a clinic, and a pole position going into tomorrow. AJ Myers wins Moto 2. Billy Musgrave getting set to cross the line here now, and he is second. And starting on the front row alongside, and we look back to the battle further back in between Gavin Bailiff and Jay Irwin whenever they get to the scale tower. Gavin Bailiff still ahead of Jay Irwin here at the moment, so they continue to fight here.
Yeah, and Josh Conker's picked up a spot on that last lap ahead of Michael Riccio. So Conker with a really good run late to go from 8th to 5th, but it's Gavin Bailiff hanging on for 3rd, Irwin in 4th, Conker in 5th, and Riccio in 6th as they file through the rest of the top 10. Nicholson, Yockel, David Carmody, and Ian Quinn rounds out your top 10 for the Pro Stars Moto number 2. A good heat race again. How about Chase Jones up 16 spots to 11th? A recovery drive from Joe Savani after the half spin in turn 1, and Annie Rule with a better heat race to finish 13th in this one.
Yeah, not too bad for Annie Rule, P13. Charlie Steins, P14. For the Factory Fury GP machine, Vincenzo Saraceno, P15. Something amiss with that Carlos Racing Engines Maranello USA machine for Saraceno. He's down and rounds up your top 15. You go back to the rest of the order. Jared Graham-Narayan, P16. Jonathan Ocasio, 17th. Eli Fox in 18th. Tegan Poles, 19th. Justin White, 20th. He made up a good number of spots, but just something happened to Justin White as well, and we'll definitely be talking to some of these drivers later on tonight off the air. For Jason Enrique as well, finished 21st. Chris Verano and others there in that one. But what a day of racing action here, Emery. Just to sum this up in short words, what were your thoughts over the day overall?
Track was wet, racing was great, chaos was amazing, and I think we're in store for some really fun finals tomorrow and a couple good pre-final Bs in the KA side of things. But the Pro Show delivered yet again in the moto races. We're going to see, I think, really mixed up grids and a lot of fun racing coming tomorrow. But hey, Newcastle, the king of the castle, round number 2 of this championship with 287 entries. We saw a lot of good racing today. Pretty much every class had at least one thrilling battle, whether it be in the dry or the rain. And I cannot wait to see the product that comes up tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Still a lot of racing action set to come your way as the weekend continues to unfold. Firstly, a big thanks to the entire Stars Championship team for being out there in all conditions and trying to keep dry, and as well to our hardworking Kart Chaser camera crew, to our entire social team and our production team up here as well, doing a great job in all conditions and all weather, whatever variables thrown at us, everybody continuing to work hard. Here tomorrow on Sunday, June 2nd, we'll go live and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. Then we're going to go green with our KA Pre-Final B with both our seniors and juniors to see who's going to make it into the main event and who's going to be out of the main event. And then we go into main event racing at 11 a.m. Eastern, and then the pro show gets set to go green at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have pre-race ceremonies and post-race ceremonies covering podiums and everything under the sun. For myself, Caleb Yeska, Emery Lyda, the entire Stars Championship Series crew, and the entire Kart Chaser crew, thank you for joining us here, and have a good night.